It includes strongholds in 7 major central cities, and Belan City is one of them. Land prices here are extremely high, every inch is worth its weight in gold. Yet, right in the heart of such a city, there stands a private villa surrounded by mountains and water, known as the City Lord's Manor. This young man is the young City Lord of Belan City, a man who transmigrated into this world. In his past life, Bai Zian was a soldier who died in the line of duty. But fate wasn't done with him, his soul traveled to a world filled with spirit beasts and beast tamers. Unlike other transmigrators, Bai Zian didn't take over an existing body. It was as if he was reborn anew. Yet he retained all his past memories. Bai Zian had just finished washing up. And, gazing at his reflection, couldn't help but fall into thought. Though he'd seen this face for over a decade, he still marveled at how ridiculously good-looking he was. Suddenly, a portal opened in the air, and a creature emerged from it. Bai Zian turned to look, recognizing the creature immediately. It was a red-eyed silver-scaled fish, a golden-rank spirit beast. The fish swam over to Bai Zian and spoke. "Shaoan, breakfast is ready." "Got it. I'll finish up and head down." "Go tell Dad first," Bai Zian replied. The fish reminded him not to keep everyone waiting too long, then dove back into the portal and vanished. That red-eyed silver-scaled fish was a golden-rank spirit beast and also the lifelong companion beast of Bai Zian's father. In this world, it was considered a formidable powerhouse. When he went downstairs, he found everyone already waiting for him. The beautiful woman was his mother in this life, and the girl beside her was his sister, Bai Ziyu. The man engaged in conversation was his father. Seated at the head of the table, the silver-haired but resolute elder was Bai Jingchong, the city lord of Belan City and Bai Zian's grandfather. "Grandpa, when did you arrive?" Bai Zian asked as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As the city lord, I need to give a speech to encourage the students. Shaoan, you're one of this year's candidates, so today must also participate in the awakening ceremony." "Perfect. Later, we'll go to the grand hall together for the awakening ceremony, grandfather and grandson." "Alright," Bai Zian responded obediently, as he had long been looking forward to the ceremony. The awakening ceremony, fully known as the 9 Provinces Federation Annual Beast Awakening Ceremony, is held every year by the Federation to help young people unlock their potential. Those who succeed gain entry to the Beast Academy to study beast-related knowledge, while those who fail can only attend regular schools. So, this ceremony is like the college entrance exam from your past life. A pivotal moment that shapes one's destiny. A person's innate beast determines their standing in this world. Without talent, even passing ants wouldn't spare you a glance. However, the time traveler's arrival reassured Bai Zian that he had nothing to worry about. A month ago, he had already awakened an A-rank innate beast on his own. This ability, called intuition, belongs to the mental affinity, granting the awakener extraordinary combat instincts. At times, it even allows sensing unique emotions and understanding beasts' thoughts. This is an exceptional innate beast, incredibly versatile. Not only does it sharpen intuition, but in battle, it helps avoid misfortune and even communicate with beasts, proving invaluable in combat and beast taming. For Bai Zian, the awakening ceremony held little significance now. That's why he remained so calm and composed. His A-rank mental affinity was a rare talent, and self-awakening was no small feat. His grandfather knew this well, which was why, even in the origin world, Bai Zian was a sought-after prodigy among major clans. What he couldn't achieve, his grandson had accomplished. Yet Bai Jingchong worried his grandson was still young. If he went there, those old monsters might devour him whole. Thus, he wanted to temper Bai Zian, to make him truly steady and composed. Lost in thought, Bai Jingchong finally spoke. Bai Zian, who had been sipping tea, looked up at the sound. "And, don't underestimate this awakening ceremony. The awakening stones used by the 9 Provinces Federation are top-tier treasures, truly unique. The entire 9 Provinces Federation only has one such piece," Bai Jingchong reminded. The awakening stone he mentioned has an extremely unique origin. When the era had just begun, demonic beasts flooded into their world, posing a tremendous threat to humanity. Humans nearly faced extinction. It was in this critical moment that the previous generation discovered this awakening stone. Afterward, the first beast tamers awakened their talents through it, allowing humanity to survive and ushering in the era of beast tamers. It can be said that this special awakening stone is the cornerstone of the beast tamer civilization in the 9 Provinces Federation. To become a beast tamer, one must go through 3 stages: awakening the beast taming talent, constructing a beast taming space, and finally forming a contract with their first demonic beast. Although the disciples of noble families or certain special sects may awaken early due to their talent, they still have their juniors participate in the annual awakening ceremony. The main purpose is to use the power of the awakening stone to construct the beast taming space as early as possible. After rambling on, Bai Jingchong concluded that the awakening stone is a valuable asset that would greatly benefit Bai Zian's power. So you must take this awakening ceremony seriously. Bai Zian understood his grandfather's teachings and nodded obediently. Previously, he had been busy learning beast taming knowledge and awakening his talent, so he didn't know much about the awakening stone. Now that he knew its significance, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. A real man doesn't overthink things. Focusing on completing the awakening ceremony and constructing the beast taming space is what matters most. Bai Zian's father suddenly slammed the table, startling him and Bai Ziyu. Why are you so aggressive? His mother put her hands on her hips and glared at her husband. Bai Lao Yi immediately softened his tone. I just raised my voice a little. It's not like I was really angry. After the meal, a private driver took Bai Jingchong and Bai Zian to the awakening plaza. Bai Jingchong told his great-nephew to head to the main hall first while he prepared his speech. When Bai Zian arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. The moment he appeared, the eyes of the beautiful girls sparkled like stars. Bai, long time no see. They swarmed him, leaving Bai Zian a little embarrassed, scratching his head with a silly grin. Bai, you haven't been to school for a month. You must have prepared thoroughly, right? Bai, you've only been gone a month, but you're even more handsome now. These people were Bai Zian's classmates, all belonging to the academy in Balan City. This was the most prestigious academy in the city, with most students being the children of generals, officials, or wealthy families. As the young city lord, Bai Zian was naturally the leader of this group. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and charged straight at Bai Zian. And that's a chubby guy, his belly wobbling as he ran while shouting loudly. Bai Zian quickly sidestepped, leaving the chubby boy lunging into empty air. Then, he turned back to the other boy and continued. And, it's been a month. I've missed you so much, don't you miss me? Hey, fatty, can you stop talking to me like you're holding a grudge? Outsiders might think we're a couple. Bai Zian said with a grimace. How could you say that? We've been best friends since we were kids. Fatty, you must be blind. What a waste of the mighty name Padian on you. The two had indeed grown up together as close friends. Because of the name Padian, Bai Zian had once thought he was the main character. But as time passed, Potion's figure became rounder, and that idea was gradually dismissed. As Bai Zian was still lamenting Potion's once tall and lean frame, a cocky voice came from the side. Bai Zian, you haven't been to school for a month. I thought you were scared. If you admit defeat now, I might let you off this time. The voice belonged to Feng Tianyu, the daughter of Vice City Lord Feng Yangyan. She was stunning and talented but far too arrogant and competitive. The talent showdown at the awakening ceremony had been Feng Tianyu's idea, and now she was still acting so high and mighty. She wasn't afraid of getting slapped, but Bai Zian still felt embarrassed for her. What should they do? Are you trying to back out now? Feng Tianwu said arrogantly. You too, little phoenix, the bet still stands. I'm really looking forward to seeing you fulfill it after your defeat. A month ago, Feng Tianwu had said that the loser would have to grant the winner one request. But clearly, she believed she would never lose. This time, Bai Zian had a 90% chance of winning the bet. After all, A-grade talent was just below S-grade, and S-grade talents were rare even across the 9 provinces federation. Not to mention, the 10,000 stir-fry secret realm was only a low-level secret realm certified by the federation. After Bai Zian left, the heaven-shattering messenger hurried after him, cautiously reminding him to be careful since Feng Tianwu had come fully prepared this time. He had heard from his father that Feng Tianwu had obtained a special treasure that could help awaken talent. Which was why he was so full of himself. No matter. The Feng family had a unique background and deep resources, so using special methods was only natural. Bai Zian responded calmly. Bai Zian was nothing more than a competitive young colt, always trying to prove he was stronger than Bai Zian. Soon, all the students gathered in the square. Bai Jingchong, in his capacity as the White Qilin City Lord, gave a speech on stage to cheer them on. After the speech, all the candidates were led in a line into the Awakening Hall, where the Awakening Stone floated. They were guided to their seats, sat cross-legged, and began awakening their talents. Bai Zian knew what would happen next. Once activated, the 9 Provinces Federation would use spatial projection to channel the power of the Divine Stone into every corner of the Awakening Hall. It was truly a miraculous sight. At first, Bai Zian dove in with the confidence of a seasoned general. He could feel the talent energy burning fiercely within him. But then, the unexpected happened. When the awakening energy began spiraling far beyond control, Bai Zian felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss. His body was racked with excruciating pain as the energy surged through him and straight into his head. Bai Zian struggled to regain control of the energy. The brain was the most critical part of the body. If the awakening energy damaged it, he might end up losing his mind. He had to break free from this awakening state immediately. Instinct rarely failed, let alone turned against its master. Thus, Bai Ziyan chose to trust it, remaining in the awakening state and striving to master the energy. Until the violent fluctuations of energy within Bai Ziyan alerted the supervisors overseeing the ritual. After confirming the examinee was the city lord's grandson, they panicked. They hurriedly notified the city lord and the elder if anything happened to him, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. A massive eye appeared on his body, leaving everyone baffled about what this phenomenon signified. Bai Jingchong saw the eye and stared in shock. Such a rare phenomenon only appeared when someone awakened an S-rank talent or higher. How was this possible? Bai Ziyan had already awakened an A-rank talent. The only explanation in Bai Jingchong's mind was that his instinct talent had mutated, elevating to S-rank. In the world of beast tamers, mutated spiritual beasts with special abilities or physiques occasionally appeared. Humans were also part of this world's creatures, so they too could possess mutated abilities. Human mutations almost always involved beast taming talents. Yet, in the history of human beast tamers, those who experienced talent mutations were exceedingly rare. Without exception, every one of them became a legendary figure passed down through the ages. Thinking of this, Bai Jingchong felt more unease than joy. If Bai Ziyan had truly undergone a talent mutation, this awakening would be fraught with danger. Thinking of this, Bai Jingchong immediately wanted to enter the grand hall to wake his nephew. However, the elder in charge of the ceremony refused him. "Elder Bai, please don't make this difficult for me. The Awakening Hall belongs to the 9 Provinces Federation. As the Lord of Belan City, you are absolutely not allowed inside." After saying this, he reassured Bai Jingchong that the hall had protective mechanisms from the 9 Provinces Federation, so Bai Ziyan would be fine. A genius like him is unmatched in the world. "Elder Bai, your family is truly blessed." The elder praised repeatedly, but Bai Jingchong still felt nothing but worry. Meanwhile, Bai Ziyan was still struggling through the awakening process. A line of text appeared before Bai Ziyan's eyes. The world has 3 extremes, the extreme of heaven, the extreme of earth, and the extreme of man. He had no idea how much time had passed. After reading the line, Bai Ziyan let out a pained roar and widened his eyes. What came into view was the magnificent hall, with the awakening stone still floating above his head. Bai Ziyan hadn't yet caught his breath, his mind filled with thoughts of that line. The extreme of heaven, the extreme of earth, and the extreme of man? This was utterly absurd. Even more absurd was the notification that followed, stating he had gained a mythic-level talent from the mystic system, Divine Revelation I. It granted him extraordinary intuition and precognition, allowing him to perceive the origins of the natural order and sense the true nature of all things within a certain range. Bai Ziyan was stunned, nearly losing his balance. In the beast realm, talents were divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, S, and S, with SSS being the highest. An SSS rank talent was already the pinnacle for beast tamers. Yet now he had obtained a mythic-level talent? Bai Hatuan had never heard of such a rank unless it was even higher than SSS, and a mysterious one at that. This notification seemed designed to give him a fright. By this time, most of the candidates in the hall had completed their awakening. Some were lucky enough to awaken an A-rank talent, while others rejoiced at even a D rank. A few, however, wept upon receiving no notification at all. Bai Ziyan could see all of this clearly. So this was the effect of the Divine Revelation I. If true, he truly possessed a heaven-defying ability. With this eye alone, the essence of all things in the world would be within his grasp. Within a certain range, nothing can escape his sight. If, at the start of a battle, Bai Ziyan could foresee his opponent's beastly talents, the monster's abilities, weaknesses, and what skills are needed to defeat it, then his victory would be all but assured. Bai Ziyan grew more excited the more he thought about it. He couldn't wait to test his ability and see what talents these examinees had awakened. Most of them possessed D-grade and C-grade talents. Some had even awakened A-grade talents. It seemed this generation still had geniuses. Suddenly, Bai Ziyan remembered something. Right, he should check that awakening stone first. Bai Ziyan looked up, staring intently at it. The information he received left him stunned. That stone was actually a life attribute spiritual beast, possessing a lineage that reached SS-grade life talents. It had the potential of a minor deity, along with awakened gold-grade talent skills. Seize life and withered wood revives, both orange grade. It was originally the seed of an ancient tree's life force, but due to a lack of nourishment, it had fallen into dormancy. Bai Ziyan was utterly shocked. He never imagined he'd encounter a legendary divine beast in his lifetime. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall, instructing all examinees to line up by student number and record their awakening results. Bai Ziyan remained lost in thought. The awakening stone had helped countless beast tamers awaken their talents, laying the foundation for the prosperous beast taming era, now considered the cornerstone of the Kyushu Federation. Who would have thought it was a divine beast? Did the leaders of the Federation know about this? If they did, that would be fine, they must have a plan. But if they didn't, that would be a problem. The Awakening Stone possessed 3 skills: 1 gold grade, which was a divine level ability, and 2 orange grade, which were peak level skills. If it ever broke free from dormancy and revived, it would send shockwaves across the entire Kyushu Federation. It seemed this world of beast tamers was far more complex than he had imagined. After some thought, it was finally Baizian's turn to be checked. Like the others, he placed his hand on the device to record his results. However, the machine displayed Baizian awakened in A-rank mental affinity talent intuition. "Hey, A-rank?" Baizian exclaimed loudly. "Clearly, your talent has undergone a mutation. Perhaps the machine understood your emotions, so it immediately triggered a series of error alerts. Beep beep. Unable to identify. Unable to identify. Exceeds A rank. Beyond identification range. Unable to identify." The relentless beeping made by Xian and the testing staff increasingly restless. Until the elder appeared, gazing at him with a kind and loving look. "This identification facility can only assess beast tamer talents below S rank. It's been a long time since Bai Lin City had someone with S rank talent. It's normal you wouldn't know," he said. Due to the anomalies during Bai Xian's awakening, his talent was already A rank intuition from the start. The elder then instructed the staff to record that Bai Xian had awakened an S rank talent, superior intuition. S rank still didn't fully capture Bai Xian's talent, but he thought this would do. Keeping a low profile might be better. After announcing Bai Xian's S rank talent, his classmates gathered around to congratulate him. A legendary S rank talent. Incredible. Young Master Bai is destined for greatness. His grandfather is a diamond rank beast tamer, and now his grandson awakened an S rank talent. He's truly blessed by fate. It's just a little stronger than everyone else's, huh? Bai Xian replied shyly. They were already this excited over an S rank talent. If they knew the truth that he had awakened a mythic rank talent, anything above SSS rank would cause an uproar. Still, it was a new discovery that a mythic rank talent wasn't even within the facility's identification range. Bai Xian left the testing area and was met by his grandfather, who had been waiting. As soon as he saw his grandson, Bai Jingchong asked eagerly, "Shaoan, how does the mutated talent feel? Any abnormalities?" Bai Xian felt a little guilty and lowered his head. "Grandpa, I feel great. Just a little disappointed I didn't get to build a beast taming space while I was there." Bai Jingchong patted his shoulder and smiled warmly. "Shaoan, what you mentioned isn't a big deal. A talent upgrade from A rank to S rank is a big deal. I'm glad you're okay." Bai Jingchong also said the City Lord's Mansion resources can help Bai Xian quickly build a beast taming space, so you don't need to worry about that. Originally, Bai Xian was planning to confess to his grandfather that he had awakened a mythic grade talent. But just then, the Eye of Providence warned him not to say anything, so Bai Xian immediately shut his mouth. It seems even family can't be told about a mythic grade talent. He'll have to be more careful from now on. Bai Xian couldn't wait to test the Eye of Providence's functions. First, intelligence gathering within a 10-meter radius centered on him. Nothing, whether people or tamed beasts, could escape his detection. This thrilled him. He secretly thought that once his strength improved, he'd be able to expand the search range, even scanning the whole world. Then he'd become all-knowing. Lost in thought, Bai Xian was in high spirits and about to relax with his grandfather in the lounge when he suddenly noticed something unusual. From the Grand Hall's awakening ceremony, a towering beam of light shot into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the light took the form of a fiery phoenix spreading its wings, exuding an overwhelming presence. A phoenix? Could it be? The clear cry of a phoenix, the flames of its form. Bai Jingchong looked up at the phenomenon and confirmed it was an S-rank talent manifestation, Phoenix Flame. Someone who awakens such an ability must be a descendant of the Phoenix clan. Bai Xian suddenly felt uneasy. He had wanted to show off in front of Feng Tianwu, even imagining her embarrassment after being defeated. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu's display was also S-rank. Though Bai Xian's true talent was mythic grade, to outsiders, their strength appeared equal. This thought put him in a sour mood. Feng Tianwu had also finished awakening, and it seemed there wouldn't be any more exciting developments. Bai Xian asked his grandfather for leave and headed home early. But after taking a few steps, Bai Jingchong called out to his two guards, Bai Ji and Bai Xiao. They were a pair of powerful twin siblings. Bai Jingchong suspected that after his grandson awakened an S-rank talent, he would be coveted by many from now on, so he specifically ordered Bai Ji and Bai Xiao to accompany him at all times and never let him act alone. Seeing the two gold-rank beast tamer guards, Bai Ji and Bai Xiao, Bai Xian knew his grandfather had already arranged everything. To be honest, he didn't like being watched all the time, but he couldn't oppose Bai Jingchong's decision. Afterward, his grandfather handed him a key, saying it was the key to the treasure vault, and that he should use the spirit wall crystals inside to build his beast taming space upon his return. Seeing the key, Bai Zian's expression finally softened a little. The lord of the manor was indeed wealthy and generous. The spirit wall crystals Bai Jingchong mentioned were items containing crystal energy, greatly beneficial for developing a beast taming space. Typically, only beast tamers use such items when breaking through to elevate their space beast taming to a new realm. Because of this, spirit wall crystals are extremely precious, usually priced at no less than 19,000 gold coins. Despite the steep price, many wealthy individuals are willing to pay, though they aren't always available. And yet, the lord of the manor actually had such treasures here. Bai Ziyan returned to the manor and headed straight for the treasure vault. He instructed Bai Ji and Bai Shi to guard outside and not let anyone disturb him. The two obediently followed his orders. Bai Ziyan inserted the key into the lock, which also required strict eye and blood verification. Only after completing the verification was the door activated. The vault door slowly opened. This place held the Bai family's treasures collected over hundreds of years. Only the rarest items in the outside world were stored here. Bai Ziyan casually picked up one such treasure. For example, this rainbow spider core had appeared at an auction 5 years ago. Many families had fought fiercely over it, sparing no effort. But in the end, the Feng family acquired it for 150 million gold coins, only for it to fall into the Bai family's hands. Bai Ziyan didn't linger, immediately searching for the spirit wall crystals. They were stored in a sturdy box. Even an ordinary person would benefit greatly from owning just one spirit wall crystal. This is already enough to show off in front of others. Yet that box alone contained about 300 pieces, which could be worth up to 300 million spirit coins. And there were over a dozen such boxes around him. This meant Bai Ziyan was standing in the middle of a mountain of wealth. He must have had an incredible life. Even if he took 100 steps back, he'd still be far from the finish line. Furthermore, the power of a spatial beast tamer is definitely linked to one's innate beast taming talent. Simply put, a rank F beast tamer only needs one spirit wall crystal to construct a beast taming space. But a rank S beast tamer would need around 30. So for someone with mythic grade talent like Bai Ziyan, it might require 200 or 300. Bai Ziyan had just thought of this when, before he could even ask, a status panel instantly appeared before him, displaying the information he needed. Ordinary mythic grade spatial beast taming consumes 333 spirit wall crystals. Bai Ziyan was stunned beyond words. Was it possible that whenever he had a question, the Heavenly Eye would just provide the answer? This was even more impressive than those search websites. And the Heavenly Eye, his mythic grade talent, seemed to hold many more undiscovered functions. Just thinking about it was enough to excite him. But for now, his top priority was constructing the spatial beast taming space. With a lavish mindset, Bai Ziyan immediately chose the perfect mythic grade spatial beast taming, consuming 999 spirit wall crystals. While Bai Ziyan was busy activating his spatial beast taming in the treasure vault, his father was overjoyed by the flood of congratulatory letters pouring into their estate. It seemed that after news of Bai Ziyan awakening his rank S talent spread, officials and nobles like the Fan family wanted to build connections with the city lord and, more specifically, with Bai Ziyan. Just yesterday, Madame Feng had even asked if Little Un was already betrothed. Bai Ziyan's mother couldn't stop smiling with joy. In her eyes, Bai Ziyan was still just a child. But it felt like just a blink of an eye during his coming-of-age ceremony, and he had already grown up. At this, Bai Ziyan's father seemed a bit anxious. Because you've been in the treasure vault for a whole week now. Though he usually appears strict, he's actually deeply worried about his son encountering misfortune. In contrast, his grandfather, Bai Jingchong, remains remarkably calm. Don't worry. Xiaowen's S-rank talent is one of a kind. Building a spatial beast tamer naturally takes more time and effort than others. Bai Jingchong reassures his son. But just as he finishes speaking, he senses an unusual surge of energy. The power is so immense that even he can't help but stand up abruptly. Despite having maintained an extremely composed demeanor until now, Bai Jingchong knows his grandson has successfully created a spatial beast tamer. He spent 999 spirit wall crystals to finally construct an astonishingly vast space. When Bai Ziyan opened his eyes and saw his spatial beast tamer, he was shocked himself. This space is truly enormous. Textbooks clearly describe that the first spatial beast tamer is a white space about 10 square meters in size. Bai Ziyan's spatial beast tamer, however, looks like it could hold 1,000 such spaces, complete with mountains and rivers. Appearing no different from a real world. Just then, the system sends a new notification. Due to your talent, your perfect mythical grade spatial beast tamer has gained additional effects. First, it can shorten the growth time of pets. Second, it can effectively eliminate negative statuses. And lastly, it has a chance to unlock a pet's hidden potential. Bai Ziyan can't help but let out an excited shout. Additional effects? He had heard of the concept before, but extraordinary spatial beast tamers don't usually gain them. Even if they do, it only happens under extremely rare circumstances. Yet his spatial beast tamer gained 3 additional effects right after being created, each one incredibly powerful. There's a rule in the world of beast tamers: the greater a spirit beast's potential, the longer its growth cycle. Many beast tamers pass away before their spirit beasts can fully realize their potential. However, in Byzian's spatial beast tamer, those spirit beasts with immense potential. It can also shorten the entire growth period. With just the triple buff effect of this spatial spirit beast, he is destined to become the greatest young spirit beast master prodigy in the history of the 9-continent federation. Next, let's talk about its ability to eliminate negative effects. In battle, if a pet is controlled, poisoned, paralyzed, or burned, it will lose its ability to fight. Ordinary people would need to spend a lot of time and effort nursing them back to health. But Byzian only needs to recall them into the spirit beast space and release them after some time. This allows his spirit beasts to recover to a perfect, joyful state, with their combat power peaking as if nothing had happened. Finally, there's the effect of unlocking hidden talents. This is the most game-changing buff of all. Since a spirit beast's talents are fixed at birth, only legendary grade treasures can enhance or alter them. Yet with the spirit beast space alone, Byzian can fulfill the role of such treasures without any usage limits. Spending 999 spirit wall crystals to craft a perfect grade mythical spirit beast space was an incredibly worthwhile investment, and Byzian was very satisfied. If an ordinary family were asked to build a spirit beast space costing over 1 billion continent coins for their child, they simply couldn't afford it. Fortunately, he chose the right family to be born into. Byzian silently counted his blessings before pushing the door open. Step out of the treasure museum. At this moment, the Bai family of 4 were all waiting at the door. Seeing him emerge, they all asked eagerly, "Shawan, how are you feeling now? You haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole week. You've lost so much weight." As Byzian returned to daily life, his first priority was to make up for a meal. Usually, he was sick of eating Chuanhao seafood. But today, Byzian accepted everything, devouring his food like a starving ghost. Bai Jingchong and his parents sat across from him, watching their precious family member intently until he was full, then suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Alright, Grandpa, building the spiritual beast space costs 999 spirit wall crystals." Byzian's words hit like a bolt from the blue. 999 spirit wall crystals were worth over 1 billion Zhu coins. His father seemed to take the biggest blow, slumping into his chair unsteadily and muttering to himself, "Byzian, you're such a spendthrift." Bai Jingchong didn't react as dramatically as his son, but cold sweat still broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, the Bai family was wealthy, or they really wouldn't be able to afford this grandson. "I never expected an S-rank mutated talent to consume so many spirit wall crystals," Bai Jingchong said while wiping his sweat. Byzian wanted to tell him it was actually his mythic grade talent that was so costly, but he couldn't say it. So he continued focusing on his meal. Not until his stomach couldn't hold another bite did Byzian finally put down his chopsticks. Just then, Bai Jingchong remembered something else. Recently, his red-eyed goldfish, his lifebound spiritual beast, had laid eggs. He suggested his grandson go take a look, and if he liked one, he could sign a contract with it right away. At the mention of the red-eyed goldfish, Byzian sat up excitedly. But he had eaten too much and nearly threw up his meal. After Byzian digested his food, Bai Jingchong took him to the spiritual beast egg storage room. The staff here were extremely meticulous, not daring to make the slightest mistake. The Bai family was a water-type spiritual beast clan, so they placed great importance on breeding water-type spiritual beasts and possessed unique cultivation secrets to ensure a stable supply. Additionally, they possess the growth resources we need. That's why the first spirit beast of the Bai family's descendants is always a water-type spirit beast. Relying on these resources, they cultivate in seclusion within the family and quickly gain enough strength to join the ranks of beast tamers. Byzian had long heard of this reserve, but seeing it in person still left him stunned by its sheer scale. Most of the spirit beast licenses here are entry-level silver rank, with some even capable of reaching gold rank upon maturity. However, for someone with his mythic level talent, this was far from enough. His spirit beast had to be of the highest rank and the finest quality. That was why Bai Jingchong had brought him directly to this diamond rank golden scaled red-eyed goldfish. Though it was called a fish, it looked more like a dragon. Its species was the red-eyed golden carp water type, its cultivation at peak diamond rank, its talent in S-rank water scorch, and its aptitude also at peak diamond rank. But its essence had been damaged. This spirit beast possessed 3 skills: purple grade water scorch, water surge, and torrential waves, all green grade. All in all, this was an extraordinary spirit beast. Though its essence had suffered significant harm. Byzian grew curious, what could have happened to injure its essence so badly? Bai Jingchong waved his hand, and the red-eyed goldfish immediately swam to his side. "Old friend, Shaoan has successfully awakened his beast-taming talent. I hope you'll take your child out to explore the world as well. The red-eyed goldfish nodded, while Bai Ziyan was still searching for an opportunity to try using his awakened eye to see if he could help restore its essence. It was only then that he noticed two spirit beast eggs appearing beside the red-eyed goldfish. One was a white Qilin water-type fish egg with an A-rank water break talent. And its aptitude was entry-level diamond rank. Its three skills were blue-grade water break, water surge, and cannon wave, all green-grade. Shaoan, take a look and see which one suits you better. Bai Jingchong urged. Bai Ziyan then looked at the other egg. Though both were white Qilin water-type fish eggs, this one was different. Because it actually possessed two talents, one of them being water-type, and the other. Flow Shatter Grade A is the talent equivalent of Flow Control Divine Speed Grade S. Its aptitude is also a tier above that, brother. It's a purple top grade aptitude. It has 4 skills, 2 of which are purple grade, Water Flow Control Speed and Water Flow Shatter, plus 2 green grade skills, Water Surface Charge and Cannon Barrier. The Eye of Corpse Awakening further explained that this creature is born with 2 innate talents. But due to its exceptional aptitude, its energy consumption is extreme, leading to malnutrition and even life-threatening risks. Bai Ziyan stared at it unblinkingly, already a purple top-grade aptitude, and born with 2 talents. How could the offspring of a red-eyed goldfish produce such a bizarre creature? He no longer considered the horse and immediately chose it. But Bai Jingson looked on in confusion. Shaoan, this egg looks shriveled, dull, and its life force is weak. It clearly has a congenital defect. And it might not even survive hatching. Bai Jingsong finished in one breath and apologized to the red-eyed goldfish's old friend. Though his words were harsh, they came from concern for his nephew. Yet Bai Ziyan insisted on choosing the seemingly frail egg, claiming his intuition told him this was the perfect companion for him. There likely isn't a water-type spirit beast with better aptitude in the entire Wanchao world. Seeing his nephew so determined, Bai Jingsong no longer tried to stop him. However, to take one of the eggs as a contracted spirit beast, they needed the mother's consent, the red-eyed goldfish herself. Bai Ziyan had assumed they'd need to win the goldfish's favor. But when they turned back, they saw it tearing off a scale from its belly and pressing it onto the egg Bai Ziyan had chosen. Is it giving this to me? His surprise was evident. Shaoan, that's the red-eyed goldfish's primordial scale. It strengthens a water-type spirit beast's foundation and boosts water-based skill effects by 10%. Bai Jingsong explained, it seemed they no longer needed to ask for permission. After all, this scale alone was the goldfish's way of showing gratitude. By choosing the weaker egg, Bai Ziyan had greatly increased its chances of survival. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to raise it to adulthood. Bai Ziyan cradled the white-scaled fish eggs of the water-type lineage in the golden fishbowl, speaking with unwavering determination, both a vow to his grandfather and a promise to the red-eyed golden fish mother. Afterward, he returned to his room and placed the still unhatched white-scaled spiritual beast egg and the red-eyed goldfish's life-bound fishbowl into a clean water basin. Then, he added nutrient solutions made from heartbloom flower, dragon whisker root, and snow lotus seeds, unicorn dew grass, purple orchid leaf grass, sand fruit, and crimson ginseng fruit, along with blood essence grass, all refined from high-grade medicinal herbs, and poured them all in. The concoction looked like poison, but when applied to the white-scaled fish egg, it instantly revitalized the once frail egg, making it incredibly robust. The iron eye fruit truly lives up to its reputation. It transformed the white-scaled fish egg from weakness to perfect health. With that, Bai Ziyan could now safely form a contract with the white-scaled fish. Without hesitation, he swiftly sealed the pact with the spiritual beast and succeeded almost instantly. The moment the contract was finalized, the egg cracked open, and the white-scaled fish wriggled out. A month later, Bai Ziyan had been nurturing it within his beast-taming space. It quickly absorbed the supplementary effects, awakening a new talent. An S-rank nether force, along with the skill nether water bone corrosion. The spiritual beast's potential had directly advanced to the mid-tier monarch realm. This fish, much like its master, was born with a protagonist's aura. Even as a newborn, the white-scaled fish could defeat 5th-tier unranked spiritual beasts, showing boundless promise. Bai Ziyan was thoroughly impressed. His white-scaled fish was truly extraordinary. None of the other water-type spiritual beasts in his family could match it. Without battling higher-tier spiritual beasts, it would struggle to grow swiftly from unranked to the ironbone realm. Spiritual beasts are ranked as unranked, ironbone, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, purple star, monarch, epic, legendary, with the highest being divine. Unranked signifies a spiritual beast that has yet to mature or enter formal ranks. Once matured, a spiritual beast enters the ironbone realm, where evolution paths can be considered. Venturing out for training is a must. With that in mind, Bai Ziyan took the white-scaled fish with him and instructed Bai Ji and Bai Shao to prepare, joining him on the trip to Bamboo Fire Street. The Boundless Star Realm has a total of 7 main cities. Each main city is surrounded by 7 satellite cities. The bamboo fire town that Bai Zian is about to visit belongs to Balan City, one of the 7 satellite cities. There is a volcano there, inhabited by a fire-type spiritual beast spider, named the bamboo fire spider. These spiritual beasts are usually of an unremarkable realm. Even the most talented bamboo fire spiders can only reach the black iron rank, making them perfect for disciples of Balan City to train. The 3 of them arrived at Balan City's high-speed train station. Just as they were about to pass through the ticket gate, Bai Zian heard someone shouting his name again. "Bai Zian, how dare you not come see me? Who did you think I was?" It turned out to be the young phoenix from the Feng family. Bai Zian didn't even turn his head, telling her that since both had awakened S-rank talents, they were even, so their previous bet was void. Yet Feng Tianwu was still furious. "True, we are even, but after the awakening hall, you left without a word. Am I not worthy of your attention?" Bai Zian hadn't expected her to take it so seriously. Feng Tianwu added that she had been looking for him after the awakening ceremony. Now, seeing him about to leave for another city, she assumed he was avoiding her and grew even angrier. "Heartless scoundrel, traitor!" Feng Tianwu shouted loudly, making Bai Zian feel extremely awkward. What is this old lady talking about? Outsiders would definitely misunderstand and think he had betrayed her feelings. He had originally planned to ignore Feng Tianwu and board the train, but she reached out, trying to grab Bai Zian. "Wait, don't leave. If you don't listen to me today, I won't let you off." Unfortunately, before Feng Tianwu's hand could even touch Bai Zian's clothes, Bai Xiao coldly stopped her. "Miss Feng, please compose yourself." Feng Tianwu was startled and turned to look at Bai Xiao, completely overpowered by her presence. Facing a golden rank beast tamer, even someone who had just awakened an S-rank talent. Even someone like Feng Tianwu was no match for him, so he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Still, she had to state the purpose of her visit. After all the trouble she went through to get here, Feng Tianwu wanted another match with Bai Zian. Specifically, after enrolling, she wanted their spiritual pets to compete, with her as the judge. Bai Zian half-heartedly agreed, and just like that, he took the bait. Though he showed no outward reaction, Bai Zian was truly furious. That little phoenix's personality was just unbearable. If their families weren't old friends, he would have given her a good scolding. An announcement at the station said the train to Zhuohua City was arriving, so Bai Zian put Feng Tianwu out of his mind and focused on his own affairs. Between the main city and its satellite cities lay a perilous wilderness teeming with spiritual beasts. Few ventured there alone, except for the beast-taming teams on hunting expeditions. Yet, people still needed to travel between cities. So they created a special mode of transport capable of crossing the wilderness. This was a train transformed from a spiritual beast called the Thousand Endurance Beast. Its body was as hard as steel, offering exceptional defense, and its length spanned 100 meters. Each carriage was crafted from a segment of the Thousand Endurance Beast's limbs. The higher the beast's cultivation realm, the safer the train, and thus, the more expensive the tickets. However, this wasn't an issue for Bai Zian. As someone who had successfully reincarnated into a wealthy family, renting out the entire train wouldn't be a problem. But he had always lived simply in his past life, so he didn't need such extravagance. There was one thing Bai Zian hadn't expected, though. When he entered the first-class cabin to validate his ticket, the system showed he only had a second-class ticket. The staff asked him to move to the second-class cabin, which was deeply embarrassing. It seemed his grandfather had already intervened. Before leaving, Elder Bai had told his grandson to live like an ordinary person during his training, to experience more and face challenges, and preferably get tricked a few times to broaden his horizons. But he never imagined his grandfather would enforce it so strictly, making him ride second class, and even forbidding his guards like Bai Ji and Bai Shi from accompanying him. This carriage was really noisy. Bai Zian couldn't help but activate his heavenly revelation eye, only to discover that the noisy group was from the Beast Spirit Academy X in Guangyan Town, a subsidiary of Balan City. He also took the chance to check their spirit beast information. They had already been in school for a year, yet their spirit pets still hadn't reached the ironclad realm. How pathetic. Now, Bai Zian felt even more smug. This was the difference between those with average talent and average spirit beasts and someone like him, who possessed extraordinary aptitude. It was just too childish. However, Bai Zian's smugness was quickly shattered when he noticed a girl named Gubai. She also had an S-rank mystic affinity, capable of stripping others of their luck in a single cast. Earlier, Gubai had been sitting alone in the corner. But just then, another girl passed by her. The girl had been walking fine, but as she passed Gubai, she suddenly tripped and fell backward. After falling, her first reaction was to scramble up and shout insults. "You jinx! Why did you bump into us for no reason? This is so unlucky. If anything happens to me, can you take responsibility?" Gubai seemed used to this, though she wasn't at fault. She still apologized softly. But the other girl just yelled again. "Don't talk to me. Bai Zian silently observed Gu Bai. This girl was just like him. Not only did she have an S-rank talent, but she also belonged to the Divine Will affinity. With such strong aptitude, she must have caused quite a stir during the assessment. So why hadn't Quangyan Town reported this to Belan City? Instead, they let someone with such outstanding talent grow up in a small town and attend this kind of spirit beast academy with no cultural depth. He felt something was off about this, and secretly decided to get to the bottom of it. The Z-class airship was extremely fast, and soon entered the jurisdiction of Zhuhua City. As soon as the ship docked, Gu Bai walked down dejectedly. Bai Zian silently followed behind her before calling out to stop her. Bai Xiao, what do you want with me? Bai Xiao appeared behind Bai Zian like a ghost. It seemed that even though their grandfather forbade close protection, Bai Xiao was still arrange for someone to keep an eye on Bai Zian from a distance in case he needs help. Help me thoroughly investigate her background. Bai Zian raised his chin, pointing at the girl named Gu Bai walking ahead. Bai Xiao, who usually had a cold expression, now wore a meaningful smile as she asked softly. Young master, did you take a liking to that girl at first sight? Bai Zian immediately denied it, saying she was just a bit special. If we can recruit her before she grows stronger, the Bai family's future power will surely rise significantly. Then, Bai Zian returned to the purpose of his visit here. In this city, bamboo fire spiders could be found everywhere. Bai Zian immediately summoned his silver carp to battle the spider swarm. Though these spiders were low level, their sheer numbers and ferocity forced the silver carp to take extra time. But the outcome was the same. In just over a minute, it had taken out 4 5th-rank bamboo fire spiders. Far stronger than in the training grounds. Bai Zian realized that under normal circumstances, the water teaching's power would only be enough to drill a hole in those spiders' heads. This time, however, the silver carp's attacks made the spiders explode into pieces. He was deeply puzzled. The water flow shatter could enhance the effects of water-based attack skills. Bai Zian's talent explained this. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't expected the silver carp to have such an ability. It seemed he'd have to find stronger bamboo fire spiders. Only by fighting spirit beasts stronger than itself could it feel the pressure to grow and comprehend new skills. Based on proficiency, skills are divided into beginner, proficient, adept, mastery, and the highest level, perfection. Currently, the silver carp has 5 skills, and if it doesn't train hard, they'll remain at the lowest level, unleashing minimal power. For example, a swordsman's skill at the beginner or proficient stage can only cut through a single bamboo stalk. But after years of cultivation, reaching perfection, a single slash can cleave a mountain. This is the difference proficiency makes. Different spirit beasts mastering the same skill can also produce varying effects and power levels. Lost in thought, Bai Zian was once again surrounded by a swarm of bamboo fire spiders. And so, he and the silver carp fought here for an entire week. After this past week, the white scale fish's power has significantly increased. Sometimes, it gets hit by the fire bamboo spider's silk threads. But instead of putting the white scale fish at a disadvantage, it makes its attacks even fiercer and more damaging. Bai Zian had been carefully observing his spiritual beast's battle process. At this rate, in about another week, the white scale fish would reach level 9. Just then, Bai Ji suddenly appeared behind him, bringing the intel she and Bai Yao had gathered about the Bai family's young girl. The young girl's parents died in a car accident when she was very young. It was as if fate had destined her to bring misfortune to all her loved ones. After that, no relatives dared to take her in. Her parents had also left behind a debt. If not for her recently awakened talent, which granted her protection from the awakening headquarters, she might have been sold off by creditors long ago. After entering the academy, the young girl made a few new friends, but they all met with misfortune. From then on, she was avoided and disliked by others. Fortunately, she had a resilient personality and refused to be broken by bad luck. In her spare time, she worked part-time jobs to support herself, using the rest of her earnings to pay off the debt. However, the places she worked either shut down or were extremely far away. Bai Zian pondered how the young girl's talent seemed to bring such misfortune. Still, she had a clean background and a determined personality. She was someone with great resilience. He asked Bai Ji if anything unusual had happened on the day the young girl awakened her talent. Bai Ji nodded. Something had indeed happened. That day, the young girl was the last to have her talent assessed, and after her successful awakening, the machine malfunctioned. The staff present also encountered issues, but to avoid delays, they switched to a new machine and reassessed her. As a result, her assessment report showed an F-grade talent, but Bai Zian had seen her true S-grade potential. He found it even more intriguing that her talent could even affect objects. He immediately ordered Bai Ji to send someone to South Mining City to resolve the young girl's debt issues and then transfer her to the Beast Taming Academy in White Scale City. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Bai Ji's face. It's no different from the previous white erosion incident, she thought to herself. Young Master's spring has truly arrived, so overbearing. using money to transfer someone else's school for them. This is what love looks like for the wealthy. Bai Zian immediately realized Bai Ji was overthinking again. He had been about to scold her when suddenly, someone shouted. Then, they saw Little Miss Bai being chased by a fire bamboo spider. He quickly sent Bai Linyu to strike, saving her life. Seeing this, Bai Ji immediately classified it as a hero saves beauty moment, and swiftly vanished to give them some privacy. Bai Zian sighed, she didn't even give him a chance to explain. Meanwhile, Little Miss Bai lay sprawled on the ground. If he didn't help her up, he wouldn't feel like a gentleman. Thinking this, Bai Zian acted at once. But perhaps Little Miss Bai worried her bad luck would affect him, so she struggled to stand on her own. Afterward, she recognized him as the person from the same train carriage earlier. They asked each other's names and introduced themselves. Little Miss Bai silently assessed him. Defeating an iron rank fire bamboo spider in one move, impressive. Seeing her lost in thought, Bai Zian took the initiative to speak. What are you doing here? Where are your classmates? Mentioning her classmates made Little Miss Bai look uneasy. She said she and her classmates had just been separated by mutated fire bamboo spiders. For most people, this would be terrible luck. But after hearing this, Bai Zian excitedly grabbed her hand and urged her to take him there. Flustered by his action, she blushed and pulled her hand back. But it's dangerous there. And I might bring you bad luck, she hesitated. Bai Zian didn't care about any of that. He took her hand again, insisting she lead him to the mutated spiders, promising his Bai Linyu would amaze her. He was genuinely happy. This situation was killing two birds with one stone, letting Bai Linyu practice while showing Little Miss Bai his strength, making it easier for her to submit to the Bai family. Ever since leaving, Bai Ji has been secretly observing her young master from a high vantage point. When she saw Bai Zian holding Little Bai's hand, she got as excited as a teenage girl watching a K-drama. However, after seeing Bai Zian smile, Bai Ji felt a chill down her spine, sensing a strong killing intent behind it. Little Bai quickly led Bai Zian to the mutated spider's lair. Though this spider had a vile nature, it possessed 2 innate talents. So you still need to be careful and observe the situation. Even though it was just a low-level spiritual beast, having 2 innate talents was rare. It seemed there might be some rare treasure in that cave. Thinking of this, Bai Zian took out the white carp, preparing for battle. Earlier, Little Bai had advised him to leave, as the mutated spider was not something new students like them could handle. But Bai Zian replied firmly. No problem, just step back and watch. Then, Bai Zian instructed the white carp to first use water spears to strike down some of the fire bamboo spiders. When the mutated spider leader made its move, it would use water burst to finish it off. The silver carp nodded in agreement and leapt forward bravely. The mutated spider was alerted and immediately woke up. Upon confirming the enemy was only an 8th rank spiritual beast, it flew into a rage, outraged that such a weak opponent dared invade its territory. The mutated spider immediately ordered its underlings to engage the enemy. But Bai Zian's white carp was no ordinary beast. The power it displayed shocked the mutated spider leader. The white carp took out most of its minions in nearly one move. This infuriated the mutated spider even more. It unleashed its full strength, trying to tear the white carp to shreds. Under the intense fire attacks, the water streams released by the white carp instantly evaporated. Seeing the situation turn dire, Bai Zian immediately ordered it to use flash speed to dodge the attacks. The white carp obediently followed and successfully escaped danger. Flash speed was a skill that greatly enhanced its speed over a wide range. Combined with the white carp's mastery of the water domain, dodging the mutated spider's attacks was effortless. Seeing this, the spider became even more aggressive, launching attack after attack. Its assaults were nearly relentless. But the white-scaled fish effortlessly dodged all the attacks. After a series of evasive maneuvers, it even managed to approach the mutant spider from above. Bai Zian had to loudly remind his spiritual beast again. Don't let it provoke you, focus on clearing the smaller enemies first. The real battle has only just begun. Hearing its master's warning, the white-scaled fish seemed to snap back to reality, quickly shifting its target from the mutant spider to the remaining fire bamboo spiders. Seeing all its minions wiped out before its eyes, the spider's fury reached its peak. Bai Zian guessed that the two of them had likely enraged the spider, forcing it to unleash its strongest techniques. Sure enough, this time its attacks were noticeably stronger. The white-scaled fish calmly dodged using flow control speed, then countered with water burst, targeting the spider's legs. Bai Zian watched every moment of the battle closely. The power of water burst was comparable to water spear impact. Now facing a fire-type opponent, the white-scaled fish naturally had the upper hand. Given the current temperature, victory was assured for them. Yet, everything was going too smoothly, making Bai Zian uneasy. And as he feared, the worst happened. The spider had already set a trap during the fight. Though the white-scaled fish dodged every attack with ease, each strike left strands of spider silk lingering in the air. The longer it evaded, the denser the silk became, filling the entire cave. The white-scaled fish's movements were severely restricted as a result. If this continued, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. So, he immediately ordered his spiritual beast to use abyssal water erosion, striking down the enemy in one fell swoop. The little fish followed the command and unleashed its ultimate technique. This attack surged like a tidal wave, splitting into multiple streams from all directions, leaving the mutant spider defenseless. The white-scaled fish emerged victorious. However, due to earlier injuries, using abyssal water erosion had left it completely exhausted. Bai Ziyan quickly caught it in his arms. At that moment, the system notified him that the white-scaled fish had successfully advanced to the non-flow 9th stage. All that remained was to place it in the spiritual beast space to rest and recover. Now, Xiao Gubai timidly steps forward to ask, "How is the white carp?" "It's fine. It's just a little exhausted. It'll recover after some rest." Then, he approaches the mutated spider, ready to claim his spoils. But just as he draws his blade, Xiao Gubai beats him to it. She seems very familiar with dissecting spirit beast corpses, her technique quite skilled. Bai Ziyan can only step aside and let Xiao Gubai handle it herself. Meanwhile, he uses his heavenly revelation eye to check if there are any rare treasures in the cave. However, before he can finish scanning, he hears Xiao Gubai excitedly calling him. "Ziyan, Ziyan, look at this. I found it inside the spider leader." Xiao Gubai holds an awakening origin stone in her hand. This is a divine stone containing the essence of awakening, capable of helping living beings awaken new talents. Before he could even use his heavenly revelation eye, Xiao Gubai had already discovered the cave's most precious treasure. Her Xia family talent, fortune gathering, is also very effective in finding treasures. Previously, Bai Ziyan had only seen two things with awakening talents. One was the awakening stone from the Kyushu Federation in the Great Hall that day. The other was his beast taming space. And now, Xiao Gubai had found another item with a similar effect. However, in the Kyushu Federation, items that can awaken talents are absolutely treasures. Xiao Gubai lacks the ability to appraise it, so she doesn't know this. And Bai Ziyan can't tell her. Because while he knows she has good character, he worries she might be tempted by such a great treasure. So, Bai Ziyan casually says, "I don't know what this is either. I'll ask the elders in my family when we get back." Xiao Gubai nods repeatedly, still busy dissecting the spider. Seeing this, Bai Ziyan feels the timing is right and invites her to his home. Xiao Gubai pauses, turning to look at him in confusion. "Are you really inviting me?" Bai Ziyan nods, and Xiao Gubai turns back around. She struck the mutated spider with another slash. She felt that Bai Ziyan was so powerful, while she from childhood to now had been nothing but a cursed jinx, despised by everyone, a true monster. That's why she couldn't bring herself to believe, let alone accept, those 10 vows. "That's not true. You're not a monster, just a little different, that's all." Bai Ziyan took the knife from her hand, preventing her from taking out her frustration on the spider any further. Then, he once again invited her to work under the young master of the Bai family in White Qilan City. By then, Bai Ziyan would definitely take her to see the grander sights of Beast Tamer City at a higher realm. "Bai Qi, are you talking about the Golden Core Beast Tamer, by Jingchong's family?" Xiao Gubai asked in confusion. "That's right. So, would you like to join our Bai family?" Bai Ziyan answered while extending his hand. Looking at his hand, Xiao Gubai suddenly had an idea, maybe she should try again. Perhaps this time, things would be different. So she reached out, took his hand, and agreed. In that moment, Xiao Bai swore to herself that she would work twice as hard to repay the kindness of the one who had reached out to her in her darkest hour. After reaching an agreement, Bai Ziyan said he had a gift for Xiao Gubai. Then, he brushed aside the spider webs and revealed a cluster of mutated bamboo fire spider eggs. Mutated spider eggs also undergo changes upon hatching, much like facing the possibility of cultivating a new spider species. If we can leverage this to raise a new spiritual beast, it will bring immense benefits to the Bai family. Thus, he let Gubai choose an egg as the condition for joining Bai Luo. "The condition for joining Bai Luo, are you asking me to sign a new contract?" Gubai asked cautiously. Bai Ziyan nodded. The contract between a beast tamer and their spiritual beast can be completely dissolved. As the beast tamer grows, contracts with low-level pets are no longer suitable for battle. Choosing a pet with greater potential is common. There are two ways to sign a new contract. The first is to void the old contract, and the second is to let go of your old pet. Gubai hesitated before stepping forward, immediately picking the egg with the highest potential. "It seems you were right. Her talent is very useful for finding treasures. Now it's time to dissolve the contract." The first method may cause backlash to the beast tamer, even risking the loss of their spiritual veins. But the second method is too harsh, so he was curious which one she would choose. Gubai didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to void her old contract with her beetle pet. When the process ended, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Zian rushed over in a panic. I'm fine. Despite the pain, Gubai struggled to sit up, solemnly bidding farewell to her beetle pet. After all, they had been companions for so long, and parting was bittersweet. Gubai watched the beetle for a long time until it disappeared from sight. After this, Bai Zian was even more certain he had chosen the right person. After the matter was settled, the two headed to Blackstreet in Bamboo Fire City to purchase some items. The spirit stone merchant feigned outrage, pointing at the pile of spirit stones and saying, "The moment you opened your mouth, the 9,000 taels of capital lost a digit. No more haggling." But who is Zian? He's both shrewd and handsome. How could he be easily fooled by that old man? You're asking if the boss thinks I'm young and easy to scam? You're even angrier than that old man now. This is a total scam. This spirit core is shattered like this. There's not even a trace of residual energy left. Hearing this, the old man finally dropped his fake act. He stammered in defense, saying that even though it's damaged, it might still hold the original imprint of the spirit beast. Maybe it could help a spirit beast of the same affinity comprehend this skill. After some thought, Zian admitted the boss might have a point. The odds of sensing a skill in a shattered spirit core are about 1 in a billion. If it weren't for how nice it looks, I probably wouldn't have thought of it. A system voice announced, Crimson Blaze Baron Spirit Core. A Supreme Spirit Beast Monarch Spirit Core, severely damaged. Current skill imprint, Celestial Purple Flame. He pondered to himself, his expression suddenly turning sly, which startled Gubai. Who would have thought such a treasure was hidden in a small city under the black market city? Gubai's luck was really working in his favor. The old merchant looked much more honest now. He made a suggestion. How about this, let's be honest with each other. 90,000 yuan. But Zian pretended to be impatient. Fine, that's enough. Looks like this trick still works. No wonder those Empress Dowagers always use this tactic when shopping. Oh dear, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan. Heh, 10,000, 10,000. This is the lowest price. If you agree, take it. Zian happily accepted. Deal. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Wait. A purple-haired man appeared from nowhere. He bluntly declared he wanted to compete for this spirit core. I'm interested in this spirit core too. Judging by his annoying attitude, he's clearly here to cause trouble. The purple-haired man flicked his hair casually. I'll offer 20,000. Zian pushed his hand away. He thought to himself. What nerve! How dare he make the first move? After thinking, he huffed and reminded him. Hey, buddy. Making the first move like that is really going too far. The purple-haired scoundrel said. The boss hasn't sold the spirit core to anyone yet. Of course I can make an offer. He pointed at the boy mockingly. And you call yourself a beast tamer? You can't even afford this, let alone 20,000 taels of silver. He said smugly. I'm the nephew of the Bamboo Fire City mayor. So I can arrange a job for you enough to scrape by. So he's a rich official's kid with power and influence. Suddenly, my attention met hers. The purple-haired man greeted Ziwan behind him. He noticed Gubai. Didn't pay attention earlier. Those soft hands, fair skin with a rosy tint. So lovely. The purple-haired man's face looked utterly despicable. He sighed. A rare beauty indeed. Ziwan couldn't take it anymore. The boy suggested. Since we both want it. How about a life and death duel to settle this? He stepped in front of Gubai. He thought to himself, this was the kind of weak but arrogant villain. Look at this jerk's face. It's like the word despicable is written all over it. Let me use you for some practice. Insight activated. The purple-haired man was furious. Playing the hero here? You're asking for trouble. His spirit beast also spewed flames. A system voice rang out. Crimson Flame Species. Sacrificial Fire Spirit. Top-tier silver rank. Innate Constitution, Molten Mud. Mid-grade Black Iron quality. Skills, Blue Flame Flow, Green Flame Fury. He commands. Go. Good dog. Kill him for me. The sacrificial spirit beast lunges at Zian, as if to tear him apart. Zian remains completely unfazed. He calmly dodges while holding Gubai. Zian finds this somewhat amusing. For someone like him, who has always been protected by his family, the chance to engage in a life-or-death battle with a beast tamer is rare indeed. The purple-haired man's spirit beast attacks fiercely again. Zian merely smiles faintly. He had just defeated a bronze-rank spirit beast. He wonders how strong this black iron-rank beast tamer really is. He effortlessly dodges the beast's attack once more. The purple-haired man taunts him. If you've got what it takes, stop running, coward. The crowd of onlookers grows larger. Whispers spread among them. Isn't that the nephew of the market supervisor? Oh no, the supervisor's nephew is notorious for bullying people here. I've heard he always cheats in duels by ambushing his opponents. The spirit beast continues its assault. It grows increasingly frenzied. Gubai shouts in concern. Be careful, Xian. The old merchant can only sigh. That kid is done for. But Xian shows no sign of panic. He remains as composed as ever. If you don't want me to dodge, then I'll face you head on. He seizes the moment as the spirit orb lunges, sweeping his arm in a circle. Xian twirls the spirit orb like kneading dough. Finally, he delivers the decisive strike. A force pushes the purple-haired man's spirit beast away. Now the spirit beast lies on the ground, looking like a frightened puppy. It seems really pitiful. The junior from the market, seeing he wasn't given face, starts threatening. This kid should know better than to act without considering his master's reputation. I'll make him regret this. Without a care for the spirit beast's injuries, he continues giving orders. Sacrifice, use flowing fire. The spirit beast obeys. It gathers a fireball and spirals it towards Xian. Xian dodges just in time. He sees the ground scorched into a large crater. He quietly decides it's time to summon his own spirit beast. Now's the moment to bring out the carp. Fire and water don't mix. No time to waste. Xian summons his water-type spirit beast. Come forth, carp. The moment the carp appears, Xian senses something is off. Suddenly, a giant serpent appears behind him. It lunges, jaws wide, trying to swallow him whole, but he dodges. So the purple-haired man was resorting to cheap ambush tactics. And he has the nerve to act smug about it. Unbelievable. You even dodged that sneak attack. A system voice chimes in. Insect Clan's Yellow Fire Chariot, Fire type. Mid-rank Silver Stage. Talent, Rapid Boost. He gives the command. Carp. Let's finish this quickly. The carp understands and cooperates seamlessly. The purple-haired man still overestimates himself. He shouts, perfect. Imperial Sphere. Blazing Fury. But even 2 against 1 is proving tough. The Qilin fish is engulfed in fireballs. It lets out a shriek. This isn't good. The fireball suddenly explodes. The Qilin fish is shrouded in a red haze, its condition unclear. The purple-haired man smirks triumphantly. How dare a low-ranking beast tamer with just a minor spirit beast challenge someone like me, an iron rank cultivator? What a waste of a spirit beast with such extraordinary talent. He says arrogantly. You failed, kid. But An's reaction is the complete opposite. Perhaps sensing the Qilin fish is unharmed, he regains his composure. Now you can admit defeat. Don't you think it's a bit too soon for that? He charges out from the smoke. The Qilin fish leaps into the air. It's completely unscathed. Enraged, it lashes out with its tail, knocking over the purple-haired man's spirit beast. The move is overwhelmingly powerful, sending the hound flying far away. The hound crashes heavily to the ground and passes out. All that's left is Yen Lai. It tries to coil its slender body around the Qilin fish. The Qilin fish dodges nimbly. It gathers a water orb and fires it straight at Yen Lai's head. Yen Lai is officially out of the fight. The purple-haired man stares in shock. Why? He's just a nobody beast tamer. The Qilin fish has now vented its anger. And retracts the Qilin fish. To be honest, your spirit beast is strong, but it's a shame. This time, it's his turn to mock the other for choosing the wrong master. Someone as arrogant as him can't swallow such an insult, especially from a kid like that. Since he's a petty man, why care about reputation? He pulls out a dagger from somewhere. The purple-haired man charges forward in fury. You're just a nobody beast tamer, what's there to be proud of? Get lost. Bai Shi descends from above, kicking the purple-haired man square in the head. Well. She put on a dazzling facade, smirking as she relayed the message to Xian, Fan Xiaoxiao, and the city lord. Her secret letter had been delivered. Kicked hard in the gut, the purple-haired man curled up on the ground, groaning in pain and cursing his luck. Xian continued his dealings with the elderly merchant and the shopkeeper, handing over 10,000 taels of silver to one of them. Help me gather some intelligence. The scene shifted to a cityscape of towering buildings. In a private room, Xian sat deep in thought. He stood before a pile of herbs. A letter from the city lord chimed in. Shaoan, all the materials you requested on the Qilin fish's evolution are ready. He had no intention of using the Bai family's evolution technique. Instead, he would rely on his instincts to forge a new path. Your grandfather respects and trusts you, but remember, treading an untrodden path is perilous. He mused to himself. Evolution. Indeed, the Qilin fish had surpassed the iron rank. It was time for its first evolution. According to the Bai family's technique, the Qilin fish would eventually evolve into a crimson spear gold-striped fish, but the celestial stream inside offered him an irresistible alternative, the Kuanping. From entering the sea as a Kuan to soaring as a Pang, then transforming from fish to whale, whale to Kuan, and finally Kuan to Pang, this journey required 9 evolutions in total. Xian was thrilled at the prospect of becoming a legendary beast that ruled both the ocean and the skies. He summoned the white Qilin fish again, and the little fish darted toward him. It crashed into his back as if it were blind, nearly knocking the wind out of him. His spine felt like it might snap. A voice called from outside the door, "Xian, are you alright?" Xian grabbed the Qilin fish, turning it irritably in his hands. He pointed at its face and said, "Let's begin the evolution now." The Qilin fish gazed up at him with pitiful eyes. Without another word, Xian started the evolution process. He took out the materials required for this stage. Once mixed together, the evolution entered its initial phase. The Qilin fish's form began to change, its tail and fins grew sharper. In the final stage of evolution, the Qilin fish transformed completely, as if it had grown from a 1-year-old to a 5-year-old. Insect clan White Shadow Giant Qilin fish, Water Affinity, Iron Rank, Master Level, Talents, Flow Mastery S, Cloaking S, Water Burst A, Phantom Mirage A. A system voice announced, "High Sovereign Quality. Skill unlocked, Tidal Surge Violet. Beginner Stage, Clear Water Erosion. Purple Beginner Stage. Water Flow Shatters Blue. Beginner Stage. Mystic White Shadow Blue. Water Surge impacts the Green Small Town. Floating Layers of the Green Small Town. Introducing innate special talents. Abilities far surpass those of ordinary carp. Also possesses the talent of Mystic White Scripture's Shadow, which can confuse enemies, reducing the chance of being hit by enemy attacks." The system's voice had just faded when a small explosion rang out. The carp's body instantly went out of control, nearly crushing Xian. "Oh no, why is it so huge?" He quickly gave an order, otherwise, he'd be flattened into a meat patty. "Buddy, come back." The carp obediently listened and immediately flew back into the spirit beast space. Xian let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Almost crushed by my own spirit beast, lucky the room's just a little messy." A knock at the door caught his attention. Bai Shi, hearing the noise, asked with concern, "Young master, are you alright?" He glanced at the chaotic room and forced a reply, "It's nothing. I was just studying spirit beast skills. Go prepare a new room for me, this one's unusable now." Xian hesitated, deep in thought. He had to resolve this issue quickly, it was becoming a hassle. He realized he had missed something, a letter. The paper bore only one line, "Qingyuan Road is in Red Wing City." He mused to himself, "Great. Grandfather already has news about Qingyuan Road. I must obtain it." His mood instantly lifted. Maybe he'd check out what treasures Red Wing City had to offer. Scene shift to Red Wing City. The system's notification chimed repeatedly, messages about the Spirit Core and new Spirit Beast. Come see the initial distribution map of Spirit Beasts in Red Wing City. Check it out. The Hay Family Adventure Group is recruiting, insurance and room and board included. Xian felt annoyed. So noisy. He had already scoured the auxiliary district of Red Wing City but found nothing worthwhile. No sooner had he thought this than Xian regretted it. The system's notification sounded again. Fire Spirit Core and Black Iron Grade Spirit Beast discovered. Bronze Grade Fossil Material found. Vermilion Rock Feathers detected. Looks like Xian was about to strike it lucky again. As the two were looking around, a voice suddenly spoke up. "I heard this auction will attract quite a crowd." It turns out 2 young men were chatting, and one mentioned there would be a diamond-grade resource at the auction. The other chimed in, saying the old woman who collects diamond-grade resources from Blue Lin City would also be there. As they got more excited, it seemed whoever got the diamond resource wouldn't matter. Xian couldn't help but worry after hearing them. This is bad. The Far Journey Road is crucial to me. If the Blue City Lord interferes, this auction will be a nightmare. A sharp rebuke from the shopkeeper behind him caught his attention. "Humph. Are you buying or not? If not, stop touching things." Gubai picked up an item and awkwardly asked, "Boss, how much is this stone?" Dayu exploded in anger. "Stone? This is a treasure. You can't afford it. Get lost and stop wasting my time." Just then, the system displayed a message, "Diamond-grade radiant fruit material detected." Xian couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed. The treasure in Gubai's hands was actually diamond-grade. Without hesitation, he rushed over and placed a hand on the other's shoulder. Excited, he said, "Boss, name your price." "I want this." The shopkeeper immediately quoted an outrageous price, 30 million Kyushu coins, while thinking to himself, another rich fool. Gubai quickly tried to stop him.
Zian, it's too expensive. Let's forget it. Yu smirked. Kid, showing off for someone comes at a cost.
Zian gritted his teeth and paid, though he secretly calculated that 30 million for a diamond-grade resource was a steal.
The shopkeeper was overjoyed after receiving the payment. Thank you for your business.
A spiritual beast soared in the sky, drawing curious murmurs from the crowd below.
What kind of beast is that? So majestic, it's a crane.
A man stood on the crane's back and shouted loudly, Phoenix Crown Cloudflame Crane, charge. The system displayed the crane's info, race, Phoenix Crown Cloudflame Crane, intermediate.
Realm, Diamond Intermediate.
Talent, Stormcaller A, Aptitude, Diamond High.
Skills, Stormcaller, Blue, Cloudflame Blade, Blue, Cloud Dance 6 Rains.
Jingson looked down and shouted, Tell Chi Lao Gue we've arrived.
The crane continued soaring, leaving trails of dazzling pink-purple mist in its wake. Elsewhere, someone rode a crimson flame fawn, laughing heartily. It was the renowned White Qilan City Lord.
He stood with hands on his hips, looking down at the other.
Let my Crimson River City shine even brighter.
Jingsong was extremely dissatisfied with this attitude and snapped, Old geezer, you're a grandmaster, stop pretending to be civilized. He then put on a respectful demeanor and said, guests should be welcomed.
Elder Bai, please come in. Zian stared in shock below, his heart racing with excitement. Grandfather came here personally just to ensure I could secure the path of ascending clouds.
In the twilight sky, two birds flew side by side in the same direction. The next day, the scene shifted to an extravagantly luxurious palace.
He asked his grandson with concern, Zian, are you sure you want to do this? Zian replied firmly, I'm certain of this decision. Yes, grandfather.
I must obtain the path of ascending clouds. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them.
Elder Bai, what brings you to find me? Dongli spoke in an extremely serious tone. If this is about the path of ascending clouds, there's no need to say more. Whoever offers the highest price gets it. This is the city lord of Blue Haven.
Dongli, her great-niece Shi-Chi stood right behind her. She stared intently at them, as if she recognized the girl.
Jingsong burst into laughter. Isn't that your great-niece?
I heard you've been collecting diamond-grade spiritual materials to treat her illness.
She responded angrily, are you threatening me with these roundabout words?
Her body radiated a terrifying power as she roared, we're both diamond-rank beast tamers, I'm not afraid of you.
Zian raised his hand to shield himself from the released blue energy, thinking to himself. This was his first time facing the overwhelming pressure of a diamond-rank beast tamer.
The oppressive force made it nearly impossible to breathe.
In contrast, Jing Chong remained unusually calm. City Lord Lan misunderstood.
I'm competing with you for the path of ascending clouds, whoever offers the most wins, like an auction. Jing Chong had already set up a protective barrier. I see you don't have a particular need for diamond-grade materials.
Why not make a deal with me? To resolve things smoothly, he couldn't help but admire this moment.
Only silver-rank beast tamers and above can form such shields.
Dongli also calmed down and frowned. What kind of deal?
He then took out a box and said, I have a diamond-grade spiritual material, the radiant fruit.
If I obtain the path of ascending clouds, I'll sell it for the same price. Zian immediately stepped forward and whispered, Grandfather, wait.
He looked at Ji-Chi and smiled gently.
This little sister is suffering so much. Why don't we just give the radiant fruit to her?
Outwardly stern, he was inwardly stunned speechless, hearing his nephew's thoughts, originally meant for sale, now turned into a gift, which was quite different from the initial agreement.
She seemed unable to believe it, asking, Young man, why would you give us such a rare diamond-grade resource?
She still looked at them with melancholic eyes, but Zian just smiled brightly.
Didn't you say this girl needed a diamond-grade resource to heal?
Upon hearing his words, Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed. I like this girl, so I'm giving her this radiance fruit.
Jingsong eyed his nephew skeptically. Zian wasn't the type to be infatuated.
Even if he does like her, that blue family girl is too fragile to be a good match for our family.
Forced to smile awkwardly, he handed her the box. Please don't mind my nephew, he's too straightforward.
If he says he'll give it, he'll give it. He mused inwardly that perhaps behind his nephew's bluntness lay a sharp intuition that had made him change his mind.
Dongli lowered her head, gazing at the box in her hands.
As she left with the child, she turned back to say, Lord Bai, I've accepted this gift.
From now on, I won't quarrel with you.
Jingsong watched them leave before replying, Thank you, Lord Lan.
Chi shyly turned back to ask, Big brother, what's your name?
Zian smiled warmly at her.
I'm Zian. I live in White Qilan City. Come visit me once you're better.
She remembered his name and, as she turned to leave, murmured longingly, Brother Zian.
Zian stared ahead, muttering to himself. Gave away a diamond-grade resource for free. His expression was grim. I'm not the type to throw money around like that.
The system announced, space clans are akin to cosmic entities, with a River 9-tier ranking and an SS-Tier spatial beast talent.
An early-stage ethic class, with a basic spatial larva skill.
It belongs to the natural spatial beast system, with immense potential upon maturity. But before maturity, it requires a massive energy supply. Or it will drain the beast tamer's energy, becoming a burden. He kept watching her, lost in thought. He thought that if the girl succeeded, epic and SS-Tier spatial spirit beasts could be upgraded into talents. Those who survive are destined to become legends.
The system notification is still active. Talent power has been upgraded.
The SS rank support talent system can boost all selected pets' abilities by 100%.
Cian gave a meaningful smile. The 300 million worth halo was indeed worth her gratitude. It was truly worth every penny.
In the crowded auction hall, the young hostess stepped forward to announce the winning bid.
She was ready to begin. Esteemed guests, welcome to today's auction. The spotlight shone on the first item. The auction had officially begun. Without further ado, the first rare treasure sparked murmurs among the crowd, a golden rank spiritual beast, the purple rock eagle. The starting bid was 1 million Jojo coins.
The purple rock eagle was said to be difficult to raise and even harder to tame. The Xian grandfather and grandson were watching the simulated display in their room.
He was stunned when he saw the item. This is actually... The girl raised the gavel, ready to strike. This is a genuine golden rank spiritual beast. Any bids?
Someone in the room placed a bid, 1 million.
The audience gasped. The rich really live in a different world. They probably just want it for fun. The girl let out a soft sigh of relief. The first item was usually hard to sell. She was lucky.
Jingchon looked at him with concern.
Shaoan, are you sure about this? Purple rock eagles aren't easy to raise.
He glanced at the system notification, species, purple rock eagle, dual wind lightning affinity.
Talent, lightning judgment. Aptitude, primary purple crystal. Skills, inspect lightning. Thunderclap, wind slash.
Xian reassured him, Grandpa, my gut tells me this egg isn't as simple as it seems. He chuckled smugly.
Who would have thought even the auction's high-grade scanner could make a mistake? Golden rank versus purple crystal rank, the difference is night and day. The girl brought the gavel down with a sharp crack.
Congratulations to the honored guest in the third seat for winning the purple rock eagle.
Our next item comes from... The entire hall erupted in applause. An hour later, the auctioneer checked her notes. Now, for the final item of the day, Qing Yuan Du. The spotlight returned to the glowing stone. No reserve price. Bidding is open, with increments of at least 1 million Jojo coins. The audience buzzed with excitement. I bid 10 million Jojo coins. 10 million? You think you can snag a diamond rank material for that? Dream on. 30 million. 50 million Jojo coins. Come on, give me some face here.
Facing diamond grade raw materials, your pride is worthless.
I bid 100 million.
He quickly urged Xian and Shaoan to calm down, it wasn't the right time yet.
Wait for others to bid first, then we'll raise the price. Xian raised an eyebrow slightly.
This green fardu was the key to awakening his second talent. He picked up the blue stones, the awakening stones he'd obtained from the mutated fire candle spider chieftain.
How should he use them?
He pondered the system's prompt. You are currently researching the use of raw awakening stones and have received a heavenly revelation. First method, carry the raw awakening stone with you. Over time, it may awaken a talent ranging from F to D rank. Can be used once per year. Second method, embed the raw awakening stone directly into your body. This may awaken a talent ranging from C to A rank. Usable once per year. The fire candle spider chieftain had likely ingested the raw stone by accident, creating conditions similar to the second method. Third method, use the raw stone as the main material, supplemented with river clam secret leaves. Combined with items like Tan Su Lo and Tien Vien Lo, this creates an awakening formula. After soaking for a full day and night, it offers the highest natural awakening rate for settlements ranked S to SSS.
The third method can currently be used to awaken an S-rank talent into an SSS-rank talent.
However, the materials for the awakening solution are extremely rare.
Green far pear and river clam secret leaves. I recall the Bai family's treasury has green far pears and river clam secret leaves. The green far do still needs the Bai family's influence to help locate. Someone then bid an even higher price, 500 million. De Yu grinned smugly. With the green far do, he could advance to the diamond realm. A higher bid came from the room above, 700 million cinnabar coins. He immediately pleaded, I am a first-rank gold beast tamer. This material is crucial to me. I hope you can understand. He then shouted loudly, 800 million cinnabar coins. The crowd erupted into chaos.
Elder Tang was only one step away from the Diamond Realm. Naturally, he wanted to advance further, but securing the third highest seat wouldn't be easy.
Perhaps it was another powerful figure. Hadn't everyone noticed that the Blue City Lord, sitting in the second seat, hadn't bid yet?
How did Tang act so boldly? A surge of immense power radiated from the room.
The man immediately sneered, a first-rank gold beast tamer? He must be incredibly powerful. Even a beast tamer of the diamond rank is terrified of him. The auctioneer was trembling in fear. The mighty figure she personally welcomed yesterday, who exactly was that? A cough came from the room. Old Master.
The woman was shaking in fear.
900 million spirit pearls, any other bids? Dima quickly acted respectful. My apologies, Elder.
I hope you won't take offense.
Meanwhile, the crowd snickered under their breath. I'm only at the gold rank. How could I dare compete with a diamond rank beast tamer? This isn't some tool from Enshushin, this is playing with fire. The woman continued, 900 million spirit pearls, going once. No? No bids mean no chance.
She seemed pleased.
900 million spirit pearls, going twice.
The honored guest loves diamond rank materials.
No one else bidding this time?
Everyone turned toward the window as the woman in red pointed at the room. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 3 for successfully acquiring the Azure Mist.
Qi Laogui suddenly burst in. Old Bai. How could you let Madame Lanyao compete against you?
Jing Chong looked displeased.
This is my nephew's doing. He glanced at Jing Chong and sneered, this is your nephew? Pale-faced and scrawny, hardly looks like a beast tamer.
But his focus was on the item.
This is the second dual aptitude treasure.
He slapped Jing Chong hard.
Fine, it's settled then. Zian finally looked over in shock. Settled what?
He then told him, Shaoan, in 3 days.
I will battle the Crimson City Lord's granddaughter.
Zian looked puzzled.
The sunset's glow has already fallen. Crimson City Lord Qi Yaning Chang.
An angry girl kicked the door open, but after hearing the news, her face lit up with joy.
You old geezer, I'm back. She grabbed his beard and threatened, old man, why did you call me back? If it's nothing important, I'll shave off all your beard.
He winced in pain.
Sweetheart, let go. My beard's about to fall off.
The crimson old ghost chuckled awkwardly.
You're about to break through to the copper rank. So I found you an opportunity to obtain a golden just potential spiritual beast. She was shocked. What opportunity? He pointed at the boy. Just defeat him. Jing Song cheered for Zian on the side. Shaoan, seize this chance. Enter Crimson Fong Valley and find yourself a flying spiritual beast.
Both sides were sizing each other up.
Old White, you're here early. Better to settle this quickly. Waiting is just a waste of time.
And we still need to go to Crimson Fong Valley to pick spiritual beasts. The crimson old ghost hadn't even finished speaking before he secretly hoped his granddaughter would lose. Ren Ting examined him with great interest.
Big brother and is so handsome. I'm Ren Ting. What's your name?
Her enthusiasm left him flustered.
He replied, Zian.
The crimson old ghost angrily separated them.
Hurry up and start.
Ren Ting readied herself.
Big brother, you'd better take this seriously.
The system panel displayed information, character Ren Ting, talent, spirit transformation A, realm, Black Iron Armor High Stage, spiritual beast, Scorchfang Black Iron High Stage.
Golden Sparrow Art, 9th stage, unranked. A spiritual beast immediately appeared. Burn, Scorchfang. Species, Scorchfang, Fire/Wind, Realm, Black Iron High Stage, Talent, Blue Spear Attack, Weapon Treasure Glowing Blue. She commanded her spiritual beast, Scorchfang, go claim the sky.
Ren Ting pointed at him.
Hurry and summon your spiritual pet. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Zian didn't keep her waiting. He raised his hand and shouted to the sky, come forth. White shadow giant Kuan fish. A massive figure appeared.
The Kuan fish had barely materialized before it face-planted.
Then awkwardly looked at him. I lost weight, but then I gained it back. Ren Ting couldn't help but laugh. Your spiritual pet is too adorable. Zian felt like he was falling apart. He was also at his wit's end with this spiritual beast.
At an auction, he'd obtained an elastic apricot pill with the skill size adaptation, but I never expected such a small incident to escalate into this situation. The Crimson Guards immediately charged down. With a smug smile, she ordered them to attack using Crimson Slash. That bird was unleashing its techniques, but Xian and his spirit beast easily dodged them. However, one strike still grazed his hair.
Xian had to dodge the next move with all his might. Furious, Xian retaliated with a water gun attack, knocking the bird down.
The carp immediately unleashed its water mine, and the geyser sent the bird shrieking in pain. Renting immediately gave orders to the Crimson Guards. Crimson Guards, retreat from the water gun's range. The bird obeyed and flew away at once.
Xian couldn't help but praise his spirit beast. Great job!
After evolving, the carp's water gun has become much faster and more powerful. Suddenly, something flew toward them. The system displayed information. The bird ahead had fire and wind attributes.
Its realm was 9th grade unranked, its talent was A-grade flame vortex, its aptitude was mid-grade diamond, and its skill was blue fire rocket, with extremely fast movement speed.
Xian watched the golden firebird spew flames, berating himself. He had forgotten he still had another spirit beast. But his carp had already absorbed the flames.
Fortunately, it was only 9th grade unranked, so the damage wasn't severe. He kept soothing the carp.
I'm still too inexperienced as a beast tamer. I'm sorry for putting you through this, little brother. Ren Ting struck again, his defense remarkably high.
Let's see how you handle this next move. Two birds charged with overwhelming force. He silently asked the system how much an A-grade talent could boost a spirit beast's combat power. The system replied instantly, 3 times. The two birds immediately began circling in flight. Xian stared at the carp in shock.
They're definitely going to attack from both sides at once.
If this keeps up.
The Red Demon Elder smirked. Old White, your grandson is doomed. Runting's bronze-grade ferocious beast won't hold up against these relentless attacks. Your grandson is destined to lose. Even Ring Ting's bronze-level ferocious beast can't stop it with its continuous attacks.
Jing Chong remained eerily calm.
A thick cloud of dust billowed.
Jing Chong was thoroughly annoyed. Why didn't Xian take the initiative to attack earlier? He sneered.
Old White.
Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your grandson.
But in truth, Xian had already successfully set up a barrier.
All 3 were stunned. How was this possible? He was only at the black iron level.
The power of the water currents was now surrounding him.
At this moment, Xian finally let out a smile.
He realized that protective barriers weren't exclusive to the silver level. So long as one had enough spiritual energy, they could be used.
And his spatial realm held an enormous reserve of it.
He gave his beast a solemn command, instructing it to end the battle as planned.
White Shadow Giant Scale Fish, execute the plan.
The giant scale fish immediately struck, unleashing its signature move, Water Cannon Transformation, instantly morphing into a whale. Old Ghost Yuan's eyes widened in shock.
Old White, what kind of monster is your grandson? Jing Chong couldn't help but shiver.
This.
I have no idea either.
The giant scale fish was generating water currents, directing a towering column of water at their opponents.
The Blazefang beast was engulfed by the water column, and the golden mark sparrow couldn't escape either.
It plummeted right at Ren Ting's feet. Ren Ting could no longer stay calm.
Blazefang, flame charge, take him out. The bird immediately lunged toward Xian. Blazefang charged forward, its eyes burning like flames, its sharp beak seeming to tear through the air itself.
Its body was wreathed in scorching fire, radiating an overwhelmingly fierce presence.
Old Red Ghost couldn't help but exclaim, is this kid out of his mind?
Refusing to back down, such a reckless attack would only cause greater harm to itself. Before them, the mirror and the blue energy source clashed head-on, with Blazefang diving in at the same time.
Below, Xian watched intently, his expression tense. Seeing the mirror showing no signs of stopping, Xian broke into a cold sweat, shouting, don't hurt it. In an instant, the two spirit beasts collided. A massive surge of blue energy shot forward, meeting the raging flames, making the air unbearably hot. Next, the mirror surged toward Ren Ting, leaving her flustered. Jing Chong turned to reassure the anxious old red ghost, don't worry. Xian knows what he's doing. He won't harm your granddaughter. But Ren Ting, still suspended in the air, raised her hand and called out in resignation. I concede. Get me down from here. Xian grinned, subtly forming a hand seal as he murmured, thank you for your generosity. The four of them turned and walked into the inner hall.
Old Red Ghost was the first to speak.
You've got guts, kid, daring to lose like that. He can go in and pick one item, but he can't actually enter. He seethed inwardly, thinking that kid couldn't tell good stuff from bad.
Meanwhile, Jing Song mused to himself, Xiaoan's instinctive talent was even sharper than his own discernment. Qi Laogui raised his hand, crimson energy gathering in his palm. He pressed down hard on the blue switch.
A flash of light blinded Xian and Renling, forcing them to shield their eyes. Qi Laogui put his hands on his hips and warned them. Kid, you've got 1 hour. He vanished the moment he finished speaking. Qi Lao, remember that, Renling huffed, crossing her arms.
MHM.
No sooner had Qi Laogui spoken than he darted aside, and Xian stepped into the Crimson Fong Valley. He looked around and immediately received a message. The Crimson Fong Valley was a fragment of an extinct planet. The Crimson Ancestor had used a secret technique to refine it into a small pocket realm, rich in fire energy but steadily depleting.
Xian was thrilled. He raised his hand, examining it closely, and couldn't help but marvel. This is incredible.
Renling, hearing him, replied smugly.
Of course. My Crimson Flame used the famous secret art of the fire spider lair. Without it, how could we hold our ground? The scene before them was a sea of red, radiating intense heat, with barren trees all around. Xian followed Renling, asking, Miss Qi, could you tell me about the spirit beasts in Crimson Fong Valley?
Renling stopped and pointed to the sky.
Xian looked up. As she explained, see? That's the blaze feather.
A massive bird with fiery orange plumage and piercing eyes soared above, accompanied by 4 smaller black birds.
Renling continued, they possess both wind and fire affinities, but I don't think they'll like you. Xian turned, drenched in sweat, and replied calmly, it's not just dislike, they're outright hostile. Renling frowned in confusion.
No sooner had he spoken than a flock of golden-feathered birds descended from all directions. One dove straight at them, and Xian instinctively stepped back as the birds around them began gathering energy.
Renling quickly stepped in front, raising a card as if chanting something aloud. She held a red card in her hand, and the light it emitted instantly drove the birds back. Xian was stunned by what he saw. After the incident was over, Ren Ting turned around and arrogantly pointed a finger at Xian, saying, a water element user like you standing here is like pouring water into a pan of hot oil. You're lucky they didn't all attack you at once. Xian nodded in agreement and, after looking around, replied, I see. Xian approached the nest for a closer look and gathered some information. Insect Clan Blazefong, Fire and Wind Elements. Innate Ability, Skyflame Impact, Rank A. Aptitude, Diamond, High. Skills, Smoke Dispel Impact, Blue, Wind Surge, Blue. Insect Clan Blazefong, Fire and Wind. Innate Ability, Crimson Fire, Rank D. Aptitude, Silver, Mid. Skills, Crimson Flame Green, Insect Clan Blazefong, Fire and Wind. Innate Ability, Fading Crimson Fire, Rank B. Aptitude, Gold, Mid. Skills, Fading Crimson Blaze, Blue, Crimson Flame Green. After understanding, Xian pressed down on the bird in front of him. Enraged, it glared at him. Xian calmly said, easy now. Let's keep looking.
Xian jumped to another nest, staring intently, which startled the bird inside. He kept leaping from one nest to another, the golden-orange sky eerily still. An hour passed, and Xian was still focused on his search, while Ren Ting sat on a rock, losing patience. She sighed and propped her chin up, calling out, hey, have you picked one yet?
Time's almost up. Xian didn't answer, lost in his own thoughts. Nothing particularly great here.
Diamond rank was the highest here, but when he ignored her,
she angrily turned and shouted, are you even listening? Xian still paid no attention. After careful consideration, he decided to give up and just pick the Diamond rank 1.
Even without a contract, it could be left for Ran. But Ren Ting was already fuming behind him, yelling non-stop. As he pondered, Xian was suddenly drawn to a bird with golden-orange feathers.
Ha, he said in surprise.
He leaned in, eyes sparkling with interest. The bird's feathers were a striking golden-orange, smooth and radiant.
Yellow double blue eyes, closed. Fire element variant species. Innate ability, arrogance. Young energy from fire, SS rank.
High bronze aptitude, severely damaged source.
Arrogance skill, orange. Burning flames, purple. Flame element, blue. Blue fire precursor, red. Xian was shocked. Good heavens, a variant spirit beast. And it has an SS rank innate ability and an orange rank skill. How did I miss this before? Xian looked up at Ren Ting. A fire element variant spirit beast. It abandoned other attributes to retain only pure fire affinity, yet it was blessed by the solar flame.
It grew at an astonishing rate, but due to the unique nature of the solar flame, it required vast amounts of fire energy, severely damaging its core. If the core damage could be repaired, it could grow to epic rank, otherwise, it would be because you ignored the diamond rank warning.
Xian cradled Scorchfang, examining it closely. Under the astonished gazes of the flock of black birds,
he asked softly, "Hey, little one, would you like to come with me?" "You won't be coming with me." Then, Xian produced a dazzling pink crystal from somewhere. Its brilliance piqued Scorchfang's curiosity, and it nudged closer. After getting a clear look at the crystal, it whipped its head around for another inspection. Its face filled with shock. After observing it, Scorchfang hesitated but still replied stubbornly, "I am the embodiment of the sun." "Do you think a mere crystal core can buy me?" Xian grinned mischievously and teased, "Come with me, and I'll let you feast on fire-type crystal cores." Scorchfang began to sweat, its resolve wavering. It truly couldn't resist such temptation. Its eyes darting repeatedly toward the crystal. Xian held Scorchfang in one hand while dangling the pink crystal with the other, teasing it. Scorchfang hesitated, thinking, "Wealth cannot corrupt me, nor poverty sway me. I will never become a slave to crystal cores." It lowered its head, struggling to resist, declaring, "No one can buy me." The sky was a serene, endless blue. After a moment, Scorchfang still couldn't help but clutch the crystal, its eyes glazing over with obsession. It thought, "It's not that I lack willpower, it's just that he's offering too much." Runting was stunned speechless upon witnessing this. Xian, holding Scorchfang, turned to her in surprise. Xian glanced back at Renting, thinking to himself, "The Lord of Red City is an expert in raising Scorchfang. If he realizes I'm taking this mutated one away, there'll be trouble." After a brief moment, he decided to seal the contract with Scorchfang immediately. Thinking, "I might as well sign the contract right here." Renting shouted in alarm, "Are you crazy? I didn't think you'd actually sign the contract here." A swirling red and blue light enveloped the contract in Scorchfang, forcing Renting to shield her eyes instinctively. Xian now seemed almost reckless, his eyes sharp and intense. The blue energy source was growing stronger. He thought to himself, "This is bad." Shisha lowered her head in thought, her wings quietly folding. Xian winced in pain, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if trying to scream. Before him stood Shisha, radiating an intense red aura. He suspected she was absorbing his water-based abilities. Unable to stand by, she rushed forward to help, muttering under her breath, "This is madness." She raised her hand and unleashed a burst of flame, shooting it forward. The flames surged toward Xian, who was kneeling on the ground. After what had just happened, Xian was terrified, his face drenched in cold sweat. Panting, he thought, forming a contract with a mutated spirit beast is far more dangerous than I imagined. If this continues, it'll drain me completely. Shisha sighed as Xian cast a spell, sending her into another space. Clutching the spirit stone, Shisha closed her eyes and descended. A message appeared, "Your mutated pet, Shisha, juvenile, has activated the mythic beast taming space effect." In the newly awakened talent awareness, within the body of Fire Spirit S, Shisha nestled against the spirit stone when she suddenly noticed something. An eye and a stream of water materialized in the air, lifting Shisha up. Another message about Shisha appeared, "The Fire Spirit's body reduces the power of water-based attacks while enhancing its own fire-based skills using the opponent's fire techniques. It amplifies the strength of its own fire-based abilities." Shisha released a dazzling red glow, piercing the quiet night. Beneath the water, a creature poked its head out to observe. It was Jingjia, watching but not understanding what was happening. The scene shifted. Runting stood with her arms crossed, listening thoughtfully as Xian gasped out his thanks, expressing gratitude to Miss Chi for her help. If he ever had the chance, he would surely repay her. After saying this, he felt deeply grateful. Without the sudden intervention of the Fire Spirit's power, today's contract wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Whether by emotion or reason, he owed her a debt. Hearing his thanks, Runting looked away, her face flushed, and softly explained, "I didn't do it for you. If you died here, Shi-Ran wouldn't be able to answer to the Bai family." She hesitated before adding, "Shi-Ran isn't afraid of the Bai family. But I don't want to provoke unnecessary conflict." Xian quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Chi." Renting denied it awkwardly, "I already said I wasn't concerned about you." He chuckled helplessly. At this moment, Jing Song and Chi Laogui were waiting outside for the two of them. As soon as they stepped out of Red Fong Valley, they immediately turned back to look. Jing Song supported his trembling grandson and asked softly, "Shaoan, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" Xian waved his hand to indicate he was fine and smiled at his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm okay. I just used up some energy after contracting with my second spirit beast." Upon hearing this, Jing Song exclaimed in shock, "What? Contracting with a spirit beast without proper preparation can be life-threatening. Didn't you know that?" Xian looked up and extended two fingers to open another space, from which Hoya descended, clutching a spirit stone. Jing Song followed his grandson's gesture. With tears in his eyes, Xian looked at Hoya perched on his head and continued, "See? I'm fine. I saw it was special in Red Fong Valley, so I contracted with it.
In an instant, not only was Jing Song stunned, but Qi Laogui was also left speechless. A thought flashed through Jing Song's mind, no wonder Shaoan took the risk. This spirit beast is clearly extraordinary. Qi Laogui really misjudged this one. Qi Laogui realized this as well and thought in alarm, this is a mutated Hoya. Jing Song took his grandson's hand and turned to bid Qi Laogui farewell. Qi Laogui, now that things are settled, we won't disturb you further. Farewell. Ren squinted from behind, and Qi Laogui responded with a bitter smile, safe travels. Ren couldn't hold back any longer and pointed, shouting, Xian, talent alone doesn't mean anything. True strength comes from countless battles. Just wait. The road ahead is long. I'll catch up to you. Xian pondered for a moment before smiling in response. I won't wait for you. If you've got what it takes, then run. As they set off, he murmured to himself, let's meet at the peak. Back to White Qilan City. The spirit beast gently landed on the ground, stirring a soft breeze across the grass. Jing Song didn't forget to remind his grandson, Shaoan, absorb some fire spirit stones when we get back to replenish your energy. Xian obediently replied, I know, Grandpa. As Xian's figure faded into the distance, someone suddenly called out to Jing Song from behind. It was Cui Chang, the former city lord. Hearing his name, Jing Song turned around. Cui Chang, panting, continued. You're finally back. Seeing him like this, Jing Song sternly reminded him, Xiao Yuan, you're not a kid anymore. Be serious. Uncle Chang leaned in to report the situation. As soon as he finished listening, he cursed angrily, those brats. The scene shifts. Outside, Bai Shi and Bai Qi are standing guard. Bai Qi raised a finger and spoke first, the young master is really dedicated. He went into seclusion right after returning to White Qilan City. Bai Shi didn't respond. Bai Qi continued, why did the young master specifically warn us not to let Elder Bai interact with the younger generation of the Bai family? Miss clearly passed the Marquis selection exam. Inside the room, Xian had heard everything and wore a strange expression. Bai Qi went on, doesn't this count as a domineering CEO's imprisonment? Bai Shi finally spoke, stop gossiping about the young master. Xian poured 5 bottles of potions in and stirred them evenly. He carefully ground a green essence stone into powder. After finishing, he wiped his sweat and said, the auxiliary materials are ready for awakening the base solution. Next is refining the main ingredient. Xian picked up the powder in the bowl and cautiously approached the water, covering his nose with his hand. The smell is worse than a sewage ditch after rain. My eyes can't handle it. After pouring it in, the water turned green and bubbled. Xian waved his hand, and the smell became less pungent. A message popped up, awakening solution detected. Xian took off his shirt, revealing a toned physique and well-defined abs. He muttered, this bath cost nearly $1 billion. Don't let me down. Then he jumped in, causing the water to ripple. He sighed in satisfaction, feels great. Xian relaxed in the potion as blue electrical currents flowed from his brain through his bones, emitting a strange glow wherever they passed. Golden chains gradually appeared in the sky. They linked tightly and plunged into Xian's body. Thunder roared in the sky, illuminating the dim area and startling the drunken, sleeping people awake. His dazed eyes instinctively looked at the dark sky outside. He rubbed his foggy head. Weird. Golden chains grew from the skyscraper, piercing the clouds, and forming a vortex through the cloud layer. The sight made his mind even more muddled. Strange. How can there be such an energy device in this city? Awakening? Is it possible for someone to awaken on their own? The thought flickered and vanished instantly, impossible. The inner city, where awakenings occur, is hundreds of kilometers away. If someone could awaken here, the energy ripple wouldn't have gone unnoticed. He still clutched the bottle tightly, plopping down onto the couch. Letting out a long breath, he muttered to himself, I must have imagined it after drinking too much. The long chain still swayed in midair, binding the deceased peacekeeper, which gradually shattered into small fragments of chain links. 2 days later, deceased Peace was deep in sleep when he suddenly woke up, stretching to ease the fatigue from prolonged activity. He perked up his ears, listening carefully. His eyes now bore the pattern of golden chains. A system notification popped up, Heavenly Tao Lotus, an SSS grade rule talent. Heaven and earth are sentient, but sentient rules cannot fully merge. Yet the power of the Heavenly Tao can forcibly break through the barriers between living beings, resonating with all primordial forces. After reading the system message, deceased Peace mumbled, break through the barriers between living beings and resonate with primordial forces. He burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from the servants downstairs. A thought flashed through his mind, he decided to test it on someone. No sooner had he thought of it than he shouted, Bai Xiao. Baiji stood outside the door, drenched in sweat from worrying about deceased Peace's odd behavior today. She quickly signaled to Bai Xiao, asking what was wrong with the young master. Bai Xiao was just as confused. Who knows? Bai Xiao gently pushed the door open, only to witness an awkward scene. Though she shouldn't have seen it, deceased Peace didn't seem to care, rambling on, I need your help with something urgent. Stand still and don't move. Bai Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. She hurried out, calling back, I'm sorry, young master, but I can't help with that. Realizing the misunderstanding, deceased Peace fell silent, shrinking back. He tried to cover his awkwardness. His face turned red as he sank into the bathtub, coughing a few times. It was a mistake. After calming down, deceased Peace got dressed and went to find Bai Xiao to discuss proper business. Bai Xiao, stand still. Relax. Don't resist. Golden chains reappeared in deceased Peace's eyes, the chains of the heavenly Tao. The chains took form, coiling around his hand. At his command, the chains tightened around Bai Xiao, leaving her bewildered by the sudden action. Before she could react, the pointed tip of the chain shot upward, piercing through her chest. A yellow energy emanates, traveling through the chain connecting Bai Xiao and Xian. Xian focuses, generating a blue glow like electric currents connecting two poles within his body. It worked. He smiles with satisfaction, as if achieving his goal, the chain of heaven is complete. Successfully linking with its host, Bai Xiao. He gains the water element B talent, and the golden chain remains connected between them. Xian proceeds to the next step. Bai Xiao, just activate your defenses. Bai Xiao immediately complies, entering a focused state and raising her hands to form a seal. In the blink of an eye, Xian appears before Bai Xiao, resting his chin on his hand. Staring intently at her. He leans closer to her face, carefully observing the chain still tightly wrapped around her, showing no signs of fading. Bai Xiao trembles slightly under Xian's unwavering gaze but receives no explanation, unsure of what he's up to. Is he playing some strange trick again? Despite Bai Xiao's unease, Xian remains lost in thought, seemingly ready to move forward. Lower your defenses. Her anxiety only grows stronger, and there's more to come. Another step follows. The scene shifts to West City, in a quiet alleyway. Bai Xiao calls Xian. Sir, I've arrived in West City. He answers, his expression somewhat concerned. Alright, Bai Xiao. The golden chain still follows Bai Xiao through the doorway. Xian looks in the chain's direction. Now that she's back, it hasn't disappeared. Bai Xiao hesitates, speaking haltingly, which makes Xian look puzzled. Is something wrong? Also, sir, I hope I'm not overstepping. She dares not speak directly, watching Xian's reaction as she speaks. Sir, your behavior today has been very unusual. First, you let me see you unclothed, then you did some strange things with me, and kept staring at my body. Sir, if you're feeling stressed, you can talk to us. Bai Ji and I will help you, but you can't keep acting like this. Bai Xiao speaks at length, making Xian realize something. Oh no. Could it be? Bai Xiao, haven't you noticed anything different about yourself? Faced with Xian's odd question, Bai Xiao answers firmly. Nothing at all. After understanding how the chain works, he grows more serious. Return for now. I need to hang up. Who am I? Where is this? I don't understand at all. Meanwhile, Xian was deeply engrossed in pondering the various rules. No wonder such rules exist. As long as there's a connection, it won't be affected by other factors. Pen in hand, he scribbled and erased, searching for the right answer. The heavenly triad has three major characteristics. These traits surfaced in his mind. First was concealment. No matter what he did, Bai Xiao couldn't detect its presence. The scene was starting to look like he was bullying Bai Xiao. The second was control. As long as he used the heavenly triad, it could forcibly establish a connection with Bai Xiao, resonating with her talents. Thinking of the advantages the chains brought, a smug smile crept onto his face. The third was initiative. Generally, resonance didn't require mutual consent, but as long as he held the channel, he could take control during the process. Thus, he concluded that the chains currently provided three major traits. Among the chain's properties, 3 chains could link to 3 different beast tamers, plus his own heavenly eye. Xian rested his chin on his hand, thinking this way, he could gain 4 talents. In the beast taming space, he stood on a lush grassland. 3 sharp rocks formed a peculiar claw-like shape, and the sky was illuminated by high-hanging stars. He suddenly sensed something odd. Why did his beast taming space look like this? Looking around, the scenery seemed to have expanded significantly. On the coastal terrain, a rock surrounded by water stood amidst rolling blue reefs. The volcanic terrain was filled with the sight of molten lava. Xian fell into thought. It seemed that with every level up, the beast taming space evolved, gaining more corresponding terrains. Suddenly, a strange object darted past at incredible speed. Chia spread its wings, flames trailing as it flew forward. The earlier attack had struck underwater, triggering a chain of explosions.
In retaliation, the carp in the water leapt out angrily. My turn.
It unleashed a surge of power, shooting straight at Chia in the sky.
Cian immediately shouted, "Hey, you chubby blue thing, stop!" The carp trembled and explained, "It's not what you think." Cian ignored it and continued scolding, "Your teammates. Future battle brothers. How could you turn on each other?"
Its eyes welled up with tears, looking all wronged, even though it attacked me first. Joya chimed in, spraying water everywhere and soaking the surroundings. I didn't like this, so I waved my arm to scatter the droplets, dampening its fur.
Cian understood and suddenly fell silent.
So that's how it was. The carp was practicing its skills as planned, but Joya disliked this environment. A new idea popped into my head. This was perfect timing. Cian raised his hand and pointed at the carp, enveloping it in a curtain of water.
"Carp, let me take you somewhere bigger."
No more being cooped up in that tiny pond. As soon as he finished speaking, Cian teleported to a seaside terrain. He sighed in amazement. With his spiritual beast space, he could teleport anywhere he wanted.
How convenient. Seeing the scene before it, the carp was overjoyed, its eyes wide and sparkling.
It couldn't wait to dive headfirst into the deep water. Gradually, it regained its massive original size. It leaped out of the water, sending splashes flying everywhere. Seeing the carp so happy made him smile. Shrinking its body must have been tough for it. Bloodfire Parasol Tree, a divine-level spiritual beast mount tree.
Tainted with phoenix bloodline, enhancing fire-based talents. He teleported right in front of the tree. This volcano was its home.
Cian walked around, observing his surroundings, then pinched a piece of ore from the tree with 2 fingers, looking troubled.
Seeing its laziness, Cian released a sharp aura and glared at Joya. "Have you been practicing the skills I taught you?"
Feeling the pressure, Joya could only fall silent and look at Cian. Use solar flame to shatter that rock. Joya soared into the air, not keeping Cian waiting, and unleashed a blazing fireball. With a powerful flap of its wings, it propelled the flames forward, surging ahead at great speed. The force of this attack triggered a massive explosion, sending thick smoke billowing into the air in a breathtaking display. Faced with such overwhelming power, the boulder shattered into pieces on the spot. Yet Ya remained oblivious to the destruction, proudly beating its wings and stomping its chest in triumph.
"Humans, have you seen my might now?" Cian instantly felt a surge of anger, his face twisting despite his forced smile. "Ya, do you need me to teach you a lesson?"
"I promise, under my guidance, your strength will soar." Those eyes remained arrogant, a sneer curling on its lips. "I've long since decided to become a being as radiant as the sun." Its tail wagged excitedly, unable to contain its joy. Cian glanced at the rock in his hand. Just as expected, something so trivial wouldn't even catch my attention. He held the rock closer to Ya. "Ya, look what this is." Ya couldn't hide its excitement at the sight, murmuring to itself, "A king-grade core." Its feet bounced with eagerness, wings flapping wildly. Desperate to lunge forward and cradle the treasure in its arms. Ya lunged, only to miss. Cian had anticipated this, refusing to part with the treasure so easily. Cian's expression turned devilishly calm, unhurried. "Want it?" Ya grew frantic, its eyes flickering with suspicion. "Ya, how should we fight?" "When it takes flight and flicks its head, perfect, perfect, perfect." Cian smiled as he proposed a condition: "Follow my training method. Release your skill, and if you feel it's effective, I win. Otherwise, you win." Ya's heart leapt with joy. Wasn't this a surefire deal? The guy was a fool. No matter the outcome, he could just say it didn't work and claim victory. Under Cian's dangerously calm smile, Ya didn't overthink it. "I agree." After sealing the deal with Ya, Cian began gathering a ball of energy in his hand while patiently explaining to the creature on his shoulder. "See, when we release a skill, we must first condense energy." But Ya didn't seem to care much. Standing with its arms crossed, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Ignoring its dismissive attitude, he continued demonstrating the technique while explaining, "If you compress the energy, the skill's quality improves, and its destructive power increases. Focus the energy into a water orb and apply as much pressure as possible." Ya was baffled by his strange technique, as if it had never seen anyone do this before. Before it could ponder for long, he suddenly unleashed the energy ball forward with full force. The energy bolt shot forward like a bullet, hurtling toward a massive boulder. The sheer power of the energy ball shattered the rock into pieces in an instant. Witnessing this terrifying display, Ya trembled. How could a tiny water orb be so much stronger than its own fireball? It seemed to have underestimated this beast tamer. Seeing his spirit beast stunned and sweating, Cian couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. Perhaps it would never know the whole thing had been staged in advance. Behind its back, he flashed a sinister grin. That boulder had been scorched by Ya's intense heat earlier, and the sudden cold shock made it explode. No surprise there. But Ya wasn't about to back down. It immediately mimicked the technique it had just seen. Soaring into the air, it gathered a massive fireball in its mouth. Then, it unleashed the terrifying energy forward. Pushing off the ground with all its might, it amplified the fireball's power.
The enormous flame erupted with devastating force. That terrifying power plummeted like a cannonball. In an instant, the immense force pierced through the entire mountain range. Debris scattered everywhere, the once towering peaks were reduced to flat land in the blink of an eye, the mountain and rocks carved away by the energy sphere, leaving a perfectly round crater. The energy sphere moved so fast it whipped up a fierce wind, making everyone's hair stand on end. He stood there, stunned, witnessing it all with his own eyes. When the energy sphere hit the ground, it triggered a earth-shattering explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying while a mushroom cloud of smoke billowed into the sky. What's more, its power was so intense it lit up the entire area.
Watching the terrifying scene, he couldn't help but stare in awe.
Xia has incredible talent.
With just a little guidance, he grasped it immediately.
His skill has even reached the early mastery stage.
Though he corrected a few details, he still extended his hand to let Xia land. Within seconds, he regained his composure and smirked proudly at the spirit beast in his hands.
See today's training results? He confidently pressed on.
Stick to my training method, and I guarantee you'll grow quickly.
The results are right in front of you. How could the spirit beast refuse such an opportunity?
Just as he expected, Xia agreed without hesitation, even letting out a few barks in admiration. The little spirit beast had no idea it had been tricked.
Still happily celebrating its new core.
It didn't notice the smug and sly look on its tamer's face behind it.
He smirked, his eyes narrowing into slits. Success. As Xian stepped through the door, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of Ziyu and Padian in the dining room. The moment she recognized her brother was home, Ziyu's eyes lit up.
And she pointed at him excitedly, shouting, "Ah, it's brother."
Padian turned abruptly and blurted out, "NGE."
He walked over to Ziyu, ruffled her hair casually, and asked about the family.
"Ziyu, good girl. Where are Mom, Dad, and Grandpa?"
Behind him, Athu remained as professional as ever, silently serving the young master his meal.
Hearing her brother's question, Ziyu was so furious she looked like she was steaming.
The little girl puffed out her cheeks and huffed, saying they still hadn't come back. She looked so wronged, her eyes reddening as she tugged at her brother's sleeve to complain. Witnessing this, Padian sighed deeply out of sympathy, his mood growing heavy.
"My dad hasn't been home for days either."
Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Uncle C still hadn't returned either.
What was happening in Balan City?
As he pondered, he opened his system panel. A few words like demon instructor appeared, but there was no specific information.
Seeing him lost in thought, she quickly waved and called out, "NGE, NGE."
The food had been served, and he directly asked the chubby guy in front of him,
"What are you doing here?" Padian was utterly confused.
Though his mind was full of questions, he answered honestly,
"NGE, school starts today. I came to find you so we could go to the Beast Academy together."
He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "School right, I'm still a student."
He found it even stranger. "NGE, you didn't forget about school starting today, did you?"
Honestly, he was at a loss for words with this guy.
Xian quickly organized his thoughts and waved Athu over to give instructions.
"Athu, prepare the carriage." Athu respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, young master." The gleaming white buildings of the bustling city stood out vividly against the azure sky. And not far away, a girl was already waiting by the car. As he approached, Gubai respectfully bowed and greeted him, "Long time no see, young masterin." Her beautiful face, cascading blue-green hair, and those violet eyes that sparkled made his heart skip a beat. The scene before him seemed to blur into a soft, dreamy haze. He scratched his head awkwardly and greeted the girl in front of him.
"Gubai, how's life in Balan City?"
She blushed, twirling her hair as she answered shyly,
"Thanks to your help, I've been doing well here." A blue Rolls-Royce sped through the streets, arriving at the Beast Academy in no time. Xian and Padian walked down the hallway toward their classroom, with Gubai silently following behind. He couldn't resist whispering to Xian while glancing back warily, "NGE, who's that lady behind us? I've never seen her before." Even as they reached the classroom door, he couldn't help but ask again, "NGE, there are a lot of people from affiliated cities in our class. You can explain later." The moment the two stepped into the classroom, the atmosphere instantly fell silent.
How odd, everyone suddenly turned to stare at him. A group with blue and red dyed hair looked at him with clear disgust,
their gazes full of contempt, as if he were their sworn enemy.
Another group, however, was buzzing with excitement like fans meeting their idol, calling out non-stop, "Young Master Bai!
Little un, brotherin!"
Witnessing this, he was at a loss for words, only sighing inwardly.
A bunch of brats wasting time scheming instead of cultivating, what a joke.
Potion was still looking around behind him, warning, "You're the top new student from our main city."
Don't let them push you around. Trapped in the suffocating crowd, and had no choice but to greet them politely, "Hello, everyone." He seriously considered how to escape this awkward and absurd situation, thinking that after today, he'd have to discuss taking a temporary leave with his grandfather. After careful thought, he felt something was off. The environment at this grade A cultivation academy was too relaxed. It was far less effective than fighting for survival outside, and images of wilderness training flashed through his mind. In a corner of the classroom, someone had been silently observing the noisy crowd the whole time. That person was Ngao Tien, a dark-packed SS talent at the non-stream entry realm, with no contracted beast yet. Behind him stood an S-rank talent and an A-rank talent, while a mushroom-haired guy whispered in his ear, "Brother Long, that guy looks like the leader from the rival main city. Should we test him?" Those noble kids must have gotten in through connections. The one he was just looking at is the silver-haired merchant. At this, Aotian's anger flared up instantly, startling even the S-rank and A-rank talents behind him. Feeling an invisible fire burning, he turned to see Aotian's furious expression. He smirked, and even was taken aback, so this was a test. The two glared at each other, the air thick with tension. One wielding fire, the other water, locked in a standoff. Aotian's rage still burned fiercely, his presence overwhelming. En, however, remained calm, assessing his opponent. "Not bad talent, but without a contracted beast, he's no match for me." As they continued staring each other down, suddenly, someone rushed between them, leaving both stunned. She stepped in front of him, mustering her courage to scold, "Stop this unreasonable provocation, or don't blame me for being rude." Her beautiful face once again captivated a young man's heart. Aotian's heart raced, his legs went weak, and his face flushed red. He scratched his head frantically, apologizing over and over. Sorry, big brother." The two behind him looked confused, asking, "Big brother, why did you just surrender?" Suddenly, a girl's loud voice came from outside the classroom. "Zian, you didn't forget the promise you made to me, did you?" Tianwu stood arrogantly at the classroom door, challenging him. "Fight me, Zian." He couldn't help but grin to himself, thinking, little Phoenix came at the perfect time. Let's put on a show for these small fry. No need to waste energy on infighting anymore, he thought, glancing at the chaotic scene in the classroom. He happily tucked his hands into his pockets and accepted the challenge. "I agree, little Phoenix." Excited, he suggested the venue. "How about the school field?" "You don't mind, do you?" Tianwu's blood boiled even hotter. "No way I'm losing to this brat." She crossed her arms confidently, thinking to herself, "I've trained hard for 2 months just for this moment." She locked eyes with Zian and urged, "Let's go, then." He remained silent, smiling as he accepted, while the crowd behind him watched with great interest. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Some were shocked. The young master of the Bai family and the young lady of the Feng family are actually going to fight? And it's a battle between spirit beasts. Someone egged them on. "Yeah, hurry up, or we won't get good seats." Others rushed them. "Such a rare match, we should go watch." The two behind Aotian also exchanged whispers. The black-haired one spoke first. "Those two seem to have a grudge," the blonde added. "And it's a spirit-beast battle. This is a chance for us to gauge the strength of the students in Belan City." Aotian nodded. "Yeah, let's go check it out." Sunlight spilled over the arena, illuminating the lively scene. Two figures stood in the center of the spacious field, ready to begin. Zian raised his hand, signaling his opponent. "Let's start. Little Phoenix, I don't want to drag this out." She put her hands on her hips and declared confidently. "Fine. I'll defeat you in front of everyone and show them my true strength." She began focusing her energy, gradually forming a blazing fireball. Then she summoned her spirit beast. A pair of wings sprouted from her back. The raging flames make the scene even more dazzling. A purple phoenix appears. Its eyes gleam with an intimidating light. The system quickly displays information about it. Species, Great Calamity Purple Feather Flame-type Fire Beast. Realm, Black Iron Early Stage, Talent, S-Rank Chirping Voice, Aptitude, for Spirits Early Stage, Skill, Phoenix Cry Shocks the World, Purple, Beginner, Technique, Smoke Vanishing Strike, Blue, Proficient. According to the description, Smoke Vanishing Strike, Blue, Proficient, is a technique from an ancient primordial beast, said to carry the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, capable of unleashing the power of a phoenix. Striking fear into enemies. The sky-high flames, combined with the scorching sunlight, make him break into a sweat. He raises a hand to shield his eyes while silently marveling. "What, another bird? I didn't expect it to be a spirit beast from the primordial world. And it can even grow to the purple star level." The skywinged beast in the air spreads its fiery wings even more vigorously. Deity Zian grinned smugly, finding it interesting. It seems this phoenix has quite a few secrets.
She regains her confidence, taunting her opponent with a sharp tone.
Xian, don't you find my spiritual pet unfamiliar?
She looks down at him arrogantly, continuing to boast as if he were beneath her.
You've never seen my spiritual pet before, right? Want me to tell you its name?
He remains unfazed, calmly analyzing the situation as if trapped.
This phoenix's abilities are not weak.
I didn't expect her to form a contract with a great calamity purple feather flame, an existence nearly impossible to find in the secret realm. Then he pauses, flashing a brilliant smile before reaching a clear conclusion. But the outcome of this battle won't change. She is slightly taken aback, surprised that her opponent saw through her so quickly. She didn't expect him to recognize the great calamity purple feather flame's identity.
Xian further taunts the arrogant one, Little Phoenix. Go ahead and attack.
I'm afraid I'll have to summon my own spirit beast. As the phoenix spews a ball of divine fire, he sighs.
Not this move again. He effortlessly dodges the scorching flames below with a bloodstep.
The phoenix takes a deep breath, gathering energy again.
Suddenly, it fires the fireball straight at him from behind.
The moment he turned around, he sighed in resignation, just as expected, this move again. A massive fireball suddenly crashed down,
encircling Xian and cutting off any chance of escape.
The spectators in the stands gasped in awe at the blazing spectacle.
Only Ao Tian remained calm, wondering if the match would end this quickly. Tian Wu smirked at his trapped opponent.
Then, a hand reached out effortlessly, swatting aside the flames with a single gesture, before taunting him further.
Come on, show me your strongest technique. She broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe
what she was seeing. The crowd erupted again, both were freshmen, yet the girl already controlled her spirit beast with such skill.
Someone countered. Didn't you see that young man? He blocked the spirit beast's attack barehanded. Xiaoguobai cheered excitedly. Xiaoan was so cool, so impressive.
She cursed under her breath before deciding to unleash her final move, Crimson Kite's purple phoenix dance. She leapt into the air, channeling energy into the phoenix to gather a massive shockwave.
With a deafening roar, the entire arena trembled as the shockwave sent gusts of wind howling.
The spectators quickly covered their ears to shield themselves. Xian erected a barrier around himself, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force. He gritted his teeth, making the crowd hold their breath in suspense.
Tian Wu pressed the advantage, ordering the phoenix to continue its assault.
Hurry, he's dazed, teach him a lesson. Shaking, he stepped out from behind his barrier, still taunting. I didn't expect that move to pierce my defense. The phoenix dove at him like a raptor striking its prey.
Xian swiftly summoned his own spirit beast, White Shadow Leviathan, come forth. A colossal whale spirit beast soared into the air. Its mouth alone was larger than hundreds of phoenixes combined.
Though the Crimson Kite's purple phoenix dance was formidable, the phoenix trembled at the sight of such a massive opponent.
The Leviathan flicked its tail proudly, sending the phoenix's momentum flying. It crashed heavily beside Tian Wu.
The phoenix let out a defiant cry her prized spirit beast had. It looked like she was about to suffer a crushing defeat right in front of him.
Meanwhile, Xian and his spiritual beast coldly looked down on the humiliating scene.
Kneeling in the swirling dust, she lifted her head, fighting back tears.
I concede.
Xian turned his gaze toward her and said,
Xiaofeng, did you forget something?
Her whole body trembled, her eyes burning with fury.
You.
Her face filled with worry.
Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. The victor is the king, the loser is the bandit. What do you want from me? Just say it. Xian pressed his lips into an even smile.
He leaned close to her hand and whispered something that made her freeze instantly.
Tianyu was stunned.
Her cheeks flushed red as if she was about to cry, and she shouted, You just wait.
Xian chuckled and raised his hand, waving it dismissively. No more show to watch. Everyone, disperse.
Suddenly, the surrounding skyscrapers began to shake violently.
Xian tucked his hands into his pockets, furrowing his brow slightly. The crowd descended into chaos. What's happening? What's going on? People panicked, screaming. An earthquake.
He had just looked up when something came hurtling down from above, crashing toward the ground.
Debris flew everywhere before Xian could react.
Baisher and Baiji appeared, raising their hands to wave in front of them. They set up a barrier, blocking the falling rocks and rubble. They stood beside Xian, shielding him.
He frowned and looked upward. Baisher urged, Xian, move away quickly. This place is dangerous, Baiji added. Please return to the estate as soon as possible. He looked at them and asked, Baiji, what happened?
Baiji replied, I'm not sure either. Buildings began to sink, and debris flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, an ominous feeling welled up inside him.
I have a bad feeling about this. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Meanwhile, above Balan City,
a spaceship appeared, blotting out the sun. A purple vessel, marked with a spider emblem, soared through the air. Inside were a group of terrorists with red and yellow hair.
And the monster piloting the ship.
That thing was enormous.
Why haven't the people inside set up their defenses yet?
The blonde stepped forward to report to that creature.
Number 2 just sent word. They were delayed by the earthquake.
The creature studied the display system on the screen.
It let out a satisfied roar. Good, the earthquake came at the perfect time.
The creature gave an order to the blonde. Prepare to unleash the spider flame burst. The blonde respectfully acknowledged. Look, the roads and power lines in the city are a mess, and buildings are collapsing. Xian, Baiji, and Bai Ruo sat together in a moving vehicle. Xian looked out the window, his face filled with concern, muttering to himself.
Ironclad eye, what on earth is happening? A blue eye glowed with an ethereal blue light around it.
The system displayed a notification.
You are investigating the cause of the earthquake in Belan City.
A revelation from the heavenly Tao was received.
2 Earths collided and appeared. The system explained. The 2 worlds pressed tightly against each other.
A spatial boundary conflict occurred.
This triggered a chain reaction,
causing tremors and rumbling sounds.
Xian furrowed his brow and asked, what? A conflict between 2 worlds.
He raised his hand to prop up his chin, his gaze distant.
What will happen when the 2 secret realm worlds merge? He delved into his subconscious, standing before the Eye of Revelation as it opened and spoke. You are searching for the beast's secret realm and an unnamed world.
You have received a revelation from the heavenly Tao. The system screen displayed buildings shaking, debris colliding with the planet.
3 months before the 2 worlds merge, parts of the beast's secret realm have begun experiencing tremors and the roars of giant beasts.
In 3 months, the world conflict will subside, forming spatial ripples. The 2 worlds will begin their initial fusion. A year later, the beast's secret realm and the unnamed world will fully merge into an advanced secret realm. He curled his lips slightly, his eyes filled with calculation.
This matter isn't entirely bad. In fact, it's a good thing.
Xian was driving on the highway when he heard several loud bangs. Some buildings were already engulfed in flames. The fire spread, tearing through the protective barrier. Xian looked outside, his expression darkening. The shield over Belan City had vanished.
Had someone sabotaged the barrier?
A terrorist spacecraft dropped bombs, destroying the shield and setting buildings ablaze.
The terrorist leader laughed triumphantly. Good. Begin the operation.
With a kick, he sent a giant spider flying through the air. They plummeted from the sky like bouncing balls. Wave after wave of flying saucers descended, blotting out the sky.
Xian's car was still on the road. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Danger detected.
Xian's eyes widened in shock, his mouth forming an O as the alarm sounded.
He quickly ordered the 2 beside him. Bai Ruo, activate the defenses now.
No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle was encased in a protective barrier. Where the spider fell, an explosion scattered debris in all directions. White smoke mixed with a hint of green rose into the air.
The atmosphere above grew tense. Inside the war room of the main city hall,
they were observing and issuing orders.
Emergency situation. Belan City entered level 1 combat readiness.
A soldier rushed in to report to the security supervisor.
An earthquake of magnitude 8 or higher struck Belan City. The exact cause was still unknown. He frantically described everything happening in the city.
The energy core of the shield was destroyed by the Boar cult, causing severe damage.
The city defense forces were fending off the beast invasion.
The situation was dire.
Instead of panicking, the security supervisor calmly gave orders.
Send someone to repair the central energy core.
Mobilize all beast tamers in the city to assist in the defense.
His voice rang out with authority.
Public Security Bureau, all City Hall personnel, rushed to aid earthquake victims. The soldiers acknowledged the order and immediately acted. Yes, City Lord. The security supervisor tapped the table.
The Boar cult had been lurking in the shadows, but now they had surfaced.
Could this be their doing? The Vice City Lord beside him couldn't help but laugh. Lao Bai, you're overthinking it.
The Boar cult is nothing but a bunch of pests.
How could they cause an earthquake? It's just a coincidence.
Suddenly, the surveillance screen relayed an urgent report from a patrol soldier.
The awakened representative was under attack. Requesting backup.
The security supervisor was stunned. He slammed the table and stood up.
This is bad. The Boar cult's target was to destroy the awakened representative. To sever the foundation of Belan City.
His expression darkened as he gave the order.
Hurry up. Go support the awakened representative right away.
The old man won't last much longer.
He's inside the city. Explosions erupted one after another. Xian appeared.
He stood frozen by the vehicle.
Bai Ji stepped forward to inspect it, checking the vehicle's condition. She spoke. Young master. This vehicle is completely wrecked. She couldn't repair it and could only report to Xian. We'll have to go on foot. Suddenly, a deafening blast. Dust and smoke billowed, engulfing the area. Xian looked toward the explosion center in shock. He realized the attack was targeting the most critical location in the city. Someone was assaulting the awakened representative. As Xian's concern grew, a plane suddenly flew overhead. A message flashed before his eyes. The cursed sect. Xian exclaimed in surprise. The cursed sect? Bai Ji, beside him, said angrily. Those lunatics. A swarm of planes headed toward the awakened representative's location. Flames and thick smoke rose into the sky. Inside one of the planes, a terrorist spoke. It seems the moment has come. Below, patrol soldiers were desperately fighting the fire. One of them shouted. Put out the fire first. There are still wounded over there. But at the same time, something was flying toward them from the sky. As their massive shadows loomed over a patrol soldier, the man was instantly terrified. Because something was falling from the sky. Their landing kicked up a cloud of dust. An arm reached out from the haze. As the dust settled, swarms of spiders appeared. The patrol soldiers were so frightened that they turned and fled. The ghost-faced cat spider demons swiftly launched their attack. They agilely broke through the soldiers' encirclement. Terrified, the soldiers stumbled back, screaming, "Help! Retreat!" Hearing the commotion outside, Xinghan was puzzled. What's happening out there? At that moment, a nearby soldier immediately tried to contact the outside. Demons are attacking. Please respond. Received. Please reply. Before they could get a response, the gate was violently struck. Xinghan immediately ordered, prepare for battle. The gate was being forced open by some unseen power, barely holding on. The violent shaking made Xinghan's expression darken. Suddenly, the gate exploded into pieces. Ghost-faced cat spiders surged inside. Before the soldiers could react, the ghost-faced cat spiders swiftly attacked. Xinghan realized their armor was useless against these creatures. He immediately summoned his spirit beast. With a single call, a Qilin appeared in an instant, coming to their aid. Xinghan commanded, all soldiers, form a barrier. The soldiers quickly moved, raising their shields in front of him. The shields connected to form a sturdy defense line. Xinghan then unleashed his power, releasing a guardian crystal. Massive stones instantly formed, covering the front of the shields. With a roar of core pillar defense, an unbreakable stone wall rose from the ground. After setting up a sturdy defensive layer, he quietly instructed the soldiers. Be careful later, don't get too caught up in the fight. Just stall for time. Xinghan sighed. After all these years, there were still those who dared to target an intelligence representative, denying him a peaceful retirement. From behind the stone wall, Xinghan shouted, for the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the cat demons and ghost-faced beasts outside refused to back down. They immediately sprang into action, charging forward at full speed. The grinding of wheels against the ground screeched through the air, filling the space. The cat demons and ghost-faced beasts surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow. The violent impact shook the defensive layer Xinghan had built, sending plumes of white smoke billowing upward. Behind the barrier, Xinghan remained calm, his deep voice steadying the soldiers. Stay calm, everyone. It won't break through anytime soon. Yet, cracks were already forming in the outer wall. Through the fissures, the inner shields became exposed. Seizing the moment, it fired strands of silk straight at the shields. The silk coiled tightly, as if fusing with the shields, before yanking hard. The shield bearer lost his balance, collapsing unconscious, leaving a gaping hole in the defense. At the sight, Xinghan's face paled instantly. A single thought flashed through his mind, this is bad. In an instant, the cat demons and ghost-faced beasts flooded in like a tide. They shattered the sturdy defensive wall Xinghan had painstakingly built. In an instant, it turned into a pile of ruins. Xinghan's expression was grave, his gaze icy. He roared loudly, concentrating firepower to suppress the monsters. Gunfire roared like a storm, soldiers fought back fiercely, bullets flying in dense volleys. Sparks erupted across the battlefield, yet the cat demon spider creatures moved with unnatural speed. Their steps were as light as ghosts, weaving effortlessly through the chaos, dodging every bullet with ease. Witnessing this, Xinghan froze, muttering to himself, their speed is too fast. Suddenly, a cat demon spider appeared right in front of him. So close there was barely time to react. But Xinghan remained calm, his eyes gleaming as if he had waited for this moment. He shouted, now! The moment his spear touched the ground, the earth trembled violently. And jagged rocks burst from beneath like fangs. The spikes impaled the cat demon spider firmly. Xinghan let out a breath, loosening his grip on the spear. His weary face thought, finally, a moment of quiet. Yet he couldn't help but grumble inwardly, why hasn't Bai arrived yet? He had already played his last trump card. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the giant spider. Everyone froze, even Xinghan, his eyes wide with shock. It was a terrorist, crawling out from inside the cat demon spider. Xinghan immediately shouted, "There's someone inside the spider." Before anyone could react, the terrorist and her comrades swiftly hoisted cannons and joined the fight. Her voice thundered across the battlefield. She shrieked furiously, "These demons have invaded our world, face judgment." With a flick of her wrist, a cannonball fired from her weapon, screaming straight toward Xinghan. A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave sending soldiers tumbling to the ground. Yet he stood firm. In that critical moment, he activated his ability, a barrier appearing just in time to block the blast. Seizing the smokescreen, the terrorists and their allies sprang into action. Taking advantage of the soldiers' disorientation from the explosion, they lunged forward like tigers. But the defensive line did not crumble easily. The surviving soldiers immediately returned fire, bullets raining down like a storm. Amid the smoke, the terrorist suddenly appeared in front of the defensive formation. She screamed, looking like she had a death wish. In that instant, a long spear came flying toward her. Xinghan appeared, his spear instantly transforming into a sturdy shield. He immediately blocked her powerful attack. Seeing this, she quickly leapt back. Xinghan glanced back at the soldiers behind him. He roared, though still standing, "Get the wounded out of here." Then, with a grave expression, he lowered his head and whispered to his bonded beasts, "It's up to us now, partners." As soon as he spoke, he lifted his head, his gaze stern, and the space around them began to distort. Massive boulders seemed to materialize out of thin air, swirling in the sky after he shouted, "Crystal space." They hurtled toward the terrorists at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the rocks intertwined, gradually forming a ring that enclosed Xinghan and the terrorists within. Terrified, they looked up to see the stone walls slowly closing in around them. A prison of ancient stone was instantly formed, and the battlefield fell into a silence as if time itself had paused. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers immediately retreated, carrying the wounded to safety. Inside the stone prison, the terrorist remained composed, taunting Xinghan, "Old man, you're just a hired hand." She laughed loudly, "It's just 3 pecks of rice worth risking your life for?" Xinghan didn't get angry, simply pressing his lips together as he replied, his eyes never leaving his enemy, "You wouldn't understand." She immediately ordered her men, "Go all out." The blonde men launched a barrage of attacks, blades flashing as they struck relentlessly. Xinghan and his bonded beasts met them head-on. Both sides clashed fiercely, the sound of clashing weapons ringing out as neither side gave an inch. When Xinghan attacked, the blonde men dodged swiftly before countering. Amid the chaos, the terrorist somehow pulled out a crossbow. The crossbow glowed with a purple light, aimed directly at him as he fought the blonde men. She pulled the trigger, and a powerful bolt shot toward him. In that moment, Xinghan shuddered, a premonition of danger striking him. He turned his head and saw the bolt flying straight at him. The old geezer attacks at a terrifying speed. Xinghan thought to himself, "This is the end." Shilin suddenly roars, and a wall rises from the ground behind Xinghan, blocking the arrows fired by the terrorist. Immediately after, he swings his sword, forcing the blonde woman back. Without giving her a chance to react, Shilin suddenly appears behind her. The blonde woman turns sharply but has no time to dodge. Shilin flings her into the air and slams her against the wall behind her. Seeing an opportunity, flames erupt from the spear in Xinghan's hands. With a mighty swing, a gust of wind surges forward, knocking the crossbow from the terrorist's grip. But just then, a figure darts out from behind him, it's the blonde woman. This time, she wields 2 gleaming sickles. Xinghan remains calm and instantly summons a glowing shield, positioning it between himself and the ambush. The sickles strike the shield with a deafening clang. Xinghan thinks, just as I expected. With every slash from the blonde woman, he grows more pleased. "Keep going," he urges. Suddenly, he smirks, confident of victory. Now! In an instant, Xinghan's spear unleashes a terrifying force, shattering the attack with a single strike. A massive ancient stone slams into the blonde woman's abdomen. She crashes violently into the wall behind the terrorist. He slowly speaks, "It's been many years. But you people from the spider sect haven't changed at all." He shouts, "As long as I, Xinghan, stand here, the spider sect will never set foot in the core area." His words enrage the terrorist, who snarls, "Old fool, you talk too much." She draws a long sword crackling with blue lightning. With a single strike, she shatters Xinghan's ancient stone, shocking him. Seeing this, his face pales. He mutters, "Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, this is the cycle of the 5 elements. What overcomes earth, I'm being suppressed." Shilin swiftly appears to shield Xinghan. The terrorist quickly dodges. She retreats a few steps, and he nods slightly, murmuring, "Thanks, brother."
Qilin roars, and the ground erupts with countless boulders, forming a barrier. Undeterred, she hurls a volley of darts at Xinghan. One dart lands near his feet, concealing an explosive.
His face turns ashen. Oh no! A deafening explosion rocks the area.
Leaning against Qilin, Xinghan gasps for breath but forces himself to speak. As long as I live,
the Starstone Wall will not fall.
His injuries are severe, yet he forces himself to speak, fearing the mission representing true emotions will face a full-scale manhunt. A terrorist interrupts with a mocking tone, enough with the empty words.
I grabbed the man's collar and pulled him closer. Tomorrow, old man, we would have already investigated everything about you. I lean in toward his hand. Enough chatter.
Your beast taming space has strong defenses, but it has its limits.
I say slowly, but this time, we came prepared.
We brought the spectral cat spider to break your spirit stone space. No sooner had I spoken than a muffled sound came from outside.
I sneer. Listen. They've already begun. Outside, the spectral cat spider is violently ramming the lower barrier.
Its claws dig deep into the ground, tearing through the sturdy stone walls, eroding them layer by layer. Just like that, the Spirit River boulder is destroyed, the Crystal Man collapses, and his eyes fill with despair as he curses under his breath. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he mutters, Old Bai, I can't hold on much longer.
A deafening crash echoes from the center.
In the distance, a massive fist slams down like a meteor. A giant ape appears, tearing the stone prison apart like paper. The terrorist looks up in terror.
What?
The ape roars, raising its fist to strike me. But just then, the spectral cat spider charges in to block the attack.
From the ape's back, a figure leaps down. It's Chui Chang.
He rushes to the crystal man's side and calls out, Old man.
Helping him up, Chui Chang asks anxiously, Old man, are you alright?
The man replies weakly, Do I look alright to you? By now, the ape has overpowered the spectral cat spider. Hearing the crystal man's words, Chui Chang scolds him.
At a time like this, you're still hesitating?
Old Bai and the others, hurry up, they're almost here. Just as he speaks, a large bird flies in.
Chui Chang grins, see?
Old Bai's here, the crystal man replies with a smirk, still as arrogant as ever.
The divine crane has seized the demonic spider and lifted it into the central sky.
Seizing the moment, Jing Song shouts urgently, Grab it, old Feng.
Suddenly, the divine crane releases the demonic spider from above.
Below, old Feng, exuding heroic energy, rides his warhorse and gives the command. Holding his scepter and channeling the power of the fire Qilin, old Feng charges forward like a knight, ordering, Use that move fire Qilin. Old Feng swiftly dashes toward the falling giant spider. Just as they neared the giant spider, Elder Feng instantly created a powerful flame barrier with his cane. After gathering everyone, Gunblade sneered, addressing the members of the Spider Thief gang. His eyes widened, radiating a fierce killing intent as he barked, Your operation has failed.
Surrender now. The underlings immediately panicked, whispering, Boss.
The blonde terrorist murmured, Boss.
Hold on. Let me handle this suicide mission.
She removed her mask, revealing a sun-kissed, handsome face, and said, Boss, you still have your little sister to take care of.
I've been alone since I was young, no attachments, nothing to hold me back.
Seeing his subordinate leap onto the giant spider's head, the leader exclaimed, Hey, wait, the blonde masked woman whispered, Let me handle this. With that, she tossed her gun to him and added, Catch. She paused, staring at the gun in her hands, a weapon imbued with faint power. With resolve, they shouted in unison, For the Puritan order. The terrorist quickly regained her composure and pulled out several small orbs, saying, I'll cover you. Thick smoke billowed from the explosives. Seeing this, Gunblade immediately conjured a white leaf barrier to shield those behind him. But he soon realized it was a smoke bomb. His vision was swallowed by dense, rolling smoke.
Gunblade ordered, Scatter, now.
At the same time, using his control abilities, he commanded Divine Crane, Go after them. Obeying the order, Divine Crane darted through the thick smoke, pursuing the spider carrying the blonde masked woman. The terrorist swiftly vanished into the shadows, advancing toward the core area. Seeing this, Great Ape and Elder Feng immediately gave chase. The terrorists, however, were just as agile, weaving through obstacles with ease. From behind, Great Ape roared in fury, warning the others, There are still 2 of them. They're closing in on the core area. Meanwhile, the spider in the distance kept firing globs of bouncing adhesive. One struck Great Ape squarely in the back. The airborne fire Qilin instantly lost its balance. The adhesive trapped both Great Ape and fire Qilin, leaving them immobilized. Then came Elder Feng and the accompanying soldiers were also ensnared in the sticky substance. Seeing this, the soldier couldn't help but curse, This is outrageous. On the back of the divine crane, Jing Chong mused to himself, I didn't expect this spider to be so fast. In the distance, Elder Feng shouted, Old Bai, go after them. Leave these spiders to me. In the core area, 2 terrorists had already arrived. From behind, Jing Chong had also dispatched the divine crane. One of the terrorists reported, "Boss, he's caught up to us here." The spiders had arrived too, but it was already too late. The blonde masked man panicked, "Oh no, the boss is in danger." At the same time, Xing Yuan and Elder Feng had also arrived. Xing Yuan, Shi Qilin, and Elder Feng immediately charged forward to take down the spider. Xing Yuan struck first, smashing the spider demon into the ground with a punch, sending it flying into the air. Just then, Elder Feng closed in on the spider demon's head, catching it off guard. He immediately swung his heavy hammer, smashing it straight into the spider demon's body. The blow split the spider demon's body open, revealing the terrorist inside. Elder Feng's attack pierced through the spider demon, smashing it into the ground and shattering it into pieces, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demon was now completely exhausted. Seeing this, Elder Feng said, "Surrender, kid." The soldier added, "Your plan has failed." At this critical moment, the terrorist could only remain silent. In the core area, the divine crane landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jing Chong stepped down and said, "You demonic chefs are so stubborn, always opposing us." Jing Chong coldly brushed the dust off his wooden staff. The staff instantly transformed into a long whip. As he walked forward calmly, he swung the whip with overwhelming force, declaring, "You don't deserve mercy." His whip strikes landed one after another, leaving the 2 terrorists battered and bruised. At the same time, Jing Chong commanded, "Hurricane Cannon." The divine crane charged toward the 2 terrorists like a whirlwind. Seeing this, the 2 immediately drew their weapons and fought back with all their might. The terrorist swung his sword fiercely, striking at the divine crane. Noticing the powerful energy emanating from the opponent's blade, Jing Chong thought to himself, "This must be a storm thunder type weapon." He calculated with some concern, without a way to suppress their attributes. He'd have to find another solution. The terrorist also gave orders to his accomplice, "I'll cover you, go for the core." The 2 terrorists seized the moment, charging straight for the security perimeter, determined to seize the core. They worked in perfect sync. One leapt up, striking at the guard with a sword to help the blonde man get closer to the core. The guard immediately noticed and barked an order, "Cloudflame Crane, stop him." The crane spirit instantly blocked the terrorist's path with its massive body. But the blonde man suddenly hurled his scythe upward, lodging it into the ceiling. Just as the crane spirit stomped down, the blonde terrorist acted first. Using the scythe as a grappling hook to swing past the attack, he bolted forward without hesitation. The moment he cleared the crane spirit, he drew another scythe and flung it ahead. The second scythe hooked onto the core. With that, the blonde terrorist swung forward, closing in on the core. Meanwhile, the guard was still locked in combat with the other terrorist. Glancing back, the guard's expression darkened. This wasn't good. Inside the core, the blonde terrorist rushed toward the energy source and swiftly activated the system, causing the core to emit an eerie blue glow. Seeing the blue light, the blonde terrorist grinned. He'd been waiting for this moment. He pressed the control panel, thinking, "Now the real show begins." Then, raising his hand, he slammed down on the core's button and shouted, "For the Holy Order." But his hand slipped, trembling weakly, as if struggling to press it. A chain had coiled tightly around his neck. The guard had been using his whip to handle both enemies from a distance. The blonde terrorist cursed under his breath, "That old fool." The guard shot them a sharp glance and said coldly, "It's over, intruders." The scene shifted. On the other side, the white-haired terrorist was captured by Elder Feng's group and snarled, "This is our territory." She spat, "You're the intruders. What gives you the right?" Her other hand still concealed a weapon. She shouted excitedly, "How dare you act like victims?" Immediately after, she pulled out a gun and fired first, shocking everyone. The bullet flew straight ahead, leaving Elder Feng no time to react, though he managed to dodge just in time. The bullet continued straight toward the position of the red-haired terrorist in the midst of battle. It then locked onto Jing Rong, who thought to himself in despair, "Too fast, I can't dodge this." But suddenly, a pair of wings shielded him. Jing Rong instantly recognized. It was Yun Chiha who had blocked the bullet. The powerful bullet was instantly absorbed by the crane immortal. In an instant, the crane immortal's limbs were shattered from within, as if a surge of energy coursed through its body, causing it to convulse violently. Seeing this, Jing Rong cried out, "Here!" In a flash, the crane immortal vanished. Along with it went Jing Rong's whip. His heart sank. This is bad. Just then, the blonde terrorist was rescued, and the red-haired terrorist rushed over to assist. They pressed a button and said to each other, "It worked. Time to retreat." The two fled swiftly, and by the time Jing Rong reacted, it was too late. They escaped, leaving behind an activated time bomb. It detonated right before Jing Rong's eyes in a massive explosion. The scene cut to a news report. Yesterday, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck Belan City, resulting in 18,213 deaths and 51,235 missing. The report stated that Belan City's protective barrier had been breached by mysterious terrorists, allowing Grade 3 water beasts to surge in.
Frontline warriors were desperately holding them back.
The anchor added that terrorists had simultaneously attacked multiple provinces, and City Lord Jing Ron was personally leading officials in a counterattack. The media also reported that one terrorist had been captured, and the situation was now under control.
At this, Xian suddenly thought of his grandfather.
More updates poured in. After the attack, Jing Ron's son, Vice City Lord Baiqingji, gave a speech about the incident, while casualties continued to rise.
Doctors shouted, "Move aside."
The scene switched to Baiqingji delivering his speech.
"Together, we will overcome this crisis."
But the people here had no heart to watch. Doctors were rushing to evacuate the wounded.
Words of encouragement too. "It's okay, just keep going."
Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Everyone, our White Qilan City has soldiers who love the people serving on the front lines.
They're out there rescuing others right now."
Now, facing these soldiers with severe injuries, some even at risk of losing their sight, the doctors can only urge them to hold on. Seeing this, Xian felt a wave of indescribable sorrow well up inside him. Walking past another ward, he heard the same words again, "Hang in there, away." People beside him kept comforting the wounded, saying the doctor would be there soon. The soldier on the bed was covered in wounds, both legs completely amputated, and stared blankly at his comrades. Seeing this, someone gripped his hand tightly, whispering with a faint glimmer of hope, "Hold on." The sight of their clasped hands made Xian suddenly recall a memory from his past life. A comrade on the battlefield had once gripped his hand just like this, weakly calling his name. Amid the relentless gunfire and chaos of battle, his gravely wounded comrade leaned against the wall and said, "Never thought you'd come to save me." Panicked, Xian shouted, "Captain." The captain maintained his strong demeanor, smiling confidently as he said, "That name, you little rascal. Didn't think much of you before, thought you were some heartless jerk." The captain chuckled. Under Xian's astonished gaze, he ruffled his hair and said, "What a surprise." Now, Xian could only stand in silence as the captain adjusted his cap for him. Then he left his final words, "If you make it out alive, don't forget." Before he could finish, he took his last breath right in front of Xian. Seeing Xian clench his fists, Bai Shi and Bai Ji called out in concern, "Young master." Bai Shi stepped closer and asked, "Are you all right?" Xian's face was dark, as if he had just woken from a nightmare. Pale, he forced himself to reply, "I'm fine."
I'm fine."
In the quiet hallway, he finally spoke.
"Let's not say anything about this along the way."
Xian asked in confusion, "What happened to grandfather?" Just then, the door to the ward opened, and a voice called out, "Xian." In the spacious, pristine ward, under Elder Feng's watchful care, everyone's faces turned awkward with Xian's mother's arrival. Xian's mother stammered, "Xian, your grandfather." Behind her, Jing Song stood missing an arm, his body covered in scars. His wounds suddenly split open as he removed his oxygen mask and spoke.
"Is that Xian?"
He addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please leave first.
I'm fine now. I have a few things I want to say to Xian."
With only the two of them left in the room, Jing Song asked with concern, "Xian,
are you hurt?"
Seeing this, Xian sat down beside him and respectfully replied, "I'm fine, grandfather." Looking at the battle scars on Jing Song's body, Xian said with concern, "But, grandfather."
Jing Song rolled up his sleeve and said casually, "This? It's nothing serious."
But then his expression turned grave as he added, "What I'm about to tell you is far more important than this arm." Seeing this, Xian felt an overwhelming sense of worry. He thought, grandfather is a diamond rank expert, yet he's this tense. It's the first time I've ever seen him like this.
Jing Song asked, "Xian, how much do you know about the demon spider cult?"
After hearing this, Xian replied, "I only know they're a terrorist group from a heretical foreign sect."
Jing Song explained, "That's right.
Before this incident, their operations only involved dispatching silver rank spirit masters. But this time, judging by their ability to spiritualize objects, the demon spider cultists involved are all diamond rank." He continued, "Moreover, compared to past attacks, this one is clearly more aggressive. Their plans are already ahead of ours."
The hospital room fell silent as Xian speculated.
This earthquake was part of their plan too. At this, Jing Song put his oxygen mask back on. He said, "It's worse than that." At the same time, a notification appeared, revealing that Jing Song had learned of a secret realm approaching the 10,000 Spiders realm, believing it was doomed.
Xian placed his hand on Jing Song's frail one and responded, "My intuition tells me the 10,000 Spiders realm won't be destroyed. It's merging with another realm." Hearing this, Jing Song asked in surprise, "Are you sure about this?" Xian immediately affirmed, "Yes, I saw it in my visions. Two worlds are merging, which is why the earthquake happened."
Seeing this, Jing Song said with slight relief, "That's good then." Suddenly, Jing Song said, "Xian, the truth is, I come from the Bai family of the origin star."
This revelation shocked Xian, who exclaimed, "What?"
For Xian, this truth came too suddenly, and a thought flashed through his mind.
The origin planet.
Jing Song recalled that on the origin planet, he was a chosen disciple of the Bai family, but back then, I was arrogant and looked down on everyone. He said he later made a mistake and was expelled from the Bai family. Jing Song continued, saying he was eventually exiled to the secret realm of Wanzhou Shao, but they still gave him a second chance. Jing Song recounted that as long as he killed the purple gold-ranked spiritual beast, the Spider Queen,
he could return to the origin planet.
He believed I had acted too hastily and underestimated the power of a purple gold-ranked ferocious beast. The defeat of the Crimson Anchor gold-striped fish caused damage to my origin, making further advancement impossible.
Recalling the scene of Hishin's defeat, Jing Song murmured, "And now?"
His phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane had also died. He sadly believed he would never reach the purple gold rank in this lifetime. Seeing this, Xian stepped forward and said firmly, "You still have a chance."
But Jing Song only replied, "Child, you don't understand."
He placed his hand on Xian's shoulder and entrusted him trustingly, saying, "Now you are the future of the Bai family."
"Didn't you say you wanted to become the strongest spirit speaker?"
Jing Song suggested, "Then let's go to the origin planet."
This took Xian by surprise. He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Participate in next year's secret realm selection. As long as you rank in the top 10, you can go to the origin planet. Only on the origin planet will you have the chance to become the strongest spirit speaker." Trembling, he patted Xian's shoulder, expressing his resolve and trust. Seeing this, Xian supported his hand and called out, "Grandfather." Jing Song unfastened his belt and said, "I know you have extraordinary talent and high ambitions. The Bai family's resources will fully support you." He handed Xian a token and instructed, "The resources in the treasury, if used sparingly, are enough for you to advance to the diamond rank." Jing Song also warned, "But Xian, don't be like your grandfather was in his youth." The vague image of his former captain flickered across Jing Song's face. He smiled firmly and emphasized, "The most important thing in this world is the bonds between people."
At this, Xian suddenly thought of the captain.
Taking the bracelet, he replied, "Yes, grandfather."
The scene shifted to the Bai family's private residence, where Ziyu sat on the doorstep, worriedly asking,
"Is second brother sick like grandfather? Why hasn't he come home yet?" Seeing this, two maids quickly reassured him, "It's all right.
Young Master Ziyu, as long as young Master Xian is here, nothing will happen." Suddenly, Xian pushed the door open, holding a necklace in his hand. He pondered thoughtfully, recalling those words, bonds between people. As soon as she saw him, Ziyu immediately ran over and called out, "Second brother." The little girl who came with her walked straight up to Xian, surprising him. In the blink of an eye, Ziyu pounced on Xian's head, throwing him off balance. Seeing this, Bai Qi, Bai Shi, and the two maids were at a loss for words at the little girl's mischief. Ziyu immediately said, "Second brother is finally back." She asked worriedly, "Second brother, are you okay?" Looking at his adorable little sister in his arms, Xian thought to himself, in this world, having such a lovely family is something to cherish. Then, he gently patted Ziyu's head and replied, "Brother's fine." Reflecting on the past, Xian mused inwardly. Having experienced death in his past life, he had always feared weakness, which was why he wanted to become the strongest beast tamer. He realized now that he had come to understand something far more important than anything else. Recalling how that little family had reached out to help him, pulling him from the depths, Xian thought, "It's the bond with family." The scene shifted to a room where Xian was sorting through something. Holding his grandfather's necklace, he put on an extremely stylish outfit. He took out a box containing a purple crystal, a letter, and a necklace. And instructed, "See you, Mom and Dad will be back soon. Can you help brother give this box to them?" Ziyu obediently replied, "Okay." Xian gently stroked his sister's head and said, "Second brother has something important to do and needs to go on a long trip." Then, he smiled warmly and asked, "Gubwa, are you ready to go on an adventure with me?" Gubwa shyly answered, "Wherever young master goes, I'll follow." Walking beside her, he asked concernedly, "Gubwa, aren't you afraid?" Gubwa declared confidently, "With young master Xian here, I'm not afraid." Xian turned to her and said, "Can you stop calling me young master?" Gubwa immediately replied, "Okay, young master Xian." They arrived in front of a building under construction. Gubwa turned to him and asked, "Xian, have you decided where we're going?" Xian gazed into the distance and answered, "I haven't figured out the exact place yet." He had his own goals in mind. This trip was mainly to improve his strength and gather some information. Then, he opened his system panel. "Let me look up some information first." He solemnly asked the omniscient eye, all-seeing eye, "How can I heal my grandfather's severed arm?" The system immediately presents a vial of elixir, water of life. Xian was pondering about that dragon, wondering how to heal his grandfather's sacred beast, the crimson spear gold-striped fish. The system then displayed, graceful spirit heavenly water. Jing Chang's primordial crimson spear gold-striped fish is damaged and requires enchanted spirit heavenly water. Enchanted spirit heavenly water is a 4th-rank spirit material, not yet recorded in the 4 elements water scripture. It is extremely beneficial to aquatic spirit beasts. He lightly tapped the system panel Water of Life, enchanted spirit heavenly water. Something suddenly startled Xian. What was that? The system promptly returned an unfavorable result. Water of Life search cost 5.5 energy. Enchanted spirit heavenly water, no records found. He muttered to himself, there's still information on the Water of Life, but enchanted spirit heavenly water has vanished without a trace. Xian communicated with his eyes using his spiritual power, asking, how can the awakening of the Grand Hall's core be restored? An encrypted device appeared, stating, the primordial spirit lightning awakening device cannot be repaired at this time. He recalled the evidence he had left behind. After the war, his grandfather had clearly lost hope, leaving behind relics of the Purple Thunder Hawk and Z's cultivation path. It was meant to give him a glimmer of hope, to truly save the white-scaled beast on the primordial planet. He felt lost, wondering what to do next. Now, even the trail for enchanted spirit heavenly water had gone cold. Where should he go now? His whole body trembled as he stared at his arm. What was happening? He couldn't move. Xian silently watched the hand resting on his shoulder. What could the divine eye do now? The hand pointed to a location on the system panel. Go here. Gubai seemed to sense something. Xian, what happened to your father? But he still looked confused. Let's leave the city first. The east gate is the closest. We'll exit from there. But she looked worried. Do we have to cross the wilderness? I have a bad feeling about this. He smiled reassuringly. We're both beast tamers. There's nothing to fear. Besides, we can ride with an exploration team. The two continued walking along the broken road. Exploration team? Who are they? They're mercenaries hired to leave the city and explore the wilderness. The sky above remained a clear blue as vehicles crowded the road. East Gate, everyone, please proceed. Proceed in order for inspection before leaving the city. The sight before him shocked him. This. He pointed ahead. There are so many people. Gubai, her hunch was right after all. Just then, a car came speeding toward them. He quickly pulled Gubai aside. Watch out. They barely managed to jump out of the way as the car rushed past. The driver stopped the car just in time. The two awkwardly looked at their still clasped hands. Xian turned his head away, embarrassed. Are you okay, Gubai? She couldn't bring herself to look at him. I'm fine. She stared at the scene in disbelief. The tidal monsters just retreated. How can there be so many people leaving the city? He gazed ahead, analyzing. It's likely that some wealthy people think Belan City is doomed, so they're trying to escape while they can. But they don't have the skills to survive in the wilderness, so they hire exploration teams to protect them. Ahead of them was a caravan, a wealthy individual, who had hired a whole team, so of course there were many people. The East Gate was a very spacious area. A girl from the military stepped forward to warn, beware of wild beast attacks. Inspect all vehicles leaving the city. Keep the military lanes clear. He watched the stern-faced girl. All personnel leaving the city must surrender their weapons and equipment and present personal information for inspection. The guard dogs were also inspecting Xian after the recent disaster and attack. Father didn't close the gates for a search because he wanted to. Creating a safe illusion for the outside world, huh? Your personal information is already displayed on the system. The two of them walked into a narrow corridor. A reminder for those leaving the city, please wear protective masks. Xian followed the order and put on his mask. Gubai, of course, didn't dare to disobey either. They had now stepped into a desolate space. The two split up and ran quickly, with Xian still looking around. He stared at the scene before him. It seemed this defensive line had fended off countless beasts. Xian was using binoculars to search for their target. First, they needed to find the expedition team's outpost. Before Xian stretched a landscape scorched as if by fire, unbearably hot. But that was exactly the place he was looking for. Found it. The sky above remained a clear blue as they passed by people still at work. Xian blushed as he walked past an attractive young woman. The two had now arrived at the main camp. He looked ahead and said, that's the expedition team's outpost over there. Let's head there. A tattered, strange flag fluttered in the wind. This must be the place. Red Monkey Mercenary Group. At the Red Monkey Expedition Team's camp, Elder Duan Fengling spoke, 2 newcomers are at the gate.
What do you think?
Elder Duan seemed quite interested in the two, replying, they look promising.
Elder Duan chuckled warmly. Hello there, young ones.
His gaze lingered on them meaningfully.
Did you two get lost? The blood-curdling howl behind them made Gubai flinch. Xian, they don't seem like good people.
Xian glanced back at her, thinking, I wonder what switch Gubai flipped after sunrise. She trembled as they approached, yet somehow still drew attention. Xian suddenly unleashed his strength. Elder Duan stepped past them.
It's so dangerous outside the city.
Let this old man protect you. He swiftly moved between them, closing in on Xian.
He lifted Xian effortlessly. Little one, don't struggle. Xian had no choice but to comply.
Gubai stood frozen for a few seconds, watching the scene unfold.
Lao Duan saw his expression and seemed amused. Was the little one angry?
Xian immediately pinned him down, and Lao Duan smashed his head against the ground. Not only that, he also broke the other's arm.
Lao Duan cried out in pain, someone help me. Wind Wolf, pull me away. He's attacking me.
His entire body was now engulfed in blue flames.
Go ahead, try it.
Wind Wolf was horrified by the sight. There was too much killing intent. Sunlight streamed down through the horn-shaped opening above as everyone turned to look ahead.
Jiesia said in a casual tone, Deputy Leader, what's all this noise about?
Deputy Captain Ming gently stroked his hair.
What else? A beast horde is coming.
Jing immediately checked the system. Thermal scan showed roughly 200 to 300 creatures. A voice came from the platform above. Wind Wolf, what's the situation?
He was taking aim at a target. Deputy Leader, are you done? Things aren't looking good.
The situation is dire. A thick plume of smoke billowed in the distance.
Beasts are coming from the east. They'll reach the outpost in 5 minutes. Lao Duan kept pleading, come on, buddy, let me go. We're all in this together now. You don't want us standing here like this when the beasts charge in, do you?
But his face remained expressionless.
Then Xian flung his arm away. Stay away from me. He called someone over.
Go get the deputy leader, things outside are falling apart.
Someone above was unleashing flames. Don't panic. Sigmund roared, it's too late to flee back to the city. We fight together and wait for reinforcements, that's our only chance.
The crowd below still seemed confused.
Sigmund. Xian watched for a moment and couldn't help but mutter. Finally, someone who knows what they're doing.
He stood there and addressed everyone, I'm the deputy captain of the Silver Rank Beast Tamer Squad from the Red Ape Adventure Group. I'll handle the front, but we need another beast tamer on standby for the other side.
Who's in?
He glanced helplessly at the Iron Rank members.
None of the strong ones are willing to take the risk.
Then a golden-haired woman in the crowd spoke up, I'm Silver Rank too.
Let me give you a hand.
Oh. You're also speechless at what just happened, right? He even made the first move. Striding forward amid everyone's gasps, he said, give me some firepower.
And I guarantee I can hold the line. Isn't that the young master of the Ming group?
Young Master Ming has already reached the silver rank. Ming scowled at the sight of him, just some rich kid.
Can he even handle this?
He then ordered his men, Lao Duan, Feng Lang, take some of the expedition team and fetch the heavy weapons.
The two immediately responded, yes, sir. Ming then shouted a rallying cry, keep surviving.
Xian stared at the young man, warning Gubai, stick close to me later.
Stay safe, this guy is going to cause trouble. The entire space felt scorched by the sun. He strode sideways, shouting, come out, red fire monkey. No time to slack off. The sky remained a clear blue as the group tensely prepared. And Fa prayed fervently, Lord, be with your servant.
And grant me wisdom and joy, that I may find the courage to endure today's trial. He focused on the holy scripture before him, praying for the Lord's Spirit to protect all his brothers.
We humbly beg for your mercy.
The young noble stretched his arms, for the Lord's words hold the power to save us from the sin of pride.
Lao Duan gripped his weapon tightly, may we find courage and humility.
Gubai watched everything with deep concern, save us from despair,
pain, and weakness. Lao Duan walked over, rifle in hand, and asked, kid, are you a beast tamer too? He kept his eyes on Xian, noting his skillful demeanor.
His strength must be solid. I think you're way more capable than that rich brat.
Xian's tone softened slightly.
Your little one seems scared, Gubai's whole body is shaking. His pat on her shoulder made her heart race.
Gubai, are you okay?
Her face was pale as she hesitated.
I'm fine. Just a little nervous.
Xian looked at her sternly. When the beast comes, just stay close to me.
You'll be fine.
The two stood side by side, waiting in silence.
Lao Duan had already activated the weapon and was ready.
He roared loudly, "The beasts are coming! Prepare for battle!" The beasts surged forward like a tide, and a voice came from the lookout tower. "Hold your fire! They're almost within range." The detonation devices were aimed at the beasts, now hidden in the smoke. Watching the scene, he couldn't help but marvel, Zijing's explosives are truly powerful. The surviving beasts charged again. Feng Lang observed them through his scope. Still pretty tough. He immediately pulled the trigger. Taste this. The beast's head exploded instantly, and another bullet fired, dropping yet another beast. Feng Lang prepared to attack again. "Lao Duan, a few are heading your way." The automatic cannons kept firing relentlessly. But the beasts dodged the bullets. "Xiao Zijing, I just saw one slip past your machine gun." Zijing was furious. "You saw it and didn't chase it? Useless." Lao Duan ran to the machine gun. "I told you, your gun's caliber is too small." "It's useless." He aimed his weapon at the enemy. "Big caliber is the only truth." Lao Duan fired both guns at once, blasting the heads off a string of beasts. Other beasts were climbing the city walls. Xian's expression turned grave. Bronze-rank beasts are about to breach the walls. Lao Fu grinned smugly. "Finally, my turn to shine." Lao Duan kept firing while giving orders. "Not yet. Roll the oil barrels down now." The others hurriedly rolled the barrels, blocking the beasts. Feng Lang continued shooting, targeting the barrels, which ignited, incinerating the beasts completely. Watching the scene, he couldn't help but praise, the Adventurers Guild really knows their stuff. Lao Duan puffed out his chest. "Of course. The red monkeys are among the best in the entire wasteland." The flames made the beasts hesitate, but one stood out, rising upright. It was displaying its dominance. Lao Duan squinted at the beast. "The leader's here." Xian immediately activated the system, Apocalypse Eye. The system provided the details: race, alchemy rank steel beast, rank, high silver, talent, iron shatter, aptitude, high silver, skills, battle red, iron teeth blue, ironclad green. A red high silver rank beast appeared, locking its gaze on the target. And Feng Lang glared back through his scope. His face showed a hint of nervousness. "Old man. We've got about 7 or 8 silver rank magical beasts here." He sounded confused after hearing that. 7 or 8? Are you serious? He immediately pointed behind him. "There's a wealthy cultivator over there. Whether we hold the rear depends on him." The wealthy cultivator still looked full of confidence. "Leave it to me." He summoned his prized beast. "Come forth, golden toad trash." A massive frog appeared, a golden toad trash frog, a silver rank mid-tier species with a metal affinity. It had a flexible body talent and high gold potential. Skills: green leaf combo frog, its tongue was deep blue, and its body had a blue metallic sheen. Ming had already summoned his battle beast. The silver rank ferocious beasts around them suddenly multiplied. They had to deal with them first. He commanded the red fire monkey. "Red fire monkey, flame fist strike." It swung a flaming fist, smashing a beast's head clean off in one hit. Another beast lunged at them, and the two immediately clashed, both entering an all-out assault. Ming stood back and gave the order. "Red fire monkey, now's the time for that move." It effortlessly dodged the enemy's attack, its arms igniting with flames again. The red fire monkey struck repeatedly, Crimson Lotus explosive fist. The beast's body was already battered beyond recognition. After landing several punches, the red fire monkey snarled and reported. "Deputy leader, reinforcements are on their way. They'll arrive in about 8 minutes." His expression darkened upon hearing this, his eyes filled with conflict. Behind the city walls, everyone was cheering. Ming turned back and urged them, "Come on, brothers, just a little more." Just as everyone was celebrating, a streak of red light suddenly flashed over one man's head. The man immediately lowered his spear. The man beside him turned pale and stammered, "Captain." The man was still trembling, confused about what was happening, when a towering shadow appeared behind him. He turned in bewilderment and asked, "What the hell is that?" Then, the thing behind him struck. The red light slashed down again, and the man's head was severed in an instant. Xian's expression grew tense. He raised his hand, gathering energy to join the fight. Xian moved like lightning, unleashing a powerful attack. A dazzling blue energy wave struck the monster diving from above with precision and force. Yet, in the distance, more monsters were eyeing him hungrily. He hadn't expected this and thought to himself, "This is bad." Just as Xian was confused, several giant spider silk threads suddenly appeared in the air and lunged at the monster, binding it tightly. Xian was taken aback by the sight and raised his hand to shield his head. He quickly regained his composure, crouched down, and raised both hands to focus his energy. Xian swung his hand, sending a surge of energy toward the monsters, which rushed at them in an attack. After dealing with the threat, Xian turned to see who had saved him. Recognizing the familiar figure, he blurted out, "Goodbye." Then, unable to help himself, he asked, "Has your Nat reached the bronze rank already?" The one who had helped Xian was indeed Gubai. She tucked her hair behind her ear and answered shyly, "I bought some materials from the black market for it, so it leveled up." Beside her stood a purple gnat, a fire-type lava breed at the early bronze rank, with a sturdy lava-type A body. It had high golden tier potential and skills like lava silk and bamboo fireball. Xian was so shocked that cold sweat broke out, his eyes widening as he thought, "What kind of luck is this?" The scene shifted. On the other side, the city walls and cannons were being smashed to pieces by the monsters, who kept lifting and slamming them down until they crumbled. Amid the smoke, old Duan observed the situation and said to Wenyu behind him, "We've run out of firepower. Quick, send the spirit beasts into battle." And Yu immediately pointed forward and commanded the golden horned frog. Golden horned frog, use tongue strike. It swiftly extended its massive tongue, sweeping it across the area. The unsuspecting monsters were knocked back one after another. Xian clenched his fist against his chest, his expression resolute as he made up his mind. Everyone's doing their part. I can't be a burden to them. He raised his hand and summoned Juya. "Come out, Juya." Juya flew over quickly. It released 3 flames like meteors, crashing toward the ground. Xian immediately shouted, "Juya, don't go wild." The flames struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the monsters. Xian was furious, raising his fist and yelling, "I didn't even give the order." No sooner had he spoken than Juya approached him, looking down with an arrogant gaze as it replied, "I am the embodiment of the sun. I need no commands from you." Xian didn't hesitate, he smacked it. Juya landed with a bump on its head, while Gubai and the gnat beside her gasped in shock. The scene shifts. On the other side, Chiming and Fire Marquis are hiding behind cargo crates with another person, while a towering monster paces outside. Chiming recalls the earlier scene where a man was attacked by the monster, his expression turning grim as he frowns and clenches his teeth in thought. This creature is incredibly fast, there's no way he can match it. The most important thing right now is to stay calm. Lost in thought, Chiming suddenly turns to see the man beside him raising a gun. He hisses urgently, "Hey, what are you doing?" and quickly covers the man's mouth. Seeing the man about to charge out, Chiming grabs him, his voice even more frantic. "Hey, that guy out there!" Fired his gun repeatedly and shouted, "I'm going all out against you." As expected, the monster swings its arm and slashes at the man's head. This monster is a hammerhead frog, a massive creature clad in sharp black armor, with glowing purple ribbons swirling around it. Its hands end in dangerous claws, and it's holding the head of the man from earlier. Hiding behind the crates, Chiming breaks into a cold sweat, puzzling over what this creature could be. Could it be a golden rank? Then, he receives a notification, "Deputy Leader, the eastern defense line has been breached. Beast hordes are invading the camp." Hearing this, he can't help but grimace. Just when it rains, it pours. Chiming gives the order, "Fonglang, retreat. Your 6 o'clock direction." Fonglang responds quickly, "Understood." Fonglang aims his gun toward the 6 o'clock position, right where the monster is standing. Behind the crates, Fire Marquis smirks at Chiming and teases, "Deputy Leader, you owe me a meal after this." After adjusting his aim, he decides to pull the trigger. The bullet strikes the hammerhead frog's head, knocking it backward. Seizing the moment, Chiming sticks his head out and roars furiously, "Now!" Fire Marquis tears off the cloth covering his eye, flames igniting in his left socket as he grits his teeth and snarls. Channeling all his strength, he fires a blazing inferno from his left eye, shouting, "Flame surge!" But the hammerhead frog is lightning fast, dodging the attack with ease. A massive explosion rocks the construction site. Lao Duan, Fonglang, and Xian are left stunned. All 3 thought in unison, "What's happening?" Xian immediately turned to Chia and ordered, "Chia, go support them." Chia obeyed without hesitation and took flight. The scene shifted, Chi Ming's side was in dire straits. The hammerhead ant pressed forward, swinging its razor-sharp claws at him. Unleashing a terrifying purple blow, Chi Ming quickly erected a barrier to block the attack, keeping himself safe for the moment. But her assault was too fierce, the barrier began to crack. Glancing back, he saw Chihuahua still sitting there, frowning, and commanded, "Chihuahua, fall back for now." In an instant, the hammerhead ant shattered the barrier, sending fragments flying. She boldly seized Chi Ming by the neck, and he grimaced, gripping her claws tightly with both hands. Chia arrived just in time. The hammerhead ant, still holding Chi Ming, quickly sensed its presence. She viciously flung him toward Chia. But Chia dodged just in time. On Chi Ming's side, Lao Duan appeared in time to catch him. The force of the impact smashed a huge hole in the wall behind them.
Lao Duan asked with concern, "Deputy Leader, are you all right?" He winced,
his face already bruised, and gritted his teeth.
"I'm fine, but..."
Xia continuously fired primordial fire from above, while the hammerhead ant below shielded itself with a purple barrier to block the flames. Seeing the situation, Sigmund continued, "If we can't stop it, we'll all perish.
Someone has to hold it off so we stand a chance."
Sigmund immediately ordered Feng Lang, use the alchemical rounds Ziling gave you.
Now's the time.
His expression was unusually serious, but his tone still carried a hint of teasing. Alright, Deputy Leader, 2 meals, don't stiff me.
Feng Lang loaded the rounds into his magazine and added,
"I just hope this thing doesn't wreck my reinforced steel sniper rifle." But the rounds didn't behave as he'd hoped. The sheer energy exploded the barrel. He muttered in frustration, "Great, that's just great."
The round and its energy blasted toward the hammerhead ant, obscuring its vision.
Seeing the danger, Feng Lang immediately reported, "Sigmund, my rifle's destroyed. Only the scope's still intact."
Meanwhile, Zian was rushing over from a distance.
Before them, Lao Duan and Sigmund were shielding their eyes, straining to observe the hammerhead in the distance. Then he replied, "This is the purple scripture's matter. Go ask her for it." Zian quickly stepped beside the two, with Xia already resting in his hand.
Lao Duan spoke first, "This time, I'm afraid you won't be getting back up." Though still focused, Sigmund immediately countered, "No, look."
In the distance, the hammerhead remained standing as if nothing had happened, completely unaffected by the bullet or the massive energy blast. On the other side, Feng Lang continued taking aim and firing, but in the next moment, the hammerhead vanished from his sight.
Feng Lang couldn't help but gasp in shock, muttering under his breath, "Darn it."
It turned out the hammerhead had already spotted Feng Lang's hiding place. She shot upward like a rocket, claws outstretched, ready to strike, while Feng Lang still gripped his gun tightly.
The high vantage point exploded instantly,
a dazzling purple light bursting forth as if to tear the sky apart. Zian looked up, fear creeping into his eyes as he thought to himself, "No wonder she's at the golden rank, this speed is unreal." The hammerhead said nothing, her hand clutching only a tangle of wires instead of Feng Lang's head. Looking down, she saw 4 flames, purple, blue, white, and red.
Enraged, she blasted the high vantage point into smoldering ruins, while Zian watched from below.
The hammerhead moved like she had teleported. One moment she was above, the next she appeared behind Zian. He sensed the shift in the air behind him, his expression stiffening slightly. The hammerhead lunged at Zian, both hands reaching to grab him, but she only caught his shield. He raised his hand and muttered an incantation, the movements too fast for the naked eye to follow. The hammerhead struck the shield with her head and razor-sharp claws. Realizing it wouldn't hold much longer. Just as he predicted, a second later, the shield shattered under her claws. Her towering form loomed over Zian as she brushed her head with her hand. Suddenly, a thick strand of spider silk shot toward him. It stuck to his side, standing out starkly against the debris in his panicked gaze. Just as the hammerhead was about to strike, the silk yanked him off the ground, safely pulling Zian out of harm's way. With that, Zian squeezed his eyes shut and crashed into Miss Bai's arms. Both of their faces turned red. Zian spoke first, "Miss Bai, thank you."
"No, I'm sorry."
Miss Bai couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes and replied shyly,
"Oh, don't mention it. It's nothing."
Then, Miss Bai steadied Zian with one hand while raising the other to command the bamboo fire spider.
"Bamboo fire spider, fire the shock rock bomb."
The bamboo fire spider slammed the ground, creating glowing fissures. The scene was chaotic as the long-range hammerhead kept dodging the bamboo fire spider's attacks.
Zian and Miss Bai watched nervously, beads of sweat forming. He said anxiously, "It dodged again. Could it be?"
He recalled how the hammerhead had dodged the ear bomb in an instant. Its speed was clearly fast, yet it didn't avoid gunfire. Thinking of how agilely the hammerhead evaded attacks, he realized it might easily dodge spiritual energy-based strikes. So he deduced, in other words, it can probably only sense spiritual energy fluctuations, not physical science.
Zian turned and shouted to the other side, "Hey, mercenaries! I've figured out how to deal with it. I need your help." Before Zian could finish, Lao Duan and Si Ming had already taken off running. Zian immediately shouted after them, "Hey, what are you two doing?"
Si Ming said to Lao Duan behind him, "Run faster." Seeing their reaction, Zian could only pin his hopes on Gu Bai.
"Gu Bai, it's up to us now."
After a moment, someone riding a spiritual beast shouted, "Wait."
The speaker was Fu Gu.
He adjusted his glasses and smirked, "Did you guys forget about the beast tamer ranks?" Behind him was the golden horn frog.
He arrogantly commanded, "Golden flower, shield." The golden horn frog obeyed and immediately swallowed Fu Gu, shocking the two onlookers.
Inside the golden horned frog, Fugu stretched comfortably as a white glow emanated from him, mixing with a golden light. The frog transformed, its face became identical to Fuji's, even donning his glasses, and it braced itself for defense. An A-rank talent allows fusion with a contracted spiritual beast, boosting attributes and unlocking new skills.
Witnessing this, Xian fell into thought.
It's a bit ugly, but this skill might be useful.
Gubai nodded in agreement from behind. This contamination is way too intense.
The golden horned toad lunges forward with all its might, its body swirling with jade-green energy.
It bares its teeth and roars at the hammerhead demon in the distance, showing these guys just how much power they're missing. It charges toward the gate of mockery, its body brimming with momentum.
But the hammerhead demon nimbly dodges,
leaving the golden horned toad to crash forward uncontrollably.
Writhing in pain and shock, it curls into a ball.
Xian watches everything unfold from behind. He says, just as I expected. It can only see targets with spiritual energy, probably judging by that.
Then he adds, Gubwa, our plan might actually work. Gubwa hesitates, her eyes filled with doubt.
But I'm afraid I can't do it. Xian firmly takes her hand and reassures her, it's okay. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself too. Didn't you just pull it off?
Gubwa's cheeks flush slightly at his words. He smirks, then declares with fiery confidence.
Go! I've got 100% chance of winning. Gubwa behind him reaches out to stop him.
Xian locks eyes with the distant hammerhead demon and shouts, Hey, hammerhead! His eyes glow, and the energy around him becomes dazzlingly bright and powerful. He says clearly, Come at me. Noticing the hammerhead demon suddenly appearing behind him, he thinks, just as I thought, a sneak attack from behind. He continues to ponder, though it moves fast, it always hesitates before attacking, this time's no different.
So all I need to do is. He clasps his hands together, blue energy blazing like flames, illuminating everything around him. Watching the stunned hammerhead demon, he thinks, now's probably.
His energy grows even more violent, engulfing the hammerhead demon and forcing her to shield her eyes. Xian muses, to her, it must look like nothing but blinding light, like the sun itself.
Then he shouts, now, Blazing Fang.
Blazing Fang obeys, shooting forward and unleashing a pillar of fire that slams into the hammerhead demon, sending her stumbling back.
Blazing Fang's fiery blast strikes the area where the hammerhead demon stands, and the surroundings.
The scene was chaotic, with spider silk scattered everywhere.
Xian raised a finger and commanded it forward, ordering it to hold the enemy back.
Laya soared into the air, spewing a spiraling flame that engulfed the distant spider chief like hellfire. This was the flame spring technique, instantly making the surrounding air unbearably scorching. The swirling flames towered above the spider chief's head, forcing even her massive form to look up in awe.
On the white shadow's side, she immediately ordered the fire spiders into action. The fire spiders spat silk, rapidly firing thick, sticky strands.
They swiftly bound the large cargo crates and stacked them together.
Xian seized the moment to finish the battle. Laya, the final strike.
Laya's eyes gleamed as he channeled all his strength into this last attack. This was the core blade ray technique, his claws unfolded like two sharp blades, firing a powerful crimson beam from above. The beam struck the ground with a deafening explosion, sending white smoke and shattered crate debris flying in all directions. The perspective shifted to reveal a telescope observing the battle from afar. At an outpost near White Scale City, someone watched through the telescope, marveling aloud, while those nearby gasped in astonishment. A blue glow emerged from a puddle on the ground.
Xian looked down at the opening and asked. Baigu replied, I'm fine.
Suddenly, a clawed hand burst from the ground.
Baigu tensed, realizing something was wrong, and hesitantly called out, Xian, it isn't dead yet. Xian grew confused, had he misjudged?
The spider chief erupted from underground, her chest armor torn but her terrifying presence undiminished.
Baigu watched from behind as Xian stood calmly on a rock, snapped his fingers, and said, Then we'll have to do this.
He summoned his spirit beast, the Chilincarp, and used the devouring technique. It swiftly opened its jaws and swallowed the spider chief whole. No sooner had the Chilincarp closed its mouth than its eyes rolled back, and crimson spikes appeared before it. It was under attack from within. Blood-red spikes pierced its eyes and body. It froze in agony, and Xian watched in shock. White Shadow was restraining the Chilincarp.
He panicked, sweating profusely, unable to comprehend what was happening.
He suddenly doubled over, surrounded by crimson spikes like fresh blood, his mind racing.
What's happening? Something is invading my body. Gubai ran over in a panic.
You wave your hand to brush them away and secretly command it, go back first. At this moment, Lao Duan jumps up from the underground base, looks around, and says, it should be over by now. Shiming climbs up to join him and turns to say, let's check if any monsters are still alive. The area is filled with white smoke.
Lao Duan picks up a leg from a golden horned frog somewhere. Its mouth is blown apart like this. There shouldn't be any survivors left, Qiming responds. Look over there. Zijing is slowly walking up from the basement. Before them, Gubai supports Xian, saying both are at the city pier realm. Xian's eyes gradually close as Lao Duan, Qimeng, Zixing, and Qiming watch. Lao Duan tosses the golden horned frog's leg aside and sneers, looks like that troublemaker is dead. Xian's vision grows darker. Qiming trembles and says, Lao Duan, stop spacing out, pull the blade out. He calls out to Xian, hey, kid. Then turns to the others, it's no use, he's passed out. Xian's eyes are now fully closed. Xian falls unconscious, his body sinking as if into the depths of the sea. Voices still call his name, Xian, Xian. In his daze, he can still sense someone calling him, wondering who it is. Those bloodshot blue eyes appear before him again. Xian jolts awake in terror, sitting up on the medical bed. Jiameng and Gubai stand on either side of the bed, watching him with concern. Gubai speaks up, Doctor, he's awake. Xian sits up, and Jiameng puts her hands on her hips, saying, seems fine. Probably just exhausted his spiritual energy. Xian presses a hand to his forehead, lost in thought. His spiritual energy shouldn't have hit its limit so soon. Hearing this, Gubai replies, well, it might not be that simple. Lao Duan pushes aside the curtain from outside, and both turn to look this way. Lao Duan says, oh, you're awake. Our boss wants to see you. Xian walks out with Lao Duan. Qiming is tending the fire outside. Seeing him, Qiming asks, Jade Dan Bronze Realm, you're awake? He smirks and says, honestly, I didn't expect someone with the Jade Dan title to have such skills. Lao Duan and Xian approach, and Xian responds, is that your excuse for abandoning us and running away? Qiming says, you've got quite the mouth on you. He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. He didn't blame you for reporting the case, but after all, I'm at least a deputy captain, I have to protect my own people's lives. He tilted his head back with a light chuckle. If I had known you were this capable, I wouldn't have hesitated so much. So, what do you say? Interested in joining us? Xian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Join you people? He thought to himself, just based on these words, why should I trust you? If this guy abandoned us once, he'll do it again. Qiming awkwardly averted his gaze before responding, we lost a few people on our side too. Our combat strength isn't what it used to be. Our mission is to escort the client to Xiaolin town, but with our current numbers, we're definitely short-handed. Xian crossed his arms, sizing him up. Xiaolin town, isn't that the only way to the old city? Perfect, I can travel with them. Qiming stopped walking and looked him straight in the eye. Don't rush to refuse. We won't let you walk away empty-handed, we'll pay you. He grinned, holding up 3 fingers. How about a 3% cut? He let out a soft laugh and agreed. Deal. Watching the other's sly expression, he thought, I'm not working for you, though. Seeing his agreement, Qiming teased excitedly, a gentleman still loves money, huh? The night sky remained just as gloomy. The scene shifted to the Red Ape Adventure Group's outpost in Xiaolin town, nestled in a narrow stretch of forest. 3 tanks are slowly entering an area. Lao Duan looks around in confusion and says, this road is way too winding. The engine breaks down, then gets fixed again. After being fixed, it breaks down again. Xian stands beside Gubai, whose face turns red as he thinks to himself, looks like Gubai's talent is kicking in. Lao Duan reminds the two, we'll spend the night here first, then head to Qinglin town tomorrow. Xian quickly asks, why don't we just go into the town now? The night scenery is unusually serene, with moonlight illuminating the landscape below. Lao Duan explains, because Qinglin town is extremely dangerous at night. Even golden core level spiritual beasts can be killed there. Qinglin town, Green Qinglin. Suddenly, a voice cries out from somewhere, why haven't we arrived yet? The 4 of them turn around in confusion. The voice belongs to a blonde woman in a form-fitting blue dress, with a white scarf wrapped around her neck. The woman shouts angrily. This road is driving me insane. You're all useless. Beside her, a man with round-framed glasses looks helpless. In the distance, a muscular blonde man leans against a tank. Tixielite glares at the woman and says coldly, shut up if you don't want to die. You're going to attract beasts here. The woman freezes upon hearing this. Her face flushes with anger as she points at Tixielite and scolds loudly. Do you know who I am? My brother is the mayor of Qinglin town. A golden core expert. Shixia isn't even worth his attention. This infuriates the brown-haired woman even more, who turns to her boyfriend behind her and says, honey, she's right. Still fuming, she continues muttering curses. I paid to enjoy myself, not to suffer. Xian and Qiming can't stand it anymore and finally speak up. Enough. He rolls his neck impatiently, thinking to himself. Who dares to offend their own bodyguard in the middle of nowhere? This is beyond stupid. Xian stands aside, looking helpless but saying nothing.
Chiming turns and points at the treehouse, addressing everyone.
Let's rest here for the night. We'll set off again tomorrow.
The four of them entered the house and gathered around the flickering fire. After looking around the room, Xian thought to himself.
It's still pretty crude, as expected. And something about this place feels off.
He watched the greenish smoke rising from the fire and noticed the scent.
Just as he suspected. Gubo's face was pale.
He raised his hand to his forehead and said to Xian, "Xian,
I feel so dizzy."
Meanwhile, Ming and the others, along with the monks, Jing and Old Duan, wearing gas masks, lifted the curtain and walked in.
Old Duan asked, "How is it? Have they passed out?"
Jing replied, "See for yourself."
He looked at the four people lying on the ground and said, "They've all passed out. The anesthetic works pretty well, huh?" They looked at Xian suspiciously.
Jing sat down and poked his body.
Old Duan, carrying something, asked curiously, "By the way, why did you wait until now to act?"
Ming put his hands on his hips and said,
"This kid isn't weak.
Bringing him along can fill the spot left by Wind Wolf. And by gaining his trust first,
it'll be easier to control him."
They handcuffed his hands.
Ming plopped down and scrutinized Bai and Xian.
Plus, he's definitely the scion of some big family out for training. So we can demand a hefty ransom from them. With Bai Lin City in chaos, it's the perfect time to cash in. Then I could retire early.
No more days of bloodshed.
Old Duan counted the unconscious people and found one missing.
1, 2, 3, 4. How come one is missing?
Just then, sudden applause drew the attention of the Snake Gang.
Alpha appeared at that moment, speaking with a bewitching smile.
The Lord said, "Let there be light," and there was light. By the wisdom and grace of the Lord, I, his most loyal servant, am blessed.
Ming looked at the Snake Gang in confusion. What is he talking about? What's wrong with him?
The Snake Gang stared back at him, equally baffled.
My knockout drug should have taken out Old Duan. Old Duan raised his gun in fury. Darn it.
He pointed his gun at Alpha and roared.
Who are you? Stop claiming to be the father of my lord. Alpha raised his hands in surrender.
He replied with an eerie smile.
Calm down. Let's talk this out.
When the Snake Gang saw the mark on his palm as he surrendered, they became even more cautious.
Ming spoke up.
I didn't expect you to be from the witchcraft cult. Situan sat in the corner, silently observing everything, lost in thought. He never expected the self-proclaimed lord to be from the witchcraft cult. He had already put on a gas mask, watching the situation with narrowed eyes. This was indeed an unexpected gain. It turned out the apocalypse I had detected the knockout drug and alerted him. He took the opportunity to activate his mask and go with the flow. He mused to himself.
I thought this was just a regular kidnapping.
I didn't expect the witchcraft cult to be involved.
What does the witchcraft cult want to discuss with me?
Alpha adjusted his glasses and answered with a smile. I'm an agent from the outer sacrificial department of the witchcraft cult.
Codename Alpha, the organization's genius strategist.
He raised his hand, pointing at the unconscious Xian and the others. Sorry for interrupting your work. But I only want those two beast tamers over there. Only talents like them can take down a golden rank ferocious beast like this.
They're exactly who I'm looking for.
Ming put his hands on his hips, grinning menacingly at an FA.
Then you're out of luck. Those two belong to us. If you want them, we can be friends. Just say what you're offering.
An FA waved his hand dismissively, smirking in response.
Friends? I think you've misunderstood. We are the demon sect. We don't do business.
Suddenly, two blonde terrorists appeared behind Ming, cutting him off with a sharp tone.
He snapped angrily. You mean you want to take them for free? The system suddenly blared an alarm as a 3D hologram appeared.
He stared at the scene in shock, thinking to himself.
What's going on? Where did those two come from?
He turned and saw the notification.
3D holographic projection device.
Now he understood what had happened.
Meanwhile, someone in the distance took aim at the demon sect members with a gun. A gunshot rang out suddenly. The bullet struck a demon sect member's arm, shattering it.
Ming thought in shock, who fired that shot?
A voice immediately transmitted, "It's me, Captain." He responded at once. "Fong Lang, you're still alive?"
Fong Lang, hidden in the bushes with a rifle, replied.
"Yeah, and this time you owe me a few meals."
Alpha, his arm shattered, collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his injury.
Ming transmitted to Fong Lang. "Cut the act. This kid isn't dead yet. Hit him harder."
Fong Lang immediately explained that my spear was broken.
It's already impressive you managed to fight like this.
At that moment, old Duan turned around, holding a 3D projection tool, to report.
Boss, those two are just 3D projections. This guy is the only real one.
The four surrounded Alpha, their eyes filled with contempt.
Taming sneered as he spoke. Kid, you think you can beat us with that little skill?
Alpha trembled all over, forcing himself to speak through fear and pain.
The high priest is on his way. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it.
He was immediately surrounded and roughed up by old Duan and his gang.
You won't even get a proper burial. You little brat.
I'll make you pay for this by working yourself to the bone. I'll take one of his kidneys first. Under the night sky in the forest, a group of people rode their spirit beasts forward. A figure in black flew toward Arthur.
High priest, we've arrived at Qingxiao Forest. He replied, ready to act. I hope Alpha wasn't wrong this time.
They continued riding their spirit beasts straight toward the house. Hearing the noise, old Duan looked around again.
Taming asked suspiciously, what was that sound?
Alpha, hearing the noise, became excited and cackled wildly.
You're finished. The high priest is here.
Something crashed into the roof, making a deafening sound.
Xian opened his eyes and looked around. What's going on?
It turned out to be Arthur and his spirit beast breaking in. Alpha, seeing him, immediately raised his remaining arm and shouted, High Priest. The final moment had arrived. A system panel appeared behind him. Race, Dual Snake Beast, Realm, Peak Golden, Talent, Terrifying Gaze. Aptitude, Peak Golden, Skills, Axis of Darkness Fire, Death, Terror Illusion, Death, Bloodlust Obsession, Death. Arthur stepped down from his spirit beast. Holding his scepter, he asked.
Is anyone there?
The system panel pops up again. Arthur is exceptionally gifted, possessing the domain seal gate, his cultivation at the Golden Peak realm. His four beast companions, all alphas, kneel in submission, heads bowed. Behind them lie two unconscious youths.
An eerie purplish-black aura emanates from Arthur, making Xian break out in a cold sweat. This man's oppressive presence is overwhelming.
Arthur releases his own pressure to intimidate the group of old fools. Please step aside. One of the old fools warily points his gun at him.
What do you want? Taming angrily curses, what the hell? The pressure surrounding him mirrors Arthur's, leaving him baffled. Why can't he move?
Arthur had already unleashed his pressure, rendering these petty schemers immobile. He strides past them without a second glance. Arthur stops before Xian, murmuring a prayer under his breath. Mother of all spirits, please save these two lost children. Xian peeks open his eyes just as Arthur pulls out a small purple vial filled with some kind of liquid.
System prompt, pure toxin elixir.
A spiritual elixir refined from the essence of a phantom boar queen combined with various herbs. It can control the target while enhancing their cultivation.
Arthur continues his prayer while aiming the syringe-like vial at Xian.
May your soul guide them out of the darkness. Xian's fear makes his cold sweat pour. This is bad. He's trying to control us with that. He can no longer pretend and breaks free from his restraints. He grabs Arthur's hand to stop him, awkwardly saying, I'm not into guys offering bed warming services. With that, he strikes with a powerful water blast. Arthur raises his hand to block, sneering, child's play.
Xian seizes the moment to act. Jai Gubai remains unconscious, so he calls out repeatedly while getting up. Gubai, Gubai, wake up.
After assessing the situation, he decides retreat is the best option. Xian throws a smoke bomb at Arthur. Arthur waves his hand, releasing pressure that instantly disperses the smoke. Xian smashes through the wooden wall behind him and escapes. Arthur immediately commands his subordinates, after them. In the eerie, shadowy depths of the forest, Xian supports Jai Gubai as they vanish into the darkness. Try waking her up one more time. Gubai, Gubai, do you feel any better? But there was no response, so he continued thinking.
Damn, this anesthetic is way too strong.
He looked up at the distant forest and commanded the system, Apocalyptic Eye.
Scan the surroundings. The system expanded across every tree and blade of grass.
It spotted a tall tree bearing strange golden fruit and sent an alert.
Species, Green Banana Hunter Tree, High-Level Realm. Talent, Banana Intoxication Fragrance. Aptitude, Mid-Golden. Skills, Blue Banana Fragrance, Green Banana Hunting Strike, Green Banana Binding.
Xian slowly helped Gubai to the base of the tree, pondering. The green banana tree blocked the exit, and with Gubai still unconscious, his movements were restricted. He looked up at the sky and saw many people riding spirit beasts chasing him. Panicked, he thought soldiers were pursuing him from above. What should he do? He could only use his royal chef space to hide Gubai inside. He recalled a past moment when this method had helped him evade an attack.
An explosion echoed. Standing beneath a boulder, he thought Gubai was safe now.
Only the pursuers remained.
He turned his gaze toward the green banana tree and the surrounding forest. A knowing smile curled his lips. Nightfall, the green banana forest, this time, the advantage was his. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin, the four old Duans remained paralyzed, watching as an FA turned to Arthur and said, "Sir, I." An FA, in agony, realized he was fading. He reached out, pleading, "Save me." Arthur stood silently, saying nothing. Then he began to pray, "May the mother of 10,000 pearls guide your soul to the promised land." This left an FA utterly confused, and he couldn't help but speak up. After reciting the incantation, Arthur raised his scepter. A purple stream of energy shot out, striking an FA and consuming him in flames. The old Duans, horrified, couldn't believe their eyes. One of them cried out, "I never thought he'd kill his own subordinate." At that moment, Ming sent a message to Feng Lang. "Feng Lang, how's the situation on your end?" Feng Lang glanced at his spear, wrapped in white bandages, and replied, "The spear is completely broken. I can't help anyone now." After hearing this, Ming was instantly drenched in cold sweat, thinking, "Oh no, am I going to die here?" In the sky, one of Arthur's subordinates riding a spirit beast reported, "Sir, High Priest, we've found him." From their vantage point, they had already spotted Xian walking through the tall grass. The subordinate continued, "But we don't know where the other woman went." Arthur immediately ordered his men, "Bring him here first." The group rode their spirit beasts in pursuit of Xian. Xian ran while glancing back with an excited grin. His plan had worked. The spirit beast attacked Xian with its sharp claws, but he quickly erected a defensive barrier. Suddenly, vines from countless green banana trees emerged from nowhere, their long tendrils writhing. The vines ensnared the spirit beast, then wrapped around the demonic cultists, shocking them. "What? Vines?" Only then did someone shout, "It's a wood-type spirit beast." Before they could react, the green banana tree's vines swallowed them whole. Xian smirked in satisfaction, just as he'd expected. The green banana tree only attacks creatures that invade its territory. Their beast forms were massive, so he only needed to stand at the edge of its domain. They would surely be seen as enemies. Once deemed an enemy, the tree would punish them in its most terrifying form. The system displayed, green banana tree, perfect form. The green banana tree transformed into a humanoid shape, seizing the two and absorbing their spiritual energy. It drained them until only their skeletons remained. Inside the green banana tree, its fruit was gradually ripening. The system displayed, green banana, silver-grade material, imbued with life essence, capable of healing any wound. Xian stared, pondering. This held life energy, which could replace some ingredients for life-restoring elixirs. He swiftly unleashed a jet of water, slicing off a cluster of fruit. Xian caught it and took a deep breath, savoring the aroma. So fragrant, this scent is dangerously addictive. Suddenly, he realized he'd gotten carried away and forgotten his surroundings. He had already crossed the boundary. He glanced at the green banana tree, still preoccupied with its prey, and wondered. Had it not noticed because it was too focused on absorbing their energy? Xian secretly rejoiced and bolted, thinking, "I won't hold back then." The moment he landed, Xian stepped on a frog, lost his balance, and tumbled to the ground. He fell backward into Green Plantain's territory, staring at the thing that leaped onto him, another frog. "I really do have a thing for frogs," he mused. Behind him, Green Plantain's fierce face bore a pair of glowing green eyes. Its slow approach sending a chill down his spine. Xian turned to look and let out a yelp. "Oh no, this was too much. This joke has gone too far," he thought. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, several white birds soared through the night sky. Arthur raised his hand to send a message, asking his subordinates for an update. After a brief reply, the connection cut off. He stopped and signaled, "All right, mighty sovereign, we need reinforcements." His gaze fell on the charred remains of Alpha's glasses. "Alpha, the human spirit generals will become part of the great legacy." Then he raised his scepter, and a signal flame ignited in his left hand. From the fire emerged several spider-like creatures, their appearance unsettling. Ming stared in shock, muttering, "What in the world are those?" Arthur commanded the creatures in a commanding voice, "Go." And they obeyed, crawling forward slowly. They crept behind Shirshi, Old Duan, Zijing, and Ming, seizing their necks and leaving them pale with terror. Struggling for breath, their feet lifted off the ground. As Arthur raised his scepter and declared loudly, "From now on, you will obey my commands, or the spider bombs around your necks will detonate." Ming glared at the creature choking him, gritting his teeth in fury. Despicable. The scene shifted back to Xian, as Green Plantain reached out to grab him. Terrified, Xian sprinted away as fast as he could. He glanced back, thinking, this is the end. Green Plantain swung its massive hand, but Xian dodged just in time. Yet the force of the blow sent him flying toward the moon, safe for now. He then crashed into a forest. Groaning, leaves tangled in his hair,
He squinted toward Green Plantain's direction and thought.
Lucky me, I landed just outside its territory.
The girl flicked her wrist to open her spatial storage and placed the freshly prepared banana bundle inside. Her expression thoughtful as she considered the current situation. The plant-type spiritual beast's abilities were so powerful. She wondered if she could form a contract with it. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere made her tense up and glance around warily.
Someone was here.
Zian quickly moved behind a large tree to observe the situation in hiding.
Realizing the cult of the demon boar was still relentlessly hunting her down.
Those vile scoundrels were searching everywhere, and old Duan grumbled impatiently,
muttering about how hard it was to find anything in this darkness.
Arthur began chanting again, "Great Mother of Boars, my mighty sovereign,
guide your servant now."
Suddenly, his staff burst into purple flames. He slammed it into the ground, sending a surge of purple fire spreading in all directions.
The system warned Zian, warning, you have been detected.
She knew she was exposed and thought, this is bad. The purple light from the staff extended toward Zian's location, and Arthur pointed at the guiding beam, shouting, over there. Zian saw members of the Crimson Dawn sect following Arthur and wondered in confusion why the adventurers had allied with the cult of the demon boar. Zijing suddenly appeared from nowhere, pointing his spear at Zian and commanding, don't move.
You're surrounded. She raised her hands in surrender, thinking to herself, what is going on today? Why am I so unlucky?
Suddenly, water-based spiritual energy flickered in her hands.
Looks like I'll have to use the old trick again.
She flicked her wrist, sending a cloud of white smoke towards Zijing, thinking, how many times have I used this today? Seizing the opportunity, she quickly leaped onto a tree branch and fled.
As the smoke cleared, old Duan asked Zijing with concern, Zijing, are you alright? Zijing squinted, scanning the direction Zian had escaped, and replied, I'm fine, but that brat got away. Arthur roared in fury, what are you all standing around for?
Chase her. Chiming couldn't take it anymore and snapped at Arthur, there's no one else here who can control beasts except you and me.
Ordinary people can't keep up with beast tamers. Arthur responded coldly, do I need to remind you?
You're all wearing lightweight explosives around your necks. Though displeased, they had no choice but to look away in silence.
Arthur continued, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Chimu was fuming, unable to believe he felt unworthy. Then, a voice came through the wind and waves, asking, Chimu, is everyone alright? Chimu quickly replied, Fonglang, we're fine. It's just that we've got bombs strapped to our necks.
Fonglang, hiding in the bushes near Arthur's group, cautiously observed with a gun in hand and continued, I'm right near you.
I can help.
Chimu stopped him and explained.
Wait, we don't know how the bombs work yet. Hold tight until we figure it out. Understood?
Fonglang, eyes locked on Arthur and his group, nodded in response.
Understood.
Under a large tree deep in the dense forest, Zian clutched his wrist in pain. His arm wrapped in strange red tendrils. Staring at the spiky red vines, he thought, here we go again. A system alert popped up, core damaged, spiritual energy recovery reduced. Spiritual energy capacity halved. He used his pressure to make the tendrils vanish, stood up while supporting his left arm, and realized things weren't looking good. He had already used too much spiritual energy today. And he wasn't sure how much longer he could last. The system kept blaring warnings, annoying him as he grumbled, can you stop already? Lao Duan and Chimu slowly approached him from behind, followed by an ugly one-eyed monkey pet. He called out loudly for Zian to hear, hey, the kid who's tough as bronze, get out here. The system panel displayed Chimu's info, talent, enhanced strength. Attributes, realm, cellular commonality, pets, red fire monkey, color-changing earthfire beetle. Zian hid behind a tree, watching Lao Duan's group, wondering why the adventurers had teamed up with the cursed sect. There had to be a reason. He noticed something gripping the back of Chimu's neck. What was on their necks? The system explained, spider cocoons. Zian understood, so they were being forced. He summoned his fierce fawn bird, which perched on his hand. He leaned in and whispered, Fierce fawn, it's up to you. But don't kill them, I need to talk to them. Fierce fawn let out a haughty cry and flapped a wing at Zian. Alright, I get it. You've probably come up with another one of your brilliant plans, huh? Crimson flame transformed into a gust of wind and flew off, as Zian grumbled after it. Hey, don't pull that stunt again, saying you're tired of eating birds like last time. What a load of nonsense. It darted past the barely visible bushes, startling the old folks. Jia she looked up at the sky, as if spotting something, and warned them. Everyone, look up at the sky. She couldn't make out the object's shape because the crimson flame was flying too fast. Is that a shooting star? Old Duan couldn't tell either and quickly replied. I think it might be. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he cursed under his breath, his jaw. From the streak of light, a massive burst of flames erupted, sending both of them flying. A fire phoenix soared through the smoke, darting past them. Shi Ming was tied to a tree, with a fire monkey standing in front of him, taking orders.
After receiving the command, it leapt fiercely, swinging its fists at the blazing Fong.
But the blazing Fong wasn't so easily dealt with. It effortlessly dodged the fire monkey's attack. Then, it reared its head, spewing crimson flames while chanting an incantation, roaring, "Solar Blaze." No sooner had it spoken than it hovered above its opponent, raining flames down on the bald monkey, making it shriek in pain. The creature was slammed face first into the ground, and by then, Shi Ming had already broken free. He thought in shock, "Darn it, I didn't expect that brat spirit beast to be this strong." Shi Ming cautiously hid behind a bush, watching the armored figure in the iron helmet, muttering to himself, "Looks like this guy won't make a move." As the giant monkey-faced monster endured the scorching flames, he mused, "I've got to come up with a plan." Just then, old Duan raised his gun and fired repeatedly. The blazing Fong flapped its wings nimbly, dodging every bullet. Frustrated, old Duan pulled the trigger again. Grumbling, "Even bullets can't stop it." Suddenly, the fire phoenix spread its wings and dove toward old Duan below. It unleashed a barrage of flames, knocking him backward. In shock, he instinctively hit the ground hard. After the attack, it returned to its original form, landing on Zian's shoulder. Zian stroked its head and glanced at the fallen man, thinking wearily, "Blazing Fong, not again." At that moment, the monkey-like monster suddenly lunged forward, gnashing its teeth as it threw 5 heavy punches straight at him. Zian panicked, raising his hands to block. "Wait. We can talk this out." The creature attacked, forcing him to raise a defensive barrier. The monster's strength was immense, smashing the protective orb into the tree behind Zian. Shi Ming finally spoke up, "There's nothing to talk about with you." In the forest, a red-clad and a green-clad figure stand off. Li Ming speaks with a mix of pleading and commanding tones, "But I have a request for you, for certain reasons. So I must take you with me," Zian says, finding the suggestion somewhat amusing. He immediately replies, "Do you think I'd cooperate with you?" Hearing this, Li Ming smirks and says, "Looks like we'll have to settle this with a fight." Zian also flashes a confident smile as he speaks. Amid the green foliage, flames roar to life. Wing Fong and the giant ape clash, revealing that its eyes aren't blind. They're its weapon. The two beasts ignite a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Zian endures Li Ming's fiery assault, raising a shield to defend himself. As his opponent relentlessly attacks, he frowns in thought. Again? Li Ming presses the assault, taunting, "Hey, little acolyte, how do you have a shield? Is this some rich man's fancy science?" Zian ignores the provocation, his mind racing, his spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Resolute, he thinks, then I'll have to push the shield forward. He channels his inner strength, shoving the flames back. Li Ming is blocked by Zian's shield, pressing closer with a grin. "Didn't expect you to push the shield at me." "Not bad, little acolyte." With that, his body erupts in dangerous flames, warning Zian, who stands before him, this isn't some schoolyard drill. He mutters to himself, "No rules here," then chants an incantation, amplifying his power as the flames surge toward Zian. Zian grits his teeth, calculating frantically. I didn't think he'd strike so fast. And of all times, now? Too slow to dodge, his expression darkens as Li Ming absorbs him, boasting, "I've been fighting in the streets since I was a kid." After the strike, his back slams into the ground, splitting open. He clenches his teeth, enduring the pain and fury. Still unsatisfied, Li Ming continues punching at Zian's hands, shielding his face. The Crimson Demon sect is the Federation's enemy. "Even if you help them capture me, do you think they'll spare you?" His face now covered in wounds, he glares at Li Ming, who still wants to strike. The other snarls back. "Hoof. What would a pampered brat like you know?" Under Li Ming's shocked gaze, Zian raises his hands, gripping both sides of his head. He suddenly rises, slamming his forehead hard against Li Ming's, roaring at him. "I understand that. Taking this chance, you flip Chiliang and pin him to the ground, leaving him no way to fight back. You continue, and I also know that several people have been threatened." Zian looks at him and proposes cooperation. "That spider on your neck. I have a way to help you get rid of it." Chiliang doesn't believe you. He grits his teeth and retorts, "You have a way? Why should I trust you?" Zian still holds him down and confidently glances back at the bushes, replying, "Because I know your friend is standing right there in those bushes." From the bushes, Fong Lang levels a gun at them, his eyes dangerous. A sharp command rings out, ordering him, "Fong Lang, stand down." It seems a smoke bomb is thrown toward Zian and Chiliang. The canister hits the ground and shatters, releasing thick smoke that quickly spreads. Fong Lang suddenly appears behind Zian, pressing a gun to his head. He orders, "Hey, don't move." Chiliang points at you, squinting with a mocking smirk. "This isn't enough, kid. Keep dreaming." Beyond the smoke, Arthur stands quietly, holding a cane, and calls out, "Hey, you over there.
Xian is unconscious, dragged before him by two men. They say, "We've brought him." Shiliang steps forward and demands, "Now can you let us go?" Arthur glances at Xian, still unsatisfied, and orders, "Where's the girl? Bring her here." Chiming flew into a rage upon hearing this and argued loudly, "Hey! What you're saying is completely different from our original agreement." A flicker of purple light flashed in Arthur's eyes as he spoke. "It seems I need to remind you, have you forgotten about the spider bombs around your necks?" Chiming flatly refused, "Humph, forget it. It'll all be over soon anyway." Behind him, Maple Wolf raised his gun and took aim, pulling the trigger. However, Chiming had already raised a purple barrier, blocking the bullet. Seizing the moment, Chiming commanded the three behind him, "Now." Arthur gasped in shock, "What? This plan was set in motion minutes ago." Xian requested backup. "I advised him to reconsider, but they've already sided with you." Amid the white smoke, Chiming pressed a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay quiet. Maple Wolf, worried Xian wouldn't understand, covered his mouth and whispered, "The boss means we can't be sure if that guy has eavesdropping abilities, so keep your voice down if you have something to say." He glanced around, realizing their intent. It dawned on him that the smoke bomb was to keep the cult of the spider from seeing them. Then, hands on his hips, he chuckled lightly, with Maple Wolf so worried. "Relax. I checked, the cult of the spider can't eavesdrop. They're just ordinary mutated spirit beasts. Or else why would I be speaking so loudly?" At this, Chiming urged, "So, tell us about your plan." Scene change. Now. Lao Duan could no longer control Arthur. Recalling Xian's plan, he warned, "First, the spider bombs around our necks are low intelligence. They can only be controlled through the scepter in his hand. So we need to restrict his movements and stop him from using it." Just as Xian said, Arthur was about to stab Lao Duan's thigh with the scepter. Lao Duan thought, if we destroy his scepter, we can break his control over everyone. At that moment, Crimson Python lunged, claws aimed straight for the scepter in his hand. As expected, but he's a golden rank beast tamer, he'll fight back. Arthur thrashed violently, his body radiating eerie purple light, startling Lao Duan. The purple flames sent Lao Duan flying, breaking free from control. "We need a backup plan now." He roared furiously at the sky, "You insolent fools." He tore Crimson Python from his neck, lifting her into the air. She glared back defiantly. Struggling desperately, trying to push the guy away, but unable to break free. Then Arthur swung his arm and hurled his spear with force. The guy could barely speak, muttering, "I've been too merciful to you all." The spear pressed down on Xian, his brows furrowed as he gritted his teeth against the pain. He continued with the next step of the plan, waiting for the moment he could break free from their control. Arthur raised his glowing purple staff and declared, "Face your punishment." As per the agreed plan, his next move would be to detonate the spider bomb. Chiming scanned the red spider on the back of his neck, staying alert. Lao Duan couldn't help but be surprised as the spider's claws began to grow larger. However, the detonation command for the spider bomb took a long time, so it wouldn't explode immediately. The spear lowered his head to look at the spider on his neck, observing its movements. This was his most vulnerable moment. According to the plan, Zijing would strike from behind with a dagger while he was still muttering to himself, "Lord, cleanse their sins." But Arthur seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Somehow, he sensed their intentions and grabbed Zijing by the throat, startling her. Zijing gritted her teeth and lowered her head. He shook his head and said, "It's useless. The Lord has already seen through everything. The plan wasn't over yet." Zijing smiled faintly and placed her hand on his arm, her gaze shifting to his staff. Though his barrier was strong, in close combat, it would be useless. She then released the dagger, catching it with her other hand. Zijing moved with practiced ease, spinning the blade and raising it, ready to throw it and shatter Arthur's staff. Zijing smirked triumphantly. "Now, who needs their sins cleansed?" Her strike was light and precise, the dagger pierced straight through the purple gem at the center of the staff, right before Arthur's eyes. Xian stood beside Lao Duan and the spear, clenching his fists and cheering excitedly, "We did it!" Zijing glanced at the spider on her neck and saw its red glow fading. Lao Duan and the spear removed it as well. Lao Duan sighed in relief, finally rid of that wretched spider. Chiming, however, slammed it to the ground and stomped on it fiercely, cursing, "Die!" Before they could celebrate too long, Arthur swung his arm forcefully, flinging Zijing toward Chiming. She crashed into Chiming, setting off a chain reaction, knocking into Lao Duan behind them. The four of them lunged forward as Chiming snarled a threat, "Now's our chance. Hurry up and run." Xian clicked his tongue from behind, scowling to himself, "Here we go again." Arthur clasped his hands into a triangle, and purple flames ignited around him. The flames gradually spread to his joined hands, forming a strange shape. A surge of violet light burst forth, opening the gate to a spiritual domain.
He hovered at its center, surrounded by mysterious purple ripples.
The purple currents spread towards Sigming and his group. Stunned, Sigming held the child as they exchanged glances. Was this the domain of a golden core expert?
Below, a figure stood watching the flickering specks within the purple flames, as if someone were gazing back.
A voice emerged, "Feng Lang, go find the captain now." Terrified, Feng Lang grabbed his walkie-talkie and called out, "Boss! Boss!"
He quickly extended the antenna, notifying the others.
"The signal's jammed, this is all we've got."
As he walked, Feng Lang pressed the walkie-talkie to his ear, straining to say, "Captain.
Hey, get a message to the captain, fast."
At the base, a girl in a white cap relayed the message to a red-haired man lounging under the table. "Captain, Feng Lang has an urgent report."
Someone at the table was examining a map.
Xiao He impatiently replied, "I'm still in a meeting."
"What's going on now?" The walkie-talkie crackled with a desperate cry. "We're trapped in the green banana forest by the demon boar cult.
Jilin and the others are in bad shape." Xiao He startled, and the person studying the map broke into a cold sweat. She stood up, her expression grave.
"What's the demon boar cult up to now? Why are they attacking my people?" The map reader quickly interjected, "This must be a misunderstanding." Xiao He leaned on her radiant staff, countering, "Oh, really?"
Red lightning crackled around her as she hoisted the staff onto her shoulder. "The last time they harassed my red monkey squad, they should have known better." The scene shifted to the spiritual domain, now suffused with eerie purple hues. Below, hundreds of eyes lifted to gaze at the newcomer. He shouted praises to the great mother goddess. From the gate Arthur had summoned stepped a bizarre insectoid creature.
Parasitic corruption, realm, mid-golden core. Talent, piercing siren song. Skills, piercing siren song of death, living wall of azure flame, blue tide surge. Insectoid, three-headed corpse beast. Realm, mid-golden core. Talent, bone marrow burst. Skill, phase charge.
Pine forest, corpses embedded with green crystals, glowing eerie blue. They move swiftly like the wind, barking orders at each other, "Capture him."
Spider clan, terrifying spiders. Realm, high-tier golden core. Innate ability, light shadow shell. Skills, terrifying delayed photon, dark absorption blue, venom sting blue. Xian stands below with Chia, looking up with a raised eyebrow. Marveling, are these spirit beasts?
They look so unusual. Then, turning to Chia with a smile, he instructs, "You've eaten so many of my spirit stones.
Time to put them to use." It lets out a haughty cry, not even glancing at him before asking, "What do you want me to do?" Suddenly, blinding flames engulf him and the spirit beast, his clothes transforming as he shouts, "Father!" The flames solidify into armor protecting Xian's body, the exposed parts of the gauntlets gleaming.
His entire body is encased in flames, even his face now covered by the armor. After the transformation, Xian admires the flame-forged armor, sighing, "Even my attributes have shifted to fire. This way, I won't be affected by the source's damage."
Father's talent is truly incredible.
As he speaks, he thinks of that fool Ning Xiao, such a rare talent wasted, practically handed to him on a silver platter. Ashur rides a spirit beast, looking down from above.
"Father, this is indeed a rare talent, but..."
He scoffs, "Still too green."
Xian can't be bothered to respond. Terror orb, a terrifying blow.
A sudden voice from behind startles him into turning around.
Xian freezes, "What? My body?"
Before he realizes it, he's been ambushed from behind and tightly restrained.
No matter how he struggles, his body won't budge. Thousands of eyes open around Xian's body.
Ashur pauses, wondering to himself, "What is that thing?" The eerie eyes grow wider, looking increasingly bizarre. Ashur has no idea what that monstrosity is.
By now, Xian has broken free, doubting his own strength. How did he escape? This dread is unsettling. He looks down at the trembling creature, curious. What are they afraid of?
Ashur suddenly charges forward with Shadow Surge, and Xian retaliates without hesitation.
Smoke impact.
A crimson light and a violet light clashed fiercely, neither side willing to yield.
Xian said confidently, "That was just me getting used to my body. Now, let me show you my true skills." Hearing this, Ashur wasn't about to back down. "That guy. Don't get too cocky."
Those watching from the sidelines could only stand in awe.
The battle between these two powerhouses was truly.
When gods fight, mortals caught in the middle have no choice but to watch.
They don't even get a chance to join in.
Suddenly, old Duan sensed something amiss behind him and turned pale with shock. The others turned curiously to look.
What was behind them? What they saw next made old Duan and his group gasp in disbelief. "What the?"
Out of nowhere, a horde of grotesque monsters appeared.
Old Duan shouted, "Boss! Tell your monkey to do something." Ming, cradling Jing, cried out urgently. There are too many.
Jia Shi is speechless. We're done for if those two keep babbling, focus on escaping.
Above them, Zian and Arthur were still locked in an intense battle.
Explosions erupted one after another, flames threatening to consume everything. Arthur's spiritual beast gathered its strength, forming a violet energy orb in its mouth.
Zian grinned. Looks like he's finally taking this seriously. Time to bring out the artifacts. No more holding back. Finally, a real fight.
Zian channeled his power into his clenched fist. He charged at Arthur.
Take this.
The two forces collided with a deafening crash, as if the heavens were splitting.
Zian continued pouring energy into his fist, amplifying his spiritual power.
Arthur, not to be outdone, kept feeding power into the orb he had unleashed. The world trembled as the two forces collided, erupting in a massive explosion.
Zian looked at his still glowing arm. The stronger the spiritual power, the heavier the toll on his body.
He frowned with concern. Arthur's face was now marred by injuries. He looked surprised.
I can't believe I'm losing. Feeling insulted, his anger flared.
The fragments of his mask fell away, and he gave Zian a rare compliment.
Not bad for someone so young.
You've got quite a few secrets. Arthur revealed his true face and turned to Zian. I'm becoming more and more intrigued by you.
Zian finally saw his true form.
Took you long enough to show your real face.
Yet Arthur's arrogance remained unshaken.
He declared confidently. Only those who are worthy can witness my true power. Then that guy started muttering incantations, like, "Oh great mother goddess, almighty ruler, please let us merge as one, merge as one." The moment Arthur finished speaking, the multi-eyed monsters suddenly split apart. They lunged at each other, their tentacles vying to devour the others. Everyone stood frozen, staring in horror at the grotesque scene unfolding before them.
What in the world was happening? Zian gasped, what on earth is that thing?
Suddenly, a hand with razor-sharp claws reached out.
After the devouring was complete, Arthur smirked and said, "Now."
A grotesque hybrid monster emerged, its voice sounding like it came straight from the depths of hell. By then, he had transformed into a giant.
Let's begin round 2.
Arthur grabbed Zian, who had no time to dodge, seizing him in his grip. Zian thought to himself, this is bad.
Really bad.
The man laughed smugly, like I said before, you're still too inexperienced. Arthur raised his hand high, ready to hurl Zian down and smash him to pieces.
A deafening crash echoed as his massive hand slammed Zian into the ground.
Arthur shook his numb hand and finally saw Zian lying motionless on the ground. He appeared to have lost consciousness. Arthur gloated, acting like an unstoppable victor.
See? This is the difference in power between me and that guy. But he's a smart one. He wants to recruit talent to serve him. Come with me.
Zian had only faked his defeat. Suddenly, an explosion erupted above Arthur's head. Enraged, he turned to see who dared ruin his moment. Below, Sigmund, though terrified, steeled himself and shouted, "We made it clear, this kid is one of us." Meanwhile, the armored beetle beside him unleashed a barrage of fire. He pointed furiously upward.
"And we still have unfinished business with you."
Following Sigmund's command, the armored beetle fired a volley of fireballs. Hit him hard. But to Arthur, it was nothing more than an annoyance. Those fireballs did no damage at all.
Lao Duan sensed trouble and whispered to Sigmund, "Boss, my ace in the hole doesn't seem quite right." He hesitated, saying, "This is my first spiritual beast. I don't want to break our bond."
Yet, a sly look flickered across his face.
Disgusting. My trump cards aren't limited to just one. While Arthur was distracted by Sigmund, Zian seized the opportunity. He muttered under his breath and vanished into invisibility.
The moment the chameleon Earthfire WIRM emerged, the spirit beast instantly appeared behind Zian, who smirked triumphantly.
Arthur noticed as well, muttering, "Where did this brat come from?"
Zian used his spirit beast's invisibility to flicker in and out, further distracting Arthur. The enraged Arthur lashed out, but Zian was already a step ahead, slipping away. Now safely behind Arthur, he blended into Sigmund's group. He quickly turned to Shurjia and urged, "Shurjia, go help that junior fellow disciple."
With inexplicable confidence, Sigmund declared, "Leave this guy to me."
Shurjia turned to Zijing.
"Zijing, check this out. Zian is acting really strange. Why would he help me?" Sigmund replied smoothly, "Why? Because I don't want to owe anyone anything."
With that, he summoned another spirit beast. Adding, "Besides, I've had my eye on this jerk for a while." Ignored, Arthur flew into a rage, lifting his grotesque foot to crush everyone beneath it. But as his foot descended, the spirit beast blocked it, and Zian seized the chance to strike from behind. A sharp, sickening sound rang out as Arthur howled in agony. Zijing reviewed the results and said in disbelief,
How is his body even capable of this? Intrigued, Shurja leaned in. Let me see. Zijing explained to Shurja that Xian's abnormalities were likely due to his innate talent. A talent that allowed him to merge with his spirit beast, though the process was still incomplete. In short, the connection wasn't fully stable yet. Arthur, who had been so aggressive earlier, was now struggling to keep up with Sigmund's swift spirit beast. Zijing added, meaning his injuries are from the blockage in his spiritual energy. Shurja nodded in understanding. Once the energy flows smoothly, everything will improve. Then we just need to figure out how to achieve the full form. Excited, she extended her sharp claws. Now that my claws are sharpened, let's begin the operation. Zijing's expression beside him was just as ferocious. Xian turned pale with fear upon hearing this. Wait, an operation? Shursua had somehow moved closer to comfort him. Don't worry, it won't hurt. But why couldn't Xian relax? Shursua suddenly plunged her sharp claws into Xian's back. Energy surged into his body. So this was her idea of a painless operation. Women's words really can't be trusted. Xian felt something strange in his body, as if a chaotic mess had been neatly reorganized. His strength had clearly grown, and his body began to change along with it. When he regained awareness, his spirit beast armor had been upgraded once more. Xian felt a bit uncomfortable with this unfamiliar power. This was true fusion, complete control. What an incredible feeling. A system voice, audible only to him, chimed in. Phoenix Flame is now available for use. What's Phoenix Flame? Xian recalled it seemed to be the little phoenix's innate ability. He hadn't expected the divine eye to remind him of this. Suddenly, a blunt reply startled Xian. Arthur was now enraged, condensing energy into a glowing orb, ready to fire from his mouth. The power was identical to what he had used against Xian earlier, merciless. The armored beetle strained to hold its ground. Chiming both worried and reassuring, he urged his spirit beast, hang in there, armored beetle. Just as Chiming was about to charge forward, Xian stopped him, brimming with confidence. Let me handle this. Without waiting for a response, he strode forward, Chiming watching in surprise as he assumed a battle stance. He turned back to Chiming with determination. Find somewhere nearby to hide. I'll make him regret coming here. Chiming didn't stop him, only offering a wry smile. This kid sure talks big. Xian took a deep breath, activating his consciousness. Instantly, flames engulfed him from all sides, swirling like a crimson whirlwind. He shouted, Phoenix Flame. The fire on his body erupted, gathering behind him into a pair of massive, blazing wings. The system immediately displayed a notification, Talent Phoenix Flame activated. Entering state, scorching fire offering. Hearing this odd state, Xian couldn't help but feel a little confused. What a hassle, he thought. Burning fire offering, what on earth is this? The system immediately responded to his question, explaining that upon entering the burning fire offering state, each use of fire-based skills would accumulate a proportion of consumed spiritual energy as an offering. Depending on the accumulation stage, different effects would be triggered. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage activates the effect Solar Flame, which enhances all fire-based skills. The system continued its detailed analysis. The second stage enters the state Fold, which reduces the damage from critical hits. After hearing the system's explanation, he finally understood, marveling inwardly at this terrifying power. Despite being just a talent, it had so many effects, no wonder it was an S-rank talent. Before he could even celebrate, he realized something was missing and immediately turned to ask the system, wait, didn't you say there were 3 stages? What's the effect of the third stage? Suddenly, strange symbols appeared on the information panel, symbols almost no one could understand. Bai Lin thought in surprise, who knew it would be special symbols? The mangy beast sneered at the sight, all flashy and no substance. Thinking you're so impressive now? Before Xian could respond, the beast launched its attack, Shadow Stab, Blazing Charge, and Void of Death. Dozens of transparent arrows, crystalline like pure ice, suddenly appeared, all targeting Xian without leaving him any room to escape. Xian said nothing, his form darting like lightning through the gaps in the arrow storm, closing in on his enemy in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Xian resembled a burning phoenix, soaring into the air and leaping high over his foe, locking onto his target for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Xian plunged downward like a meteor, channeling all his strength into a single punch, slamming it into the beast. As he struck, he activated Scorched Smoke and Impact. The system displayed, offering energy charge at 73%. The punch landed squarely on the beast's face, snapping its head back and sending blood flying. Without giving the beast a chance to recover, Xian lunged forward again, locking onto his target and preparing to unleash another wave of attacks.
Xian shouted, activating New Sun and Nirvana Fire. A blazing inferno instantly shot toward the beast's face, catching it off guard. The information panel simultaneously displayed, offering energy charge at
100%. First stage effect solar flame activated.
Xian clenched his fist, silently assessing this newfound power. His skills had already been enhanced. Even the names of the skills have changed, and the system displayed a series of notifications for the skills you acquired. Acquired skills: Solar Flame Smoke Burst, Solar Flame Dying Sun Hellfire, Solar Flame Blazing Charge, Solar Flame Core Annihilation Beam.
That guy just regained consciousness and groaned, clutching his head. Looks like I really underestimated him.
At the center of the monster's body, a mysterious purple glow began to gather,
preparing to counterattack.
It roared in fury and snarled, "Take this."
However, contrary to the monster's expectations, Xian showed no surprise or hesitation.
He accelerated with all his might and flew toward it. With a casual wave of his hand, he instantly snuffed out the purple glow and shouted, "Shut your mouth."
Xian immediately retreated, keeping a safe distance from the monster, which still hadn't reacted. Giving the monster no chance to recover, Xian swiftly launched another attack. In the blink of an eye, he focused all his power into his right hand. The flames around him burned fiercely, eventually coalescing into a dazzling fireball. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Your wickedness ends here." As the fireball flew, it released a blinding red light, illuminating the surroundings before striking the monster's massive body. In an instant, its entire body was engulfed in raging flames. Xian called this attack Solar Flame, Core Annihilation Beam. The fireball's power didn't just set the monster's huge body ablaze, it caused it to explode like a bomb. Its body was charred, its flesh melting into a viscous liquid. The explosion was deafening, shaking the entire forest like an earthquake, forcing even the combat helicopter to keep its distance. Shishui opened the helicopter door and watched the battle from the side, muttering comments about the fight. Another powerful figure has arrived at Jinqing Chao. This level of destruction looks diamond tier. How did that kid Qi Ming get involved in a fight between powerhouses? Once everything calmed down, the helicopter slowly descended. And He and another person stepped out, approaching the person ahead. The person immediately called out, "Captain." She then ordered the person to report the entire incident, asking, "What exactly happened? Qi Ming, where is he?" The person hurriedly began explaining. "A lot happened. We ran into a fanatic from the Curse sect. Jilin and the others are locked up in that forest area." After hearing this, she shifted her gaze to where the battle had taken place, speaking in a speculative tone. With such a commotion, the Lord of Wulan must have been alerted by now. Where the explosion occurred, the entire area was now nothing but ruins. The lingering smoke still thick in the air, the ground around it torn apart as if ripped open, cracked into large chunks. Jilin and the others stepped forward to survey the surroundings. He sighed, "I never expected to witness this kind of scene twice in one day." Suddenly, from behind the dissipating smoke, Belan emerged, replacing Jilin and old Duan as they shouted in unison, "It's that kid, Qingtong." They quickly approached and asked, "Are you alright?" Xian returned to his normal appearance, panicked by what had just happened. He thought, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, the system immediately flashed a warning about overdose. The side effects of the overdose included high blood pressure leading to bleeding, dizziness, and weakness in the limbs. Belan clutched his stomach, glaring up at Shirshi with resentment. "Doctor, why didn't you mention there'd be side effects?" She looked flustered, her eyes darting away as she made an excuse. There was no time to explain. In that situation, who had the chance to say anything? The smoke hadn't fully cleared, and the ground still radiated heat from the battle when suddenly, dark tree roots began emerging from the cracks in the earth. The roots coiled around them, as if trying to strangle them, startling them into shouting, "Not again!" They immediately tensed up, scanning their surroundings. Jilin prepared to defend, issuing orders. "This can't go on. Martial Lord, old Duan, take that kid Qingtong. We need to retreat now." With that, he swung the flames in his hand, burning away the roots, to clear a path for the others, grumbling as he moved. "We haven't even finished here, and now this?" He then turned to glare at Xian. "Seriously, kid, are you some kind of bad luck charm?" Xian and old Duan were now tightly surrounded by thick roots, squeezing them until they could barely breathe. He immediately shot back, "How is this my fault? I guess I did save you all after all. The situation in the Deadlands and with the lizard serpents isn't any better. Those monsters just keep multiplying, and there's no end to them." The Deadlands had no choice but to draw her weapon to deal with them. She shouted in fury, "If we can't hold on, just leave this kid here." In the end, they were forced into a corner, but the monsters still weren't satisfied. They kept growing, wanting more. They writhed closer, making someone unable to hold back and say, "Enough." We're trapped here now, and that's all there is to it.
The pitch-black monsters didn't just entangle them, they began merging, slowly forming a massive tree trunk.
Xian and the others were helplessly trapped inside.
From the main body of the trunk, wooden fragments started breaking off, twisting together,
gradually forming a pair of hands and feet, like a human shape.
Finally, its face took form, a twisted visage with eerie glowing eyes. As it grinned, rows of sharp teeth became visible. The system displayed the monster's information: the hunting green banana tree, the overlord of the martial world. Those inside could only helplessly give up resisting.
Chiming immediately spoke up. Looks like we're trapped inside the overlord of the martial world.
Then he turned to the Deadlands, waiting for her report.
Deadlands, what's the signal like now?
The Deadlands quickly checked her measuring device and answered.
Still no contact with Feng Village.
She stood up, scanned the surroundings to measure oxygen levels, and warned everyone.
This place is completely sealed. We've only got enough oxygen for another 30 minutes.
Hearing this, Chiming angrily slammed the tree trunk, trying to find a way out. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with self-blame, and said in frustration,
I'm useless.
Every time, I lead my teammates into a dead end.
Seeing Chiming so worked up, Xian didn't offer empty comfort.
He knew this wasn't the time for half-hearted words.
Save your strength.
The more worked up you get, the faster you'll burn through oxygen. Hearing this, Chiming wasn't pleased and snapped back at him.
What would a rich kid like you know?
Despite his harsh tone, Xian still. He responded calmly, stating that he was their leader. Yu continued, asking if he had ever considered the feelings of those who trusted him, seeing him so disheartened. This made him turn back, unsure of what else to say. Xian reminded him of the words he had once spoken, and indeed, he had said them.
All of you have faced danger in harsh circumstances before.
The more critical the situation, the more we need to stay calm. As he spoke, he wiped the dirt from his face and looked up at him with a determined gaze. Most importantly, you must trust those who believe in you. Outside, the helicopter carrying Xiaohe hovered in the air,
keeping a safe distance from the monstrous creature.
Seeing her deep in thought, Feng Lang asked,
Captain, are you really going to challenge the martial pool master? Hearing this, she immediately retorted, what are you saying? You don't believe in my strength?
After carefully assessing the situation, Xiaohe explained that Qilin and the others' whereabouts were still unknown.
Recent clues all point in this direction. To rescue them, this monster is a major obstacle, we have no choice but to fight.
Suddenly, a voice crackled over the comms, interrupting their conversation. Feng Lang, inside, the pool master. Receiving this critical message, she immediately stood up, preparing for battle to rescue them.
Perfect timing, just need to cut it open.
With that, Xiaohe began summoning the Sigma Ring.
Come forth, Sigma Ring,
she commanded, and the auxiliary spirit immediately shrank, clinging tightly to her iron staff, engulfing the once ordinary weapon in pink flames. Without hesitation, she leapt from the helicopter, charging toward the raging green giant. It seemed to sense her presence, growing more alert. On the branches connected to its body, a shadow moved like a ghost, swiftly closing in on the enemy. In an instant, Xiaohe appeared before it, her face filled with fierce battle intent as she swung her iron staff. She shouted, flying rainbow tyrant strikes, take this. With that, she raised her staff high and brought it down with all her might. The tremendous force instantly splitting its head in two. She didn't stop, continuing her relentless assault, driving the creature back in shock as its jaws flew open. Sensing a familiar sign, Qiming said in confusion, red lightning, could it be? Suddenly, Xiaohe appeared out of nowhere, making him shout with joy. Unlike her brother's excitement, she remained calm and muttered, ugh, this brat finally showed up. Despite her cold demeanor, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Sis, am I overreacting? He said, his face showing a mix of frustration and helplessness.
I don't even know what to say. This is so embarrassing.
Still, Qiming ran toward her, arms wide open for a hug. But as he got close, she immediately swung a fist at his head,
stopping his odd behavior in its tracks.
A lump instantly swelled on Qiming's head, and only then did Xiaohe's anger slightly fade, though she still scolded him.
How old are you? Calling me sis all the time, don't you feel ashamed? Is this all you're good for, you little brat? The people around them didn't know how to react to the situation.
Xian turned to old Duan beside him and asked,
is your boss always like this? Hearing the question, old Duan answered helplessly. Yeah, we're used to it by now. Enough, Xiaohe said. Everyone, let's get out of here while we can. Hurry up, everyone.
The master of the martial world recovers quickly, we don't have much time. She also gave orders to those above amid the storm.
Feng Lang, pull us up.
He nodded in response.
All right.
No sooner had he spoken than he turned the tool and hoisted everyone up. Seeing the number of people, he asked,
is everyone up?
Lao Duan, the last to climb up, replied, the captain is still behind. Xiaohe followed closely, climbing up while reminding them, don't stay here. Let's get out of this place quickly. As she spoke, she observed the condition of the martial lord. Seeing its body gradually recovering, she reported loudly, the martial lord is about to regain its original form. But no sooner had she finished speaking than, with its rapid recovery, the creature had already revived. Xiaohe was caught off guard, her face showing surprise as she thought to herself, oh no, it's recovering faster than I expected. After reviving, the creature flew into a rage, roaring as it prepared to counterattack. Its mouth immediately shot out a blue beam of light, burning through the rope ladder, causing Xiaohe to lose her balance and fall backward. Caught off guard by its attack, she could only think, this is bad, as she plummeted. Seeing his sister in danger, Ming panicked and shouted, sister. But she quickly regained her composure, flipping herself to adjust her position. Readying for battle. She confidently reassured her frantic brother. Shut up. I'm not dead yet. Seeing his sister unharmed, he could only meekly reply, yes, sister. She skillfully used the martial lord's body as a slide, avoiding multiple impacts. Then she turned and grabbed a tree trunk, saying, finally stopped. With that, Xiaohe rubbed her feet against the trunk for leverage. Red lightning began swirling around her as she shouted, left thunder. No sooner had she spoken than she lightly tapped her feet and instantly soared into the air. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted violently beneath her, lifting her high into the air like a fiery tornado. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe appeared on the helicopter, completely unscathed. This left Xian and Ming stunned. He sighed in amazement, your sister. That's so cool. Ming silently agreed, only replying, thanks, I think so too. The moment she landed, she turned to the guy, flipped him off, and taunted, later, straight girl. With the master of the martial world finally gone, the helicopter safely turned around and left. After finishing her task, Xiaohe returned to her seat, let out a sigh of relief, and asked about her younger brother. So, this young man saved you, right? He vaguely responded, yeah. Hearing her brother confirm it, she thanked him and introduced herself. Thank you so much for your help. I'm Xiaohe from the Red Monkey Clan. I'm a golden rank beast tamer. May I know your name? He politely replied, Xian, a bronze rank beast tamer. On the surface, he remained composed, but inwardly, he assessed Xiaohe and her background. Her strength is this formidable, and her surname is Qi. Could she be related to Qi Luo of Red Flame City? Xiaohe wasn't one to back down either, curiously asking about his family. Your surname is Bai. You must be from Bai Lin City, right? Bai Luo's family? Yes, Jingcheng is my grandfather. Hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, the city lord? No sooner had she spoken than she leaned in close to Xian, lifting his hand, and said, young man, do you know? I've been a mercenary for a long time and have met quite a few city lords. Xiaohe suddenly gave a strange smile, sending a chill down Xian's spine. She accused him of lying, we've worked with old Bai Luo many times. So he's practically an old acquaintance, but some reckless kids like to impersonate Bai Luo's people to scam us. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, her expression growing eerie. You're the first one to claim you're Bai Luo's young master. Let me tell you, the ones who impersonated him before ended up as beast food. Xiaohe gripped Xian's hand tightly and said in a low voice, let me check if you've been cursed. Then she brought her nose close to his face. After a few seconds of scrutiny, Xiaohe burst into laughter. Looks like you really are Bai Luo's young master. Xian grumbled inwardly, what's wrong with this girl? From behind, Ming shouted, watch your manners. She turned around, annoyed, and asked, huh? Once Xiaohe returned to her seat, Ming asked, by the way, where's that girl you were with? This question left Xian stunned and shaken. He had been so caught up in the intense battle that he had completely forgotten about it. Without another word, he immediately stood up and opened his spirit beast space, speaking rapidly as if in a hurry. Inside, Xian saw a glowing purple crystal block and couldn't help but wonder, was this amethyst? The sight before him left him utterly shocked. What in the world was going on? Within the spatial network, a purple crystal pulsed with light, and Gubai was bathed in its radiance, completely immobilized. Without hesitation, Xian pulled her out. The moment she emerged, Ming immediately snapped. Why did you bring her into your spirit beast space? Xiaohe also demanded loudly, who taught you to do that? After setting Gubai down, he quickly pleaded, help me Gubai, Ming glanced at her and froze, muttering, what on earth is going on? He barked, kid, what were you thinking? Xiaohe crouched down for a closer look, murmuring, I've never heard of anyone bringing another person into a spirit beast space except themselves. She picked up a few crystals that had fallen from Gubai's body, examining them carefully before saying, but these crystals on her look like spirit stones.
I suspect this is some kind of self-defense mechanism.
Maybe your spirit beast space's energy was too overwhelming, causing this reaction.
Xiaobi stepped forward and addressed Qixi. Qixi, what do you think? You're the only healer here.
Even I agree with Xiaobi's assessment, this seems plausible. Still, to be safe, we should examine her properly. But we don't have the tools here, so we'll have to return to base first. Upon hearing this, Xiaobi immediately decided, then let's head back to Xiaolin town. Elsewhere, a meeting room floated serenely over a calm lake, encased in a delicate framework of purple bone-like structures that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. At the center of the room stood a woman, her stern presence making the air feel heavy. Around her, several figures stood in formation.
Each person occupied a distinct position, forming concentric circles. Then, a composed female voice broke the silence. I've called you all here today for two matters. The speaker was Empress Chi Solaris, her aura instantly commanding the room's gravity. As Solaris continued, no one dared to interrupt. Her voice was icy yet clear. The first matter, Tai's Arthur has been confirmed dead. In the Xiaolin seismic zone between White Qilin City and Extreme Ice City. She paused. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Next, the second apostle Lilith spoke first, her voice low and deep. Though Arthur is the sixth superior, he is already nearing diamond rank. Then, the third apostle Diego Barro chimed in, asking, could this be the work of a city lord?
Upon hearing this, Solaris quickly interjected, saying that the cultists from the last war had been defeated. Only someone capable of taking down a soon-to-be diamond ranker could do this. It can only be the former lord of Pasture City. A deep male voice echoed from behind, fourth apostle Mephistopheles.
Or perhaps the Moon Conceal sect orchestrated it. After all, the Green Mist Forest is their territory. Beside them, the fifth apostle Asmodeus remained silent.
Then, Solaris gave her command, her voice devoid of emotion, no matter who it is.
We will make them pay dearly. She ordered, Asmodeus, you will handle this matter.
Remember, our opponent is strong, proceed with caution. Asmodeus, who had been silent until now, finally bowed his head and replied briefly, understood.
Only then did Solaris shift the topic.
The second matter concerns the future of our family.
Recently, the celestial signs have been unusual. I feel deeply uneasy.
She paused before raising her voice.
This is a sign that the hibernating queen is entering slumber. The sacred body is stepping into the moon conceal phase.
Lilith nodded, her voice growing heavier as she continued. Furthermore, 25 stellar cycles ago, after the Casamarta massacre, the sacred body remained in the sun-radiant state, yet suddenly sought to slumber.
Solaris agreed, I find it strange as well. According to past patterns, the moon conceal sacred body only occurs once every 90 stellar cycles, but there may still be clues. Her voice rang out again.
But Solaris hesitated before continuing in an even colder tone. Regardless, this matter concerns the survival of the Sun Radiance sect.
We cannot afford to be careless.
At this, Diego spoke up, High Priestess, the Moon Conceal sect will surely follow the guidance to seek the Spider Queen.
Why don't we send someone to monitor them? And prevent them from obtaining the Spider Queen's 4 blessings? Solaris pressed her lips together, a faint approving smile appearing. That's a good idea. But we must act carefully. The Moon Conceal sect is not to be underestimated. Diego respectfully replied, yes, my lady. Rest assured. Without the Spider Queen's 4 blessings, they are hardly a threat. Amidst the mysterious purple ambience, a deep chant echoed through the room. Mother of 10,000 spiders, eternal and everlasting. Mother of 10,000 spiders, eternal and everlasting. After a moment, the others dispersed, leaving only 2. Diego half joked, half seriously, well, now it's just. We're just small fry, so no need to stand on ceremony. Are you free today? Diego scoffed at you, saying you misunderstood his intentions. I just have something to discuss with you.
Also, don't look at me with that disdainful expression when you mention me. Asmodin didn't respond but instead said to the creature beside him, let's go, Xingtian. Hearing this, Diego shouted, hey, small fry, listen to me. And how come I can hear you talking to Xingtian? Diego sighed in resignation and changed his tone. Fine, I get it. The High Priest has already called for you, so you must feel honored. But have you considered that Arthur is only carrying out the High Priest's orders? That guy is notorious for being ruthless. Asmodin froze at this. His voice grew deeper and sharper. But because Arthur is like that, he's now nothing but dust. The High Priest can't possibly be unaware of your strength. Sending you now is practically a death sentence. He was interrupted as her gaze turned even colder. Watch your words. Diego didn't back down, merely brushing past her. If I were you, I wouldn't take this as the High Priest promoting you. After all, as the old sorcerer said, the runes are changing. In times of chaos, only the strong can escape unscathed.
Watching his retreating figure, Asmodin asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell the high priest?"
But he warned without fear, "I trust you're smart enough
not to be just a mindless tool."
Staring at the dagger at her feet, Asmodin fell silent. Dawn had just broken, the morning light not yet dispelling the darkness, when a frantic voice shattered the silence. "Quick, get her to the emergency room."
Gubai lay motionless on the stretcher, pale-faced, as it was rushed away. The wheels screeched against the hospital corridor. Someone shouting as they ran, "Move! Move! Clear the way!" She was wheeled into the examination room, and outside, Xian's anxious voice asked, full of worry, "What's the situation?"
A servant quietly explained. "So far, her life isn't in danger.
But we don't know when she'll wake up."
Hearing this, he grew even more distressed, his gaze fixed on Gubai in the emergency room, his voice nearly breaking.
"Then, what do we do? How can we wake her up?"
Jesha stood aside, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness.
"To be honest, I'm not sure either. Her spiritual veins are in complete chaos right now.
It's like two ropes tangled together, and no one has ever tried bringing someone into their spiritual beast space before, let alone for this long." Xiaoyi softly reassured him, "Kid, don't worry too much.
Jesha is a good doctor. If she says it's fine, it usually means there's no major issue.
Besides, I just met someone who might be able to help her."
As soon as she finished speaking, Xian became excited. "Who is it? I need to see them."
As they walked down the hallway toward the person who could help Gubai, he couldn't shake his doubts. He had used this method before, why had it gone wrong this time?
Could it be because she stayed too long? "Ahead," Xiaoyi reminded him.
"Listen, kid, when you meet that guy later, don't get too worked up." Suddenly, thorn-like filaments sprouted from his tightly clenched hand.
And he gasped in shock, "Darn it, why does this have to flare up now?"
The thorns were slowly corrupting Xian's mind. The pain, so much pain, destroy them all. When there was no response from behind, Xiaoyi turned around and asked, "Young man,
did you hear me? Why aren't you reacting?"
He raised his arm, which he had been hiding behind his back, and replied, Yes, I understand." Upon reaching a room, Xiaoyi shoved the door open and shouted, "Aor, I need your help." A male voice came from inside, "Sister Ho.
Didn't I tell you I'm busy right now?"
When Xian saw the emblem on the man's robe, his expression darkened instantly.
Why was someone from the witchcraft sect here?
The Crimson Thorns were trying to control him. Witchcraft sect, kill him. Seeing Aor just eating noodles while claiming to be busy, Xiaoyi snapped angrily, "What are you so busy with?"
"You're just eating." But he calmly replied, "Come on, eating is a big deal. You can't underestimate the importance of a meal." Still, he stood up and asked Xiaoyi, "So what do you need? Didn't we already have a meeting about this?"
She turned to look at Xian. This young man's friend needs help. Since it's related to spiritual beasts, you locals might know more about it. Meanwhile, Xian was struggling to control his thoughts as a single idea took over his mind.
Leopard head. Witchcraft sect, he gritted his teeth. What was going on?
Images of his grandfather and Bailin City flashed in his mind. His gaze fixed on Aor, filled with nothing but crimson rage, destroy them all. And he still spoke with a calm expression, saying, Oh, I feel this brother needs more help. His desire for revenge is spiraling out of control, kill. Suddenly, Xian shouted, "Who needs the help of the demon curse sect?" Crimson thorns flew from his hands, accompanied by a sharp command, kill. The thorns grew at an astonishing speed, even bursting through the entire house. From inside, Aor swiftly escaped. Chewing as he spoke, he calmly remarked, "This brother's condition seems quite severe." Observing his rapidly mutating beast companion, Aor assessed. Its primordial spirit beast is corrupted, its divination signs chaotic. It must have consumed something impure, it's evolving into a ferocious beast. Strangely, though, the beast Jinzi was in a frenzied state, it remained tightly restrained by the beast taming space. Seeing this, Aor decided to lend a hand. Oh, trapped at the gateway of the beast taming space. This brother hasn't completely lost his will. Good, very good. Let's help him out. He chanted an incantation, Mother of all, show mercy, forgive all sins, wielding the sacred blade. Emerald light enveloped Aor. The blade in my hand slays demons, banishes evil, and drives away spirits, never taking life needlessly. Drawing the sword, the light gathered, expel wickedness, sever sin. Mercy revealed, all things void. Grant me the power to save all beings, with my own hands. I'll help this brother. He traced a circle in the air and shouted, bronze statue summon. At his call, a round, teal-colored beast appeared. Wood spirit, come forth. It immediately perched on Aor's head. Seeing the chubby wood spirit, he warned, Kid, have you gained weight again?
No more spirit stones before bed.
Just then, Jinzi roared with its gaping maw, but Aor remained unfazed, calling out, "Hold on, your turn is coming." Pointing his sword at it, he instructed the wood spirit, shield him with a wind barrier.
Jinzi wasn't about to back down and immediately counterattacked.
A torrent of corrosive water erupted from its mouth, bone-eroding abyssal water. Aor leapt aside to dodge.
He swiftly lunged forward, executing a lightning storm strike. In an instant, he appeared before Jinzi.
It suddenly closed its eyes, as if accepting its fate.
Just as Aor was about to strike.
With his power, a blue vortex surged toward him. But he suddenly changed his mind. If he claimed to save the world, why use such destructive means against a mere child?
He should.
With that, he forcefully flicked the horn on Jingxi's head. It sent him flying backward, and with a roar, he shattered its skull. That afternoon, Jingxi vanished beneath Aori's clothes, leaving only Xian motionless in the ruins.
Watching the river's grim state, Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask Aori, wasn't that a bit too harsh this time?
He casually slurped his instant noodles.
Yongrong replied, "It's fine. Just a minor injury.
More than that, I'm worried about the corruption of the source energy."
Xiaoyi snapped, "Can you stop talking business while eating that garbage instant noodles?"
She poked the unconscious boy, whose face had turned purple, and asked, "What do we do now?"
"You knocked him out. To be honest, you went too far this time." Aori, standing nearby, asked, "What? Are you worried about him?"
"Xiao," he replied irritably, "don't be ridiculous.
My foolish brother is trouble enough. I don't have the energy to care about anyone else." Aori then asked, "In that case, could you help me carry him and his friend into the village? I'll treat you to noodles."
His tone lacked sincerity. She shouted, "Payment for the meal, transportation fees, and compensation for property damage. Don't even think about skipping a single cent."
Meanwhile, in another place, a stream of blue water flowed onto a board.
Xian was submerged in the stream, slowly opening his eyes. Then, two strangers appeared before him.
The girl asked the boy curiously, "Is he awake?"
The boy leaned in and whispered, "Not yet." Then, he immediately shoved two fingers into Xian's nostrils.
"Let me wake him up." Xian jolted upright. Looking at his body, he asked urgently, "What's going on? What is this strange liquid?"
His eyes darted around, piecing it together.
"Natural essence, origin unknown. It restores both physical and spiritual energy and has a calming effect."
The girl in front of him turned to Josh and said, "Josh, why did you treat our high priest's guest like this?"
Josh joked about Xian's confusion. The stranger looked at the two whispering figures and asked blankly, "What are they saying?"
Suddenly, Aori appeared behind him, chewing noodles.
"You're awake, buddy." Xian was startled and shouted, Bro, are you the magic instructor?"
Hearing this, the other immediately refuted him.
"What the heck is a magic instructor? Guardian clan heir?
You outsiders just love making up random titles."
Facing the tattered man, Xian loudly asked, "Where is this place? And where is Zabai now?" He glared at Xian and asked, "Are you sure she wants to see you?"
The girl beside him blushed as she handed Xian a set of clothes, saying, "Put these on quickly, or you'll catch a cold." Xian quickly took the clothes, his face red as he stammered, "Thank you."
After putting on the clothes, Xian turned to the tattered man and said, "Anyway, you still haven't answered my question, who are you, really?"
But when he looked back, the tattered man had vanished.
Where did he go? A rock hit Xian on the head. Xian angrily turned around and yelled, "What was that for?"
George ignored Xian's fierce expression as Lian spoke, "Follow me, idiot."
Xian stood in front of the two, completely confused, and said, "What are you two even talking about? I don't understand a word." At that moment, the girl opened the door and softly welcomed him, "Welcome, traveler from afar." Seeing the scene behind the door, Xian was stunned. It was a mysterious city, with strange blue patterns glowing on the buildings in the dim space. Xian shouted, "This is underground." Being pulled forward by the girl, Xian panicked and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?"
She pointed ahead and told Xian, "The priests are waiting for you in the temple."
Xian didn't understand what she meant but followed the direction of her finger. He seemed to get it but still couldn't help asking, "You want to go over there?" Looking at the temple again, Xian asked, "You mean I have to go to that temple?"
The girl handed Xian something, a green crystal spider, and said, "Here, take this." She pointed to the bracelet on her wrist, demonstrating how to use the green crystal spider. "Wear it like this."
Xian looked at it and said, "You want me to put this on?"
Staring at the spider in his hand, Xian muttered, "This feels really weird." Josh couldn't wait any longer and took action, teasing Xian as he did, "Hurry up, idiot."
The girl scolded him. "Josh, didn't I tell you to respect our guests?"
Josh ignored them both and shot the green crystal spider forward with silk threads,
nimbly leaping through the strange terrain like a monkey. Seeing Josh's movements, Zian immediately understood how to use the green crystal spider. Ah, so that's how it works. He raised his hand and commanded, launch. Unlike Josh, the 6-star green spider on Zian's hand remained completely still. Which made him puzzled, why wasn't it reacting at all? A girl beside him whispered guidance. First, you need to connect with this child spiritually to use its abilities. She placed her hand on his chest and said, spiritual connection is about linking your heart with this child's, trusting each other, not commanding or controlling. Then, placing her hand on her own chest, she explained slowly, unlike those who control spiritual beasts through contracts, we use our hearts. Once you connect spiritually, you'll understand each other's thoughts. And they'll understand yours too. But she forgot Zian couldn't understand her, he could only express himself through gestures, like this. I don't understand a word you're saying, he grumbled inwardly, and you're talking way too much. Suddenly, a notification appeared beside him. Surprised, he glanced over *, the divine I can even translate, *, it summarized what the girl had just said. She means to communicate with the spiritual beast using spiritual energy, not a contract. He mused after reading. Communicate with spiritual energy. He closed his eyes and tried. In his subconscious, a pair of blue eyes appeared, asking, who are you? He answered calmly, I'm Zian. It repeated his name *, by. Zian *, then he turned and said, I mean no harm. Gently stroking the physical form behind him, it whispered, I want to be your friend. The 6-star green spider accepted his friendship request, and a notification popped up confirming it, new skill acquired, spiritual connection. He immediately used the skill. Let's go. He navigated the city's strange terrain with ease, landing on a temple. He marveled at its grandeur. Only those invited may enter. I should leave for now. Stepping inside, a bridge appeared before him, spanning a shimmering blue lake. Light danced with the mysterious patterns carved into the bridge and surrounding pillars. He looked around, assessing quietly, *, this is the witchcraft sex temple, *. There are enemies, so why would they let me come here? Just as he entered, a familiar voice rang out. Sooner than I expected. I thought it would take you much longer to grasp spiritual connection. The person turned to face him and reintroduced themselves. Well then, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Chang Lan Xiyin, High Priest of the Yuer clan. Seeing Zian's stern expression, he seemed to guess what was on his mind. And began, you must be wondering why a group like our cursed sect would help you. After a pause, he said gravely, as for the reason. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. 3 large screens appeared, and he pointed at each garment, explaining, this is quite a long story. This planet, Caleron, or as you call it in your hidden realm, the 10,000 Curses star, was our original homeworld. We lived in harmony with the spiders, thriving for countless generations and mastering the art of communicating with these creatures. His voice took on the tone of a fairy tale as he continued, then, one day, you strangers arrived and began colonizing our land. The screens showed interactions between the two worlds. At first, we got along well with these newcomers. We traded spirit stones and beast taming techniques for your technology. He went on calmly, even leading you to meet our spider mother goddess. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Suddenly, his tone darkened, and the story took a grim turn. But in the end, you strangers turned against us. You tried to use the beast taming techniques we taught you to control the spider mother, but she was nearly divine, impossible to dominate. Ale continued, the spider mother resisted fiercely and was wounded, falling to the purple star realm. The planet's spiritual veins were disrupted, destabilizing its energy, and limiting the potential of all living beings. After that, we natives began centuries of war against you outsiders. His story went on, but it wasn't over. The war dragged on for an unimaginably long time. With technological aid, the outsiders gained the upper hand, destroying many indigenous tribes. In this endless war, the spider mothers can split into 2 factions. At this point, Ale's tale introduced the formation of the Curse sect. The Sunlight faction advocated for force, worshipping the spider mother goddess as their core belief. They sought vengeance against the outsiders through strength, what is now the Curse sect. The Moon Hidden faction, however, leaned toward peace. Yuan's faith is rooted in great benevolence and righteousness, hoping to end this meaningless war through negotiation and non-terrorist means. Zian's voice suddenly interrupted Ale's story. Pointing directly at him, he said, wait, you've been dodging the topic for ages. You still haven't answered my question. Ale began to explain, aren't I explaining it step by step? But Zian wasn't buying it. He pressed, just tell me, why are you helping me? Suddenly, Ale appeared behind Zian, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, child, do you believe in fate? Zian flinched, wary. What do you want? Hey, Ale waved his hand, calm down.
Ale warned, I'm reminding you, your source corruption issue isn't resolved yet. I advise you not to use your spiritual power right now, or your young master will truly become a ferocious beast. As if to prove Ale right, crimson thorns once again appeared on Xian's hands. Seeing this, Xian retracted his power. Ale chuckled and continued. Let me finish my story. Before becoming the high priest, the chosen priest must complete a pilgrimage regularly visiting the nest behind the Spider Queen. His story continued, shifting to another chapter, the reason he was helping Xian. When I arrived at the sacred land, I didn't see the Spider Queen. Something must have happened, forcing her to leave the nest. Ale recounted his discovery. Near the nest, I found a boy and his spiritual beast companion. According to him, both the boy and his beast were badly injured. Sorry. I'm sorry, the boy kept apologizing to his spiritual beast. Ale spoke calmly about the past. I thought he was the first outsider I'd ever met who truly respected his beast. So? He paused, then continued, I saved him and his beast. And brought them back to the tribe. Ale's tone turned cheerful, as if recalling a fond memory. After that, he lived among us for a while. Perhaps he truly felt our kindness. Though he was destined to be our enemy, he became our friend instead. Ale's voice grew heavy again. Later, the boy told us his name, Jing Chong. The story finished. Standing before Xian, he said, now you know why I helped you again, but this time you have doubts. Wait, hold on. Xian said skeptically, my grandfather knew you when he was young. How old are you now? You look like you're only around 30. Are you messing with me? Ale calmly dropped a shocking revelation. Didn't your grandfather tell you we age very slowly? Now, let me take you to see your companion. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he asked, by the way, I'm really curious. Kid, you really don't know? The beast taming space is a private realm for every beast tamer. If an outsider intrudes, it triggers an extremely violent rejection reaction. As Ale walked deeper, he explained. Your companion is quite gifted. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been erased entirely. She's just suffering from spiritual vein disorder. Considering the circumstances, she's lucky. Arriving at the place where the young lady was being treated, Ale told him, the external spiritual energy clots have been cleared. Her vital signs and spiritual vein frequency have stabilized. Gazing at the motionless young lady lying among the flowers, he continued explaining her condition. But since the beast taming space affected her mind, her situation isn't optimistic. She might never wake up. Xian furrowed his brow in confusion. Never wake up? Ale hesitated before replying, but it's not entirely hopeless. He cautiously suggested, I know of a way. It depends on whether you're willing to try. He sized him up. What method? Ale revealed, when the Moon Concealment Lord transforms into their lunar form, they secrete a mysterious hardcore substance that can heal all ailments and suffering. Our ancestors used this substance to forge an artifact with the same effect. He elaborated on the reason for seeking it. Due to a battle against otherworldly invaders, the artifact was hidden to keep it safe. So, this artifact is buried in the tomb where all the fallen warriors rest. To obtain it, you must enter the tomb. Ale warned of the dangers, but the tomb is surrounded by traps. It said many grave robbers either died or were maimed. Xian hesitated. But that's not the worst of it. The scariest part isn't the traps. It's rumored there are ferocious beasts that wandered in during the war, reanimating the corpses inside to form a massive undead army. His face paled at the thought. Ale grinned and patted Xian's shoulder, asking excitedly, so, do you want to give it a shot? Though still shaken, he was determined to hold someone accountable. Gubai's current condition is all because of me. I must take responsibility for this. I'll go. Ale chuckled to himself. Not bad, your nephew is quite responsible, Jingchong. As the two walked together, Ale explained, this city is incredibly ancient. By our calendar, it's been around for 1,400 years, and this tomb is likely over 1,000 years old. Ale was extremely knowledgeable, and this place was the communal burial ground for generations of scholars. That's why it's always been guarded. Partly to keep grave robbers out, and also, as you know, to prevent anything inside from getting out. The guards spotted him from afar and hurriedly made way. High Priest, you've arrived. Ale instructed, thank you for your hard work. Open the door. With his permission, Xian entered the tomb with ease. Then Ale suddenly called out, oh, Xian. He said in a mocking tone, actually, everything I told you earlier about the tomb was a lie. Stunned, Xian nearly cursed. Damn it, you old trickster. But it was too late, the door had already shut. Trapped inside, Xian could only shout. Hey, what are you trying to pull? Finding the surroundings eerily quiet, he had no choice but to explore the tomb, searching for another way out.
Zian approached the object in the center of the room.
This must be the magical artifact he mentioned.
Didn't he say he wanted to ditch me? I'm getting more confused by the minute.
Just as you lit it, white smoke billowed from the base and vanished. Forgot to scan it with the divine eye first.
A massive explosion engulfed Zian, completely obscuring his vision. You cough, struggling to lift your head and assess the situation. What's going on?
In stark contrast to the ancient structure, modern electric lights and polished stone floors appeared before Zian.
This is... Could it be? Eyes wide with terror, you wonder, have you time-traveled back again?
Zian calmly approached a figure slumped against the wall, a soldier from the enemy forces, likely killed by his own gunfire.
You quickly retraced your old footsteps. That's right, I remember. Zian rushed forward and climbed the stairs in a hurry. The memories grew clearer. I faced the enemy again, I remember now.
The mission was to eliminate the enemy commander, and I was the only one left in the squad.
You reached the wall riddled with bullet holes. Finally. This was the place, the last room I entered. Zian questioned himself. What am I doing? This is all in the past.
Still, you placed your hand on the doorknob and stepped inside.
Why do I still care? I should be saving Gubwa and Grandpa.
The heavy iron door creaked open, revealing someone sitting motionless inside. Zian's corpse had been there for a long time, slowly decaying.
What am I doing? This is all in the past. You stared, unable to look away. This is too bizarre. A voice echoed in Zian's mind.
It seems you haven't let go of your past self.
Terrified, you asked, who is this?
The corpse lunged at you.
It's me. Zian scrambled to resist. Impossible. Why? You should be dead. No, yes, I'm already gone.
Crimson tendrils erupted from the corpse's mouth, trying to ensnare you.
I am you. You are me. It attacked Zian. I'm already dead. You must die too.
You strained to reach the gun nearby.
Come on, just a little farther.
Zian barely dodged the crimson tendrils as they pierced the solid concrete floor.
You are me. No, you're not. You're just my past self. You're not me.
Finally, you grabbed the gun.
Zian checked it, luckily, there were still bullets.
You aimed the gun at the corpse's mouth. The past me has nothing to do with the present me.
Not anymore.
Zian spoke bluntly. I, Zian, am a beast tamer. I have friends and family waiting for me to rescue them. You pulled the trigger, firm in your resolve.
I am no longer the person I once was.
The corpse quickly dissolved into a fantastical wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Zian calmly let go of his lingering attachments. Rest in peace, my past self.
Now, there is only Zian, the beast tamer Zian.
He stood up, and the scenery around him shifted. Zian found himself back in the cave's chamber, vaguely wondering if what just happened was an illusion. He glanced at the item in his hand and thought lightly, well, at least I've obtained the spiritual essence.
Gubai is saved now.
Outside, Aori had been waiting for some time. He clapped his hands in praise.
Not bad. Zian. You came out so quickly. Zian handed over the item with displeasure. Stop grinning like that. Uncle suddenly pushed me in. Wasn't it just to make me go through some trial?
Uncle could have told me beforehand, Aori replied with a smile. But where's the surprise if I just told you there was a trial? He explained that the trial was tied to the participants' personal experiences, essentially their inner demons.
Aori eagerly probed, so, what was your inner demon? Your expression says it all. Zian didn't want to talk about it and simply said, he's already dead. Aori suddenly cornered him. That's right. Besides healing your friend, the spiritual essence can also heal your corrupted core. But it can only be used once. After all, it's Uncle's essence. And there isn't much left.
So, do you choose to save your friend or yourself?
Zian couldn't take it anymore.
He lunged forward, grabbing Aori by the collar.
Why are you telling me this now? What else are you hiding?
All he got in response was that infuriating cold laugh.
It's over.
Really? Aori knew he had no choice and pressed further, so, what will you choose?
Zian trembled with anger.
After some thought, he had made his decision.
Aori just stood by, asking, are you sure about this? Zian answered firmly, yes.
Aori reminded him, be careful, you need to pierce the core of your spiritual meridian, your dantian.
Gubai still lay quietly among the flowers. Aori watched intently, urging, you're trembling.
Confirm it, the dantian, the dantian.
Zian brought the item closer. Just below the navel, this should be the spot. Goodbye. You're about to recover.
Suddenly, she giggled. That tickles. He froze in shock, mouth agape, as Aori burst into laughter at Xian's expense. Fuming with rage after realizing he'd been tricked, he roared, his clothes disheveled. He quickly explained, calm down, it was just a joke.
Xiao Xiao had already woken up.
I just wanted to test you. After all, you're Jing Chang's nephew, so I couldn't resist teasing you a little. His disheveled state revealed the truth, and the fact that Xiao Xiao had come up with the idea left Xian in disbelief.
Ha! Trying to shift the blame, are you? Miss Bai awkwardly admitted the truth.
Young master, Mr. Ishan is right.
It was my idea. If I've upset you.
He nervously averted his gaze from hers.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just glad you're okay. He interjected with a cough. I can't keep up with you youngsters. Now, there's something important to attend to. Ishan revealed, the artifact in your hand is the ultimate Omni Healer. Though its healing components can only be used once.
It will continuously heal your wounds afterward, and as long as you have divine energy, the effect will last a lifetime. He warned, so for a condition like your corrupted core,
you can suppress it through continuous healing, but it can't be cured permanently for now. Xian understood. So I'll have to use this to control my corruption from now on? Ishan confirmed, yes.
Frowning in thought, his hands trembled slightly from nerves.
Given the circumstances, this is probably the best treatment available. Xian gritted his teeth and decisively drove the artifact into his lower dantian.
Runes flared to life, covering his body, and a mechanical voice announced.
Initiating healing sequence. A strange power surged through Xian's body.
He remained composed as the divine eye reported, corruption rate decreasing.
Remaining, 13.8%. Soon, Xian regained control as the corruption dropped to a manageable level, and his spiritual energy entered standby mode.
He opened a spatial gateway to the island. I need to check on that fish immediately. Standing on the vast shore, Xian shouted, fish. But there was no response. Frowning, he looked around.
What's going on?
Xian commanded, divine eye, scan the area.
Respond quickly. New device detected. Update required? You doubt your own guess, could this artifact be the so-called new device? Since the divine eye claims to be like a computer, Xian decides to update it. The divine eye processes the request swiftly, confirming the update contents. Updating the interface, refreshing the display data, completing the update, and rebooting. In the blink of an eye, the screen turns blue update complete. And the new feature settings are finalized. You're stunned. The interface has changed, is this the work of primitive technology, or the divine eye's own capabilities? Suddenly, a whale-like roar echoes from behind. It threshes wildly in the water, startling Xian. What's going on?
You're swept away by the waves the beast stirs up.
Xian is baffled. Wait, wasn't the corruption issue already resolved? Why hasn't it returned to normal?
It keeps closing in, its shadow looming over you.
Hey, fish, it's me, Xian. The whale suddenly licks Xian's face. Xian, friend, so happy. You freeze, stifling a laugh.
Xian muses to himself, why does this fish seem a little slow now?
Could the illness have been so severe it affected its mind?
You widen your eyes and command, divine eye, scan this fish's status.
The screen displays, would you like a detailed report on the findings? 2 options appear, yes or no. Xian is losing patience. Yes, hurry up and tell me.
A flood of information pops up, species pen whale, shadow abyss whale of the insect clan.
Missed evolution due to corruption of its source.
After treatment by the artifact, most symptoms are under control.
Current status, normal. Rank, silver, newborn. Attributes.
Power, A+, speed, B-, physical attack, A+, spiritual attack, A+.
Source attribute, Kentrigram. Specific data. Health, 1400, attack power, 403. The 10% attack reduction is due to missing a key evolution stage and cannot be fully cured yet. Can be improved through leveling?
You stare at the data, dizzy. This thing is way too detailed. Xian thinks it seems the artifact has enhanced the divine eye's abilities.
Then what about his own data? He immediately checks. Divine eye, show me my stats. The more detailed, the better. A massive amount of information appears once again.
And a human, a guest descending from the sky.
Grandson of Jing Chom, the lord of White Qilin City, a beast tamer of the new era with extraordinary talent.
On the surface, a student, but in reality, a traveler from another world. Before crossing over, he was a sergeant in a mercenary group. And now he has realized he has started a new life. Having gained people he wants to protect and a mission he cannot abandon, he obtained this after being sheltered by the Moon Seal clan. The benevolent artifact Alanya has fused with him, allowing it to suppress the erosion of his origin to some extent.
Cian wondered, what is this?
Unlike other interfaces, it is still progressing. When the ascension value reaches its peak, the erosion of his origin will spiral out of control, potentially leading to violent or lethal transformations. Erosion of his origin enhances physical abilities but increases the burden on spiritual techniques. After violent transformation, spiritual power capacity will continuously decrease while technique potency increases.
Lethal transformation will be irreversible. Please note, the current progress of origin erosion is controlled by the artifact, and it can be adjusted manually. You ponder, meaning this artifact can function like an organ. When needed, it can utilize the effects of origin erosion to enhance certain aspects of oneself, though such enhancements have strict limitations. Cian thought with satisfaction that the divine eye had been upgraded and could now check detailed stats for himself and his pets at any time. Thus, origin erosion is not uncontrollable, instead, it holds greater practical combat value. The mirror continued to observe him, and this time, not only did he survive, but he also gained countless new powers and tactical options. However, his goal of leaving White Shilan City still remains unfulfilled. And there are no leads on the hidden spirit heavenly water. Most importantly, this fish has gone stupid, and the situation has become baffling. Asmodin skillfully dissected the corpse, completing experiment log 100.239 on the dissection of the sixth priest, Arthur Alucard. A new discovery was made in the heart area, a heart encased in a spirit stone-like object, offering insights into the current phenomenon. The body suffered an extremely powerful spiritual attack, causing internal spiritual energy to compress. The extent of damage on the subject indicates its strength. The network attack level far exceeds Arthur's golden rank. Now preparing to extract samples for further analysis. After isolating the sample's activity without any abnormal phenomena, we preliminarily determine it is not radioactive. Now placing it into a test tube to prepare for testing. After contact with the spiritual energy solution, it remains stable with no overly violent reaction, floating in the solution like an ordinary spirit stone. She ordered, Ing Tian, stop observing the martial lord. Help me send the other samples to the outer lab. Amodan shook the test tube in his hand, pondering. I've found something very interesting. It might help continue my previous research. If this method works, it could replace some materials. She then turned to her headless subordinate, calculating something in her mind. Bring the partial samples found at the scene as well for the experiment. She stared intently at the sample in the large test tube. She approached the workstation and made some adjustments, wondering what kind of power could compress and crystallize spiritual energy. After a while, the system displayed the results. Reading the data on the screen, Amodan was astonished. I didn't expect it to be a primordial crystal. Testing complete. It's a primordial crystal containing the innate essence fused within Arthur Alucard's primordial fragments. Stable in nature, impurity-free, rated A+, with a compatibility rating of A. Not only spiritual energy but even the primordial essence derived from it has been crystallized. How fascinating. She turned to the headless creature and ordered it to quickly hand over the remaining samples. The truth might be hidden in them. In the test tube held by the creature, a strange fragment was carefully preserved. Amoda mused, this must be something the killer left behind. Without hesitation, she placed it into the detector, waiting nervously for the results. Finally done. Amoda carefully read every line of data. The results shocked her. It was pure yang spiritual energy. She was overjoyed. I never expected to find such a treasure. I was just trying to analyze Arthur's killer, but I found a lead instead. This concerns the pure yang physique we've been unable to find all this time. What a stroke of luck. Amuda smirked, her grin stretching ear to ear, though her heart burned with fury. Who would have thought the one who killed me would possess the pure yang physique? Arthur, this is a once-in-a-century genius. Her face twisted with sheer malice. She had to find that murderer. No matter what, she had to find him. With that, she turned toward her child, the one lying in a tube, muttering over and over, just a little longer, child. You'll wake up soon. Amuda then spun around and ordered her subordinates to intensify their search. Xingtian, find clues at once. What started as a simple investigation had now become an urgent obsession. She was desperate to find that killer. Her interest in him had grown. Elsewhere, sunlight bathed a vast expanse, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily in the sky, painting a picture of serene tranquility. Xiaohe leaned against a nearby vehicle, grumbling under her breath. Ugh, it's so hot. Why aren't we there yet? No sooner had she spoken than she heard approaching footsteps.
She lowered her sunglasses and said, "Oh, you're here." In the distance, Zian and Aori bickered nonstop the entire way.
"So why are you tagging along with us? Kid, don't be so sensitive. I'm just passing through Old Pasture City." "You really expect me to believe that? Hey, I'm at least a friend to both of you. What ulterior motive could I possibly have?" Their relentless arguing left Miss Bai sighing in exasperation. "You've had bad intentions from the start. While it's true you saved me in Miss Bai, and I do owe you my thanks, you're always lying and using Miss Bai as a shield. Be honest. It's hard to trust you. As they say in the martial world. Isn't that enough for you to earn my forgiveness?" At that, Zian snapped angrily, "You've got some nerve saying that. You just want me to foot the bill. Then you get a free ride in Sister Xiaoyi's car, right?" Called out, Aori could only chuckle wryly. "Humph, no wonder you're White Marshal's nephew." Xiaoyi, standing nearby, had heard the whole exchange. She cut in impatiently, "Are you two done yet? I could hear you from way over here, and Miss Bai's had enough too." She immediately snapped, "You two idiots, stop arguing." The two of them froze at her words, stopping their quarrel to turn and ask, "What did you just call us? Idiots?" "Yeah, that sounds right." She couldn't believe she'd just said that, her face flushing red. Then, awkwardly turning away, she stammered, "Sorry." Seeing this, Xiaoyi patted her shoulder to comfort her while ordering the two. "Both of you, zip it and get in the car. You're making a scene." Once the two finally left, Xiaoyi began introducing herself. "She Xiaoyi. What's your name?" The young lady answered timidly, "I'm Miss Bai." As they walked toward the car, Xiaoyi complimented her. "Don't worry too much. But seriously, the way you scolded them earlier was really cool." She replied in surprise, "Really?" Xiaoyi nodded and continued. "Have you seen the movie Thelma and Louise? You remind me of the main character." Once everyone was settled in the car, Xiaoyi gripped the wheel and couldn't help but ask, "Before we go, why do you all want to go to Old Pasture City now?" Hearing this, the shorter one quickly whispered, "It's that kid Zian who wants to go." Zian exploded, "Don't steal my lines, you jerk." The car started moving, heading toward Old Pasture City as Zian requested. On the way, he explained what had happened. "Earlier, my spirit beast evolved into silver rank due to an accident, lucky break, I guess. But my other beast still hasn't broken through. So I want to go to Old Pasture City to find materials for its breakthrough. Actually, I was planning to go too. I need to find an extremely rare treasure," he added thoughtfully, "to help my grandfather." Hearing this, Xiaoyi warned, "Looking for treasures? Then going to Old Pasture City now isn't the best idea. First, Old Pasture City is full of gangs." As she spoke, the car drew closer to the city. The gangs there maintain a sort of balance. On the surface, it seems peaceful, but something's been happening lately. Xiaoyi began telling them about the strange person who had appeared recently. Who has a bizarre name, kills people everywhere, and uses brutal methods. The victims were either dismembered or had parts of their bodies eaten. Rumor has it that the culprits are monsters resembling zombies or vampires, but the powers within the city refuse to believe in their existence. They believe it must be someone trying to seize territory, so now every corner of Old Pasture City is patrolled by mercenaries hired by various factions. After hearing Xiaoyi's explanation, Miss Bai couldn't help but tremble in fear. She stammered, "Zombies, vampires." Seeing her reaction, Xian quickly tried to comfort her. "Miss Bai, don't be afraid. These are just rumors." But her trembling wasn't from fear, it was from excitement. She looked up. Her face flushed with excitement as she replied, "No, I'm actually thrilled. I can't wait to go to Old Pasture City." Hearing this, Xian was taken aback by her enthusiasm. Muttering to himself in alarm, "Humph, did some strange mechanism inside her just activate?" Finally, they arrived at their destination. Xiaoyi spoke up. "All right, we're here." Xian stepped out of the vehicle and looked around, marveling at the place. So this is. Before them stood an enormous ancient tree, its canopy large enough to blot out the sky. Bai Lin couldn't help but gasp, "Old Forest City." Just as he was lost in admiration, Aulay suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shouting excitedly, "All right, let's go find upgrade materials." Xian couldn't help but retort, "Can you stop faking enthusiasm?" Xiaoyi sighed from behind them. "You two can argue later. Pay me first." Xiaoyi's words silenced them instantly. Aulay kept giving Xian meaningful looks, but Xian just glared back and said, "Why are you looking at me?" In the end, Xian caved and pulled out his card to settle the bill. After paying, he shot Aulay a glare and muttered, "Damn it, he made me waste another trip." After receiving the payment, Xiaoyi reminded them one last time before leaving, "Across from here is Blood Shadow District 2, the largest hub for commerce and intelligence in the city. I won't go in with you.
I still have a commission to investigate the zombie incidents.
Call me when you're done.
Cian turned to Miss Bai, about to say something like, then Miss Bai and I will. But seeing her eager expression, as if she couldn't wait to see zombies, he changed his mind.
Miss Bai seems. Let me help you.
After thinking it through, he kept waving and kicking to signal Qixia, but this only made her more confused.
What are you doing, young man? Waving signals like that, what exactly are you trying to say?
After a moment, she understood his meaning and let out a soft laugh.
Aha, I get it now.
She immediately played along with Xian, saying, young man, I just remembered. My little brother was supposed to come with me today, but he's sleeping so soundly.
Could you, teacher, help me out here? Oh, actually, I don't really know much about these things. But Gubwa is really good at this sort of thing. Why don't we let Gubwa go instead? Gubwa, would you like to go? Hearing this, Gubwa happily agreed, sure, let me handle it. Xiaohe and Gubwa left, leaving just the two of them. Ale spoke up, now it's just the two of us. From now on, it's boys' time. Seeing how excited he was, Xian could only sigh in exasperation. Ugh, how old are you, still calling yourself a boy? The two walked into a nearby bar, and when he saw Ale still following, Xian muttered, what's this? I'm the mature one here. Xian said in annoyance, do you have to follow me? Ale replied candidly, you're still underage. I can't just let you walk into a bar alone. He kept rambling on, adding, and I know this place like the back of my hand. Xian shot back sarcastically, are you hard up for cash or something? Ale quickly defended himself, gesturing toward a girl at the bar, of course not. I'm on great terms with the front desk, and the most reliable intel here comes from her. He sat down and greeted Xiaoyuan, hey, Xiaoyuan. Long time no see. What's good today? Hearing his familiar voice, she turned around and replied, oh, Ale. You've got some nerve showing up here. Seeing Ale, she turned to her coworker and said, Shenjie. Settle his tab too. Ale, I'll take care of it right away. Flustered, he stammered, wait a second. Ale quickly changed the subject, I'm here today to introduce a new job to my dear Xiaoyuan. He turned his gaze to Xian, explaining the situation to her. I'm here today to introduce a new job to my dear Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan immediately refused, if it's about that, go talk to Akiyu. Xian thought to himself, if it weren't for the Divine Eye's limited range, why would I waste my time here? Suddenly, her phone rang. Xiaoyuan, someone's looking for you. She sighed. Ugh, seriously? Again? Ale leans in curiously. Who is it? Do I know them? She answers while picking up the call. What? Oh, just that guy I met online yesterday. Zhang Wan gives him a quick summary, he's probably some hotshot from an SM club. But he's so full of himself. She hands him her phone to show. Fu Baixing works hard on his abs, while the mistress accepts loyalty and obedience. What's the point of a lifetime of servitude? This guy's out of his mind. This little girl forgets right after liking his post. After adding me, he kept sending weird videos and now won't stop manging me. Suddenly, someone shouts from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Little girl. A naked man wearing a blindfold appears, looking utterly bizarre. He grins at me. Glad to see me? I went through a lot to find you here. He strides up to Shan Wan and strikes a strange pose, asking loudly. Well? Made up your mind yet, little girl? Jean Hangtai scoops her up, laughing maniacally. Let me be your master. Be my slave, I'll give you everything. Disgusted by the scene, Xian mutters under his breath. Every rich guy I meet is either a scumbag or a creep. Isn't there a single normal one? Unable to stand it anymore, he stands up, ready to teach the guy a lesson, then decides to help her instead. Aole stops him. Wait, don't act yet. This is Old Wood City. He explains to Xian, the people here aren't like those in White Qilan City. Meanwhile, Xiaonuan fearlessly locks eyes with the man. She exposes his real life. People with power aren't just beast tamers. Jean Hangtai, the young master of the Jean Corporation, is a tycoon in Old Wood City. 19 years old and hates his stepmother. He has sadistic tendencies, is arrogant, and has been playing around with women a lot lately. In just a month, he's gone through 49 girls, all of them money-hungry girls from the internet. Hearing this, the guy freezes, speechless. Xiaonuan ignores him and continues. You think any girl who sees your abs and your money will automatically become your slave? Her eyes gleam as she says seriously, but you've got one thing wrong. In this old wooden city, there aren't just the few wealthy families you mentioned. Before Xiaonuan could finish speaking, she lunged forward and jabbed a needle into the man's body before he could react.
Without mercy, she injected all the serum into the merchant's body. Instantly, his body stiffened, but strange black glass-like shards began covering his entire form.
The merchant could only scream in agony. What kind of drug had she injected into him? Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed backward. Xiaonuan calmly explained it was just an anti-spiritual power serum. To us ordinary people, it's like salt water. But to you beast masters, it's like tetrodotoxin.
Your spiritual veins are probably half ruined now, you'll likely never stand again.
Ale and Xian stood by, watching everything. Ale spoke up, saying Xiaonuan was famously hostile toward beastmasters.
Her nickname was the Spirit Vein Slayer. Hearing this, he looked up and asked,
"Does she know you're a beastmaster?"
He replied confidently, "Of course she does. She's my trusted informant, she spares me because I'm special."
Suddenly, someone appeared, interrupting their conversation. A stranger walked in and said, "Long time no see. I thought you'd never return to Old Wood City."
Then his tone shifted, "Especially after you offended the city lord." This man was Jintian, also known as All-Seeing Eye, an intelligence expert.
Jintian teased Ale. "What trouble have you stirred up this time, Ale?"
Ale, reunited after a long time, spread his arms for a hug.
"Oh, if it isn't Brother Jin."
"You flatter me, I'm just here at the Three Blood Pavilion. I'm here for information, not to cause trouble in your domain."
Jintian replied coldly, "I doubt you need any information."
Meanwhile, Xiaonuan and her colleague were handling the merchant in the back, tossing him into the kitchen trash bin.
A garbage truck would come later to dispose of him. Jintian turned to Xian, saying the one who truly needed information.
Was this young man, more precisely, Bilan Chang, the grandson of the White City Lord? He saw through all your details in an instant, leaving you stunned. His hearing could level the azure forest. His strength is far beyond his current silver rank, and he's a gifted beastmaster.
Xian, I know everything, Jintian stated bluntly.
After all, I'm the boss of the Three Blood Pavilion, or rather, I am the head of the 9 Provinces Federation Intelligence Bureau's dispatch center. After speaking, he politely invited you to sit down for a discussion. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he said, "You are our honored guest. Please, take a seat, and we can talk at leisure." After the three of them sat down, Jintian spoke first. "Young Master Bai, your abilities are quite unique. I'd like to know where to obtain materials for breaking through to the silver rank. It shouldn't be too difficult. What you truly seek is likely an extremely rare material, like those treasures you encountered at the auction."
Meanwhile, Ale casually placed an order.
"Hey, Xian, no salt in the tequila this time."
"Whose order?"
"The young master's, of course."
Seeing how well informed he was, Xian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. I didn't expect him to know about the auction. His influence clearly extends beyond Old Pasture City. He might even have informants across the entire 9 Provinces Federation. As Xian pondered this, he replied, "That's right." Then, Jintian began quoting a price. "Information doesn't come cheap. Which materials intel are you after?"
Without hesitation, you answered, "Mystic Spirit Heavenly Water, a purple star rank water element material."
"Don't worry about the cost."
Seeing your resolve, he shared his deduction. "From what I know, your second spiritual root is departed fire.
Originally, you wouldn't need water element materials. Could it be this isn't for you, but for the gravely injured Lord Bai?" Jintian's words were spot on. Xian was stunned, wondering, how does he know about grandfather's injury? Even classified details like this, how did he find out? He calmly explained, "The White Qilin City sealed the news, nothing stays hidden forever.
By analyzing official reports and the materials you're seeking,
one can infer Lord Bai's condition." Jintian continued, "With enough data, more intel can be deduced."
That's the specialty of an intelligence merchant. Then, he casually warned Xian, "By the way, some suspicious individuals have been asking about White Qilin City lately.
Consider this a free tip." Xian was taken aback by the news. Who could it be? Who's keeping tabs on White Qilin City? Ale interjected, "Brother Jin, hold on. We came here for information. Where exactly is this heavenly water made from such ingredients?"
After hearing this, Jintian immediately provided him with information. 3 months ago, a mercenary squad was escorting hidden spirit heavenly water through the Howling Wind Mountains, but they never emerged. Over the past 3 months, many have entered the mountains hoping to find it, but without exception, none have returned. After listening, Xian turned to the system and asked, "Help me scout the Howling Wind Mountains." Howling Wind Mountains. This mountain range lies within the jurisdiction of the former Pasture City and was once the largest region for primordial spirit or veins, but the veins are now depleting.
Seeing his determination, Jintian spoke up to dissuade him.
"In my opinion, I still don't recommend you enter the Howling Wind Mountains yourself. The terrain there is extremely complex and easy to get lost in. Even without the threat of fierce beasts, it's still very dangerous. Moved by his kindness, Xian bowed slightly and thanked him. Thank you for your concern, but you know, I have my reasons for going. I must find the hidden spirit heavenly water. With that, Xian took out his waist token to settle the bill. Seeing Xian about to leave, Juntian called out to remind him. Young man, there's one more thing, you must have heard about it when you entered the city. His expression turned grave as he earnestly warned, the undead. Vampires and matters related to the serial killings. These are facts, this is a warning, not just information. You must stay safe, especially at night. After hearing this, Xian became more alert. He left the shop, walking while worrying about Bai and the others. Were those rumors true? He wondered how they were doing now. Meanwhile, over at Xiaohe and Gubai's side, they chatted as they walked. Back then, my brother and I were still living on the market streets of Oldwood City when a group of lunatics chased us for 3 whole blocks. Then we ran into a fierce-looking girl who didn't seem much older than me. She looked like a police academy student, she was so intimidating that the lunatics thought she was with me. We ended up running from one end of Oldwood City to the other. The two turned into a dim alley, and Xiaohe continued, after that, we became friends. I heard she's a police officer now. And one of the few good cops in Oldwood City at that. Hearing this, Miss Bai understood and replied, so this police officer was the one who commissioned Sister Xiaohe. Miss Bai was surprised by the news, she hadn't expected the police to hire mercenaries. Xiaohe just smiled and replied, at the end of the day, it's all about connections. Besides, there are some things the police can't handle directly, so they leave it to us. Consider it a collaboration between civilians and the authorities. She approached a few guards and greeted them, hey, Old Chen. I'm here. What's going on? Hearing Xiaohe's voice, Old Chen turned around, scolding her sternly, you're 3 minutes and 41 seconds late. Ah. As she glanced at Miss Bai, who couldn't help but flinch, you brought a stranger. Xiaohe quickly explained, it's not my fault, Xiaoming rode his bike too fast. I just happened to bring a newcomer along. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she joked, speaking of which, Old Chen, have you noticed that the 3 of us have eyelashes as short as beans? Miss Bai glared and retorted, huh? Old Chen sighed, be serious. I called you here because the other officers are completely unreliable. She pointed at a body lying nearby and reported. This is the second one today. I was hoping nothing else would happen before you got here. The time of death was 20 hours and 23 minutes ago. If I'd arrived a little earlier, I might have caught the culprit in the act. Old Chen chimed in, his tone slightly displeased, but the forensics team and the investigators. They didn't find out what attacked the victim. Though I suspect they didn't investigate properly, Xiaohe comforted her, saying, try to understand them. In this city, you're the only passionate policewoman, everyone else is weak and incompetent. Why bother arguing with them? She took out her phone, snapped photos of the body, then turned to Xiaohe and said, I've documented the scene. I'll go arrange for the body to be moved. Xiaohe asked curiously, where are you taking it? Miss Bai, who had been silent, stepped forward to examine the body and suddenly spoke, wait. She pulled out a small pair of tweezers from her pocket and apologized to Old Chen, pardon me. No sooner had she spoken than she reached down and took a sample from the body on the ground. Startled by what she collected, she quickly said, this is a human tooth. Hearing this, Old Chen asked skeptically, are you sure? Miss Bai replied firmly, absolutely. She held up the tooth, its shape was eerie, covered in cracks and a mysterious blue glow, and it was severely damaged. There are also many fractures. It doesn't look like a living person's tooth. There's a residual spiritual energy signature, only someone who's used spiritual energy devices for a long time would have this. After analyzing it, Miss Bai finally concluded. The deceased wasn't aggressive. It seems the recent rumors are true, meaning the culprit is a living corpse. He must stay connected to a spiritual energy device, what they call a Frankenstein. Meanwhile, in Xian and Aolei's area, the two were searching for an item. He shot Aolei a skeptical glance, doubting his directions. Are you sure this is the fastest way? Aolei stammered in response. Oh, maybe not. I think I remembered wrong. Just then, a strange figure appeared behind them. He stood there, staring intently at their backs. Noticing him, Aolei warned Xian. Hey, look behind you. Realizing he'd been spotted, he immediately took action. A withered arm shot up, revealing a sharp longsword. His face twisted with malice, ready to pounce and take them both out. Aolei recognized it and shouted in alarm, it's a corpse revenant. Another corpse revenant had ambushed them from behind. And there's another one back there. The two creatures lunged at them simultaneously, putting them in a tight spot. The corpse revenant swung its sword at Aolei without hesitation. He blocked the strike swiftly and shouted. These corpse revenants were monsters created by the fanatics of the Sun Radiance sect. Combined with the scientific technology of guests like you who fell from the sky, the other creature lunged at Xian. But it was too slow, he dodged it effortlessly. He yelled at Ale, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He swung his sword, decapitating the corpse revenant and blocking its attack. He explained while fighting. They use spirit stones or release spirit-infused materials to replace biological signals, reviving the dead. Before Ale could finish, he didn't let his guard down for a second. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance. He said sternly, "Get out of here, now. You're not strong enough to handle these things yet." Xian retorted indignantly, "What? You think I'm that weak? I was already hunting monsters back in the bronze rank." Ale didn't argue with him. He glanced at the corpse revenant he had just beheaded. It was already reattaching its head. Even if you cut off their heads, they can just put them back on. At the end of the day, you can't kill something that's already dead. Witnessing the sight, Xian couldn't help but mutter. Their recovery ability is insane. Ale turned to him and explained patiently, urging him to leave quickly. Your abilities are strong. But with your current skills, destroying them would risk the whole city. So instead of wasting energy here, go find reinforcements. And don't underestimate the power of the diamond rank. Xian finally relented. He turned to go seek help. Then I'll go find Lao Bai and the others. If you manage to escape, we'll meet at the boss lady's shop. Now only Qing Shan and 2 corpse spirits remain. He didn't take his eyes off them for even a second. He wondered to himself, Solaris, is this how the spider cult treats the dead? Qing Shan suddenly unleashed his power. Blue lightning crackled around him. His gaze sharpened, ready for battle. Looks like I need to get serious. Meanwhile, Xian finally shook off that lizard. He hurried to find help. A corpse spirit suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Its appearance was completely different from the others, confusing Xian. What's going on? Is there another corpse spirit? The creature suddenly opened the eyes on its forehead, activating its function and initiating scan mode. Xian had no idea what was happening. What in the world? The corpse spirit's eyes began identifying Xian, locking onto the target. It prepared to activate capture mode. As soon as the system gave the command, the flesh on both sides of its jaw peeled open like withered petals, looking horrifying. Capture mode fully engaged, and it activated its sonic device. Before the device fully activated, a sonic wave blasted towards Xian, leaving him dizzy and covering his ears. He tried to fight back, but it was useless, the sonic attack was too strong. He could only endure it. Another sonic attack? This one was even worse than the last time. Seeing Xian still resisting, the corpse spirit intensified the sonic waves, forcing him to his knees as he clutched his head in pain. Xian gritted his teeth, struggling to stay conscious, but the waves grew stronger. This is getting harder. Ugh, I'm about to black out. In the end, he succumbed, his eyes slowly closing as his consciousness faded. In the moment before losing consciousness, Xian thought he saw a girl's figure appear before him. Time passed quietly as the sun slowly dipped behind the distant mountains. Cold moonlight bathed the land. Lao Chen waited for Xiao He and Gubai to set off, and along the way, she asked Gubai if he was satisfied with her earlier performance. Little sister, where did you learn all this stuff? You're almost as good as us cops. Xiao He chimed in, nodding. Yeah, I'm curious too. Bai Lin Academy shouldn't be teaching spiritual detection, right? Gubai just awkwardly replied, it's just a hobby. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked their view. Xiao He turned to Old Chen and said, Hey, Old Chen, look up, is something falling from the sky? She brushed it off, replying, like anything would fall from the sky on a highway. No sooner had she spoken than a figure crashed heavily onto their car, startling Xiao He into a scream. She gasped, see? I told you. The sudden impact threw Old Chen off, and the car swerved wildly, before slamming into a nearby wall. It turned out to be A.O. Ri. Xiao He snapped angrily. A.O. Ri, what are you doing? Old Chen sighed and said, Sir, why don't you step out of the car first? A.O. Ri, drenched in sweat, drove his sword deeper into the body beneath him. No way, if I let go, this guy will escape. He's our only lead. The corpse spirit, impaled, thrashed desperately to break free. A.O. Ri suddenly remembered something and turned to Old Chen. Officer, I recall you police use outdated hardware for security, right? Let me borrow it, I need to extract intel from this thing. She hurried to fetch it. One moment. She plugged the cable into its neck, analyzing the data while muttering, the creator was clever, even used legacy ports. Old Chen turned to A.O. Ri. So, what are you investigating? He answered. I want to pull its memory data to find their nest. Seeing A.O. Ri awkwardly covering his face, Xiao He teased, A.O. Ri, what's your deal?
And where's that boy you were with? Gubai's eyes lit up as he snapped photos. Isn't this a zombie?
Meanwhile, Old Chen scanned the screen.
The address is. Wait, that's Howling Wind Ridge. It's a no-go zone now. What's happening there? Aori finally snapped back to reality. Xian's been taken by them.
The group gasped in shock.
What? Elsewhere, Xian hung unconscious, wrists bound to the wall.
His phone buzzed in his pocket, jolting him awake.
Xian blankly checked his current situation. What's going on? Where is he? The phone, it must be Lao Bai calling.
The handcuffs restraining his hands were anti-spiritual energy cuffs, impossible to break with spiritual power no matter what.
Xian tried moving his hands. Damn it, of all times for this to happen.
After confirming their properties, he came up with an idea.
Wait, if spiritual power couldn't break them, why not just force them open with brute strength?
Xian urged the system, Divine Eye, help me lift the suppression on my corrupted source, but received a warning.
This operation is dangerous. He didn't care. Stop stalling and do it already.
The moment he spoke, Xian immediately felt his power surge.
Damage restrictions lifted.
Corrosion effects intensified. With a sharp tug, he ripped the handcuffs apart at the lock. Xian felt the surging power within him. This rampant state was actually useful, even if the cost was steep. But the price was worth it. He quickly dug his phone out of his pocket.
Answering the call was the priority. Otherwise, Lao Bai would worry. The consequence of his amplified strength?
The moment his fingers lightly touched the screen, the phone shattered into pieces. Lao Bai was frantically calling him but got a notification instead.
The number you have dialed is out of service range. Xiao He, standing nearby, gasped. What? Did he go off to trade salt or something? Xian
groaned as he stared at the mangled remains of his phone. Oh no, he forgot he was still in a rampant state. The system chimed in, loss of control countdown, 5 seconds remaining.
He quickly ordered, activate suppression. Once stabilized, Xian began surveying his surroundings. This place must have been a quarry or a mine. If it was a mine,
a possibility struck him.
Maybe it was a spiritual stone mine. Xian raised his hand to sense it.
Sure enough, traces of spiritual stone veins remained.
If he detonated them with his spiritual power, he might find a way out.
Suddenly, the wall in front of him began glowing, then slowly cracked apart.
What's happening?
A powerful energy blast sent him flying, hurtling straight toward him.
Xian coughed violently from the choking dust. Cough, cough. What just happened? He hadn't even activated his spiritual power yet.
The person who appeared before him spoke.
Why do they look so familiar?
Runting playfully raised her hand in greeting.
Oh, isn't this? So you're that kid from the Bai family, huh? Long time no see.
Xian was startled when he saw her.
Ruan Ting, what are you doing here?
She pointed at him, annoyed.
You ask like that, are you unhappy to see me? Overwhelmed by her domineering attitude, Xian quickly replied, happy.
Ruan Ting dropped her playful tone and glanced behind her. Then said after a moment, more guests will be arriving soon.
At some point, several corpse spirits had already gathered there.
Instead of being afraid, Ruan Ting excitedly snapped her fingers.
Kid, you're just in time. Come see the new moves I've learned.
At her command, a bird dove down at incredible speed. Emerging from behind the group of corpse spirits,
it landed on Ruan Ting's shoulder. Let this kid see what we're capable of.
She pressed her palms together.
Come, fire spirit shield.
Then she lunged straight at the corpse spirits.
Xian was horrified. Oh no, she's going to take them out directly. He shouted urgently, Ruan Ting. Those corpse spirits had incredible regenerative abilities, ordinary methods couldn't harm them.
Ignoring him, she threw a punch.
Of course I know that. She quickly left a mark on the corpse spirit's face. Detach, fire seal. Another corpse spirit suddenly attacked her from behind.
Ruan Ting dodged with lightning speed.
That was close. Let's see what else you've got. She charged forward again. But now, it's my turn.
In a flash, she grabbed its head and slammed it into the ground. Satisfied, Ruan Ting struck the immobilized corpse spirit's head repeatedly.
This one dared to ambush me. It deserves a lesson. A mark appeared on its head. She glanced back. Just one left.
The last corpse spirit charged at Ruan Ting.
She sneered.
Your attacks are way too predictable. Ruan Ting broke its weapon with her bare hands.
Then she spun and kicked it away. Scram already. Another fire seal mark was etched onto it. She flipped in the air before landing steadily beside Xian.
Then she smirked at him.
Kid, pay attention. The real fight is about to begin.
Ruan-Ting commanded excitedly, your turn.
Go! In an instant, a small aureole surged forward, wreathed in blazing red energy, piercing through. They didn't even have time to react within 3 moves.
Those hit instantly collapsed, their bones and flesh shattered.
Witnessing this, Xian was stunned and wondered to himself, what kind of technique was that?
The 3 were burned to nothing but charred bones in an instant, and a system prompt appeared.
Fire Departure Curse, by destroying the opponent's spiritual veins.
It causes them to burn from within. This type of burning differs from normal fire, it inflicts one-time damage without intense effects. From this, Xian deduced that she used a one-time burn to deal damage, preventing the undead from recovering.
That hit the mark. She immediately bristled and snapped, you figured it out?
I've been stuck in this dump researching for 3 months.
Hearing this, Xian asked in disbelief, wait, you've been here for 3 whole months?
After she said that, Xian felt even more frustrated as he recalled his own situation. I came to Old Pasture City for a trip and wanted to buy supplies at a gas station. But it turned out to be a trap.
When I woke up, I was already here. Xian frowned, what have you been eating for 3 months?
Renshue smugly boasted, luckily, I grabbed a few extra energy bars.
At least they'll last me half a year.
A thought flashed through Xian's mind, better not ask how she showers.
Xian asked, do you know how to get out of here?
Renshue replied, even after 3 months, this place is still a maze. I have no idea how to leave.
Xian raised an eyebrow, a maze?
Renshue nodded, exactly.
That's why I wanted to break through this wall to find a way out. Xian chimed in, and then you ran into me, right?
Renshue answered, yeah,
bumping into you was quite the coincidence. She stepped into a large sewer tunnel and suggested, enough talking. Let's go this way. Xian countered, didn't you already fly over here? And there's a door over there, shouldn't we check it out?
Renshue warned, if you don't want to see those undead again, I'd advise against opening that door.
Xian relented, fine. As they walked, Renshue asked Han, how did you end up here? Xian replied, same as you, ran into some creepy undead. Got knocked out, and woke up here. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and he immediately realized it was an earthquake.
The path before them, which had been wide open just moments ago, had now turned into a dead end.
Seeing this, Xian asked in confusion, what's going on? Wasn't there a path here just now?
Ruan-Ting muttered impatiently under her breath, this lousy place.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Xian commanded, Divine Eye, scan this area.
I need to understand its structure.
The Divine Eye immediately responded, this was once an abandoned quarry of the Old Pasture City, part of the Windhowl Mountain mining zone.
For unknown reasons, it was later abandoned. And most of the mine tunnels formed an extremely complex terrain.
It analyzed further, due to the complexity, humans modified it into modular equipment,
dividing each area into independently operable sections.
Every so often, the sections shift or change over time,
making the terrain even more intricate, but if we find the pattern, escape is still possible.
Xian instantly understood, so the tremor earlier was just the area shifting. And this wall in front of us marks a new section.
If we figure out its movement pattern, we might find a way out.
Beside him, Ruan-Ting, full of youthful vigor, declared, if we get blocked again, I'll just blast through it.
Xian quickly stopped her, Ruan-Ting, wait.
No sooner had he spoken than Ruan-Ting pulled out a massive drill, roaring as it glowed red-hot. Fuming, she drove the drill straight into the wall, snarling. From the day I was born, nothing and no one has ever stood in my way, this stupid maze won't be the first. As the drill tore through the barrier, Ruan-Ting charged forward, shouting, kid from the Bai family, hurry up and follow me.
Watching this, Xian thought, well, sometimes brute force isn't such a bad idea.
After a deafening crash and a cloud of dust, Ruan-Ting emerged from the haze, having blasted through the wall.
She grinned, it's open.
This might be the longest tunnel I've broken through in 3 months.
As Xian walked, he mused, still, this place is different from the others, it feels like a laboratory. Peering through a glass window, he suddenly wondered, what are these things?
Inside, an entire undead legion was neatly arranged, filling up a large room. The Divine Eye reported that a level 7 undead was in deep slumber. Xian asked himself anxiously, these undead had already formed an army, but what were they planning? A massive door appeared, and Renshi stared at it for a long time, puzzled.
This door is so strange. I've never seen it before. Let's open it and take a look.
Suddenly, the door slid open, and Xian immediately scolded Renshi.
But Renshi quickly corrected him, I didn't even touch it. It opened on its own.
Inside stood a giant experimental tube, containing a massive and bizarre creature, its limbs restrained. Seeing this, Renshi gasped in shock, what in the world is that thing?
Xian was about to speak, this is. But he suddenly realized something, what? Through the divine eye, Xian discovered this unknown species was a fusion of multiple spirit beasts, with a rubber monkey as its base. By leveraging the rubber monkey's resilience, it had merged multiple innate abilities. Grade A fusion, Grade A adaptability, Grade A wind and frost absorption, Grade A insightful intelligence, and Grade A tyrant's wrath. Its nature allowed it to gain new abilities by absorbing other spirit beasts' cores. Xian thought in astonishment, never would he have imagined so many abilities, and the fact that it could keep evolving. This thing was a monster. What had this spirit beast gone through? Suddenly, a noise echoed. Both Xian and Rinchi realized someone was nearby. Asmodin appeared with a sinister expression, her eerie voice sending chills down their spines. She said, "Welcome, my two little specimens." Asmodin remarked that since they had found their way here, they had already passed the maze's trial. "Now, let's test which of you two is the pure young physique I need." Faced with this, Rinchi couldn't help but shudder. That woman's mouth didn't even move when she spoke. It was so creepy. "That's terrifying," Xian muttered, "but that's not the point." "What does she mean by pure yang physique?" Asmodin said, "No matter which of you is the pure yang physique, you'll both become part of this child. Let it play with you first." Meanwhile, cracks began forming on the experimental tube, and the undead inside had already broken free from its restraints. A massive explosion erupted before Xian, leaving both of them stunned by the brutal scene. The corpse spirit lunged forward instantly, raising its sharp claws. Xian was caught off guard, its speed was too fast. In the nick of time, as the corpse spirit closed in, he raised his shield just in time, blocking its razor-sharp claws. Seizing the moment, Xian immediately commanded, "Carp, come out now." The mirror carp appeared at once. The battle began as the mirror carp charged at the corpse spirit, colliding with it head-on. But with its swift reflexes, the corpse spirit dodged the attack. That was close, Xian thought. Then he realized, wait, something about its movements seemed off. Watching the corpse spirit writhe in agony, radiating dense spiritual energy, Xian sensed it was in extreme pain. "Forget it, just focus," he told himself. "No time to overthink." Without hesitation, he ordered, "Carp, use water pressure to restrain it." Like a whirlwind, the mirror carp surged toward the dazed corpse spirit. A deafening crash echoed, sending powerful tremors through the air. The mirror carp swiftly returned to Xian's side. Is it over, he wondered. Yet as the smoke cleared, the corpse spirit reappeared in an entirely new form. Xian's eyes widened in shock. Asterisk what? A shield, asterisk. Xian stared in disbelief. Is this its ability to transform at will? He never expected it could turn its body into a shield to block attacks. This corpse spirit was far more formidable than he thought. After enduring the mirror carp's assault, the corpse spirit shed its shield form. The muscles on its arm began writhing violently, as if hundreds of worms squirmed beneath its skin before solidifying into dense, bulging flesh. Without hesitation, the corpse spirit swung a punch straight at Xian. Hearing the commotion, Renting stormed forward in a fury. Snapping, "I'm not invisible, you know." A gust of wind erupted as the two clashed. From the sidelines, Xian shouted urgently, "Renting, don't punch it head-on, it can reshape itself at will." Just then, the corpse spirit's muscles began squirming, slowly coiling around Renting's arm. The tendrils snaked up to her shoulder, startling her. "What is this? What's happening?" Renting demanded, confused. In an instant, she was completely ensnared. "Ugh, gross. Let me go," she cried in horror. Seeing the situation, Xian quickly ordered the guards to swiftly use the lunar pillar reversal. Lunar pillar reversal. The guards closed in on the corpse spirit, executing moves like lunar pillar reversal and full moon blade, swiftly severing the creature's tendons. While clearing the remaining tendons from Runling's body, Xian cautioned. Her way of fighting is far too reckless. Hearing this, she retorted indignantly, "What do you mean? How was I supposed to know what abilities this thing has?" Observing the severed limbs of the corpse spirit, Xian wondered how could it still survive after being cut apart. "What kind of vitality is this?" Xian didn't answer, only reminding the guards once more, "You two don't intervene. This ability is going to be extremely difficult to handle. It seems we'll have to take a more strategic approach, no more reckless risks." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, that's it. Xian speculated that if he was right, the creature must be in immense pain right now. The only option left was to try that method. But he worried if brute force couldn't defeat it, the only choice left would be to negotiate. Xian instructed Runling not to interfere, no matter what happened. Perplexed, she asked, "What are you planning?" Xian didn't answer, but reminded the guards again, "You two, don't take action." The moment the trial spirit lunged at Xian, he shouted, "Release restrictions." Activate Co-Rampage. Enhance my reaction speed. A system prompt followed, Co-Rampage activated. Countdown, 999 seconds. While fending off the trial spirit's attacks, Xian calculated, though Co-Rampage would continuously lower his spiritual energy limit, precise defense was far more efficient than regular defense. His divine eye also displayed information. Precise defense. Condense spiritual energy into a high-density barrier, neutralizing attacks through prediction. If executed well, it won't even drain stamina. From above, Asmodee frowned in confusion. Why had he suddenly switched from offense to defense? How disappointing.
She scoffed, thinking this boy wasn't a pure young physique after all. He was a water origin, so why had the corpse spirit mistaken him for one? Glancing at Renling, Asmodee pondered, though the girl was a departed flame origin, she was far from a pure young physique.
Had the previous data been wrong? The corpse spirit continued its frenzied assault on Xian.
Seeing this, he quickly defended himself and thought to himself, not bad.
It matches my prediction. Its attack pattern is very simple.
When the corpse spirit charged, Xian was confident in his deduction, especially with his enhanced reflexes.
His main goal wasn't just precise defense. He believed the moment it struck was when it revealed its biggest weakness. He had to seize the opportunity. Taking the initiative, Xian swung at the lunging corpse spirit, his aura fierce. Now, he thought. Gripping the corpse spirit's head, Xian's hands instantly bristled with crimson veins. He shouted, "Synchronize." In an instant, Xian was pulled into a vast, desolate space, surrounded only by cold red hues and solitude. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is this?" Before him stood 3 green crosses, the middle one impaling a monkey. The divine eye immediately provided information: elephant-monkey hybrid. A subspecies, the Sunwind elephant-monkey hybrid. Its original Earth affinity had been forcibly converted to Sunwind. It had an extreme ability to adapt to its host. But a ferocious beast core had been forcibly implanted into it. Its consciousness was tormented by the beast core's influence. Hearing this, Xian thought, how pitiful, it was forced to take a beast's core. If that's the case, divine energy should be able to help it. He gently reached out, his eyes filled with compassion. "I mean no harm. There's no reason for us to fight. You must be in so much pain right now." The monkey before him looked slightly surprised. Xian sincerely offered, "Form a contract with me. I can share your burden." The monkey hesitated before replying, "A contract, sharing the pain, very well, I agree." Back in the outside world, once the monkey agreed, Xian immediately said, "Release the forced transformation." Above, Asmodee asked in shock, "Why did it stop attacking? What did you do to it?" Xian calmly performed a spell: "All things are void, all matters are just. All things have spirits, all matters have masters." After countering the corpse spirit with an illusion, he continued, "The way of beasts. The way of heaven, the way of spirit beasts, the supreme way. Here, I form a contract with you. I will share your life, your illnesses, your pain, and the essence of your path." In that red space, the green crosses binding the monkey slowly dissolved. It changed, even the binding chains vanished along with it. At last, the monkey found liberation in its own astonishment. Xian reached out and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better?" Flustered, the monkey stammered, I'm Xian. What's your name?" In the crimson void outside, the corpse spirit began to split apart. Seeing this, Asmodee couldn't help but gasp. The moment its mouth opened, Xian realized it had worked. The listener, stunned, muttered to herself, "What?" From within the corpse spirit, a surge of even greater power erupted, shocking everyone present. A figure emerged, accompanied by the divine eye's message: "Fusion beast. Moonlit beast, a hybrid of elephant and monkey, born from experimental synthesis. Originally a creature of the azure sky forest, it was later implanted with multiple spirit beast cores, mutating and gaining extraordinary abilities. Skills: Gale Flash, Pinecloud Sapphire, Swift Choice, Narrative Overflow, Water Block, Moon Pillar Reversal, Thunderclap, Dragon Fist, and Sapphire." Xian exclaimed in disbelief, "I can't believe it has 7 elemental skills." More information flooded in: Mountain Guardians Refined Sapphire, Earth Iron Mountain Surge, Heavily Tense Sun's Descent. Fuming with rage, Asmodee trembled as he gritted his teeth. "Curse it all. I never expected you'd snatch away the strongest spirit beast I worked so hard to create. It was supposed to bond with me." Tracing back to an even larger headless monster, Asmodee smirked eerily and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to take matters into my own hands, destroy this failed experiment." Seeing this, Xian immediately glared and said, "Do you really think I'd let you do that?" The headless monster charged forward to attack Yu Yun. But he simply said calmly, "Adapt at will." In an instant, Yu Yun's arms were empowered with strength, blocking the headless monster's heavy punch. Seeing this, Xian also wanted to join the fight.
He commanded, "Fish, let's." But Yu Yun spoke up to stop him. "Hold on." He warned, "Don't interfere. This is my battle." While struggling to hold his ground, Yu Yun added, "Originally, we were merely living statues in the azure sky forest, but this woman." Seeing this, Xian felt deep pity. Yu Yun explained, "She captured our entire clan to complete her experiments. Countless kin became her sacrifices." With unwavering resolve and hatred, Yu Yun's eyes burned with killing intent. He declared, "Now that I've gained power, I must avenge my kin myself." Then, Yu Yun transformed his arms into sharp spikes, driving them into the giant monster's core while roaring, "Anything that stands in my way of vengeance will be destroyed." Flipping the giant monster into the air, Yu Yun shouted angrily, "Get lost." The giant monster crashed violently into the wall. Approaching Asmodin, Yu Yun's gaze turned icy as he said slowly, "The enemy of my kin." Facing Yu Yun's blazing killing intent, Asmodin merely gave a chilling smile and said calmly, "Do you really think this is all I'm capable of? I am the 5th high priest of the demon spider cult." But hearing the commotion below, he looked up and saw. Xian thought to himself, "This is bad." It turned out the corpse spirits were pouring out from the breach the headless monster had created. Seeing this, Xian immediately realized, the corpse spirits in the warehouse. In an instant, everyone was surrounded by a swarm of corpse spirits. Xian exclaimed, "We're surrounded." At that moment, Yu Yun charged forward, slashing through the corpse spirits as he declared, "Anyone who dares stand in my way will perish." Roaring, "Get out of my way." Yu Yun fought fiercely, while Xian hurriedly warned him, "Hey, you can't kill them like that. You ask Renting, can we still use the same techniques as before?" Renting replies while fighting, "There are too many of them. My spiritual energy isn't enough to use the incantation multiple times." Xian muses to himself, "If Renting can't finish them off in one go, I'll have to try myself." He immediately summons his power, synchronizing with his berserk state. Meanwhile, the Divine Eye reports, entering berserk state. Time reversal, 99.99 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Xian devises a tactic, this move combines spirit speed with the incantation. In an instant, thorns surge forward like a whirlwind, accompanied by power, karma, and spirit speed. In the blink of an eye, the thorns sweep away the entire group of corpse spirits. A red mark appears above the heads of the affected corpse spirits. With a sharp glare, Xian commands, "Disappear, you monsters." Then, using power, karma, and the incantation, the corpse spirits are impaled by the sharp thorns. Witnessing this, Asmodin pales, thinking to herself, "What? I didn't expect them to be wiped out in an instant." Xian strokes the thorns smugly and explains, "If corpse spirits are controlled by spiritual energy, then we use a beast's karma to destroy the energy within them." Just then, Yu Yun launches a full-force attack from behind Asmodin, shouting, "Die." But just as she's about to finish her off, the headless monster reappears, taking the hit for Asmodin. Yu Yun gasps, "What? When did?" he cries out in panic. Seizing the moment, the headless monster throws a powerful punch at Yu Yun. Seeing this, he thinks, "This is bad." The giant strike sends Yu Yun flying far away. Just then, Xian quickly says, "Go support him." Fortunately, the thorns catch Yu Yun in time. Asmodin sits leisurely on the giant's arm, declaring arrogantly like a queen, "To be honest, I admire your abilities. But failed experiments should be destroyed." She narrows her eyes and declares, "Then, let the destruction begin." As soon as she speaks, the ground trembles violently. Ranting exclaims, "Another earthquake?" Xian realizes, she's altering the terrain here. Atop a mountain peak, a red car arrives at its destination. They say, "We're here." However, Xiaoyi, Gubai, and Aori stare in shock, exclaiming, "Wait, what's going on?" Seeing the ruins-like collapse before them, everyone couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, Xian forcefully removed the barrier on the pipe. Everyone quickly moved downward, looking around as he mused to himself. It seems she already moved the module outside. Noticing the distant vehicles with their lights on, Xian couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? The vehicle immediately drove closer, and Gubai stepped out, rushing forward in tears to call Xian's name. Seeing her, Xian couldn't hide his surprise, thinking to himself, this profession. Gubai tightly embraced him, saying excitedly, "Thank goodness, you're alive." She had thought, which made Xian's face flush red. He stammered, Gubai, this hug is making it hard for me to breathe." Gubai finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah!" Xian awkwardly asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Gubai also stammered, I am fine." But then an irritated voice interrupted, "I knew it. It's that old foreign woman. That's why my eyelids twitched when she saved someone." Xiao He also chimed in. "Ugh, I didn't check the almanac before leaving today. Why did I have to run into this brat from the clan?"
What a buzzkill. But Ao Ran suddenly cut in, saying urgently, hold on a second. No matter what conflicts you have, we're in big trouble right now. He said, the corpse spirits have surged up from underground. Before us is an entire army of approaching corpse spirits. Massive ice pillars stood like swords in the dark canyon, while below, countless dark shadows writhed. Indeed, those were corpse spirits. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the scene before them, holding their breath. Xian spoke up, this is really a zombie army. He assessed the situation, asking inwardly, Divine Ring, do I have enough spiritual power to destroy these corpse spirits? The system panel displayed that Xian's current spiritual power was insufficient to eliminate the 27,591 corpse spirits. It appeared before a terrifying corpse spirit with eerie blue glowing eyes. But these corpse spirits themselves lacked regenerative abilities. Ordinary physical attacks could incapacitate them. Old Duan, gripping a large caliber weapon from above, shouted. The goods are here. He continuously fired into the corpse spirit horde, blasting them apart from the side. Xiaoyi looked up with a strange smile, speaking into his phone, you guys are really slow with the delivery. I can only give this 1 star, the tone from over there was full of provocation. Come on, don't be like that. He sat in the helicopter, surveying the area below with the Wind Wolf guards. As he looked down, he chuckled and said, we delivery guys offer after-sales service and even a ride-sharing option. How about giving us a 5-star rating first? The helicopter flew into the city center, hovering above Xian and the others before lowering an escalator. Xiao He, furious, shouted. Hey! I just asked you to lower the ladder, what about my car? Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. Asmodin grinned eerily and said, looks like we've got more trash to take care of. Xing Tian, time for a cleanup. A pair of terrifying blue eyes appeared in the air, followed by a massive green arm reaching for the helicopter. Xi Ming was horrified and yelled. Dodge! Hearing this, the pilot swerved just in time, narrowly avoiding the giant green hand. But the helicopter's tail was struck. Thick smoke billowed, and Xiaoyi thought to herself, this isn't good. We're done for, Xi Ming. She looked over in panic. What's going on? Asmodin appeared, standing on her pet's shoulder, sneering as she spoke. Now, let me show you Xing Tian's true power. She then commanded her beast, Xing Tian, to begin its punishment. Xing Tian emerged a headless monster with its eyes and mouth on its belly. System panel displayed, Xing Tian, race, human. Intelligent human. Named after the legendary, frail-looking divine beast, it is a spirit beast forged from deceased humans. Nearly impossible to kill, humans can't destroy a monster that's already died once. Xian stared at Xing Tian, smirking slightly as she remarked. Another giant enemy, the demon boar cult really loves these colossal freaks. Then, Lao Duan and the others stepped out of the helicopter. Sheng just broke down, wielding a weapon as he closed in on Enshire's group. Chiming began to mock them. Next time, don't let Jingshi pilot the plane, he always goes overboard and blurs the vision, Jingshi grumbled in frustration. What do you mean? Are you blaming me for not dodging well enough? If I couldn't dodge, the 5 of us would have logged out from Earth by now. Xian solemnly told Xiaoyi, go check on their situation. Leave this to me, I have more experience dealing with this big guy. Suddenly a hand patted his shoulder from behind, and the man said, wait a minute. It turned out to be Ol. With a stern expression, he warned, this isn't something you can handle alone. Don't be overconfident, kid. His words made him think, why is this guy suddenly so serious? That's rare, Ale continued, so far, the toughest opponent you faced is only gold rank. Diamond rank isn't something to take lightly. Especially when it's Asmodin. This Asmodin was one of the Asmodin siblings. Celine Asmodin, her brother was the strongest warrior of the Sun Radiance sect, while her sister was their sharpest strategist. After her brother's death, she used forbidden techniques to refine him into his current form. Just as he finished speaking, Tian Xing's massive hand lashed out at them. Panicked, he shouted, wait, are you serious right now? Ale grabbed his collar with one hand and yelled, shield, activate. A blue defensive barrier instantly appeared, blocking Tian Xing's attack. Frustrated, it struck harder, trying to shatter the barrier and sending dust flying. Asmodin watched the scene, thinking, this shield, could it be? Her smile vanished. Ale, this is bad. Things just got complicated. Ale clenched his fist, summoning a bolt of cyan celestial lightning. With a roar, he hurled it at the Tian Xing monster. Manifest. But Asmodin swiftly controlled it to dodge the attack. Ale scowled in annoyance. TCH. She dodged it. Xian, stunned by the technique, asked, what was that move? A system panel popped up explaining, Spirit Beast Manifestation, Gold Rank Exclusive Skill. Uses spiritual energy to materialize a portion of a Spirit Beast's power. Skill resonance's derived abilities.
Even if the manifested parts are attacked, the spirit beast won't be harmed, but channeling spiritual energy places a heavy burden on the beast tamer. Be mindful of spiritual energy consumption when using this. With a grave expression, he pondered the derived abilities of skill resonance.
Could this be the wisdom of the natives? A golden core exclusive skill. Would he be able to use it at the silver core stage? Asmodee's eyes gleamed with malice as he sneered, Sensa, it's time to strike hard. Xingtian, spirit weapon manifestation. No sooner had he spoken than a blue whirlwind appeared in the mouth of the monster Xingtian.
It reached its hand into the vortex. Then, it pulled out a massive blade enveloped in spiritual energy, its roar shaking the heavens.
Sigmund was so shocked that even his spirit beast gaped in astonishment. What is that? He asked, bewildered. The monster suddenly swung its blade toward Xian and the others. Taming shrieked in alarm, its mouth.
A blue hand emerged from the smoke to block the strike.
Oral strained to hold back the blade.
Impressive, for a spirit beast tamed by humans, he remarked. Then, blue lightning flickered in his eyes as he shouted.
But I am the high priest of Moonhide. With a roar, he commanded, manifest.
Several enormous arms materialized, working together to fend off the attack.
Asmodee's eyes widened in shock. What? How many arms does he have? The strongest form of the multi-armed manifestation hovered in the air.
Oral unleashed his full power.
Perish! He barked at Xian, kid, it's your turn to step up.
He commanded his spirit beast, Moonpillar Reverse, which charged forward.
It agilely dodged the blade and closed in on the Xingtian monster. Both spread their arms, focusing their strength into their legs before launching an attack. The strike landed squarely on the Xingtian monster's shoulders.
Oral swung his sword and shouted, Mirai, wind unleashed. With a deafening crash, he soared into the air at incredible speed,
slashing the monster and sending it crashing to the ground. He continued his dive from above, joining Mirai in a powerful strike against the Xingtian monster's back. Ren couldn't help but marvel, this is what a true battle between powerhouses looks like.
The sheer destructive force left the girl beside him stunned.
Pathetic.
You'd need to be at least at the Diamond Realm for that.
The Zhushi techniques reduced Xingtian to ashes.
As it slowly faded, Aor reached out, murmuring a prayer.
Rest in peace, Lane.
The space fell silent. Ace gazed at the wreckage, wondering if it was finally over. As the dust settled, Asmodee walked heavily, her gaze lowered, her face a mix of exhaustion and despair. She gritted her teeth.
Ugh, is today just my unlucky day? Why does this have to happen?
A blade flashed past her neck, forcing her to freeze. Aor stood firm, his voice commanding.
That's enough, Celine. Stand down. His gaze locked onto hers. I don't want to hurt our kin. You don't have to do this.
Asmodee lowered her head, her hair veiling her face as she let out a scornful laugh.
Ha! Our kin?
Her eyes reddened as if wronged, glaring at Aor with bitter resentment as she shouted. You never said that when you cut off my brother's head, traitor. She unleashed her pressure, forcing him back as he blocked her attack with his sword. She raised her hand, eyes burning with fury, snarling through clenched teeth. Ever since you joined the Moon Conceal sect, you've betrayed your own people. Behind Asmodee, the Xingtian beast materialized in the space. She declared firmly, brother, this time I won't fail you.
Xian was stunned. What's going on? He was clearly. Why is he back? Divine Eye, what's happening? Asmodee smirked eerily. Let's begin the second round. A system panel appeared. Celine Asmodee, race, indigenous, talent, Voidwalker. Voidwalkers are spatial beast tamers who kill beasts upon entering their domain, reviving them as undead. The revived beasts cannot be permanently killed. Even if destroyed, they'll reform within the void domain. This effect works exceptionally well on humans. Xian gritted his teeth. Spatial beast taming. So that's it. She must have used this talent to create Xingtian and those undead. His eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve. Endless beast revival. This will be a battle of endurance. I need a plan. The scene shifted as thousands of massive projectiles hurtled toward the undead. Keep your guns trained on those undead and said, hey, boss. If we keep wasting energy like this, we're gonna be in real trouble. Sigmund glanced over, his expression sour, and scoffed, like I don't know that. He looked at the massive beastly creature raising its blade, ready to strike. And muttered, those hideous things must be connected to her. Sigmund gritted his teeth, thinking, wait up there. Something's off. He ordered, crazy hag, take out that ugly lunatic standing next to the monster first. A scope zeroed in on Asmodee's head as a voice called out, got it. It was Fong Lang, his rifle aimed right at her.
as he pulled the trigger and shouted, "Take this." But Asmodin didn't even glance his way, she just lifted her arm and blocked the bullet's path effortlessly. She shot them a disdainful look, clearly annoyed that these little pests hadn't been torn apart by the undead yet. She commanded the beast, Tianxing, deal with those nuisances first. Its jaws stretched wide as spiritual energy swirled into a vortex. Shiming's face twisted in terror at the sight. Sweating profusely, he yelled, "Crazy old woman, we didn't even provoke you." Once Tianxing gathered enough power, it unleashed a devastating attack forward. The destruction was absolute, everything in its path was obliterated, kicking up a storm of dust. Asmodin seemed to notice something, her face twisting in fury. "Wait, that's..." A figure flickered within a blue protective barrier, and she gasped in shock, "A shield? How is that possible?" The person looked up, their voice ringing out, "Everyone, are you alright?" The vice captain collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear. "Wait, what's going on? Who are you?" After a moment of composure, he made a realization. Wait, this voice, this silhouette. Xian? Asmodin's eyes widened in alarm as she screamed, "Tianxing, tear him apart." No sooner had she spoken than the beast's massive foot came crashing down. Blue lightning crackled around his armor, erupting in a dazzling display. His eyes burned with overwhelming determination. He swung his arm forward, roaring with unshakable resolve. "Go ahead, bring all your attacks here." Xian charges forward at blinding speed, each strike ferocious. Three men in official robes watch from a distance, stunned, then begin murmuring among themselves. "So that's Xian?" The young woman picks up the conversation. "How did he get here in the blink of an eye? That speed is unreal." He looks up, and in an instant, he's certain his suspicions are correct. It's that kid fused with that fish. Probably gained incredible speed after merging, right? Xian sprints right in front of her. He thinks, since Xingtian can't be killed no matter what, he might as well defeat this woman first. He focuses his strength and thrusts his arm forward. "Take this." She shows no fear. A smirk still on her lips, she shouts and manifests her power. It seems Asmodeus is starting to resonate with Xingtian. He's shocked. "What?" she yells. "I didn't see that coming. Someday, I'll pull off a golden tier trick like this too." Her arm extends, gripping his limbs tightly. He struggles fiercely. Darn it. He can't move an inch. She stands before Xian, eyeing him with a scrutinizing gaze. What a surprise. A talent for spirit attachment. She reaches out and touches his face. But looking at you, I doubt it's just spirit attachment. After all, that talent is pretty useless. She sneers, mocking him. Well, you're not completely useless. I'll have to study you thoroughly. A blade appears in Asmodeus' hand. Her tone was dripping with contempt. Then I'll kill you right here. After that, I'll take your body back for dissection to find out why. She swung her blade fiercely at Xian. You were sent flying. Xian crashed straight into a pile of rocks. He sat up, scooted back a little, and rubbed his head, deep in thought. Once I possessed this body. This head became much tougher. Good thing she held back. But this manifestation is still too hard to handle. And I'm still not used to this new possessed state. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I can help you. He instinctively looked around. Who? Who's speaking? Jingzi added, It's me. Master. Your spirit tool. How about it? Didn't you get dumber? It explained. Maybe the possession temporarily restored my will. He felt a surge of joy. That's great. He paused for a moment. But let's not get into that now. Right now, we're facing a diamond rank expert from the spider cult of sacrifice. Xian scratched his head, looking confused. Right now, you and I are only silver rank. This is going to be tough. It replied. Master. Perhaps you're underestimating our strength. Master is human. You might not feel it. After bonding with a spiritual beast like me, I can feel our primordial power continuously growing. I sense our primordial power is increasing together. Xian pressed further after listening. You mean our rank has also improved? It quickly replied. That's right. So as long as we remain in this bonded state, we might even be able to use golden rank or even diamond rank exclusive skills. He suddenly realized. I see. Let's try spirit weapon manifestation first. Then, he rotated his hands, forming a powerful ring of energy in his palms. Grandfather once said this was a technique only diamond rank experts could master. He extended his arm, firing a blue lightning arrow brimming with power. He inwardly rejoiced. It worked. Aulay was stunned. What? I didn't expect it to be spirit weapon manifestation. He stared at the person before him, wondering if this kid had already reached diamond rank.
Xian trembled slightly in this form. It was his first time using spirit weaponry, and he was still getting used to it. Divine Eye, check my current status. I need a detailed report. The system immediately provided the requested information. Target, Xian and Ming Kuan have fused with the power of the spiritual beast awakening. Current rank, Peak Diamond. Can use awakening skills and diamond rank beast tamer techniques. Attribute list. Stamina, B+. Speed, 5. Spiritual attack, A+. Primordial attributes, divination, water, spirit weapon manifestation, water severing blade. When possessing the water severing blade skill, it will transform into an enhanced version. Beast taming speed, torrent, abyssal water erosion, flow slash, moon pillar reflection. Moon healing, new skills, moon shocking water finger, moon in the jug. You feel your body brimming with power, just like those kids said. Ming has already reached the diamond realm. There's nothing left to hesitate about. Xian feels fear. What on earth is this? Xingtian wants to kill him. The beast strikes immediately. Xian swiftly counters with Stygian water erosion and flowing slash. Your attack lands on Xingtian's body.
She smirks in satisfaction.
Xingtian's flesh has already been reinforced. This level of damage should have. Asmoda stares in shock at his beast. What's going on? What did you do? Xian is standing on its head.
This technique has a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the flesh, it can't resist the erosion of Stygian water. She lashes out in fury.
You're nothing but an experiment. What's there to be so arrogant about?
Just quietly become the stepping stone for my brother's revival.
You stand on the beast's back, brandishing your weapon. What's so great about your brother anyway? Even if he's revived, what then?
He'll just add another extremist to the world.
Asmodin roars in rage. I won't let you talk about Lane like that. A strange skull charges toward you. What do you know, kid? Xian easily dodges the attack. At least I understand I must let go of the past. I know I shouldn't live in the shadows of what's already happened. The two techniques clash, erupting in celestial flames. You summon the skull again.
Someone as stubborn and ruthless as you, who's sacrificed countless lives.
Even if you succeed, what then?
Xian points directly at him. All you'll revive is a parasite named Asmodin Lane.
Asmodin can no longer hold back.
Shut up. She poured all her strength into that strike. If not for those uninvited guests descending from the sky, if not for you invaders who brought this massacre upon my family, Ruin would still be alive.
That woman's eyes burned with resentment.
If not for those uninvited guests from above, if not for the moon conceal sex actions, Ruin would still be alive. It's all their fault. She attacked relentlessly, like a woman possessed.
What's wrong with using those colonialists and traitors for my experiments? Xian was unfortunately struck in a vital spot.
His body plummeted like a free-falling object, with no foothold to use divine spirit speed steed.
As Xian's body fell, he immediately unleashed a technique.
Swallow wind embed cloud treasure. Asmodin grinned wickedly. I'll make good use of your body for my research. But now he began to counterattack.
What? Divine Spirit Speed Steed, Torrent. Divine Spirit Speed Steed Torrent can create footholds with spiritual energy. Xian twisted in midair, feeling intense discomfort. She had to find a way to eliminate this brat. Xian's entire body erupted with power. I've already died once.
You can't kill someone who's already dead. He was also channeling the power of the Moonwish Pillar, chasing Moon.
Xian was struck as well. Xian landed safely.
After slaying her, he stood tall. Even if her brother were to revive, he would only live in agony. Because his death has already become reality, and living to feel your own death is unbearable.
Xian immediately assumed a stance.
I know this all too well. Moon mirror finger water. The purple sword transformed into a flowing stream.
Xingtian was swept into the current. Moon mirror finger water, Lake Moon.
After all these years, you're the only one who's ever put me in such a dire situation. She refused to yield, but this isn't over yet.
Xian pressed the sword against her neck. Enough.
You can no longer restore Xingtian.
Asmodin seemed taken aback. Ha? Restore Xingtian.
She was now completely unhinged. I'm not the kind of sister who gives up just because my brother isn't here to protect me. Asmodin pointed his weapon directly at him.
Die.
Xian moved closer to her, making her stab herself.
Xian continued to watch her opponent. What are you trying to do by suddenly taking control of her body? Then, a voice rang out.
I'm sorry, master. I was afraid of her.
Asmodin's body kept shifting. This is bad. I never expected.
I still fell for his trick. The outer shell had cracked open. A man emerged from the shell. Diego Barrow appeared right before him. I never thought I'd end up possessing a weakling just to kill Arthur. Who would have guessed this little girl would harm herself with a sealing technique? He had already put on his mask. Whatever. Barrow's body was covered in armor, this was bound to happen sooner or later. He ran a hand through his hair. Her talent was still quite useful. He stood proudly before Xian and introduced himself. I am Diego Barrow, third parasitic high priest of the Sun Radiance sect. The fish immediately warned Xian, Master, be careful of this man. He's dangerous. He's his brother. Xian was confused, it all happened too fast. Suddenly, he grabbed Xian and flew into the sky with him. He had planned to wait until the girl possessed more powerful hosts before stealing her talent. Below, Aulay was extremely worried. This is bad, it's a parasitic technique. He immediately ordered those two to leave this place as soon as possible. The farther, the better. He was still holding the child tightly, but now I must deal with him first. Then seize his talent. What? The two plummeted to the ground, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter instantly. Gubai was also affected by the shockwave. She was terrified. Valuo looked at him lying on the ground and said, so this is all he was capable of? Still, he could make a decent spare body. Xian's entire body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. He was stunned by what he saw. What? He never expected it to be a karmic obstacle. The boy had the core of a ferocious beast inside him. Valuo lost interest in this body. Old man, you're truly a waste. If you hesitate any longer, you'll just be wasting a clone. But Xian had already severed his head. Then he examined his own hands. His body was gradually dissolving. What just happened? Xian was utterly confused. Gubai, what's wrong with her? He removed his outer armor. Gubai, let her go. What's going on? Xian panicked again. She fell into a cave. What? It was a desolate scene. The bee was assessing the situation. It kept fluttering its wings in the air. Valuo walked over slowly. Unbelievable, he survived even after all that. His figure appeared in those eyes. I suppose he was lucky. Lilisai witnessed this and was astonished. So this is what Asmodon experienced before his death? Valuo gently moved away. Not only that, but more importantly, Aulay from the Moonconceal sect has ties with Xian, the young city lord of White Qilan City. Mentioning him fills me with resentment. Xian cost us 2 high priests. The Aulay family wants to ally with the celestial guests to oppose our Sun Radiance sect. Mephistopheles has spoken, if this is true, we're doomed. We've barely managed to narrow down the backup forces using shortwave spiritual energy. Solaris can't sit still any longer. We can't keep being this passive. We must send someone to White Qilan City again, we can't let the celestial guests collude with the Moonconceal sect. Xian is still searching for his companions. After next month, it'll be like finding a needle in a haystack. He dug with his shovel again and found hidden spirit spring water. Xian tied up his hair, but after all this time, he still hasn't found any trace of Gubai. He glanced back at the lingering spirits that refused to leave. Corpse spirits flew toward Xian, these things were so annoying. Shovel in hand, he stepped forward. I'll deal with you first. Then keep searching for Gubai. Xian summoned his beast companion. Nana, you've eaten so many spirit stones, time to earn your keep. Nana seemed displeased. What? You want to rank up? Then you've got to eat more. Nana, an insect-type beast of the solar wheel, belongs to the fire element at the mid-silver realm. Its talent, Solar Fire 55, harbors dark fire spirits within. Its innate potential was initially damaged. Skills, Solar Ray Orange, Solar Rage Purple, and Solar Flame Stream. It unleashed countless flames. Solar Flame Stream ignited the corpse spirits instantly. After completing the task, Nana turned to Xian. I'll never understand human emotions. It gave him a meaningful look. But after half a year, your persistence is still strong, different from how you used to be. Xian looked back. If you'd said that months ago, you'd be right. But now, I'm more rational. Mentioning his companions made him sad. Gubai's talent was incredibly rare. She was a huge help to me. I ranked up so quickly because of her. Xian continued, without her, I'd only reach the peak of the Silver Realm by next month, just like before. Not only did you level up quickly, but opportunities also came one after another. Signing a contract with you was partly thanks to her. The little one has also slipped into the system. Fine, then I wish you an early reunion with that tool, miss, and don't forget to bring me more spirit stones. Xian was still heartbroken. Tool, she wasn't like that. He looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself.
It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Xian returned to his thatched hut, located in the ruins of the Feng Mountain or vein.
He turned to see a woman in tattered clothes standing beside a luxurious carriage.
Shaoan, how have you been lately? Xian couldn't believe his eyes.
She was.
It turned out the mysterious figure was Xian's grandfather, though his youthful appearance made him unrecognizable. Xian guessed in his mind. Amused by his grandson's reaction, the grandfather said, "When I first saw myself rejuvenated, I felt the same way." After hearing Jing Chang's words, Xian's mind filled with disbelief. Wait, why did grandfather suddenly become young? And what's with his right arm?
Jing Chong patiently explained to his grandson, "You little fool. Didn't you ask Hidden Spirit Master and the others to send Hidden Spirit water? This right arm was saved thanks to the Azure Sky Fruit."
He continued explaining why he appeared this way.
As for the rejuvenation, he suspected it was because the Bai family had long been associated with the Can trigram.
Can water, its origin is also can water.
Perhaps the Azure Sky Silver Fruit truly awakened its primordial power, causing the rejuvenation. But he still needed time to refine it, so while he appeared restored, he couldn't yet use his spiritual power. After cultivating for a while, Jing Chong remembered his purpose for coming, and solemnly told his grandson, "But today, I came to you for something even more important." Bai Lin City was still under reconstruction, but when he left to treat illnesses in the city, someone, whether from the demonic cult, Crimson Sect, or another group, took control of it.
They imprisoned the major families and sealed off the entire city. The outside world has no idea what's happening inside Bai Lin City.
He went on to explain Xian's parents' situation. The Feng and Yuan families had also gone missing, but rest assured, your parents are still safe for now. As he spoke, Jing Chong sighed, feeling powerless.
Just escaping was already fortunate enough. I just don't know how the people in the city are faring.
Xian just listened quietly to the whole story. After careful consideration, he tossed the fan in his hand to the ground. As he turned to leave, seeing this, Jing Chong worriedly said, "Shaoan, Grandpa knows that girl is important to you," but before he could finish, Xian interrupted, "Grandpa."
Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around, speaking with confidence, "I understand what you mean, Grandpa. I haven't lost my mind. I'll return to White Qilan City to investigate these people's identities. Grandpa, please don't treat me like a child anymore."
Seeing him like this, Jing Chong couldn't help but feel surprised at how mature his grandson had become. In the end, he could only let out a bitter laugh and say, "Then I'll leave it to you.
Do as you see fit."
But before leaving, Jing Chong reminded him, this time is different from last time.
There won't be any manpower or financial support.
His eyes filled with concern, he urged, "You must be careful.
Don't let anything happen to you."
Finally, Jing Chong entrusted everything to him with full trust. "The Bai family and White Qilan City are all in your hands now, Xian." As the two said their goodbyes, the sky had gradually darkened, and the last rays of the setting sun slowly faded,
painting the entire sky in golden hues. Xian finally arrived at White Qilan City, wrapped tightly from head to toe.
Without hesitation, he kicked the gate open with force. Then, he landed lightly and slipped inside.
Returning after so long,
he thought to himself, carefully reflecting. He never expected so much to have happened, though he had been away from White Qilan City for less than a year. It felt like an eternity.
Moving through the sewers, Xian observed his surroundings.
The sewers hadn't changed much, but he was surprised that White Qilan City's underground tunnels had remained the same. A loud noise from the sack on the stranger's head made him alertly whisper, "Someone's here."
However, when Xian turned around, the man had already panicked and fled, leaving him puzzled. Why would a vagrant react so dramatically?
The appearance of the vagrant made him suspect something was amiss in the city. But logically, with White Qilan City's strength, even after an earthquake, it shouldn't have fallen to the point of having homeless people roaming the streets. Climbing up, Xian speculated, those who occupied White Qilan City must have done something. He opened the sewer cover to look around, feeling puzzled. Was this the city center? Xian quickly climbed up and stood before the massive city. Unable to believe his eyes, how could White Qilan City have become like this? He took a step forward, looking around as he silently assessed the situation. This place had completely transformed into an unfamiliar city. And at this hour, there were far too few people on the streets. Suddenly, a wanted poster caught his attention. Wait, this was a wanted poster. Xian picked it up and studied the portrait, frowning as he muttered, "This person is." When he saw his own face in the charges, wanted, Xian, for colluding with and aiding the cursed sect's infiltration of the city. Upon discovery, arrest immediately. Report to the authorities at once. Reward, 1.98 million taels. This infuriated him, and he shouted, "How could it be me? How dare they accuse me of working with enemies, terrorists?" Xian suddenly recalled the homeless man's reaction earlier and thought to himself, Oh no, the boss from the sewers must have recognized me. Mid-thought, he wondered if the man had already gone to the authorities. The conversation of two officers behind him made him whip his head around.
One said, "If we catch that Xian, do we get the reward too?" "Don't be ridiculous, catching him is just doing our job." He quickly devised a plan to hide. He needed to find a place to lie low. Xian barely evaded them and warned himself, "I'm on my own now. I hope I don't run into any more trouble." A bright sign in the dim alley caught his eye. A bar. Might as well go in. Maybe I can gather some information here. Xian stepped inside, scanning the surroundings. Compared to outside, this place was truly lively. But the crowd made him even more cautious. With so many people, it was hard to tell who was trustworthy. Some might even turn him in. He'd have to gather intel first. Xian approached the bar, ready to order a drink. "Hello, I'd like." Before he could finish, a shriek interrupted him. "You pervert! How dare you touch me?" A waitress from across the room grabbed the offender, shouting, "Don't even think about running. You creep!" Her voice sounded oddly familiar to Xian, piquing his curiosity. Why does this voice ring a bell? He turned to look discreetly. Rabbit ears, red hair. Could it be? Suddenly, the offender was thrown into the bar counter. And the bartender sighed in exasperation. "Here we go again." The waitress, still fuming, snapped, "You disgusting jerk. Don't let me catch you again." She shouted a warning at him. No girl should be treated as if she could be claimed so casually. Xian stepped forward to greet her, but before he could finish, someone cut him off. She demanded, "What did you just say?" He calmly continued, "Isn't this the young miss of the Feng family?" The moment she heard that, Feng Huang immediately covered his mouth. Fenger hastily signaled, "Shoo! Don't say my name, or we'll both be in trouble." Feng Huang quickly dragged Xian away and said, "Oh, this is my friend. I'm taking him to the basement." He reluctantly agreed. "You sure have a lot of friends." As they walked, the two caught each other up on the situation. Little Phoenix asked, "What's going on in Belan City now?" "Like you, I've been branded a fugitive. And not just us, the great beast tamer families of Belan City have all been outlawed." "Why?" "After grandfather was injured, my father didn't take over." "We don't understand it either. Now, some unknown figure controls Belan City, but they're just a puppet. How have you been holding up? You look like you're barely scraping by." "It's not what you think. I'm just in disguise to gather intel." She went on, "Either way, someone has to go out and investigate." But hearing this, he interrupted in confusion, "Wait. Who do you mean by we?" From the basement came the sounds of chewing and rapid keyboard tapping. Patian hadn't noticed Xian's arrival yet and casually reported to Feng Huang, "Little Phoenix, I've sorted out the earlier data. The rest is up to you." Only when she prompted, "Look who's here," did the chubby guy exclaim in surprise, "And gee." He immediately shouted, his face lighting up with joy, "And gee. You left to train without a word, and you didn't even tell me. I've missed you so much." The scene made Xian blurt out, "Wow, this feels just like old times." He quickly held out a hand to stop him. "Stay back, you've still got snack crumbs on your face. And when was the last time you took a bath?" Little Phoenix leaned against the wall and suddenly complimented Xian, "You've grown stronger." Caught off guard, he replied, "Huh? Why bring that up all of a sudden?" She stated bluntly, "It's just a feeling." At the awakening ceremony, that chubby guy came running towards you just like this. And you just dodged him earlier. Now, you can lift his body, which weighs nearly 300 kilograms. After hearing this, Xian asked her, "Last time you awakened, wait, how do you remember this?" As he thought to himself, "Little Phoenix, is she this concerned about me?" Phoenix quickly changed the subject and walked away, commanding Patian, "Fatso, let's get moving." He promptly replied, "Got it." After some small talk, Xian asked seriously, "So what exactly are you two planning?" Patian stared at the computer screen, reading the data, and answered, "Of course, we're going to thoroughly investigate who framed us." Phoenix seemed to recall something. "Oh, I haven't told you this yet." She began explaining about a mercenary spirit user group that had appeared in the city recently. "We suspect they're connected to the people who set us up." You quickly guessed what she was about to say. "Does your intel have anything to do with them?" Meanwhile, Patian finished reading the data and exclaimed, "Done." Phoenix grew furious when mentioning them, lowering her voice as she said, "Most importantly, my family and Fatso's family were taken by those people. So we have to rescue everyone and uncover the truth as soon as possible. I'm no wanted criminal." As she spoke, she analyzed the information she had. "They're heading to the lower residential district. It looks like their commander is there too. Let's go meet their leader."
Padian suddenly noticed something unusual and shouted, "Wait! There's a file here, it seems to be about someone they're looking for." The computer screen displayed a photo of a red-haired girl with a long scar on her face. She looked striking, but there was no other information about her.
Phoenix complained, "Just a photo?" Padian quickly explained, "Our equipment is too old. We can't fully decode it."
Hearing this, she had no choice but to accept it.
"Fine, at least we know what they look like."
Xian, who had been silent, suddenly suggested, "I have an idea, let me go meet that commander."
Phoenix's eyes widened in surprise. "What? You want to join us?"
He shrugged, answering matter-of-factly, "Of course. To the outside world, I'm the city lord's true heir, so I'll be part of your operation. And personally, if you fulfill our previous agreement,
all past grievances between us will be settled," Xian said while sidelong glancing at her rabbit costume, making Phoenix blush furiously. This is...
Before she could finish, he turned and left quickly.
"I'll be going now."
Phoenix flushed red with anger and shouted furiously, "Xian, you jerk." In the residential area where they were staying, an abandoned construction site lay desolate with no one in sight. Xian looked around as a voice echoed in his ear, "This is the construction site." He kept glancing around, searching for a hiding spot. The place felt abandoned, but for now, no one was around. He needed to find a good place to hide. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Hey there, little brother." A girl called down from a high steel frame, her clothes fluttering in the night wind. Her legs bore intersecting scars as she asked, "Little brother, are you waiting for someone?" Xian was startled by the voice.
"Damn it, someone's here."
The long scar on her face and her striking red hair made him recognize her instantly as the woman from the photo.
She continued, "What a coincidence." "So am I."
She then jumped down in front of Xian, mumbling, "I'm not familiar with this strange place." He still had no idea who this girl was and remained on guard.
"What exactly is this woman?"
She stared at Xian and guessed, "Judging by your appearance,
you must be from the lower realm. How about we have a chat?"
Sensing danger, he activated his defensive ability, wondering what she meant by that.
Was his behavior suspicious?
Seeing Xian so agitated, she quickly reassured him, "Hey, don't be so tense, little brother.
I think you've misunderstood me.
I mean no harm, but..." Suddenly, the girl challenged him, "If you're a beast tamer,
how about a match with me?" Hearing this, he secretly guessed, could this woman be a martial artist?
Meanwhile, the system revealed her identity, Crimson Flame Realm.
Early stage diamond.
Seeing this, Xian immediately refused Crimson Flame's challenge.
"I don't want to. You're from the upper realm, and I'm just a lowly person from the lower realm. Isn't that taking advantage?"
Clearly diamond rank. Crimson Flame nodded in agreement but still seemed reluctant.
"You're right. How about this?" She continued with another suggestion, "What if we temporarily lower our realms? That should work, right?"
The system displayed information consistent with Crimson Flame's words. Crimson Flame, talent, triple S battle, double S wound recovery, realm, early stage silver. Temporarily downgraded, beast taming, night beast subduing flame, elementary diamond, filial tiger of dawn, top tier gold, sealed bronze bell, top tier gold. Lava spirit, advanced bronze.
Seeing this, Xian also laid out his conditions. "Additionally, if I win, you must agree to 3 of my demands."
He silently calculated since he had already been demoted to silver rank. He wondered if he could extract some information from her. Ignoring his terms, she glared at him.
The flames were closing in.
And she urged, "Stop stalling."
Xian hastily spoke up, Hey. I haven't even said what my conditions are yet."
She charged at him like a whirlwind, saying, "Defeat me first," as she kicked at his face. Everything happened too fast, but relying on his combat instincts, Xian dodged just in time, thinking, that was close.
Yan didn't give him time to react and pressed the attack.
She delivered a powerful downward kick aimed at his head from above. The speed so fast it made his eyes widen as he thought, a downward strike. He managed to block with his arms just in time, but the force was so strong it sent him flying. Seeing Xian activate a defensive skill, Yan found it amusing.
A precise shield? Looks like I underestimated him at first.
She immediately summoned her beast and ordered it to finish Xian off. Lava spirit, tear him apart. He wasn't about to back down and quickly summoned his own beast.
Jingzi, come forth.
No sooner had he spoken than a massive creature emerged from the void, its enormous frame making Yan flinch. She thought, kid's got some tricks up his sleeve, but before she could finish, she was already too late. She looked up to see the two beasts locked in fierce combat. Jingzi didn't disappoint its master. It swept the opponent off its feet with its tail. Not only that, but it readied its tail for another strike. With a loud crack, Jingzi whipped its tail from above, slamming the lava spirit's head and sending it reeling back several meters, dust filling the area.
Xian watched for a moment before grinning. Good job. But Jingzi didn't let its guard down.
It warned, Master, be careful.
This is a powerful foe. No sooner had it spoken than the lava spirit retaliated, spewing scorching molten rocks with terrifying heat toward Jingzi and Xian. Seeing this, he quickly activated his shield to protect himself, making those rocks unable to even touch them. Seeing such a dramatic scene, Yan Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Rare indeed.
After everything settled, he immediately turned to check on his spirit beast.
Mirror, are you alright? It replied softly, I'm fine.
Yan Yan mused to himself, hardly anyone in the upper realm would protect their spirit beast like this. This kid really values his spirit beast. She said to Xian, in the upper realm, almost no one dares to accept my challenge. And those who do fight me rarely put up a real fight. As she spoke, she walked toward him. Someone like you, who can fight me to a draw, is extremely rare in the upper realm. Xian grew more alert, thinking to himself, this female warrior is incredibly strong. It's hard to imagine how powerful she'd be at full strength. I'll have to go all out. Without warning, Yan Yan and her spirit beast charged forward, ready to fight again. She shouted, use all your strength. Fight with everything you have. This time, Xian wasn't surprised. He commanded Mirror to counterattack. Mirror, use that move. It unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving the two no chance to retaliate.
Yan Yan could only take cover inside her crystal orb for defense. Sweat dripped down her face as she frowned, wondering, what kind of technique is this kid using? Yan Yan studied Mirror's every move, guessing it was an advanced technique called the Moon Reflection Pillar Reversal. Mirror suddenly flicked its tail, unleashing the next move, Moon Pillar Reversal. Yan Yan raised her hand and summoned her weapon. With a single strike, she sent Mirror flying into the sky, shocking Xian. He rushed over and knelt down, asking worriedly, Mirror, are you okay? Mirror's face was pale as it weakly replied, Master, she broke the rules. As the smoke cleared, Yan Yan appeared, drenched in sweat, and said weakly, I lost. Kid, you're the first to make me break my oath. She continued, I am Qi Yan Yan, a warrior with no manners. I've offended you. May I ask your honorable name? Xian stored Mirror away in his spatial realm and silently watched Yan Yan, pondering. Given the situation, it's best not to reveal my identity just yet. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A white-haired man grinned sinisterly and said, Hey, little girl, what's your name? No need to be shy, just tell us. It was the Zihao and Zining brothers. The younger one looked disdainful, while Zihao raised his hand with a sneer and continued. As descendants of the White Clan exiled to the upper realm, is this how you embarrass yourselves, Xian? Xian assumed a defensive stance and demanded loudly, Who are you? Zihao replied mockingly. Oh, right, I almost forgot our dear cousin has been stuck in the lower realm. Completely out of touch with the world. His eyes filled with contempt, he added, You probably don't even know about the White Clan or our true lineage, do you, Xian? Zining chimed in sarcastically. It's no surprise the lower realm, that inferior world, knows nothing of the upper realm, especially the descendants of exiles. Yan Yan spoke up, Are these two White Clan brats the ones sent to meet me? Her words made Xian turn around in surprise. Do they know each other? Yan Yan carried her spear, its tip wrapped in talismans, as she walked past Zihao and Zining. The brothers turned to watch her back and said, Yan Yan of the Demon Flame. She replied coldly, She hasn't changed. We're not here to deal with White Clan family drama, let's get this over with. Stay focused. Just then, a group of black-clad figures and a red-haired man appeared behind Zihao. One of them said, Young master, we've brought the person. Zihao glanced sideways and remarked, Not bad, you're quick. Tianwu, restrained by the group, shouted furiously. You fools! Do you have any idea who I am? Release me at once. Xian's eyes widened in shock, Little Phoenix. A Yuan? Zihao immediately raised his hand and struck Tianwu hard across the face. Barking, Silence. A lowly worm from the lower realm, a worthless Phoenix Clan insect, how dare you act so boldly here? Xian roared in anger, Stop it. He summoned Qiya, who attacked. It soared into the sky, unleashing countless streaks of celestial fire downward. All the fire converged into a single point, erupting in a deafening explosion that sent dust flying. As the dust settled, Zining's group remained standing unshaken. Zihao's voice emerged from the smoke, Not bad for someone of your standing. You've got quite the spiritual energy, dear cousin. Amid the war-torn battlefield, Zihao stood at the center of the crowd, one hand controlling Tianwu and the other resting on his brother's shoulder with a cold smirk. Is this lowly woman from the lower realm even worth considering our enemy? A system panel from the upper realm popped up. Anti-spiritual energy shield, forged from anti-spirit soul maiden alloy. Cannot be destroyed by any spiritual energy techniques. You can't help but feel frustrated. Another anti-spiritual energy shield. Zihao's subordinates raised their guns and shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on the young master? Protect him, eliminate the target if necessary." The wealthy man waved his hand to stop them and stepped back. After all, he's from the Bai family. Let's give him a chance, these upper realm folks are quite generous. Zian roared in fury, "Who are you people? Why have you taken over Bai Lin City? What's your goal?" Zihao flicked his hair and sneered, "Taken over? We've simply returned to our own territory. Removed corrupt officials, and appointed new administrators. What's wrong with that?
Your grandfather was nothing but an exiled criminal, sent here to atone by developing a new world.
Hardly an honorable mission."
Zining chimed in, striking a pose.
Exactly.
Too bad he never bothered to purge this planet's natives. Our superiors sent us here for that very reason, ha! He grinned wickedly. Besides, this world is merging with another. Zining added, "We plan to use Bai Lin City as a base. To investigate the portal to the merging world and hunt for powerful creatures." Zihao turned to his subordinates. "What's the status of the portal?" One quickly replied, "The soul energy in the area has stabilized. No signs of a portal yet." After listening, he summoned a blue poison lightning wolf from the void, laughing excitedly. "First, let's clear out these useless wastes. System display, Zihao, talent, pure water spellcraft, realm, early stage imperial gold. Mounts, fish silver spear WYRM, early stage imperial gold, poison lightning wolf, early stage imperial gold." Zihao pondered seriously. "Imperial gold, we can win." He pointed the poison lightning wolf at Tianwu. "Let's start with this lower realm woman." The system panel reappeared, poison lightning wolf, early stage imperial gold. The poison lightning wolf gathered a massive ball of electricity in its jaws. Tianwu gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy moved at an incredible speed. It flew straight to where the phoenix was, circled around, and then flew back. It turned out that Zian had used his own power to save the phoenix and a yuan. Though his face was flushed and veins bulged, he still bent down and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Tianwu turned red with embarrassment after seeing this. She awkwardly turned away and kicked at Zian, who was holding her, shouting, "Get away from me." That jerk. Zian groaned in pain, "Don't hold back." Zihao watched the earlier scene in shock, pondering, what was that just now? It felt like a wild beast. He immediately waved his hand, commanding the blue poison lightning beast, "Burn them to ashes." The blue poison lightning beast released a massive bolt of purple lightning straight ahead. The blast surged directly toward Zian's position. He crossed his arms and smirked, "Zian, blame your grandfather if you must." Zining stood behind, watching with a sigh in his eyes. "Brother, have you grown stronger again?" The two brothers suddenly saw something and looked shocked. He asked in confusion, "What is that?" His younger brother casually guessed, "A monkey?" The man shouted loudly, "Zian, are you alright?" Zian, holding the phoenix, replied, "I'm fine." "Be careful. The opponent is from the upper realms Valley of Golden Core." Still in his arms, she huffed angrily, "Zian, put me down now." Zihao's expression darkened as he guessed, he doesn't seem like some poor kid from the lower realm. He immediately ordered the poison lightning vine, "Come here. Let's finish this quickly." The poison lightning vine appeared, releasing a surge of powerful spiritual energy around itself as it charged forward. The tread-like spirit beast raised its hand, and a pale blue spiritual energy gathered at its sleeve, condensing into a dazzling beam of light. In an instant, it fired a jade blue energy wave, tearing through the air as it hurtled toward the poison lightning vine. However, the poison lightning vine refused to yield, swiftly dodging the fierce strike. The Treyant narrowed its eyes, reassessing its opponent. Not bad, pretty fast. This taunt infuriated the poison lightning vine, which opened its maw wide, preparing to strike the Treyant. But before it could unleash its power, the Trent's sturdy arm shot out like lightning, grabbing the poison lightning vine's mouth. It hurled the beast to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, then swiftly, dizzy and unable to fight, the Treyant spirit beast spoke up. Finally stopped. At that moment, a flashing red system notification popped up. Zian glanced at it and muttered, "Damn it." Beside him, Patian urged, "NGE, hurry up and unlock it." "What are you waiting for?" Zihao's subordinate appeared behind him and reported, "Young master, the soul energy is unstable. The portal is about to open." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them trembled slightly. A blue ring of light slowly appeared in the center of where they stood. The ring expanded, forming a vortex that eventually turned into a strange whirlwind, as if opening a gateway to a completely different place.
In panic, Tianyu widened her eyes and shouted over the howling wind, "What is this?" "It's a portal," Xian replied.
"It's the merging of the previous worlds."
She looked at him and asked, "Merging worlds?" Xian stared at the blue vortex and said, "The earthquake last time was a sign." Zihao raised his hand and commanded his subordinates, "Prepare for teleportation."
Xining seemed to see something and, sweating, said, "Wait.
There's something inside." From the blue vortex, many thorny tentacles stretched out. The tentacles kept extending, wrapping around Patian and Tianyu.
He screamed in terror.
"NGE, help!" Tianyu, suddenly caught, panicked and yelped, "Ah!" The tentacles continued to coil around the Treant spirit beast in Xian.
He struggled and shouted, "What in the world is this?" Zihao was also tightly entangled, but he still worried about his younger sister.
Xining, crying out in fear, "Brother, save me!" The tentacles grabbed everyone, dragging them into a blue vortex.
Inside, they were released, floating in a shared void.
Tianwu shouted, "Xian, answer me loudly." "Little Phoenix." "A Yuan."
Moments later, the space on the other side of the entrance gradually turned into a gloomy blue.
Xian collapsed, feeling heavy. "Ha! I can't breathe."
He slowly opened his eyes.
"Wait, this texture?"
Tianwu also rubbed his head and sat up, only to find someone sitting on him. It was himself. Patian, pinned beneath the two, felt the weight and spoke up.
"It's not very polite, but you two are really heavy. This is quite embarrassing." After a while, the three stood up and looked around. Patian asked, "Where did we end up?"
Tianwu replied softly, "I don't know, but we're definitely in another world." Xian spotted something and called out to the others, "Look over there." Before them appeared something extremely bizarre in shape.
Tianwu frowned and asked, "Is that a spider?" Patian added, "I think it's a crab." Xian answered, "Whatever it is, it just proves this place is dangerous."
A staff shaped like layered stone leaves, with a blue flame burning at its tip and a shell hanging from it, emitted a strange sound.
The three thought in unison, "What is that sound?"
The owner of the staff was also startled by their voices. The scene shifted to where Zihao's group had fallen. A subordinate approached and reported, "Young master, there are no survivors in this base. It appears to be the work of local creatures." After hearing this, he replied calmly, "It seems the environment here is even more dangerous than the secret realm kingdom." The subordinate continued, "Young master, there's one more thing. Our blood sacrifice source was lost when entering the portal."
This made him ask in surprise, "What about the base's supplies?"
The subordinate recalled what he had seen and answered, "Nothing was left of the base's supplies." The subordinate frowned.
"Does this mean we're going to be trapped in this world forever?" The subordinate bowed reassuringly and said, "Young master, there's no need to worry. I've already surveyed the cave using terrain detection equipment and gathered data from the base station terminal. We've detected signs of activity nearby, likely a habitat for the native creatures of this world." After hearing this, the subordinate rubbed his hands together and ordered, "Then let's prepare." He smirked. "Let's head to that settlement to gather some supplies." Meanwhile, the three members of the Purple Peace faction faced Xiaolan, both sides on guard. Patian hid behind Xian and shouted, "What in the world is that thing over there?" Tianwu's eyes widened nervously. "Is it going to attack us?" Xian covered Jinan's mouth and said, "Wait, it looks scared too." His expression grew serious as he thought, "Wisdom Eye, hurry and tell me the details about this creature." Before the Wisdom Eye could activate, Xiaolan trembled and extended a tentacle toward Xian, making him freeze. "A tentacle? Just brushing against me?" When a tentacle touched Xian's forehead, his eyes rolled back. This familiar sensation. The two of them floated in midair, glowing blue. He asked in confusion, "Is that you resonating with me?" Xiaolan timidly replied, "Yes, hello." He introduced himself, "I'm Lan from Li Yi." "You can call me Xiaolan. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be from this world either." Xian quickly responded politely, "I'm Xian from the Mystic Wild Kingdom. My companions and I were accidentally pulled here through a portal. Now we're stranded in this world." He thought to himself, "So it is an intelligent being." Tianwu, standing aside, had watched the bizarre exchange for a while before blurting out, "Fat guy, can you even understand that fluffy white monster's language? How come you can talk to it?" Patian leaned in and whispered, "I don't get it either. Is that thing even speaking a real language?" Xian continued conversing with Xiaolan. "You've been so helpful." "Thank you." Tianwu couldn't take it anymore and stormed over, demanding loudly, "Xian, what do you mean you just understand it? Answer me." Xian ignored him and asked Xiaolan instead, "What's with this crystal?" The system panel displayed, "Soul Crystal, the crystallization of power. A being's spiritual power is also the crystallization of its soul.
Xiaolan began to introduce himself, saying, I am a resident of the Lai clan. A race created by our master, the Abyss Priestess Suna. In the scene, a woman loomed above, gazing down at her kneeling subordinates as they gradually appeared. He continued, but 300 years ago, our master became violent due to a plague. We were forced to seal our former master upon her throne. As he spoke, the image shifted to a massive woman bound to her throne. Beside her stood 3 figures clad in black robes, staffs in hand, performing some kind of ritual. The voice continued. Not only that, but the plague also turned us servants into monsters known as the Soulless. Xiaolan mentioned the blue crystals Zian had seen earlier. When souls leave the body, they condense into these crystals. He looked at the blue crystal before him. My parents died in that plague. In these crystals, there might be fragments of their souls. Xiaolan's face showed deep sorrow. Perhaps this is the final fate of our kind. Seeing his distress, Zian patted Xiaolan's shoulder to comfort him. Though we've only just met and aren't close, I thought offering some comfort might help. It might not mean much, but he pressed on. But you've already existed for 300 years, surely the future will be fine. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. Zian asked in alarm, what's happening? An earthquake? Xiaolan quickly reassured him, this isn't an earthquake. He explained, it's the Soulless. As Xiaolan spoke, a horde of Soulless charged toward them. In an instant, Zian and the others were surrounded. He asked urgently, what do we do? We're trapped. Xiaolan commanded sharply, stay by my side, don't move. Zian relayed the message to the group. He said we can't move around. Xiaolan immediately raised his scepter and began chanting an incantation. Spirits of the past, heed the whispers of the living. At his summoning, the Soulless One suddenly dove down, circling above everyone's heads, following the direction of the scepter. Wandering spirits of the past, obey our command. Zian watched the battlefield in horror and muttered, is he controlling those soulless beings? Then he shouted, wandering soulless ones, go and seek the lost souls. He immediately lowered the scepter, and the soulless beings lunged toward it. After the incident, Xiaolan explained, normally, the soulless don't attack on their own. As long as there's a guide, we can safely pass through their territory. By Xiaolan sighed in admiration, you're truly a peace-loving race. He looked around and asked, judging by the terrain, this place used to be an ocean, right? Xiaolan answered softly. Yes, but the plague brought mutations, polluting the once great sea until no life remained. Our master granted us the ability to adapt. We can even survive without water. Perhaps she foresaw this would happen. Zian suddenly realized, but your master couldn't escape the fate of mutation. He said sadly, it's truly heartbreaking. The group continued forward, and Xiaolan warned ahead, we're almost at the village. Best not to touch the pulsating substances on the path. That's mutated matter. Zian quickly stopped a Yuan, who was about to touch a strange object by the road. A Yuan, don't touch that, it's toxic. Hearing it was poisonous, a Yuan jerked her hand back in fright. System panel displayed, mutated subsidiary realm, exotic fungi. It doesn't belong to this world. It parasitizes the environment and living beings, then alters them. Suddenly, Xiaolan stopped, trembling all over. Zian hurriedly asked, Xiaolan, why did you stop so suddenly? Tianwu, standing behind, finally realized he was calling Xiaolan. Xiaolan stammered, shaking, the village. Xiaolan looked ahead, seeing his village in ruins, and trembled, unable to speak. The village is already. It's Zihaoan by Xining's group who are chasing the villagers like madmen. Xining waves his hand, commanding a Kirin fish, little bye-bye, go. The Kirin fish releases an incredibly powerful force from its mouth. The force surges straight toward the village. Zihao frowns and lightly taps Xining's head in reproach. Xining, if you smash them all to pieces, how am I supposed to hang them up? She puts on an innocent look, poking him pitifully with 2 fingers. At this moment, Zian has just erected a barrier behind the villagers with his power. He roars in fury, what are you all doing? Zihao turns in surprise, was that barrier Zian's doing? He mutters to himself as if confirming it. You haven't been eaten by these primitive creatures yet? Xining shouts in annoyance. Stop tapping my head, I won't grow any taller. Zihao ignores Xining and turns to Zian. As a human, why are you protecting these inferior beings? There's a hierarchy, and this is their home. They are the rightful owners here. Zihao glances at the villagers hanging above, smirking mockingly. Have you lost your mind, stuck in this godforsaken place? How can these mindless creatures be masters of anything? He points at his own head sarcastically. You're really full of misplaced compassion. Humans conquer planets with strength and will. People like you are only fit to scrape by in the outskirts. He insists, the strong devouring the weak is the natural order. It's the law. Z encounters, you call yourself strong for crushing the weak, but have you considered what if someone stronger comes for you? Then you'll be the weak one, he shouts in frustration. You use your power to destroy those just as weak as you. One day, someone stronger will do the same to you. Zihao scoffs. What? Someone stronger? He glares, raising a hand brimming with energy. Big fish eat little fish, and big fish stay on top. Our Bai family only grows stronger by devouring the weak. As the apex of the food chain, how could anything be stronger than us? Zian responded coldly, how ridiculous. Just say it, you're nothing but a thief, stealing the fruits of others' lives with your strength. The so-called supremacy of the strong you keep preaching is just slaughter and greed in the end. You don't respect life at all. You're just chasing the thrill of conquest and destruction. The two stood in opposition, creating two completely polarized spaces. He immediately commanded his undying beast, pointing forward and ordering an attack with a roar. The end of slaughter is only annihilation, but a future of coexistence is eternal. Strengthen the weak, draw wisdom from them, and return to your true essence. That is the true path to becoming the strongest beast tamer. Zihao, enraged by the sight, veins bulging on his forehead, snapped. You're such a stubborn fool. No amount of talking will change your mind. He instantly summoned his carp beast and bellowed, then let you and these weaklings become nourishment for the strongest. His carp beast opened its jaws ferociously, lunging straight at Zian. The two beasts clashed, but Zian's undying beast swiftly dodged the carp beast's attack, biting the white fish beast's tail and forcing it to panic and retreat. The carp beast remained arrogant, glaring at the undying beast with disdain. Look at you, so hideous, just like your pathetic master. The undying beast shot back without hesitation, let me tell you. Your breath stinks just like your master's. Don't you ever brush your teeth? The whale beast sneered, with all those teeth, how could you even clean them properly? The two beasts lashed at each other with their tails, neither willing to back down. The two men exchanged glances and muttered, you're one to talk. The beasts continued lunging at each other, attacking relentlessly. Watching the battle, Zihao muttered to himself, are these two really fellow disciples? This is unbearable to watch. Zian, meanwhile, pondered silently. They're both white marsh beasts, too similar in techniques. Then he suddenly realized, wait, there's one more move. He shouted immediately, Undying Beast, the space here is vast. The Undying Beast understood it was finally time for that move. Zihao suddenly roared, they're exposed. Crush them. In an instant, the carp released a powerful force, but the outer layer of the mirror reflected it back, causing no harm at all. The carp, seeing itself shrouded in a massive shadow, asked in confusion, what is this? Then, the mirror, hundreds of times larger than the carp, said unhurriedly, now I'll show you who's the big fish and who's the small one. Zihao gritted his teeth and asked, is this its true form? Meanwhile, Zining cheered excitedly. Wow, what a huge fish! The mirror opened its massive jaws and swallowed the carp whole. Terrified out of its wits, the carp realized what was happening. The mirror kept the carp in its mouth and coldly retorted, what do you mean by cheating? I've always been this big. Zihao was left stunned, muttering, we're doomed. Trapped inside the mirror's belly, the carp screamed in panic, let me out. It's too dark in here. Zian coldly reminded them, big fish eat small fish, it's a basic rule of nature. But, he turned to Zihao and asked, if it had really swallowed you, how would you and I be any different? The mirror immediately spat the carp out, sending it tumbling through the air as it yelled, ugh, it stinks. The carp flew straight towards Zihao, who was standing below. Zian and the mirror loomed over him from above, shouting sternly, now do you understand? The values of your upper realm are completely wrong. Zihao clutched his head in frustration, shouting, have I lost? Am I the weak one? No, no way. He refused to believe it. I am not weak. He was referring to those blue crystals, which had an extremely high energy efficiency, 50 times the total spiritual power and quality of any spirit stone. He continued, they can also strengthen a spiritual beast's mental power and enhance the connection of spiritual energy. If used to control spiritual beasts, they would save a tremendous amount of time, Zihao mused as he listened. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a sinister smile curled his lips. Good, very good, Zihao thought to himself. Zian, just you wait. On Zian's side, Tianwu asked Padian, Fatso, just hypothetically. If Cheng Bailey hadn't encountered those things, would Zian have become the city lord in the future? Padian answered uncertainly, I don't know, but as his friend, I'd support him either way. Then he turned to ask her. Little Phoenix, what about you? Would you object? Up ahead, Zian is talking to a few villagers. Nothing important, nothing important. Anyway, we're stuck in your world now. And we have no idea how to get back. I see. After a moment of thought, Tianwu replied, I don't know.
She watched Xian laughing and chatting happily. Before, I always saw him as a rival. Only focusing on his weaknesses, wanting to defeat him. But after recent events, I've noticed some potential in him, potential to become an excellent leader. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly added in a flustered tone, I'm not saying I approve of him or anything. But I don't dislike him either. Her voice trailed off. After listening, Patian smirked knowingly and gave a thumbs up. Got it, got it. That's what you mean, right? After a while, Xian finished talking to the villagers. As he walked toward the two, he said, there's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Tianwu stopped in her tracks and asked, huh? What? Seeing how flushed she was, Xian asked with concern, Little Phoenix, are you okay? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? Hearing his question, her face turned even redder as she quickly replied, I'm fine. Tell us the good news first. Immediately, Xian announced, the good news is that before civilization collapsed, Li AI had already developed cross-dimensional technology. All we need to do is go to the ancient city of Li AI to find the instant teleportation device. The three of us will stand in a triangle formation. Then, he continued slowly, as for the bad news. He began to explain, the place we're in now is actually underground, or rather, the depths of an ocean trench. And the ancient city of Li AI is now on the surface. So we'll have to find an ancient elevator, but that place is now the nest of the soulless. Xian continued, while Crimson Warriors could handle the soulless easily, as you can see, Xiaolan is the last Crimson Warrior here and must stay to protect this land. Finally, he turned around and said, so we'll have to rely on ourselves. Afterward, Xian and the others arrived at a dimly lit place. He turned back and said, this might be the spot. Tianwu, walking behind, looked at the bodies lying on the ground and saw. Looks like a lost mercenary. Xian fearlessly pushed the door open with force. Maybe they had already arrived, better to be cautious. Bucha suddenly startled, wait, is that? Xian and his group stopped in their tracks, sizing up the scene before them. Shi Shaohui stood with a weapon in hand, stepping on the monster's corpse, smirking arrogantly. Is this all? How boring. Xian tensed up upon seeing her, while Shi Shaohui greeted him. Well, if it isn't little brother Xian? Bucha stepped forward with guards, their guns trained on them, barking sharply. Don't move. Hands up. The two guards urged the trio forward. Stay put. Xian and the others slowly raised their hands. Bucha hastily interjected, hey, now's not the time to play cops and robbers. Shi Shaohui, enraged, loomed over them and snapped, you two stop this at once. She scolded sharply, we're trapped in this world, and you still don't know how to read the room? Didn't the master of the Bai family teach you anything? Seeing the armed guards back off, Xian spoke up. Sister Qi Xiao seems like a reasonable person. I thought everyone from the upper realm was just a bunch of mindless warmongers. She stepped closer to Xian, pointing a finger at him coldly. First of all, I don't care what you think of the upper realm. Like I said before, I have my own mission, and I don't want to get tangled in the Bai family's mess. But you're the first beast tamer to ever defeat me, so I'm rather curious about you. Xian, choked by her grip, grumbled loudly, if you're curious, fine, but what are you doing now? Let go of me first. Tianwu roared in anger. One guard averted his eyes, while the other scratched his head awkwardly. Patian stood aside, too afraid to intervene. Bucha and the other froze. Xian shouted, what in the world is going on? A bizarre creature appeared before everyone. Shi Shaohui immediately released Xian, shoving him behind her, and commanded sharply. Fall back. Let me handle this thing. Ahead loomed an enormous, terrifying monster. Xian stared up at it, eyes wide, exclaiming, what is that? Divine Eye, what is this monstrosity? The so-called monstrosity is a massive blackish-green man-eating plant, its limbs like drills, revealed through the Divine Eye. Information immediately appeared before him, intelligent beast, insect clan, intelligent kin, rank, diamond, beginner, skill, void roar. Faith, psychic power, blue, intelligent form, infection, faith, beasts born from the feet of alien fungi, with psychic abilities as their special trait. A member of the smoke court had tried to ambush it from above but was unfortunately detected and counterattacked. She crossed her arms in front of her, instantly summoning a shield to block the intelligent beast's attack. The smoke court member was sent flying, skidding across the ground, but she quickly pulled herself back using her weapon, muttering, that was quite a hit. Suddenly, a mysterious figure spoke up, interesting. A soldier beside him asked curiously, what are you doing? He removed his mask and tossed it aside, slowly stepping forward as he said, I only came to investigate whether you outsiders were colluding with the Moon Conceal sect, but I didn't expect. It turned out he was Diego, the third high priest of the Curse sect. Upon seeing him, The smoke court member asked in confusion. Hey, wait, who are you?
Diego ignored her, arrogantly striding toward the beast and goading, such a rare creature here. With a swing of his sword, he shouted, then serve me. The sword, glowing golden, shot forward like an arrow, piercing the intelligent beast's body. The powerful blade carved a hole in it, causing a strange golden liquid to gush out like a fountain. The beast's body instantly shifted from deep blue-black to gold-black, and its information changed as he read aloud. Beast taming contract, controlling the beast, even one with strong psychic powers cannot resist. Ace let out a terrified scream at the sight. Parasite! Why is the cursed sect here? Padian was so frightened his soul nearly left his body, shouting in alarm.
Ange, have you been fighting the cursed sect this whole half-year? At the mention of the demonic sect, Yan Yan's fury instantly flared. She charged forward in a frenzy, roaring, Die, you fiend of the demonic sect! Yan Yan faced the beast head-on, swinging her weapon to deliver a powerful slash. But Diego remained completely unfazed. He stood on the spiritual beast's shoulder. He asked calmly, Ma'am, we don't seem to know each other. Why does your husband have a personal grudge against me? Yan Yan was furious upon hearing this. She immediately demanded, What are you playing dumb for? Do you need me to jog your memory with my spear? After listening, Diego seemed to recall something. He asked in surprise, This is Yao Yan, are you his wife? Before Diego could get an answer, a beam of energy from Jing Zi shot straight at him. But this attack posed no threat to his shield, it shattered upon contact. Diego lowered his head slightly and said in an annoyed tone, Oh right, there's another troublemaker I forgot about. Below, Zian had somehow made his way to Yin Yan's side and pointed at his face, shouting loudly. Parasite, no matter how you came back, we still have unfinished business. Then he turned to Yan Yan, thinking to himself. It seems Miss Chi also has a grudge against this parasite. Yan Yan seemed to sense his gaze and looked back, thinking, Little brother Zian, you too. Standing on the spiritual beast's back, Diego had it gather power while he taunted, Perfect, let's test this beast's strength on you too. Yan Yan readied herself for battle and suggested, Since we both have a grudge against him, Zian agreed, why don't we team up? He glanced at her with a fake smile, Miss Chi, which made Yan Yan chuckle. She nodded in agreement, great minds think alike. As the two finished their chat, the spiritual beast had finished gathering power. A massive beam of energy erupted from its mouth, crackling with golden lightning. Seeing the attack, Diego couldn't help but praise, impressive. The ground before him now had a massive crater, like a dried-up river stretching into the distance, dust swirling everywhere, obscuring everything. Diego exclaimed excitedly, This power, it's at least diamond rank. I've struck gold this time. But before he could celebrate for long, a crimson-purple energy beam shot toward him from the dust cloud. Diego furrowed his brow, steadying himself in the haze, and clicked his tongue in annoyance, Oh no. Diego rolled his eyes, not too surprised by what had just happened. He mused to himself, Why am I not surprised at all that ordinary people didn't even get hurt? He turned to a person still hiding behind the smoke, using a shield to block, and asked coldly. Yan Yan followed his gaze and asked curiously, By Z? But as the smoke cleared, the person holding the shield wasn't who she expected, putting Yan Yan instantly on guard. Who are you? The man trembled under her questioning and quickly replied, I'm just a regular mercenary. Zian appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said with a friendly smile, See, I told you so. The anti-spiritual energy shield's power is absolutely reliable. The soldier stammered in response, yes, that's right. Zian looked at the enemy before him, calculating silently, they're forcing us to use our shields first to drain our spiritual energy. This guy is pretty clever. I need to see what his real move is. In Zian's eyes, all of Diego's information was laid bare under the power of the divine eye, Parasite, Diego Barrow, a local of the 10,000 Nest secret realm. Diamond, Peak, Beast level, Master aptitude, Spiritual Beast level gear. After reviewing his details, Zian couldn't help but marvel, he actually has 2 aptitudes. And the second one can't even be displayed. A plan immediately formed in Zian's mind. He stretched out his hand, summoning 2 golden chains, and said, Let's try copying it then. Heavenly Dao chains. The 2 chains flew toward Diego, binding him, while the system announced, Aptitude Spirit Beast level copied successfully, aptitude copy failed. Zian was puzzled, copy failed? Why can't this aptitude be copied? Under his inquiry, the system immediately provided an answer, diagnosing the cause. Hidden aptitude cannot be copied. Zian quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening as he thought, no matter, at least I can still use one. Then, the system's prompt sounded again. Heavenly Dao Tao Wei capacity full. Please replace an existing aptitude. Zian pondered, this copy aptitude can only hold 3 at a time. The system then listed his current aptitudes, A rank. Phoenix Flame, A rank Fluid Fire, A rank Soul Infusion. He carefully weighed his options, preparing to filter his aptitudes. Leave was aptitudes last time included 2, Soul Infusion and the Leo Tribute Blazing Fong. Fire doesn't quite match my attributes.
The moment I made my decision, the system chime rang out, transforming Fire Spirit's body. The imagined fire ring shifted into another form along with the system chime. Fire Spirit's form had been replaced with Beast Control Initiation.
Diego sensed something was off. He wondered, what was that strange feeling just now? Like something entered my body,
Lost in thought, he suddenly roared, what did you do?
I'm an otherworldly being, you fool, you'll pay for this, Xian was stunned.
How can he sense the shackles of the mortal realm, he wondered. Under Diego's control, the spirit beast immediately unleashed its power, radiating blue and yellow energy waves like electric surges. The energy awakened the trees beneath the ground, forcing them to burst forth and surround everyone. Yen shouted in alarm, but the underground fungi had already revived. The trees grew wildly, vines wrapping around one of the team members' legs, crackling with blue and yellow sparks. The mercenary was quickly overpowered. His entire body ensnared by the vines. Without mercy, the vines tore his limbs apart. Xian couldn't help but remark at the sight. Using physical attacks to take out mercenaries with reflective spiritual shields, how cunning. In just a moment of distraction, the vines targeted Xian, aiming for a sneak attack from behind. By the time he noticed and turned, it was too late, he could only curse under his breath. But before the vines could reach him, they were torn apart in one strike.
What's going on, he wondered. His savior was none other than Tianwu and the golden-winged rock. Smirking, she said arrogantly, Xian, did you ever think you'd need me to save you one day?
Xian didn't take the jab to heart. He simply raised his thumb and said, thank you.
Tianwu was infuriated by his response. Aren't you going to argue back, she huffed. I feel like you're mocking me.
Meanwhile, Patian was so terrified he sat at the foot of the armored giant ape, the spirit beasts. Only by staying close to it can you be protected from those branches. Trembling all over, he shouted, Iron Armor Gorilla, save me. Xian assessed the current situation and immediately began thinking of a countermeasure. He had exhausted all his shields earlier, which meant his tactic was still to attack with spiritual energy. But we're being held back, our only option is to wait for the moment he strikes and counterattack. On closer thought, since this anomaly came from slime mold, fungi fear high temperatures the most.
We need to use intense fire. After devising a plan, Xian immediately shouted out. Little Phoenix, I've figured it out, I need your help. Tianwu heard him and sounded puzzled. Ha? You're actually asking me for help?
Xian didn't answer right away but continued.
And a yuan, you too. Patian covered his head in fear and asked blankly. What can I do to help? He didn't answer the question but kept shouting.
And Miss Chi Yen heard him and immediately smiled in response.
Oh? What do you want me to do?
Diego stood above, observing with a frown, clearly displeased.
He declared arrogantly. That damn shield is gone. Today is the day you die.
Diego watched the spirit beast gathering power and said smugly. Don't worry, I'll use your corpses as spare bodies.
This attack is even stronger than the last one.
Its range of effect is also wider.
Seeing the spirit beast strike, Xian quickly shouted. Now! Following his command, Patian immediately used the armor-breaking ape to block the attack.
He roared, channeling Thunderclap might to empower the Ironhide ape to hold it back. A barrier instantly formed around the armor-breaking ape, helping it absorb the incoming energy.
Diego was stunned by what he saw. That ape absorbed the energy again.
After absorbing all of the spirit beast's power, the armor-breaking ape roared wildly and raised its fists, ready to counterattack. It slammed its fists into the ground, releasing all the absorbed energy. Thunder exploded, energy unleashed, this strike shook the earth violently, sending debris flying.
Seeing the moment was right, Xian immediately shouted. Little Phoenix, it's our turn. Tianwu responded at once, a grin spreading across her face. No need to tell me, you fool, Xian.
As soon as the words left her mouth, the two struck together, scorching sunblaze. One wielded the fiery chain fangs, the other the golden plume hawk, flames surging toward the spirit beast. The spirit beast, being a plant-type creature, was instantly gravely wounded by the fire attack. Meanwhile, Yen began chanting an incantation, one hand pointing to the sky, the other gripping her weapon tightly. The gods know even divine decrees fall on deaf ears when it comes to villains.
The wise resist lust, impurity, and the chaos of ignorance. Among the countless beings, if they cannot endure the trials of reincarnation, then I shall become a vengeful spirit.
Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and roared, this is the path of the Azura.
I am the vengeful spirit. Summon my name.
As she chanted, a spirit beast wreathed in flames emerged, its eyes turning violet in the depths of the night, wielding Azura demon fire to sever all. Once the incantation was complete, a gray-feathered, bird-like spirit beast appeared before her. Yen Yen looked at it and shouted triumphantly, "It's time to hunt."
Night Patrol Blaze T.
As she spoke, the system displayed the spiritual beast's information.
Night Patrol Blaze T, species, Scorching T, a subspecies of Blaze T. Rank, Diamond, early stage. Skill, Blaze Stance, possessed by Scorching T. Xian was stunned by this sight, his mouth agape in amazement. Another rare spiritual beast, with skills completely different from before, a stance ability. Xian pondered while observing the Blaze T's movements. Could it be? Is the stance skill similar to human combat stances, where different postures yield different abilities? The Blaze T soared into the air, preparing to unleash a fierce strike at Diego's position. Blaze Stance. Diego was shocked upon seeing it. Blaze T, wasn't this species already extinct?
He couldn't believe his eyes and stood frozen in place. The Blaze T struck the star orchid beast with its claws, leaving it severely wounded. It then leapt back, keeping its distance from the strange beast. The Blaze T folded its wings, and a pinkish-purple energy rapidly gathered upon them. Seeing an opening for counterattack, the star orchid beast. The two clashed, sending out a violent shockwave. Watching their battle, Xian exclaimed in shock, "Yasha!" The duel between the two spiritual beasts neared its end, with the Blaze T emerging victorious, its energy overwhelming the star orchid beast. After landing, the Blaze T's feet were instantly surrounded by a surge of purple energy. Yen Yen had been silent all this time but now began chanting again. Is this the power of a rare subspecies? The road ahead is fraught with danger. As the world's mirror, the Blaze T stood proudly amidst a sea of pinkish-purple energy. Its sharp gaze fixed upon its enemy. Diego staggered out of the smoke from the earlier attack. Muttering repeatedly, "Purify the six senses, purify the six senses." Even a lowly beast can't defeat such a rare spiritual beast. He looked up, still murmuring, "If only it could be mine." Before he could finish, a spear thrust straight at his face. Under the Blaze T's cover, Yen Yen leveled her spear at Diego and shouted fiercely, "Beasts like the Blaze T will never accept scum like you. Perish!" Diego seemed to realize something and shouted, "So that's it, you're the one who doesn't belong here." The legendary Demon Flame scheme, who would have thought it would fail at the hands of the very Demon Flame itself. Shi Yen immediately waved her hand, releasing a wave of pinkish-purple energy that spread outward. "Silence, puppet," she barked sharply. Xian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as he watched. Is this the power of the upper realm, he wondered. A rare spiritual beast combined with overwhelming strength. Observing Cheyenne's imposing and razor-sharp demeanor, he continued to speculate. Her power is likely even greater than my grandfather's. Xian clenched his fists, his expression grave, silently warning himself. After this incident, the 10,000 Spiders' secret realm will surely draw the ire of the upper realm. Before that day comes, I must grow stronger. As he studied Shi Yen standing before him, countless thoughts raced through his mind, but the rank restriction of the 10,000 Spiders' secret realm had already been locked. To grow stronger, he would have to journey to the upper realm, the primordial starfields. But that would have to wait until everything here was settled. Shi Yen pulled her sword from the ground. She slung it over her shoulder and approached the group. "It seems you're all descendants of great families," she remarked. Tianwu studied her thoughtfully, the faint silhouette of a phoenix flickering between his brows. Glancing at the flaming feathers behind her, he mused, she must be the current Phoenix Flame Awakener. Xian thought to himself, how does she know everything? When it was his turn, she said, "The Azure Sea Dragon, by Chu. Xian, grandson of an exile. Your uncle was once a legendary figure in the upper realm. When it came to Padian, she delivered her verdict. The Icicle Thunderbolt." The Yuan family's ancestors were all martial prodigies, their generals often seen leading the charge during the expansion of the Azure Sea. Yin Yen cradled her sword in one arm while placing her other hand over her chest. She smirked at Xian. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Prison Flame Celestial Fire, Chi Chu, the current wielder of the Demon Flame. Forgive my rudeness, warriors. As I said earlier, I have no interest in your family feuds. Exploring this new world was originally to complete a mission from my superiors. To test the power of this eternal tree blade using the formidable creatures here." Yin Yan let out a bitter chuckle. "But as you can see, we were dragged into a portal, our coordinates shifted, and the mission couldn't proceed as planned." Xian's face darkened as he asked, "So, Miss Qi, you're stranded here too?" Yin Yan scratched her head awkwardly, forcing a wry smile. "Unfortunately, yes." Xian clapped his hands in delight and said innocently, "Then why don't you come with us?" Tianwu shouted from behind to stop him, "Hey, don't decide on your own." She glared at Xian angrily and couldn't help but yell, "Xian, are you serious? She's one of them from above." Then she gritted her teeth and said, "This time, with the White Qilin City incident, my family suffered because of them." Xian cut her off and patted her shoulder.
He smiled and explained, "Did you forget what my divine beast is?"
Super intuition, just trust my gut.
Tianwu awkwardly pushed his hand away but reluctantly went along with it. Alright, stop bragging about your S-rank talent. Xian thought to himself. It's actually mythic level. They walked out of the cave one after another, and Xian couldn't resist asking Tianwu again. So, you're agreeing to this, right?
She changed the subject. Look, there's so much moss here.
Yen spoke first. The civilization in this world seems quite close to ours, doesn't it?
You're acting weird, you said, your mouth twitching.
Why is it still so gloomy above ground?
Looking at these ancient statues, you continued, but you can tell Lai's civilization was quite grand. They looked around, and Xian finally spoke up, everything looks the same.
Where should we even start looking for the teleportation device? Tianwu turned to him. She asked sarcastically, at a time like this, why aren't you using that S-rank talent you're so proud of?
Xian's eyes widened in surprise, as if he'd just realized something.
Right.
The teleportation device must be made of some kind of treasure.
With the Divine Eye's treasure hunting ability, we'll find it, won't we?
Xian closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and said, Divine Eye, detect treasures within range.
Divine Eye is scanning for treasures.
The Divine Eye provided information. Due to interference from foreign substances, it cannot display treasures normally, only their approximate locations. He pondered to himself, the throne.
Could it be the castle or palace mentioned earlier? Xian glanced around suspiciously and thought, but what does the throne have to do with the teleportation device? Let's check it out first. He looked at the dim surroundings, hesitating. Still, this feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. The scene shifted to a dimly lit place, surrounded by many tree roots.
Several crystals glowing with blue light were embedded in the ground.
How crossed his arms and asked, any updates?
The observer beside him answered, yes, young master. The man holding the device explained in detail, the crystal index in this area differs from other places. On our way here, we discovered that the closer these crystals are to a certain location, the higher their energy becomes. In the dimly lit secluded area, only the man's voice echoed as he continued, it's possible that these crystals are connected to a powerful energy source. And I personally suspect that energy source might be the core of this world, exactly what we're searching for. The amount we've collected so far already matches the level of a purple crystal beast tamer. Before he could finish, he went on. But these crystals seem to require an even stronger origin essence to absorb properly. Since the young master still needs time to recover, I suggest we should. Suddenly, Zihao interrupted, no. We're trapped here and need to move faster. We don't know if we'll encounter something even more troublesome than Xian. Before we find a way back. Xining's eyes sparkled as she held a crystal shard up to Long Long and said, Long Long, Big Brother says this stone is super nutritious. Maybe it can help you evolve even faster. Zihao looked at her in confusion. Xining, what are you doing? Xining explained, oh, it's for Long Long.
She continued. Her voice wavered slightly. Long Long hasn't leveled up in a long time.
Long Long's eyes lit up at the sight of the crystal, licking his lips quietly.
I think Long Long really wants to level up. Zihao's expression turned odd after hearing this.
He replied, but that's a high-grade soul crystal.
Consuming it directly could severely damage your core. Not now.
Xining panicked instantly as Long Long swiftly snatched the crystal from behind.
It stuffs it into its mouth and chews vigorously.
Suddenly, Long Long's eyes shimmer with a dazzling, multicolored glow.
Xining, seeing this, asks worriedly, are you alright, Long Long?
Zihao and the soldier witnessing this are utterly shocked.
He shouts, oh no! It's been eaten.
The spiritual energy continues to surge, nearing its limit. Long Long spreads its wings.
It radiates a strange and powerful purplish-pink glow.
Its ears grow longer, and its neck thickens. In an instant, it becomes enormous.
Tiny Xining stands beneath it, shouting, Second brother, look! Long Long has grown huge.
Zihao rubs his head helplessly and says, at least nothing went wrong.
How's the situation now? The soldier replies, its power has indeed increased significantly.
Glancing at the information panel, the soldier continues, but it hasn't broken through to the next level yet. It's at the peak golden rank, though. Thankfully, the young lady's spiritual beast is strong enough to handle such immense spiritual energy. Zihao ponders seriously, peak golden rank, just one step away from diamond.
Xining's talent is truly greater than mine.
Watching Long Long lick Xining with its tongue, her face is filled with joy.
He can't help but think, honestly, I'm a little jealous.
Recalling past memories, he remembers how he once trained hard to grow stronger. Only to be defeated by a lowly insect from the lower realm. If word got out, it would be humiliating.
Zihao hesitates, holding a spirit stone.
The method to grow stronger still feels unstable, only the truly powerful can use it. Gazing at the glowing spirit stone, he muses, the strong only get stronger. Then he chuckles. This crystal soul really suits my personality. Suddenly, Zening shouts, startling him. Second brother. Zening stands atop Longlong's head, fearless and excited, yelling, Longlong, let's go. Zihao, ignored by his sister, snaps angrily, are you even listening to your brother, you little brat? The scene shifts as night falls. Before Zian stands a massive stone statue. He thinks to himself, the throne's seal of Kaisuna must be ahead. He looks around curiously. Strange, why haven't these infected servants turned into mindless puppets? Then he notices a golden sword. What is this? This thing seems to be stopping the mutation. Tianwu spoke first, is there no normal place in this world at all? Zian thought to himself, realizing these things belonged to those who had sacrificed themselves to seal Kaisuna. He asked himself nervously, but what exactly was that thing? He continued to call out, and the divine eye revealed a message, a substance known as otherworldly metal. The exact parameters are unknown, but it is a high-grade smelting product forged using Ruiqing's unique techniques, capable of absorbing souls. Modern Ruiqing people use it to seal mutated beings and those infected by mutations, as the absorbed souls allow it to continuously release sealing power at the location. However, prolonged release weakens its strength over time. After gathering this information, he made a deduction. In other words, these special Ruiqing people had offered their own souls as sacrifices to replenish its energy. No wonder they weren't infected or turned into soulless puppets, their souls had already vanished. Just as Zian was about to touch the sword, a loud shout came from somewhere. Hey, don't touch that. Hearing another voice, Tianwu instinctively turned around to stay alert. She asked, who was that just now? Yan Yan replied. I don't know, but they must be nearby. Zian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself. Everyone heard it, it wasn't an illusion. The blue glass soul tightened its grip on the sword and demanded, what are you? Outsiders. Seeing it speak, Tianwu shouted in alarm. It's that thing. Yan Yan agreed. Yes, that's the one. Tian also nodded in agreement. I heard it too. Zian had to spread his arms to stop them. Stay calm. This is a divine artifact used to seal mutated beings. Suddenly, something wriggled out from the blade. The glass soul exclaimed in surprise, seal mutated beings? Wait. How is this possible? It roared. Why am I in the spiritual sword formation? It exclaimed. The seal. I remember now. Damn it. We still failed. Zian saw this scene, and his eyes lit up instantly. He pondered deeply. Why can we hear its voice? The crystal soul shouted at them. Hey, outsiders, you've been tricked. Help me. The divine eye provided information. The nature of the seal is a kind of psychic sword energy. Anyone within its range can hear its voice. Zian continued listening to the crystal soul. Destroy this authority sword quickly. Existing like this, I can't do anything. After a moment, he shouted, wait. You haven't failed. He recalled past memories and explained to it. Half of your descendants still survive in this deep-sea trench. Though it's incredibly difficult. They still have a chance. The crystal soul immediately disagreed. But the seal can no longer stop the corruption of the sect's descendants. It's only a matter of time before the complete corruption consumes this world. Zian immediately responded, I refuse to accept that. Yan Yan whispered from behind, powerless. He continued. We came here to find the teleportation device. No time to waste with a 500-year-old relic. Look at this sword. The crystal soul cautiously asked them. Looking for the teleportation device. You want to enter the Grand Hall. Recalling that terrifying sight in massive form. It warned. Don't go in. The divine gauze is sealed inside. Entering the Grand Hall will awaken the divine gauze. That's the divine gauze, now corrupted and transformed. Zian immediately retorted. I don't care if she's a corrupted form or the divine gauze. There's still a city waiting for me to save. If anyone dares to stand in my way, then I'll step over their remains. The crystal soul embraced the sword. Its blue energy gathered more and more. It sneered. Damn outsiders. Fine. The seal will be broken sooner or later anyway. Outsider, take me. Zian turned around. His face showed doubt as he listened carefully. If you've already understood. Ah. The corrupted sword's form split into three. The corrupted blade divided into three parts. From the cracks, the blue crystal soul writhed and extended the sword's length. They emitted an intensely dazzling light. Use this withered body as fuel for the flames. The blue part of the sword became razor-sharp, burning with the soul as its fuel. The light flared, igniting the spirit into flames.
The hilt resembled an eye. This is the final mission of this body. Xian was inwardly surprised it could transform again.
The sword plunged deep into the ground. The crystal soul continued.
Come, outsider.
Draw the sword. You step forward and pick up the sword.
Don't forget to mention this was what that person said. Don't regret it later.
The sword grows impatient at these words.
Stop dawdling. Hurry up.
The moment you raise the sword, the azure energy swirling around it begins to dissipate into the air. All things are illusory, all matters are void.
All things have spirits, all matters have masters.
The way of the beast, the way of heaven, the way of the spirit beasts, the supreme way. The sword is drawn from the ground, leaving a massive watery scar in its wake. Xian raises the sword, and the jade-like celestial energy grows even stronger. It weaves through countless transformations.
Here, I forge a pact with you.
I shall fulfill your unfinished tasks until your soul fades into nothingness.
With the pact sealed, Xian smiles in satisfaction.
The crystal soul then asks in surprise.
Wait, what kind of ritual was that?
You reply, a pact, of course.
Weren't you the one who wanted me to take you away?
Suddenly, a blue vortex swirls around the four of them like a whirlwind.
Xian shouts, the earth trembles, is it the soulless?
The crystal soul counters, no, it's not the soulless.
This energy feels like an outsider.
Suddenly, a crimson-purple beam erupts from the ground, as if tearing through the very fabric of space.
You look up in shock, isn't that the Star River?
Your divine eye reveals its information, jade mechanism dragon, a carp species. A variant of the four-legged flying dragon subspecies, at the golden tripod peak realm.
Innate abilities, wind-severing flourish, verdant revival technique.
Skills, moonlit frost reversal. Jade sword slash, snowflake chaos dance, marsh exchange. A mutated form of the four-legged flying dragon subspecies, also a preserved species, with some feline traits and an adorable appearance. Its combat prowess is the opposite of its cute looks, making it a favorite among female beast tamers.
It was once a beast-class idol. Xining exclaims excitedly, finally, a spacious place. Perched on the dragon's head, she leans down to observe the four below. Xining squints. Wait, isn't that Xianan?
Xining gasps, that fiery warrior from Qi Luo and that foolish girl from Bai Luo.
Xining calls out indignantly, you're from the upper realm. Why side with that fool Xian from the lower realm? Yen Yen glares back, didn't I already say? The upper realm only told me to.
Everyone entered the portal together, but no one said I had to stick with you all. Xining crossed his arms in displeasure and shouted loudly.
Second brother once said that Xian's grandfather was a scoundrel who did many underhanded things, so Xian must be a sneaky scoundrel too. Anyone who helps Xian is a scoundrel.
Standing atop the jade mechanism dragon's head, Xining roared at them, shattering the silence.
Anyone who helps Xian is a scoundrel, so that Lady Maid is a scoundrel too.
Today, I'll punish you scoundrels in second brother's place.
Xian found this logic baffling. Yen Yen responded, don't mind him. Your cousin is just an idiot. Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and forced an awkward laugh. Looks like I've dragged Miss Shi into this. Sorry, she doesn't seem to care about this. She replied calmly, it's fine.
I've long since cut ties with those pale-skinned folks.
I mean the pale-skinned ones from the upper realm.
With that, Yen Yen raised her hand and commanded Yen Xiao and Hu. She stood with her arms crossed, exuding arrogance. Her towering frame and the blazing energy behind her made her look incredibly imposing. Yen Xiao, this place lacks a bit of firepower.
Xian glanced at his sword and said, sorry, we'll have to delay a little. The crystal spirit exclaimed in surprise, huh? You want to use me to fight that guy? I'm conserving my soul energy right now. Don't waste it on something trivial.
Yen Xiao and Hu grinned, bowing slightly to Xian.
Little brother. It's fine. We've got this. Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but call out.
He turned to Yen Yen and stopped her.
No matter what, this fight started because of me.
She waved her hand confidently in response.
Enough. Don't you have more important things to do?
Yen Yen manifested a violet longsword. She continued cheerfully, go handle that first.
I'll find you after I beat this guy. Xining gave an order to Long Long.
Long Long, attack her. Upon hearing the command, its eyes gleamed, no longer innocent but fierce and ruthless.
Its foot hurts as if stepping on a festering boil. Long Long's powerful strike made the ground explode, sending shattered bricks flying into the sky. But suddenly, a hand appeared to block the attack.
Xining gasped in relief, thank goodness, the hit was stopped just in time.
It was Yen Xiao, who arrived just in time to protect Qi Yong. With a scoff, it replied, that all you got?
As it spoke, it coiled its arm into a fist, energy gathering in its hand with a blinding glow. Its expression turned serious. Try this. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoan, who were executing the fox roar fist, landing a direct hit on Yu Jilon's leg without even aiming.
Shi Yong turned to remind Zian, hurry and go.
He reluctantly agreed but still warned, be careful.
That one's dangerous.
Then he shouted to the others, Xiao Fengwang, Ayuan, let's move. The crystal soul couldn't help but remind him, outsider, my soul energy is nearly depleted.
You only have 2 chances left, or else. Zian replied confidently, 2 chances? I'll settle this in 1.
He raised his sword with a fierce grin.
Ah, I've never failed before.
With a mighty swing, he slashed the ground, carving a sharp fissure. The sword's light severed the tangled, corrupted matter. Zian held his sword proudly.
Just like I said, right?
It hesitated.
Well, this is.
It continued, really, I've never failed before. Then, as if noticing something, it said, wait, look over there.
The corruption is seeping out from within.
Seeing this, he exclaimed in shock, how is there still more?
The corruption spread across the path ahead, sealing it completely.
From the sword, a surge of immense divine energy radiated.
A whisper came, it's fine. 1 chance left. The final strike will stop it from regenerating. The sword emphasized, outsider, this is my last chance. Zian smirked playfully. Why the sudden dramatics? You act like you're about to fade away.
He raised his sword, his gaze resolute.
Don't you want to witness the end of your gods with your own eyes?
The sword hesitated.
But this is the only way.
Only a soul of the Li clan can.
Zian insisted there had to be another way.
Then, tears welled in his eyes.
Divine Eye. Analyze this metal component. Relevant information immediately appears, this is a metal life form.
A relic of the Li clan, forged from their metal and the souls of their people. It can reshape itself according to the user's will. Possessing self-awareness, it converts souls into spiritual energy for power. It naturally emits spiritual energy, which the Li clan use to resist mutations.
Souls greatly amplify its effects. In the Phantom Shadow world, the Li clan lacks spiritual energy, only a unique form of mental power exists.
It can serve as a catalyst for soul transformation.
In theory, spiritual energy could replace mental power. But mental energy is far more potent.
Thus, using these functions requires high-output spiritual energy, such as the karmic force from beast cores. Realizing this, Zian immediately channels his full strength, declaring with a surge of power. Then link my essence to it and unleash the karmic force once more. Seeing this, the sword panics and shouts, hey, outsider!
What are you doing?
Meanwhile, a system prompt appears, essence class energy supply connected.
Soul replaced by karmic force.
Feeling Zian's power gradually flowing into it, the sword gasps in astonishment.
This sensation, what kind of power is this?
As a surge of immense energy courses through him, Zian surveys the surroundings.
Calculating, if I press against the door, then.
With a sudden burst from his chest, he roars, let's take this door down with us.
A tremendous force erupts instantly.
Zian delivers a series of decisive, powerful slashes. His strength swiftly obliterates the vines blocking his path,
and even shatters the wall behind them.
The scene shifts, meanwhile, a clash of 2 formidable forces unfolds.
Red and blue primordial energies collide in perfect equilibrium, triggering a massive shockwave.
The white fox, brimming with blue energy, stands tall, continuously unleashing power to fend off its opponent. The 2 primordial energies clash, forming a vast energy vortex.
On the other side, the dragon-wielding pink energy holds its ground just as fiercely. Both spirit beasts are fully preparing for battle.
Zining immediately pointed at Yin Yan's face and rebuked her.
You're supposed to be the strongest genius of the Upper Realm Academy. Why help the descendant of a criminal? Hearing this, Yin Yan only responded coldly, those are just empty titles.
She said sharply, after years of cultivation, I've learned one truth. Spiritual power is the foundation of the beast taming path, and it also reflects one's character.
The kind of person they are.
After just 2 moves with me, I'll know immediately. Yin Yan added firmly, so you ask why I stand with him. Because the so-called criminal's descendant hasn't committed any brutal acts like slaughtering civilians. Your dull mind probably can't grasp that.
Hearing this, Zining was instantly enraged.
She furrowed her brows and let out a cold snort. You're making this way too complicated.
Who can even understand you?
She then ordered Long Long to launch a flurry of attacks. Yen smirked mockingly, this little girl clearly can't comprehend such complex ideas.
Yen retorted, does the Bai family's education only teach independent thinking?
Enough talk, toss me over.
Flame, do it. Understood. With flames throw, Yan shot forward at high speed, saying, "Today, I'll help the Bai family teach this person a lesson." Facing Long's relentless barrage of hundreds of moves, Yan dodged with ease. Zining instantly turned pale, thinking to himself, "Here she comes again." That sharp gaze of hers looked terrifying. Yan charged at Zining with her weapon, startling him into thinking, "This woman with the strength of an ox is truly frightening." Using her immense power, Yan fired an arrow directly at the ground where Zining and Long stood, causing a massive tremor. Long was knocked off his feet and crashed heavily beside the ruins. Seeing this, Yan smugly thought, "Just now you wanted to punish me, but look who's on the ground now." Yan glanced back, pondering for a moment. Have I gone too far in bullying them? Noticing Zining sprawled on the ground, his eyes unfocused, Yan thought to herself, he's just a kid after all. The scene shifted to Zian's side, where the massive wall had now become a gaping breach. Seeing this, Zian thought, I might have used a bit too much force. Padian remarked. Brother An's destructive power, is he really just a mortal? However, Tianwu's shocked gaze immediately shouted, "Hey, look over there." Before them, a colossal monster sat motionless upon a throne. And the soul crystal began to explain. Kasuna was once a wise ruler who resisted corruption, yet she was still consumed by it, becoming the embodiment of decay itself. As a goddess and queen, she believed she didn't deserve such a fate. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes, and at the same moment, Long's gaze seemed to merge with it, awakening as well. It slowly rose behind Yan. Yan suddenly sensed it and thought in shock, what? How is he still able to stand? She quickly turned to check on Zining, still lying on the ground, and thought, this has gone out of control. Yan sighed in resignation, thinking, he's just a child, after all. Then, Long began walking forward, spewing vast waves of blue flames from nowhere. Yan Xiao was struck by a surge of azure power and sent flying towards Zian's location, startling him. Zian quickly erected a barrier to shield them from falling debris and warned, watch out. Following Yan Xiao was Long, his eyes now glowing with a deep blue light as he advanced step by step. Seeing Yan and Zining being protected behind Yan Xiao, Siso, Zian wondered to herself, Miss Qi, what on earth is going on here? However, the crystal soul immediately noticed, look at that dragon's eyes. Pointing out the similarities between the Azure Dragon and Kasuna on the throne. The crystal soul believed Kasuna hadn't rejected it. It must have absorbed our Rai clan's crystal soul. Suddenly, Kasuna reached out her hand as well. But as the Azure Dragon drew closer, the crystal soul shrieked in terror, what was it trying to do? This was bad. The crystal soul warned that it was trying to pull Kasuna off the throne. The Azure Dragon strained to tear away the vines coiled around Kasuna. The crystal soul shouted, we can't let it do that. Witnessing the scene, Zian yelled, Miss Qi, snap that fool out of it. Make her recall the dragon jade into her spirit beast space, or it'll free the person on the throne, we won't be able to handle it. Hearing this, Yan quickly tried to wake Zining, hey, you idiot, wake up. When she remained unconscious, Yan slapped Zining across the face. Blinking awake, Zining saw Yan's figure and thought dazedly. This sturdy woman. The moment she regained consciousness, she immediately bowed before impatiently ordering. Move aside, sturdy woman. Yan couldn't help but shout, what are you doing? Look at your spirit beast. Zining awkwardly turned to assess the situation. Seeing the Azure Dragon grabbed by Kasuna, Zining panicked and cried out, Sanglong. Yan quickly urged, recall it into your spirit beast space now. Reacting swiftly, Zining commanded, Sanglong, return at once. In an instant, the Azure Dragon in Kasuna's grip began to fade away. Along with it, part of her arm vanished as well. Enraged, Kasuna let out a piercing scream. She instantly unleashed her immense power, her vital energy surging within. Staring at the writhing tendrils, Zian froze, realizing they were the same things that had appeared when the portal activated. Yan remarked, great, the ruler of this world's creatures. Her staff began radiating a purple vital energy. With a fierce aura, Yan stepped forward, declaring, taste the prototype weapon forged from Demon Firestar. But the crystal soul quickly intervened, wait, don't strike, let me handle this. Before the words even finished, Yan had already closed in on the towering Kasuna. Just then, the crystal soul shouted, you must let me finish first. In her hands, its sword rapidly transformed in both form and power. It immediately raised the sword, aiming to finish Yan in one strike. Seeing this, she furrowed her brow and thought it seemed the sword was still usable. Yan quickly ordered Yan Xiao Yuanzhan to prepare. But our side wasn't pushovers either. While Yan Xiao seized Kasuna's sword to block its attack, Yan seized the moment and leapt high into the air. Then, with confidence, she dove downward, aiming to strike Kasuna with lightning speed. But things didn't go as planned, Kasuna sensed it and instantly shot out several thin strands from its arm. In the blink of an eye, those strands wove into a long spear, which Kasuna raised high. Noticing this, Yan Xiao realized he could once again channel demonic flames. He immediately split apart, shifting into a defensive stance. The monster Kasuna saw its chance and lunged forward wildly, brandishing its newly formed spear. In an instant, it impaled Yan Xiao with the spear. Only then did Yan Xiao realize it had been a feint. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the attack reached Yin Yan, forcing her to one knee. Seeing this, Zian rushed forward and asked, "Miss Qi, are you alright?" Yin Yan watched the battle unfold, thinking to herself, "This isn't good, we can't avoid this." She strained to cast a spell, thinking, "We should retreat and regroup first." Thus, Yan Xiao was swiftly brought back as well. Witnessing this, Zian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's called a divine being. The crystal soul spoke, "Regardless, Kasuna is a great existence capable of creating life." The divine eye provided information. Kasuna, the mutated avatar, the former ruler of Peak Wind, had been infected by an ancient entity. Originally a god-tier being, it was downgraded and highly fused after infection, capable of infinite revival as long as its soul remained intact. The crystal soul believed that to kill it, one must exhaust all its souls, and only souls could destroy souls. The crystal soul added, "But your foreign soul power can only disrupt its physical form." Zian replied, "Meaning we can't deal any real damage to Kasuna." But Yan Yan smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, little princess." She struggled to stand, thinking they might as well try again. Just then, Zian spoke up to stop her. However, her mount was just injured, which also proves her strength. Yan Yan said with a firm gaze, "This proves she's worthy of being my opponent, just like you." Despite her injuries, she still rose against the odds. Yan Yan believed that if this spear could strike her, then I could prove to those watching superiors that I was in the right. After listening, Zian sighed and muttered, "You're lost in thought again. Such a battle maniac, don't you know what fear is?" But then, he suddenly realized, wait, fear. Speaking of fear, Zian recalled every detail from earlier and calculated, no matter what attack she endured, she could regenerate. But when facing that spear, she blocked it. Zian mused to himself, could she be afraid? Is it because of that spear? The Divine Eye quickly provided information. Demon Fire Star, a special spiritual crystal forged from Demon Fire spiritual energy under extreme pressure, possessing all attributes of Demon Fire. It can be used to forge Demon Fire weapons, a unique spiritual energy form capable of affecting both physical and non-physical existences. Legend says it can slay intangible entities like souls. With this in mind, Zian confidently said, "Just as I thought. That spear can harm souls." The soul crystal echoed, "What? That means that spear is now the only weapon that can kill Kasuna." Zian immediately approached Yin Yan and said, "Miss Qi, we didn't even get a chance to explain." Yin Yan cut in, "I've already heard your analysis." Zian suggested, "Then let me distract her." Yin Yan replied with a smile, "And I'll make sure she feels a satisfying strike." Yin Yan added, "To be honest, if it weren't for this planet's ridiculous rules, we might have gotten along well." Hearing this, Zian responded, "I feel the same way. By the way, fighting alongside you, Miss Qi, is an honor." With that, the two joined forces against the monster. Zian declared, "Then I'll stop holding back." Hearing this, the sword spirit asked in confusion, "Stranger, what are you planning?" In an instant, he was encased in a suit of magical armor. Now, Zian had become a warrior fully clad in modernized armor from head to toe. The display read, "Spirit Beast Origin Armor, formed by materializing primordial energy to enhance abilities." The user's abilities change functions based on different source attributes. Zian was puzzled, could this be the talent he had parasitized? Beside him, the sword spirit exclaimed, "Outsider, what new trick is this?" Then Zian noticed that even the sword's form had changed. The blade shattered in an instant. "Hey, don't just stand there, the sky is about to crash down." In the blink of an eye, Kasuna appeared before Zian, raising a massive sword to strike. But just as Kasuna's sword descended, a deafening blast erupted, and a beam of light shot into the heavens. The monster looked stunned. Zian said, "Sorry about that." The crystal soul chimed in, "We're not so easy to take down." It turned out Zian had used the crystal soul to block the attack, and it immediately spoke up. "Outsider, you nearly broke me fending off Kasuna's giant sword." It grumbled. "Stop using me as a shield." Zian replied, "It was instinct. Besides, is now really the time for this?" Seizing the moment, Zian shouted, "Miss Jiang, now!" Before the monster could react, Yin Yan plunged from the sky, spear in hand. With fierce momentum, she lunged at Kasuna. But below, Kasuna swiftly extended its tentacles. The tentacles coiled around Yin Yan, and she thought, this isn't good. In an instant, Kasuna had her restrained, and she cursed under her breath, "Those wretched tentacles." Zian immediately realized Miss Jiang was in danger. Seeing the monster about to strike Yin Yan, he thought, I have to help her. He quickly broke free from Kasuna's blade.
Then he transformed his sword into a magical rhinoceros.
He guided it toward Yan Yan.
The sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, "Outsider, you two sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeves."
Xian awkwardly replied, "MHM.
I didn't even know how I did that just now."
Xian wondered, that was clearly a manifestation, but I haven't even reached the Golden Realm yet? The Divine Eye provided information. Metallic lifeforms have an extremely high correlation with mental energy.
And they can amplify the user's mental energy several-fold. The essence of mutation is achieving a virtualized ability effect through the resonance of spiritual power between the beast tamer and their master. Reaching the golden rank is merely because the master's spiritual power intensity requires the beast armor to release the combined conditions of their own spiritual energy. Using life metal alongside the beast armor fulfills the conditions for activating mutation. Seeing Yan Yan already rescued by the mysterious T-armor, Xian couldn't help but wonder his junior's techniques came from the spellcaster sect.
What connection did they share?
Despite her injuries, Kasuna remained in a stable and healthy condition. However, the crystal soul cautioned that the outsider's tricks still couldn't handle him.
The boy simply replied, "I'm not blind."
Gazing at the powerful monster before him, he mused to himself, if that's the case, he might as well relax.
Ignoring the crystal soul's warnings, Xian activated Corpse Surprise.
Hey, don't take unnecessary risks, the boy calculated, noting that mutation was already in play.
Xian silently decided to make the most of it. He immediately commanded Corpse Surprise to attack Kasuna.
He thought to himself it was time for his true self to step in. With confidence, he called out, "Corpse Surprise."
Suddenly, a spatial gate opened behind Kasuna. She instantly raised her guard.
But it was too late. Corpse Surprise lunged from behind, fiercely pouncing on Kasuna. It instantly clamped onto the monster's head, while Xian charged forward, longsword in hand.
Seizing the moment as Kasuna was still disoriented by Corpse Surprise's mist,
he thrust his sword straight into the monster's side.
Xian couldn't resist teasing, "What do whales love to eat the most?"
After landing a few basic strikes, making Kasuna struggle, he declared loudly,
"The answer is giant squid." At the same time, Xian gave the signal, "Miss Jiang, now." Yan Yan sensed the perfect moment and said confidently, "Finally."
She gripped her spear and pointed it at Kasuna. "I'll show you what I'm made of." Finding the right position, Yan Yan hurled her spear forward with all her might, shouting excitedly, "Demon firepower."
Yet Yan Yan's spear was blocked by a magical shield.
Seeing this, both were stunned to discover the shield.
Yan Yan couldn't help but mutter, "Darn it, almost had it."
Xian plunged his sword into the severed muscle layer of Kasuna and said, "My apologies." Hearing this, the sword spirit yelped in surprise, "Oh no, why would you say that all of a sudden?"
Flustered, it asked, "Wait, what are you planning to do? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this?" Xian leaped onto the blade and politely said, "Mind if I borrow your face for a moment?" Just as he gathered his strength to execute his plan, the sword spirit kept shouting, "It's going to break, it's going to break." Immediately after, Xian swiftly dismounted the blade and dashed away like a gust of wind. While the sword spirit cursed behind him, "You despicable outsider." Xian soared into the air, shifting his focus to the flame spear embedded in the shield, and without hesitation, took a striking stance. With a single kick, the spear tip pierced through the shield and plunged into the monster's unhealed wound. This strike sent violent tremors through Kasuna's entire body. A dazzling purple glow erupted in all directions as the flame spear asked, "Is this finally over?" At that moment, Xian landed back on the ground, leaving behind only the smoldering corpse of the monster. Gazing at Kasuna's remains, he realized, "Is this the fate of a god?" Xian sighed, "I didn't expect it to be so beautiful." After removing his armor, Yan Ran stepped forward to thank him. "Thank you, Xian." She believed that this time, those stubborn old fools wouldn't dare trouble them again. Nor would they question the power of the demon fire. Xian asked, "I've always wondered, what exactly is Miss Qi trying to prove?" Hearing this, Yan Ran replied, "You'll understand once you get the chance to visit the origin star." Suddenly, the crystal spirit chimed in, "Sorry to ruin the mood, but I think you should look over there." Just then, a narrow spatial gate appeared in the air, gradually expanding. Xian thought to himself, "A portal." Before the gate, all objects were being pulled toward it, forcing Xian and his companions to resist with all their might. As they struggled, Xian asked, "Why does it have to appear now of all times?" The crystal spirit frowned, "Aren't you all trying to get back?" Beside them, Tianwei immediately said, "But not like this. We haven't found the real culprit yet." "Something feels off," Zihao exclaimed in alarm, "What's going on?" A subordinate hastily reported, "Young master, this reaction." The man stared at the surveillance screen in shock, "It's a portal." With a deep rumble, a terrifying force surged forth, as if a starving beast wants to devour everything in its path. That massive vortex seemed like a bottomless stomach, constantly sucking in everything around it. Zihua was confused and muttered that even buildings were being pulled in.
After hearing this, a subordinate explained that it was a fusion gate, a portal. He replied, "So, this world and the Wanzhou Nest secret realm are merging through this portal?" Then, the crystal spirit finally shouted loudly, "Hey, outsider!" It angrily demanded, "Where are you taking me?" Xian grinned and answered, "To my home, of course. And just so you know, my place is huge." Meanwhile, the portal continued to suck everything into it. It was like a spatial leap. When you wake up, you're already somewhere else. Zihua asked again, still puzzled, "Is this your home?" The jump had knocked Zihua out, and when he slowly opened his eyes, he felt someone watching him. Rolling hills stretched out before him. Tianwu crossed her arms and asked Xian, "How long are you planning to lie there?" Xian blushed and snapped, "Ugh, what were you even looking at just now?" Xian quickly sat up, and Tianwu explained, "It seems the portal didn't send us back to our original location. Maybe it's because the two worlds have different time flows?" After scanning their surroundings, she continued, "This is the desert near White Qilan City, but it looks closer to Black Mist City." Xian still looked flushed, as if drunk, and proudly replied, "That's right, this desert is massive." Padian suddenly pointed in one direction and shouted, "Everyone, look! There's a city over there. Let's check it out first." The crystal spirit grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Hey, outsider! Why is your home so dry?" It kept complaining, "After all that fighting, we end up in this lifeless place. I wanted a beautiful city." Xian gripped his sword hilt and said, "Quiet down. This is a desert. Of course there's no water." Losing patience, he sheathed his sword and muttered, "Why am I even explaining this? Go find water yourself." The crystal spirit grew even angrier and yelled, "Hey! What are you doing? You sneaky outsider? You're just going to ignore me?" Once the sword was sheathed, the crystal spirit's complaints vanished. Xian finally said with satisfaction, "Now, let's head to Black Sand City." Truthfully, there was no other choice but to go to Black Sand City. He sighed. "No matter what, we can't walk back to White Qilan City. The sight of Crane Sand City is indeed harsh, devoid of any beauty of life." Zihao stood up, leaning on a piece of debris sucked in by the portal. And after looking around, he guessed they had returned to the 10,000 bead secret realm. A woman's voice rang out, "Second brother, save me," he muttered to himself, "Zining." It was Zining. Her body was floating in midair, her collar caught on a piece of debris. "Up there! Up there!" she shouted. Zining looked bewildered, unsure how she had ended up in such a situation. After being rescued, her expression relaxed, and she sat leisurely in a chair, smiling. A subordinate reported to Zihao, "Young master, it's a video call from the clan leader." Before Zihao could answer, Zining cheered, "Yay! We're going home. How is the situation?" "Did you find what we were looking for?" the young master's voice came through. Zihao immediately replied, reporting to the clan head. "We found it, exactly as expected. It's highly valuable," he said with a hint of satisfaction. Zihao continued, "Zining and I are on our way back to the origin star." The young master sounded pleased and asked, "Good. What about the Crimson Beauty?" Zihao hesitated. "She isn't with us." Before he could finish, the clan head interrupted him. "I know. Keep this confidential for now. We need to gather all our forces to deal with the hostile factions in the 10,000 beads secret realm." A blurred figure appeared on the screen. It was the clan head Zihao had mentioned, his words exuding confidence. "Once the time is right, wiping out those remnants will be a matter of moments before our combined fleet. Just focus on what I've arranged," the clan head said before cutting the call. Zihao respectfully replied, "Yes, clan head." Just after the call ended, Zihao suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." He left his seat and began questioning the subordinate who had reported earlier. "Our Bai family has always revered our elders. That's why we address them with respect, using terms like honored master, while the head of the family is called the clan head. I had never heard the term clan leader before. I thought Zihao wouldn't mind, but he turned out to be so meticulous." He approached the subordinate from earlier, his tone laced with menace. "Who the hell is this guy, daring to impersonate someone from the Bai family?" Knowing he couldn't hide the truth, the subordinate removed the uncomfortable disguise. Once the clothes were off, a striking figure was revealed. Silver hair cropped short, fishnet stockings, and a tight black leather outfit. It was Miss Bai, appearing in a different form. Miss Bai revealed her true self and admitted to Zihua, "You're quite observant. I never expected to be tripped up by such an outdated custom." By then, the Bai family's men had surrounded them, warning in unison, "Don't move. Stay still." She seemed unfazed, even amused. "Not bad, your security reacts fast." Miss Bai's voice dropped low, but before she could finish speaking, her hand was already on her weapon. With confidence, Miss Bai charged forward. "Did you really think I'd surrender without a fight?" Zihua's men, seeing her advance, opened fire without hesitation. Every bullet flew toward her, yet none struck their mark.
The subordinates exchanged shocked glances. How is she dodging everything? This luck is downright eerie. Zihua was hit as well. He barked at his men, "Hey! Stop firing wildly."
By then, Miss Bai had closed the distance. As she appeared before him, ready to strike, Zihua's mind flashed with a single thought: this is bad.
Her weapon pierced through Zihua.
Blood spilled from his mouth.
Though in agony, he demanded, "Who's behind this?"
Miss Bai refused to answer, replying, "It's obvious.
It's your enemy." Zining, in tears, supported the wounded Zihua, asking in confusion, "Why? You don't look like some lowly outsider."
Suddenly, the Bai family's men were ambushed.
A deep voice rang out, "What did you call us?"
Diego Barrow appeared and swiftly took out the Bai family's guards, declaring,
"You people from beyond are so arrogant." His voice dripped with hatred as he continued, "You invade our planet, call us inferior, yet whose lives matter more now?" Diego Barrow grabbed Zihua's face, thinking he had the upper hand, sneering, "What's the difference? Humans die when killed. We're all the same in the end."
"But they didn't come here to kill you people from the Ziheo families, that's just a matter of time. What they really need is the lifeboat." Diego Barrow began revealing his true intentions.
"Today was just a warning. We'll let you off for now, but next time, we won't be so polite.
Now, tell us where the lifeboat is, quickly." On the airship, something was launched into space. Meanwhile, Zian and his group were still on their way to Black Mist City, but things weren't going smoothly.
Patian was getting impatient. He sighed. "We've already come this far."
Zian observed their surroundings and guessed, "It seems there's more than one portal here like ours."
Tian Yu felt helpless. "Forget that, I'd rather have the butler send a driver to pick me up, like before." Seeing her still daydreaming, Zian reminded her. "The situation in Belan City isn't over yet. We're still wanted criminals." Patian's had enough of this. But it is really overheating. Tian Yu pushed everything aside. "Enough. We'll deal with it when we reach Black Mist City."
From above, a figure stood on the city wall, looking down. A familiar voice called out, "Wow, what a coincidence."
Zian stopped in his tracks, thinking, "This feels familiar." The figure leaped down from behind them. It was Qi Yan. She continued, "I thought you were still in the Ghost Shadow realm?" Before Zian could respond, she launched into a speech. "Since we've run into each other, let's cut to the chase. Before I go, here's a word of advice. The higher-ups have decided to launch a second attack on the 10,000 Beasts secret realm." Suddenly, a massive object appeared behind her. Zian stared in shock. "Is that a battleship?" Qi Yan explained, "Once the attack begins, there'll be more than just this one. The only way to stop them is one thing. Prove that the city-states of Belan City hold dominion over this world. In other words, kill the ruler of this world." She grabbed a cable and climbed onto the battleship, waving casually at Zian's group. "Personally, I'd rather you return to the origin realm. Stop meddling in this little world. Anyway, I've said my piece, I have to report back. See you." Zian tried to stop her, shouting, "Wait." But the battleship had already vanished without a trace. Zian whined tearfully. "At least give us a ride." He looked up at the speeding warships, sighing to himself, "Wow, they're fast." He continued thinking, "Breach the secret realm of 10,000 Schemes Island and kill the sovereign." Zian groaned inwardly, no rest for the weary at all. Night fell over Black Sand City. Though the sky was thick with clouds, the stars still shone brightly. Zian and his group finally arrived in Black Sand City, and Patian excitedly shouted, "We're finally here, Black Sand City." Zian, exhausted, suggested, "It's scorching. Let's grab something to drink." Tian Wu nodded in agreement. The group paused and entered a well-known spot called Seven Dragons Sect No. 7, a popular place on Black Sand City's social network. A familiar voice greeted them. "3 mint teas for you." Patian lounged lazily in his chair as the shop played the news. "Today is August 18th, Friday. Welcome to the latest news." Zian felt something was off and turned to Tian Wu. "Wait. Wasn't it August 15th when we entered the Phantom World?" She realized the discrepancy too. "We were only there for a day, right?" The news continued. "Breaking news, the Border Patrol warship intrusion incident from 2 days ago is under investigation. The injured were officials of the original regime." Tian Wu suddenly turned to Zian. "The conclusion is, 1 day inside equals 3 days out here." Amid the news broadcast, the bilateral summit between Black Sand City and Blue Gem City concluded successfully today. Blue Gem City's Lord Don Lisi attended the bilateral goodwill parade today. Next up was a follow-up on the earlier report. Zian kept analyzing. He offered his theory, it might not be that simple. Could be the portal's fault.
It didn't just cross space, it crossed time too.
Tian Wu's voice grew urgent. No matter what, we've missed the chance to save father. The news continued playing in the background. Military patrol vehicles have arrived at the viral spot, 7 Dragon Sect number 7, in Black Sand City.
Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the shop.
Xian shielded himself from the flying glass shards. Amid the chaos, the news broadcast an emergency alert.
The military convoy of the southern city's lord has come under unidentified attack.
Is this the place? Patian called out fearfully. What on earth happened here?
Outside were the wrecked remains of cars, as if they had been hit by a series of attacks.
Xian and his group could no longer sit and drink tea.
After rushing outside, they saw someone, and the 3 of them quietly guessed who that person might be. Amidst a cloud of pink smoke, the figure of a young girl gradually appeared, carrying another person on her back.
Could it be a kidnapping?
Yufeng Tian sensed something was wrong and immediately covered her mouth and nose while warning, "This smoke is toxic."
Xian strained to see who these people were, thinking, who are they? That emblem. He recognized the emblem as belonging to the witchcraft sect.
Seeing them flee so quickly, Xian had no time to react and could only curse under his breath.
Darn it, they're so fast.
By then, Xian had already inhaled the toxic gas. He felt a little dizzy, but his mind kept racing. It seemed the witchcraft sect was active again. Unable to resist, Xian slowly collapsed, his thoughts growing hazy.
It must be a plan. Just now, couldn't let them.
He finally passed out, only managing to gasp a few words. Darn it, the toxic gas. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose. The last thing Xian saw was the military arriving to rescue the civilians, led by a woman.
The military reported, safe now. Safe. Prioritize searching for survivors.
All he could think was, the military uniforms. Blue City, before slipping into unconsciousness. The woman standing before him said, "You are Grandmaster Bai's grandson." When Xian opened his eyes again, he was in an unfamiliar place. He thought blankly, this is a strange residence.
Xian lay in a tidy room, muttering in confusion, where am I? Then a voice called out, hey, he's awake.
Quick, inform the city lord. 2 unfamiliar men exchanged glances before reporting through their communicators.
City lord, young Master Bai is awake. He sat up, feeling a bit dizzy, wondering, who are they? Is this a hospital? A blue-haired woman appeared in the doorway.
You're finally awake, she said. Xian thought she looked familiar.
This person.
Before he could recall, Dongli continued, I won't ask why a wanted criminal from Belan City is in Haisha City.
Not my business anyway. But since you were at the attack site, I need to ask you some questions. Do you still remember what that kidnapper looked like, or anything unusual about them? Only now do you realize that woman was the city lord of Lanlan City. You try to recall the moment the kidnapper appeared, while Xian speculates in his mind if the city lord is here talking, then who could the kidnapped person be?
Jiqi, you remember Lan Jiqi's appearance, she was a lively girl. You recall seeing her once at an auction before. She was a prodigy with extraordinary talent. The events from earlier slowly resurface in Xian's mind, and he suddenly realizes. By this point, she must have already formed a contract with a spatial-type spirit beast.
And spatial abilities can even traverse time. What does the spider cult want with that girl?
A subordinate receives a report and acknowledges it.
Xian doesn't hide anything and reports truthfully.
It was the spider cult. I saw their people at the scene. Dongli rolls his eyes and replies, tell me something I don't already know.
The subordinate reports again, Blue City Lord, Lord Lin says the surveillance data has been restored. Please come and review it. Alright, Dongli replies, I understand. Xian is a little surprised, surveillance? She steps out of the room but doesn't forget to tell Xian, you're coming with me. Xian sits for a moment, silently thinking to himself. Why does the Blue City Lord always sound so sarcastic? Should I call her an old hag?
But then again, I haven't offended her, so I'll let it go.
Dong Li leads Xian to a command room.
Here, there is. Surrounded by modern equipment, Dong Chu spoke to the person inside.
Old man Lin, how is the situation now? A reassuring voice came from within. Dong Chu, please don't worry. He is Lin Gui, also known as Blacktail King, the Lord of Black Chariot City.
Lin Gui reminded Dong Li that no matter what, there were still juniors present, so he should mind his behavior.
Xian looked at Lin Gui, hesitating because of the mask he wore. Upon closer thought, the mask was a bit intimidating.
A familiar voice rang out, Xian, you turn around and see, surprised to
find little Phoenix.
Wait, why does she seem angry?
Xian froze, thinking he should apologize first.
If she started arguing, it wouldn't end well. He stammered, little Phoenix, Contrary to Zian's expectations, Feng Wutian rushed forward and hugged him tightly, saying excitedly, "I'm so glad you're okay."
Zian's face turned red. What's wrong with this woman?
He thought to himself, must have inhaled too much toxic gas, her brains fried. Then he suddenly asked, where's a Yuan?
Upon hearing this, Feng Wutian's attitude shifted abruptly.
She gripped his back tightly.
Feng Wutian said angrily, "I'm here worrying about you, and you're asking about that other person?" Zian gasped, "I can't breathe."
She huffed. "I should just tear you apart." On the other side, Dong Er stared solemnly at Lin Gui. "Why are you staring at me?" he asked softly.
"Ahem, youth is wonderful, isn't it, Dong Er?"
After the joke, Lin Gui grew serious. He activated the system and said,
"Let's handle the main issue first. System, open the projection."
The screen displayed footage from last night's incident.
Lin Gui pointed at a segment and analyzed, "These are all surveillance records. It's clear the culprit acted alone." Zian stepped forward, pointing at a clip and asking, "This is?"
Lin Gui replied, "The moment the vehicle crashed out of the city."
Zian felt a sense of familiarity. "This person looks like the one who kidnapped Ji Qi." Lin Gui ordered, "System, zoom in." Zian watched closely, surprised. Lin Gui stood behind him and asked, "What's wrong? Is it her?" Zian admitted, "Yes. It's her."
He compared the details in his mind but felt the aura was different.
Lin Gui issued a command to his subordinates, "Notify the Intelligence Bureau."
The suspect has been identified.
Tianwu noticed Zian's sudden silence and asked, "Zian, is something on your mind?" Dong Li grew anxious.
After all, that was her niece.
"Since we've confirmed the suspect, let's take action."
"Of course, I'll go myself." Lin Gui tried to stop her but sighed, "Dong Li, even if you insist on going, I can't stop you."
"To avoid diplomatic issues, I'll join the operation too." Zian suddenly spoke up,
Lin Gui turned around, curious.
"Zian, do you have something to add?" Zian hesitated at the tip of her tongue. Was that person really Gu Bai? I must get to the bottom of this.
Zian unconsciously clenched her fists, but with the matters in White Qilan City still unresolved, she had no idea how to explain things to Little Phoenix and a Yuan if she left with the two city lords. Feng Wutian seemed to read her thoughts, sighed, and spoke sincerely.
She suddenly called out loudly, "Zian, Zian."
Wutian placed her hands on her hips.
"If you want to go assist with the investigation, then go. Why the hesitation?"
Zian still wavered, but Wutian continued, "We'll handle things in White Qilan City. My father has friends in Crane Sand City, so you don't need to worry about us.
Besides, you have your own reasons for going, don't you?"
Mao Gui chimed in, "From a legal standpoint, neither Blue City nor Crane Sand City has the authority to arrest criminals from other cities, right? It's not like I'm doing this just to give old Bai face. You don't mind, do you, Dong Li?" Dong Li had no response.
"Either way, you're the key witness. If you want to go, then go. Time is precious, so let's not waste any more of it." Zian felt reluctant.
She thought to herself, Little Phoenix, glancing back at Wu Tian's retreating figure, she whispered an apology, then sighed as if realizing she had expected too much.
What was I even hoping for?
Outside, the military convoy was moving in a single file. Mao Gui reviewed documents while outlining tactics. "Now that we're approaching the target, let me go over the key points for this mission." A train raced along the coastal tracks, with the suspect heading toward Old Pasture City. Inside the passenger car, Gu Bai discreetly examined documents through his sunglasses, careful not to arouse suspicion.
"We didn't ask the train staff to make an emergency stop. Just to slow down."
Meanwhile, two military vehicles closed in, pulling alongside the locomotive.
"This way, we can board from the rear." Once inside, chaos is inevitable. Mao Gui focused intently on the tablet screen.
"In short, once we're on site, we need to control the situation as quickly as possible to avoid chaos." After calmly laying out the plan, he emphasized, "Next, it'll be up to Master Bai to identify the suspect."
"We'll be counting on you then, Master Bai." Zian nodded.
But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Zian pondered for a moment, his fingers lightly touching.
The rear of the train was fixed, its direction couldn't be changed. Once their location was exposed, it would be like being trapped in a metal box.
The train continued hurtling forward, cutting through the barren, windswept land,
making his unease grow stronger. Why transport someone like this? And was that person really Gu Bai?
Just then, the train conductor turned back to report the officer had arrived.
Gue Mao immediately raised his hand, signaling. "Good. Proceed." At that moment, 3 fully armed Special Forces soldiers leapt onto the roof, approaching the carriage connection from the side. Inside, Gubai remained calm, watching every step of their advance.
Gubai narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy as it swept over them, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Suddenly, one of the soldiers whispered there was a passenger nearby, closing in. Then, he slowly raised his gun toward her. As they neared her seat, preparing to conduct a surprise inspection, he said, "Please cooperate." But Gubai's figure had already vanished. Where is she? At the same time, she reappeared from above, her disguise discarded, lunging straight at the soldier. By the time he reacted, it was too late. This is bad. After landing, Gubai clamped her long legs around his head, her eyes sharp with intent. The soldiers instantly surrounded her, guns raised as they shouted, "Fire!" But she suddenly leaned back, ducking low while keeping her grip on her target. She let the bullets from her comrades whistle past her. They kept firing at the enemy ahead, but fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he was unharmed. Suddenly, Gubai sprang backward, delivering a powerful kick to the encircling soldiers. Then, she swiftly unleashed bolts of purple lightning, striking them one by one. Damn, she's too fast. The soldiers fell one after another, unable to resist. She's a beast tamer. Finally, Gubai took down the last soldier. She tossed her hair back, casting a scornful glance at the fallen soldiers. Not even enough to warm up. Just then, a hesitant voice came from behind. Gubai? Gubai turned her head. There's one more. Xian acted, stammering, "Is it really you, Gubai?" Why, hearing the name, she coldly repeated it. "Gubai," Dongli shouted sternly from behind. "What are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet?" The wolf ghost beside him quickly reached out to stop him. "Dongli, calm down. Young Master Bai seems to know her." At this moment, Gubai's gaze turned as cold as a blade, filled with eerie danger. With a mocking tone, he said, "The person you mentioned is probably that unlucky kid, right? She's no longer here. The ones in front of you now are completely different. There's not a trace of her former clarity left." Upon hearing this, Xian quickly pressed, "What do you mean by no longer here?" Gubai smirked mockingly. "It seems you know nothing." Her eyes instantly reddened, flickering with an unnatural flame, as she sneered coldly. This unlucky kid was so weak, an orphan. Who do you think protected her all these years? She placed her finger to her lips, as if guarding a secret. That's right, me. A secret even she didn't know about. Only then did Xian's eyes widen in shock as he realized, could it be? Do you have a split personality? He immediately recalled the once frail and desperate Gubai, constantly crying for help. In other words, Gubai was in danger. Would her other personality take control to protect her? Regaining his composure, Xian locked eyes with her. Even so, why are you helping the cursed sect? But the current Gubai acted as if it were no big deal, answering casually, "It's just about mutual benefit." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Report! An emergency has arisen." Lin Gue immediately asked, "What's going on?" The soldier hesitated before replying, "You might not believe what I'm about to say." He recalled the chaos outside, howling winds whipping up sand and trees. He hurriedly reported, "A sandstorm. Ever since Blue Scale City's technology was implemented, there hasn't been a sandstorm in 20 years. Yet today, one appeared out of nowhere." He was taken aback, muttering, "That's impossible. It's too unnatural." The soldier continued urgently, "Wait, there's more." As the sandstorm grew fiercer, someone spotted something within the swirling sands. Moments later, the ground near the train tracks began to shake violently. A massive creature with rough skin and sharp horns burst from the earth, sending debris flying. The entire carriage lurched violently, making it hard for everyone to stay upright. Wolf Ghost immediately recognized the beast. A Giza sandworm. It opened its gaping maw, revealing spiraling rows of razor-sharp teeth. All around, it seemed ready to crush the entire train at any moment. In the corner of the carriage door, Miss Bai slowly leaned out, her eyes fixed on the distant black giant worm. As if she had been waiting for this moment, she whispered to herself, "It's finally here." A sudden cough came from behind, and Xian quickly moved closer, waiting. Breathing heavily, he frowned and demanded, "What exactly are you two planning?" But Miss Bai paid no attention. She calmly carried her suitcase and stepped out. When a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere. It seemed to have been guarding the carriage door all along. "How is anyone still alive?" She answered bluntly, "Just look for yourself and you'll know." Diego Barrow was puzzled. The one she couldn't bring herself to harm. Miss Bai walked out directly and replied coldly, "Isn't he just being kept as a spare?" He sat up abruptly, surprised to see the person in front of him. What a coincidence.
Zian shouted angrily at the person ahead, Mr. Chi. Diego Barrow lowered his head and warned, stop shouting. Stay here quietly. We're leaving now.
Only then did he realize his entire body was stuck in a murky white mucus.
Unable to move.
He had no idea when it had happened.
He stood up leisurely and smirked, wait until you've grown a bit more. I'll come find you myself.
After all, a spare like you still needs some time. Then, the two climbed onto the back of the black giant worm.
Diego Barrow glanced at Miss Bai beside him and reminded her.
Our boss has been waiting for a long time.
Let's deliver the goods first. So don't sit on the cargo.
Got it? But she remained silent, her gaze lingering somewhere, lost in thought.
Acknowledge the order if you understand.
However, the communication system had been cut off.
Lang Gue turned and reported.
Due to the sandstorm interference, we can only wait until it passes. Dongli leaned against the carriage wall, one foot propped up, complaining with dissatisfaction.
Are we just letting her go like this?
Hearing this, Zian could only lower his head in silence, deep in thought. Finally, she firmly put her foot down and stood up. I don't care who you're involved with.
Something feels off about this.
Then, Dongli made up her mind.
Rescuing Chi Chi is the top priority now. Zian seemed lost in thought, feeling something wasn't right. Based on the current situation, they could have taken him away already. There was no need to delay halfway.
At that moment, Lang Gue placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her.
Calm down, Dongli.
I know you're worried about Chi Chi, but at least young Master Bai understands the enemy.
That's a good thing. It's not exactly a bad thing, though.
Some suspect that young Master Bai did this on purpose, showing up in front of the surveillance cameras, almost as if he were luring us into this desert. After hearing that, Dongli turned and walked away silently. I'm going for a smoke. Lang Gue gave her a meaningful look, calling out, Dongli, but received no response. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the floor, turning instead to comfort Zian beside him. Saying that the Lord of Success spoke that way only because he was too worried about Chi Chi. You couldn't help but glance at the man. Why had this uncle suddenly? Then, he added softly, hoping young Master Bai would understand.
Lang Gue turned his head toward the distance, hesitating to speak.
Judging by his frail appearance, the other man must have been a very important companion to him.
Only then did Zian grab his arm, suddenly realizing, wait, did this uncle think he was throwing a tantrum?
With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he began muttering to himself.
That was a long time ago. Back when I wasn't yet the Lord of Hesha City.
You might find this strange. But he just kept talking as if lost in his own thoughts. He said we all became friends while pursuing the goal of the 4 elemental stars. Training together in the late Shu's secret realm. We shared a secret, one we could see but never speak aloud. Memories of Jingchong desperately avoiding Dongli, while Dongli blushed with shyness, flooded back, full of affection.
So Dongli had feelings for your grandfather.
As his figure blurred with time, Lang Gue continued, but just as we were about to achieve our goal, Jingchong suddenly left. When the two met again, the distance between them had grown too vast. And when they saw each other next, he had already become the Lord of Belan City, gradually drifting away from us like strangers. He also shared the story of a beautiful woman named Dongli. Later, Dongli proved her strength and caught the eye of the Lan family of Lan City, marrying their worthless eldest son. After taking his surname and her husband's death, she became the first female lord of Lan City, Dongli.
Lang Gue then turned to his own story, saying softly, as for me, due to my father's legacy, I inherited Hesha City and became known as the Blacktail King.
Perhaps sensing Zian's displeasure at these words, he slowly recounted these past events. I just wanted to tell you not to dwell too much on old companions.
Because you'll find it's really not that big a deal. As Lang Gue walked farther away, his gaze became distant. He mused to himself, who would have thought the two lords were his grandfather's old friends? Young Zian was still lost in thought. Gu Bai's appearance had clearly clouded his judgment. Even as the train derailed, he couldn't help but wonder, was he jumping to conclusions? Instead of wildly guessing the cursed sect's purpose here, why not try a different approach? Let's quietly wait for things to unfold.
Maybe after the sandstorm passes,
the answer will reveal itself.
Suddenly, another sound came from outside the glass door, catching Zian's attention.
What was happening?
Then, from somewhere, came the crisp sound of slurping noodles. The person chewed while sighing about the desert's taste, just like this bowl of noodles, so bland and dull. Suddenly, there was a reckless, long sliding sound. At the same time, the person tilted their body and calmly concluded, just as expected, so dry. Finally, the person shattered the carriage window and fell out freely. Everything happened too fast, no one could react.
Zian was stunned. What had just fallen out? He and Lin Gui moved closer and saw it was Aolei. Aolei pushed himself up with his hands, raised his eyebrows, and stood up. He grumbled in frustration, what a waste of that bowl of noodles. In the distance, Dong Li immediately sensed something off. When she looked into the person's eyes, she couldn't help but shudder. This person was an oblong rectangle lying sideways. Dong Li instantly drew her azure blue sword, pointing it at his throat. You're from the cursed sect. Unable to contain her emotions, she shouted, what's your purpose in kidnapping my niece? Aolei quickly raised his hands to stop her, insisting, don't point that sword at me. And I'm not from the cursed sect. Xian immediately interjected, my master knows this person. She squinted and asked, who is he? He hesitantly raised a finger and explained, he's an old friend of my grandfather's. Xian scratched his head and added, it's complicated, but he's definitely not an accomplice to the kidnappers. Dong Li lowered her sword, staring at the carefree man before her. I see. But suddenly, the tip of her sword pressed against Aolei's throat again, startling him. She narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. But he's still connected to that person. Untrustworthy. Hearing this, Xian sighed in exasperation, grandfather, oh grandfather, what have you done? Suddenly, Lin Gui stepped forward, gently pressing down her sword hand, and called out. Dong Li, don't be so worked up. Let the past stay in the past. He hugged her and sighed, you really haven't changed at all. Aolei immediately raised two fingers, politely requesting to speak. Alright, I'd like to get a sense of the current situation first, so I'll interrupt for a moment, my apologies. Then, he continued explaining based on his understanding. First, the Blue City Lord's granddaughter was kidnapped by the Solar Radiance sect or perhaps the Witchcraft sect. As the train lay overturned, Aolei picked up the conversation, saying that during the pursuit, an accident occurred, and they were stranded here due to a sandstorm. Aolei pondered, recalling the wrecked cabin. He went on, saying that after the sandstorm subsided, he accidentally fell. And then he met everyone. Is everyone alright? Xian lost his patience and made a gesture. Stop, he said coldly, glaring at Aolei. Aolei, you've talked enough. Just tell us why you're here. At this, he smiled and pointed at Xian, explaining, haven't you noticed? My goal is the same as yours. Xian crossed his arms in surprise and widened his eyes, asking, you're also chasing the Witchcraft sect? Aolei quickly replied, of course. My Moon Concealment sect exists to monitor the Solar Radiance sect's activities, they're always up to no good. Inside the ship, Guimao finally spoke up with his question. Wait, this gentleman is from the Moon Concealment sect? And the Solar Radiance sect is? Hearing this, Aolei hurriedly explained. The Solar Radiance sect is what you call the Witchcraft sect, and the Moon Concealment sect. Just think of us as the opposing side. Also, Aolei is just my surname. Our original clan is used to addressing people this way. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky, its rotors roaring loudly. And someone reported, Commander, we've arrived. The people inside the ship looked at Guimao, who was giving orders through his headset. Good, bring us up first. The helicopter hovered against the fiery sky. Inside the ship, the soldier at the controls turned back and asked, Commander, where are we heading now? Guimao turned around and pointed. First, scout for any traces of giant creatures moving nearby. The hostage is still with them, so we must catch up as soon as possible. Below, Xian sat beside Dong Li, muttering, what's going on with this desert? Aolei looked at him, raised his index finger, and said seriously, the purpose. There is indeed some intelligence, and it concerns you. Xian pointed at himself in confusion and asked, it concerns me? Explain. Aolei answered directly, that's right. Then he began counting on his fingers. Do you remember what happened half a year ago? In Azure Sky Forest in Giant Ice City? Xian let out a cold laugh, recalling his encounter with Arthur and Asmodon, and asked, wait, are you talking about the two high priests from the Spellbound sect? Aolei raised an eyebrow and replied, exactly. He mentioned their actions, saying that the Sun Radiance sect is now facing a shortage of combat power, so they are doing everything they can to find the Spider Queen. In front of the Moon Concealment sect, we strengthened our power through blessings. And that's all because you, Xian, killed those two high priests. Dong Li was shocked, his eyes widening as he blurted out, what? Lin Gui was equally stunned, gritting his teeth in admiration of Xian's strength. So young and already. Dong Li sincerely praised Xian, that's a diamond-rank powerhouse. He patted Xian's head, but Xian dodged the praise and humbly replied, it was nothing. I just got lucky. Despite the praise, he remained cautious. However, he added, the situation is indeed complicated. He mulled over his next move, recalling that Yin Yan had said his father had already gathered an army and would soon defeat the Spider Queen. Chi-Chi had already taken action, he thought. Maybe this time, Chi-Chi's move could directly uncover clues about the Spider Queen. But by then,
they would have to face both the Spider Cult and the Spider Queen. There were still too many unknowns, and more importantly, many things were still unclear. Donnelly clenched his hands on his thighs, furrowing his brow as he asked, "So what does the Spider Cult finding the Spider Queen have to do with my granddaughter?" Ale was also puzzled, saying, "That's what I want to figure out. Their behavior is full of mysteries." This made him suspect that the Spider Cult's continuous capture of untalented and ordinary people might be for. Then, Zian suddenly remembered something and realized. Right. The Iron Awakener once said Chi-Chi was strange. Ale seemed to have guessed Chi-Chi's identity and asked, covering his mouth, "Your daughter is a beast tamer with a rare talent." Donnelly also seemed to realize it, recalling, "Yes, it was during our visit to Hesha City. At the time, Chi-Chi had already awakened her talent, and it happened without. The rock awakened naturally, and Chi-Chi effortlessly gained extraordinary abilities in front of everyone." When Langue first recalled the event, he added, "I still remember the chaos at the time. So there was no time to conduct an aptitude assessment." Even more surprising, there were reports of spatial rifts appearing in the desert. Zian shrugged with a smirk. That blue-skin creature made them sick to their stomachs. Stranger still, spatial aberrants only existed in legends. And voluntarily forming a contract with Chi-Chi was unheard of. Ale suddenly stood up, startling the other three, and pointed loudly, "That's the thing." Ale said worriedly, "Let me explain. Spatial aberrants are higher-dimensional beings that can freely set up portals between different spaces. The Sunwine sect is trying to exploit this ability." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "So they must first control the person who formed the contract with it." Chi-Chi now stood before a door crackling with eerie purple lightning. According to Ale, they would use the portal to search for the Spider Queen. He urged everyone anxiously, "We're running out of time." Just then, a helicopter was flying overhead, passing over a massive ravine. The pilot immediately reported, "Sir, we've got a sighting." Lingue rushed over, gripping the seat tightly as the pilot continued. "The marks below must be from the black mist quake." He ordered them to follow the trail. The sky darkened as time grew short. He pressed, "Hurry and catch up to them." The helicopter followed the trail below. The scene shifted to a space filled with spiderwebs. Gubai followed Diego, sneering, "Our trail won't be noticed, will it?" "That's so unprofessional." Diego turned around, glancing at her coldly. "I have my own plan," he warned, "just like I know what you're really up to." Gubai seemed confident, challenging him outright, "Then say it. Don't make baseless accusations." Diego raised an eyebrow, pointing directly at her face. "I'm not interested in your goals, but remember this." Diego's eyes widened as he grabbed Gubai, saying coldly, "Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd still be trapped in that mine." Gubai showed no fear in response to his actions. She remained. "Feeling a bit cheeky, it seems I really should thank you properly." Faced with such blatant provocation, Diego let go and quickly turned to leave, tossing back a warning, "Remember, don't cross the line." She clutched her luggage tightly, rubbing her neck as she shot him a glare. Diego scanned the area once more before ordering, "Lastly, don't forget. Keep that informant alive. He must not die." By now, night had fallen, and the last traces of twilight faded into the horizon. The helicopter arrived at a gray, desolate-looking building complex. The place seemed abandoned, but a broadcast crackled to life, "The target's trail ends here." Langue poked his head out of the cabin and announced, "This is the abandoned research institute of Hesha City." He then ordered everyone to investigate inside. Once inside, the group looked around curiously. Zian spoke up, asking, "What was this place used for?" Langue took it upon himself to explain. "This institute once researched sandstorm control solutions." Donnelly countered. "But Blue City's technology already solved Hesha City's sandstorm problem, at least up until now." Zian extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy. "In this area, his Death's Eye ability might reveal something." He muttered to himself, "Death's Eye. Begin scanning the surroundings." His gaze flickered, something beneath the ground caught his attention. He pressed his hand to the floor. And after probing, an image appeared. He gasped. "A Spirit City power reaction?" Just then, a deep, cubic structure materialized beneath his feet. "An elevator?" he muttered in surprise. "Why would there be an elevator here?" Zian took a step back, accidentally triggering a switch underfoot, and froze. The underground elevator suddenly appeared, startling Ale, who plopped down on the ground. And cursed, "What the?" The four gathered in front of the elevator doors. Donnelly turned to Langue with a frown. "It seems this lab wasn't abandoned after all." Ale finally regained his composure, peering inside with a furrowed brow. "This looks suspicious. I suggest we scout it out first."
They stepped into the elevator.
Langue tucked his hands into his pockets and reassured them, at least this shady elevator proves we're in the right place.
Zian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's not just a suspicious elevator. Dongli, too, eyed their surroundings warily. Where do you think this elevator leads?
A flicker of blue light flashed in Zian's eyes as he thought coldly, feeling more and more like he was being led by the nose. In the cramped space, the elevator moved slowly, forming a deep passage as Zian continued to scheme.
The city lord of Hashia City didn't know about this research base either.
The only possibility was a traitor within Hashia City, or perhaps.
Mao Gui finally answered Dong Li's question.
To be honest, I have no idea where this elevator leads.
Zian scanned with his spiritual sense. Mao Gui wasn't lying, but he still suspected him. Truthfully, it wasn't City Lord Lin.
The elevator doors opened, and the four stepped out, looking around.
Mao Gui hesitated and said, "This is..." Something so astonishing made Zian blurt out in surprise, "What the?"
Beneath the Hashia Desert lay another city, a bustling metropolis of towering buildings, teeming with life, right before their eyes.
They couldn't help but marvel.
If this was the city of the cursed sect,
then it was far too advanced.
A system suddenly announced, detecting unauthorized intruders. Instantly, armed figures surrounded them.
Aole gasped. "Oh no, we're surrounded." Zian recalled the earlier monsters.
These people resembled the assassins who had raided Belan City that day. He tensed but sensed something was off.
The system continued its command, "Initiate enemy elimination protocol." Red-eyed machines raised their weapons, ready to attack. Zian sized them up.
They were different from what he'd seen in the news.
With confidence, Zian glanced at the machines riding thorn beasts and blurted,
"Well, at least we came to the right place.
Such an enthusiastic welcome must mean you're inviting us to the portal, right?"
Lin Gui pointed at the figures and said, "Looks like we'll have to break through first." With that, he summoned the Queen Scorpion. Dong Li also summoned his spirit beast and commanded, "Blue Thorn Beast, time for dinner." Seeing the massive thorn beast appear, Ale couldn't help but remark, "Long time no see, your little bugs evolved again." Zian glanced at the spirit beast sleeping on his head but resisted poking fun. "Yeah, while your matcha cat hasn't changed at all." Muling sat up indignantly, crossing her arms as Ale teased,
"Honestly, you're not just here to save someone, are you?" Zian shot back with a cold glare, deliberately asking, "What do you mean?" Ale voiced his deduction, clear and direct, "You've got something on your mind. It's written all over your face." Zian clicked his tongue, annoyed.
This old geezer's way too sharp. By now, they were already locked in battle, the grey-blue abominations lashing out with their elongated tongues. The creature had already devoured several foes, while below, the Scorpion Queen unleashed a barrage of violet beams.
Lin Gui knocked down an enemy, lifting its head to assess.
These things have skulls harder than steel, reinforced metal. They're biomechanical soldiers. Most suspicious is that red circle on their faces.
Looks like an eye.
Suddenly, something detonated, sending debris flying in all directions. A shadowy figure stood atop a structure, gazing down with a heavy sigh.
"What a shame." Zian looked up curiously. "Who's that?"
It was Second Priestess Lilisai, who stroked her neck and remarked, "Next time, shorten the detonation timer." Ale recognized her and called out, "Lilisai."
Zian thought in surprise, another acquaintance?
Muling also turned toward her, adopting a combat stance.
Ale raised an eyebrow. "But you..." Before he could finish, Lilisai interjected, "You mean I died 20 years ago, Teacher Ale?" Ale shuddered, murmuring, "Impossible. I saw it with my own hands."
Zian glanced at him, puzzled.
His disciple?
As Jingjia fought fiercely against the machines, she recounted the events from 2 decades prior.
Just like those puppets.
Then, she spread her arms, summoning her spirit beasts, the demonic clan.
Zian flicked his fingers at Jingjia with a dangerous glint. "Another big one. Kid, let's move." Someone called out, "Wait." Zian turned in surprise. "Ha!" It was Ale, his expression dark as if calculating something. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can't interfere. Let me handle this." With that, he released his spirit beast, commanding, "Boy, show your true form." A 6-armed beast materialized, its skin a sickly green and arcane spirit beast. Identity, race, desolate gods, rank, Diamond Peak. He transmitted, "Zian, this is our matter." Under your shocked gaze, he had already taken off, leaving only a trail of white smoke below. After flying some distance, Ale turned back with an apologetic look. "Zian, this is our fight. We shouldn't have dragged you into this from the start." Zian cut him off. "Wait, hold on. You're describing what happens next. Are you saying you want to run away alone? Or tell me to find some safe place to hide?
You recall the earlier battles. That's right, many of those fights involved you seniors. I don't mean to disrespect you elders. But at this point, you snap angrily at Ale.
Don't treat me like some clueless kid. You pat your chest firmly. I have my own judgment. And I don't need you making decisions for me.
You continue, pointing at yourself. So, elders, let's get this straight, whether it's the banner of salvation or the plan to eradicate the cursed sect, it's my plan from start to finish.
You don't need to look so guilty.
With a determined gaze, you raise your thumb in a final declaration.
Though you're not sure who you picked that up from. Below, the demonic ghosts weren't idle either. As they struck, one remarked, such a fiery personality, just like our revered Lord Bai of the White City.
Madame Bomai swiftly charged toward Ale and Xian, ready to attack, but the two stood their ground. I'm right here, and he's still worried about Xian's safety.
So, what's your plan?
At this moment, Xian says confidently, if they're blocking us here, it means Ji-Chi must be nearby. A swift movement darts forward, raising a hand to shield the eyes, blocking a 3-meter-tall behemoth.
Xian continues explaining his plan, my beast tamer has the advantage in speed. We just need to hold them off. And I can break through the encirclement to find Ji-Chi. Dong Li and Lin Gui hear this and think it makes sense. They nod in agreement. Given the current situation, this seems to be our only option.
Lilisai finally lifts her leg in a high kick, launching an attack at Xian while
furiously demanding, are you treating me like air, discussing your plans so loudly right in front of me?
Xian's cold expression waits for her to take the bait.
He looks up and says, of course we're talking for someone to hear, how else would we lure them in? Ori seizes the opportunity and swings his blade at Lilisai.
Standing before her, he hesitates slightly and says, Lilisai, master doesn't want to kill you anymore. Facing her former master, her eyes glow with a dangerous red light as she coldly replies, the old Lilisai is already dead, Master Ori. In the dimly lit space, Ori swings his blade at Lilisai, but she dodges just in time with a swift kick. He turns and pleads, stop beating around the bush.
I only have one request, no matter your goal, don't kill the heir.
Xian ponders silently but finds it hard to say, this request is quite difficult.
If we don't kill the heir, the fleet will raise the 10,000 curses secret realm. Uncertain, he looks around and says, let's go. Xian mounts his thorn beast and asks uncertainly, will this work? Thorn beast, reassure me, it'll be fine, right?
Only then does he relax, commanding the thorn beast to fly toward the mechanical horde.
He raises his hand and orders, take off.
Xian and the thorn beast unleash electric attacks on the surrounding obstacles,
including the mechanical beings, fighting while excitedly shouting, sorry, I don't have time for this. The two successfully break free from the crowd below and hover above the skyscrapers.
Xian shields his eyes from the sun and gazes in awe at the sight.
The ground below is far more vast than imagined. The thorn beast chimes in.
It feels just like Master's beast taming space. Xian frowns, realizing this is a disadvantage. If it's like this, finding Ji-Chi with just our eyes will be nearly impossible.
But under the God's Eye's false scan function, the range isn't very large, only the treasure-seeking function covers a wide enough area. He recalled that glowing stone from before, right? Hadn't he given Ji-Chi a treasure earlier? If the girl still had it on her now.
With that thought, he gripped the whale beast's fin tightly and scanned the surroundings, hoping that with the beast's speed,
searching the entire area wouldn't take long. He made up his mind. Xian reached out again, commanding, God's Eye, search for treasures nearby.
Spiritual light surged like electricity, scanning the nearby structures as blue radiance lit up the sky. The whale beast soared swiftly through the air. Just then, a flash of light crossed Xian's eyes, a response. He sensed something and quickly said, Whale, slow down.
Pointing at the buildings below, he ordered, over there. The whale beast responded immediately, flicking its tail as it dove downward.
Meanwhile, the group holding back the mechanical man was growing exhausted, even the scorpion queen and the alien lizard struggling to keep up.
Foxfur and Winter leaned against each other, sighing.
These guys are relentless.
No matter how many we take down, more keep coming.
On the other side, Spirit was fighting 3 puppets and had just been knocked to the ground by their combined attack.
Its master was also under Lilith's relentless assault,
barely blocking with his sword as Oral's blade left a deep gash in the ground. He pushed himself up, glaring as he caught his breath. Sweat dripping, he thought, this unexpected opponent is tough. I underestimated her. Lilith has grown much stronger than I realized. Watching Lilith's fighting style and the crimson lightning crackling around her, he couldn't help but admit, she has grown, but... He raised 2 fingers in a gesture, murmuring, looks like external tech has greatly amplified your spiritual power.
I'd wager that enhancement device on your head is the key. Lilith flinched, instinctively touching the back of her head. This old man isn't simple.
Facing her guarded stance, Alb lifted his sword onto his shoulder and pointed it at her, scolding, "Lilith, after all this time, you still don't understand your master's teachings." Just then, the three puppets kept attacking Ice Spirit but failed to land a hit. Ice Spirit effortlessly deflected their strikes as Oral directed from the sidelines. "Most people are using their spirit beasts incorrectly," he remarked, directly pointing at Lilith to highlight her critical weakness, her over-reliance on spiritual energy. If beasts are treated as mere tools of war, their full spiritual power cannot be unleashed. In his mind, the forms of humans and animals appeared, and through each battle, he summarized the experience. We and spiritual beasts are fundamentally the same, both possessing spiritual energy. The essence of beast mastery is merging the spiritual energy of the tamer and the beast into one, creating a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. As her teacher, Ale warned Lilith that she still relied on the amplification device because she and her beast shared only a master-servant bond, while the path of beast mastery was a legacy passed down by their ancestors. This was precisely the lesson, teaching us to respect and understand spiritual beasts, not to enslave or force them. He was the second act of this play. Baphumeat was still seething with rage, roaring at Erbu with his jaws wide open. But he remained composed, simply ordering, "Prepare to move out." The monstrous Baphumeat suddenly swung his massive hand down, sending dust flying in all directions. When he lifted his palm, he found only a gaping fissure below. No one was there. Puzzled, he muttered, "Where did they go? I missed them completely." Hidden nearby, Lilith was just as shocked. She wondered, where could they have run off to? Suddenly, a dark shadow swung a staff at her head. Ale struck downward at Lilith, electricity splitting her body in two. Her mask cracked in half, revealing wide, terrified eyes staring ahead. Just then, the robots, Luke, collectively short-circuited. Their red eyes dimmed, and they swayed unsteadily as if losing connection. The robots collapsed one by one, motionless. Lingui and Dongli looked around in shock, asking, "What happened?" Then, he turned to Dongli and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine," and, looking ahead, continued, "It seems we have Elder Bai's friend to thank." A spiritual monkey sat cross-legged on Ale's head. He folded his arms and looked down at Lilith, who was struggling on the ground, saying sympathetically, "What's wrong? Giving up already?" After a moment of thought, Erbu mused, "Indeed, this scar must be from that time." Lilith flinched, unable to meet his gaze, lowering her head as if trying to hide the vertical scar on her forehead. Erbu also glanced at the scar, silently recalling how he had taken her life with his own hands. Seeing her trembling hands, Ale felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps it reminded her of her own death. He turned away without another word, leaving. "Master once said he wouldn't kill you again." Watching Ale step forward, leaving Lilith behind, the fox spirit couldn't help but sigh. "I wonder how much longer this war between us and the Demon Boar sect will last." Dong followed behind, his expression dark as he asked, "Are you siding with them?" He quickly denied it. "No, I was just thinking about how troubled Ale looked after fighting his former disciple." He blurted out, "They're not like us, they even have emotions like joy and anger?" Just as they let their guard down, another figure appeared behind them. From atop this very building, Lilith emerged, and the figure glared at Dong, saying, "No time to think, go find the artifact now." The fox spirit calmly replied, "I wonder how young Master Bai is doing." He seemed unaware of the figure behind him. Ale pointed and shouted a warning, "Look out above." But the white-robed man had already revealed a dangerous grin, dagger in hand as he dove down. The fox spirit gasped, barely getting out a watt before a dark shadow crashed toward him, with Xian beside him. You and the mirror beast landed at the base of a crimson tower. "This is it." But the mirror beast seemed uneasy, warning, "Master, this place makes me uncomfortable." Xian stepped forward, touching the red glass surface, and gasped in shock, "This is despicable." Inside this blood-red tower lay the artifact they had long sought, but she was already unconscious. Her eyes were closed, as if all life had left her. He called out loudly, "Artifact!" The artifact was within this tower. Then, from the darkness behind them, a figure emerged, someone wearing a wide-brimmed hat, who said, "Don't worry, the girl will be fine." Xian turned warily and asked, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself as Mephistopheles, the fourth priest of the Sunlight sect. He justified his actions, saying, "We were only borrowing the girl's beast for a while." Xian gritted his teeth in anger and snapped, "Borrowing? Is this how the Demon Boar sect behaves?" Facing their ruthless actions, he condemned them sharply. "Did you ever consider reasoning with us instead of ambushing and intimidating us?" Mephistopheles had only a single red eye left on his head, making him look terrifying. He argued, "Ambushing and intimidating? So that's how you see our resistance? This was originally our domain, we just wanted you to acknowledge that." In the empty complex of buildings, That guy looked at Xian with the eyes of an outsider and condemned him. It seems you, too, are an outsider who doesn't understand us.
Xian roared in fury. Even if I could understand,
I would never accept what you're doing. I advise you to release Jiqi at once and leave. Jingzi senses the unease here and has been on high alert. You're willing to pay any price to save Jiqi.
Jingzi, circling above, is channeling spiritual energy.
Xian continued, his tone threatening, or else, think about what happened to Asmodean and Arthur.
Mephisto exclaimed in shock, so, you're human.
Behind that guy, a spirit beast appeared, purple flames flickering, its crimson eyes glowing.
He said grimly, it seems an ugly fight between us is inevitable.
Her jawline was sharp, her nose high and proud, her arms toned and covered in strange markings. Her metallic armor clung tightly to her body.
Mephisto's spirit beast emerged. It was the Spectral Queen, a ferocious insectoid beast of the Diamond Peak rank.
This form was achieved through alchemical evolution.
Naturally,
no beast could reach such a stage without external intervention.
Xian guessed this newly appeared spirit beast was an alchemically evolved ferocious beast.
He never expected that guy could form a contract with such a creature.
Mephisto opened his palm, revealing a red eye in its center,
which looked extremely dangerous, as if he were using it to control the spirit beast. Xian thought, no matter how he bonded with the beast, the act of devouring its host was incredibly risky. Meanwhile, the Spectral Queen lunged at him, clenching his fists as he realized neither that guy nor the beast was to be underestimated.
Jingzi opened its maw and spewed blue flames at the Spectral Queen,
but she effortlessly dodged to the side.
Xian spotted their weakness and regained confidence, smirking to himself. Just like before, it can only see spiritual energy.
The Spectral Queen struck first, but Xian and Jingzi leapt aside to evade. From above, he waved his hand and said, then let's use the old trick, summon Chia. A phoenix darted out, diving straight downward. Chia soared into the sky, engulfing the Spectral Queen in flames and disorienting her. The flames raged fiercely, but from within came an eerie sound, as if she had been scorched black. Xian and the two spirit beasts watched from outside, murmuring, that seemed almost too easy. But at this moment, she was inside, glaring fiercely outward. Her eyes bloodshot, fangs bared, and suddenly her form began to change. Sharp claws sprouted from her hands, pointing directly at the corpse worm behind the flames, their edges gleaming coldly. The Spectre Queen struck with both hands, tearing through the fiery barrier to find an opening. Seeing the wall of flames forged by fiery fangs completely shattered,
Xian gasped in shock. What? He staggered back, eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Can it see this?" Just then, the entire Scarlet Tower exploded.
Mephisto narrowed his eyes at him, saying, with this little power, how did Arthur and Asmodean ever fall to you? Xian charged through the explosion smoke with his guardian shield, stepping toward him.
You spoke too soon. This isn't over. The Spectre Queen had fully broken free by now.
She waved away the white smoke, leaving Xian below, stunned. He gritted his teeth in frustration.
Too careless.
I just said not to underestimate her. And yet I made the same mistake again. It seems she can swap visual information. I'll have to think of another way. After all, I'm not the same kid I used to be.
Xian racked his brain for a solution.
A beast with near invincible physical resistance. Able to dodge all energy attacks, and no longer vulnerable to visual weaknesses, it was practically flawless. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted, there's a third type of damage besides those two. He spun around in surprise. Who's there? Xian glanced at the motionless Spectre Queen, tensing up.
An illusion?
Wait, something's been off from the start.
Like time itself has stopped.
The voice continued, it's the crystal spirit.
Boasting, this is all thanks to me, of course. Realizing the cause of the time freeze, Xian replied. Hold on.
Aren't you supposed to be in the beast taming space? He asked, puzzled.
How can I hear you?
He recalled earlier battles, something similar had happened before.
Right. Back in the Phantom Realm too. So this is also due to resonance sensing.
He had grasped how to use this ability, moving as he spoke.
That makes sense now.
This time stop effect means that even if you move, your shadow remains behind under the power of this ability. In reality, stance perception speeds up my thought process, and all of this was your doing, right? The soul sealed within the sword praised, you catch on quickly. Then it went on to explain how to use it.
Not only that, stance perception can also construct a thought space.
Under stance perception, their presence is illusory, and according to the crystal soul, Xian can connect to the minds of his contracted beings, meaning Chia and Jingzi can also use this ability.
But Xian still had doubts.
Crossing his arms, he asked, is the third attack method you mentioned related to this? The crystal soul immediately scoffed, I just called you smart.
How are you this slow now?
Still, it continued, in this thought space, we exist beyond physical forms, we are souls. It went on, this space can link our souls together, Xian said as he looked at it. Behind Xian stood Jingzi and Chia, while the evil spirit queen loomed beside them. The answer was already obvious. He suddenly understood and thanked the crystal soul. The evil spirit queen lunged at Xian, as if trying to devour him whole. When I grabbed you, a barrier appeared. No matter how the evil spirit queen clawed or unleashed purple lightning, she couldn't reach you. Xian created a barrier inside with his sword to protect you. I told you not to use me as a shield. Don't you have a shield of your own? He turned to his two spirit beasts and said, Xia, Jingzi, both of you return to the beast taming space for now. Xia, who had just flown over, shot him a glance. What? I just got out, and you're sending me back? After hearing this, Jingzi turned back to persuade him, the master must have a plan. Let's go back. Xian swung his sword, slicing off one of the evil spirit queen's arms with a burst of light. The strike threw her off balance, nearly knocking her down and kicking up a cloud of dust. He immediately activated his skill, covering his body in armor. With extraordinary physical strength and his spirit beast armor, he summoned Jingzi in her energy form, materializing her. She shot toward the evil spirit queen like an arrow, forcing her to dodge swiftly. Xian separated himself from his physical body and froze time. Just as before, first high-speed movement, then a sneak attack. You look smug, but with the power of thought space mode. This tactic is easy to counter. Yue Yuan, it's your turn. A door suddenly appears, and Yue Yuan leaps out, forcing the evil spirit queen to dodge. Yue Yuan lashes out with a whip longer than Ada's body, using thought space's properties to time the strike perfectly, ambushing it the moment it attacks. Ada is instantly bound by vines, as Yue Yuan's shapeshifting ability weaves a net to restrict its movements. Once its movements are restricted, all that's left is to deal with its extreme physical defense. Xian uses his soul to control his beast tamer armor, shattering its physical defense sphere before unleashing a soul-based power, Shock Death. Yikes, here we go. He focuses all his strength and roars, Manifest. Manifestation is the soul's emergence after a beast tamer syncs with their beast, a technique of the soul. Xian's king's sword appears before the bound evil spirit queen. By channeling the manifested spirit into the blade, it can resonate with the domain and convert into pure soul energy for a charge. He pours all his power into the sword, forming two intertwined rings of blue and red light. Explode! This is a soul-shaking strike, a blow from restraint itself. Xian slashes the ground, sending a surge of energy toward the queen. He shouts, Yue Yuan, dodge! You can release her now. The vines binding the evil spirit queen loosen, and the distant slash cleaves her body in two. Xian's fatal strike lands, and the evil spirit queen slowly collapses. Now back in his body, his sword hums softly. Stranger, I never expected an ancient relic like me to still be useful in your world. Still, this one's level is nowhere near a deity's. We've killed gods before, haven't we? Xian suddenly replies, that's a terrible thing to say right now. I was just about to meet this world's gods, show me what you can do. Out of nowhere, a figure in black appears? The figure locks eyes with Xian and says, impressive for a beast tamer able to defeat. You've secured 2 priestly positions, but I advise you not to cross the Spider Queen. Only when he opened his eyes did he realize it was Mephisto, a priest of the sun radiance. Protecting the Spider Queen is naturally my duty. Eradicating heretics is an even greater mission. Mephisto stepped forward, for he was of the primordial clan. Body fusion, merging oneself with a spirit beast through a contract, is an utterly reckless act. Yet this person had actually done it. Xian was stunned, gaping at what he saw. How could someone fuse themselves with a spirit beast? The sword danced playfully. To be honest, even by our world's standards, this eerie, frigid atmosphere was unsettling. Suddenly, the silence blanketing the street was shattered by a voice. Unlike any they had heard before. It was Dong Li's. Clutching her stomach, she gritted her teeth. Lin Gui stood beside her, asking with concern, Dong Li, are you alright? She collapsed to the ground. Lin Gui shielded her, shouting at Gu Bai in front of them. Didn't we already agree? Do you still want to work together? Gu Bai raised his hands in surrender, looking annoyed. My orders came with no conditions. Besides, I'm just an employee, I know nothing. Lin Gui turned away, hesitating. Dong Li, I'm sorry, she murmured, as if unable to believe her own eyes. You're working with the cursed sect? Dong Li demanded, breaking down. Why? He had no answer. I had my reasons. She stood up and punched him with all her strength, knocking his hat off. The hat rolled away. If you have reasons, then say them. Dong Li glared at him with contempt. Just like when you inherited the Blacktail King's legacy.
You said nothing then, and you're saying nothing now.
A flicker of doubt crossed her face, her gaze lingering.
She noticed something odd.
Wait, your eyes, you're with the cursed sect. Or suddenly spoke up.
A half-breed? Are you a half-breed?
Dong Li was just as shocked.
A half-breed? Lin Gui didn't hide it. That's right. I'm the illegitimate child of the Lin family.
My mother was of the primordial clan.
I've been a half-breed since birth. The traits of the primordial clan don't appear immediately.
Over time, some features emerge. Only after my heterochromatic eyes changed did I learn the truth about my heritage.
Dong Li shouted furiously, is that your reason?
She spat out each word.
Because you're a half-breed, you side with terrorists? Diego looked down from above, hands on his hips. How dare you still be so arrogant?
Hey, don't try to pin all the blame on others.
He scanned the crowd below.
We just want to take back what's ours. Ale ignored the arrogant remark, thinking calmly, no wonder I kept hearing buzzing.
There's a little bee here, so annoying.
He jumped next to Lin Gui and didn't forget to praise him. You did well, Lin Gui. Diego glanced disdainfully at the two wary figures before him.
I didn't think you'd actually find this place.
So, the plan has changed.
He slowly stood up. We can't let too many people know about this place. We'll have to take action. Lin Gui asked in disbelief, the plan has changed?
Just as Diego was about to fight Ale, he suddenly shouted, wait, Diego. Lin Gui, while putting his mask back on, said, I agree to cooperate, but on one condition. He pointed at Diego, as if accusing him, you built a base under the city without telling me, took over my underground fortress, and nearly killed Dong Li. Dong Li clutched his stomach, his face pale as he looked at them.
Lin Gui continued, this isn't what you told me before.
Gubai and Diego were left speechless, both thinking.
This guy really has no idea what's going on.
He glanced at everyone and left a reminder, if you want to end this war, you'd better cooperate. Diego immediately charged at Ale, his arms glowing as he prepared to attack. A slash came down, and a flash of red appeared before his eyes. Lin Gui rushed to Dong Li's side, his hands flailing in panic. He could only hurriedly explain.
Dong Li, listen to me.
I did help them kidnap Chi-Chi, but... He lowered his voice, I just wanted to end this meaningless war.
Those origin essence beings are always deceiving us.
I said it all clearly, which is why I worked with them.
Dong Li looked as if he'd been struck by lightning after hearing this. Do you even know what you're saying?
Lin Gui tried to reassure him, don't worry, Chi-Chi will be fine. Gubai walked up from behind, twirling a large blade in his hand. Hey, old man, you heard him.
Step aside.
Dong Li gritted his teeth and asked, you're not one of the origin essence people.
Why are you helping them?
Miss Bai tightly gripped the dagger in her hand, the corners of her mouth curling slightly.
Many have asked me that before. It's just a way to earn some pocket money, don't take it too seriously.
Opposite her, the smug man leapt high into the air, arrogantly waving his hand.
Try this, little calcium cutie.
His massive hand struck the ground from the illusion, triggering an explosion. Diego quickly created a bubble to shield himself. After landing, he glared at the smug man, thinking to himself, reveal yourself. Diego's eyes turned pale white as power surged out. He felt uneasy, what's with the act? Now it was Diego's turn to counterattack. He gathered his strength, and the surrounding rocks and earth began to float toward him. Then, he suddenly soared into the air. Behind him, Lin Gui's voice rang out, making the smug man pause and turn his head.
I won't let you lay a hand on Dong Li.
By then, Diego had focused his power beneath his feet, poised like a wasp stinger, ready to strike the smug man.
This is for you. The man wasn't about to back down. His arms instantly split into 6, swinging down just in time.
The moment Diego got close, four massive arms seized him, catching him off guard.
What?
The smug man chuckled. Surprised, darling? He smirked, adding, don't rush, it gets better.
Then, a giant arm flew in, slamming into Diego's back and warping his form.
The blow sent him flying, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Gubai dusted herself off, frowning.
What's going on?
But the next second, a streak of light flashed by like a gust of wind, freezing her in place before she could react. The smug man's power brushed past Gubai, shifting to another target. She barely had time to realize this is bad asterisk. Lin Gu rushed after them, shouting, Dong Li. The smug man swiftly wrapped Dong Li in several arms and flew off.
Adding politely, sorry, City Lord Lin. Economy class it is for you.
She stared blankly at the two arms holding her.
What is this? Can spiritual energy even be used like that? Gubai glanced in frustration but didn't pursue.
Instead, she pulled Diego from the rubble.
It's fine, I've got another plan. The three glanced toward Lin Gui's direction. What was that guy planning to do? One of the Diegos spoke first. He's still useful. Another added, after all, the resources to build this city came from him. After hearing this, Gubai happily drawled, yes. Meanwhile, Ale and Dongli were walking along the edge of a city. He supported her as they moved step by step, analyzing their surroundings. It seems no one lives in this city yet. We're safe for now. Dongli replied, besides, this is the Demon Rule Capital. Ale looked confused and pressed, Demon Rule Capital? Dongli explained emphatically. Our homeworld Origin Star has always wanted full control over this world's spirit stone veins. Her tone was calm, as if recalling the past. They plan to use starships to destroy all life on the surface world, including the natives and us colonists. The Demon Rule Capital was Black Sand City's refuge plan back then. At the same time, Ale listened with his arms crossed. Most city-states saw this plan as a declaration of war against the Origin Star government, so they rejected it. Instead, they negotiated with Origin Star and secured a 50-year buffer period. But during this time, we had to eliminate the Beast Queen to prove our ruling ability. The deadline is almost up. Hearing this, he thought in surprise, so that's what's going on. Why is that kid Xian suddenly saying so much? It seems that Brat's real goal is to head straight for the Beast Queen. The atmosphere grew heavy as Dongli and Ale fell silent. The surroundings were deathly quiet, and his expression darkened. Speaking of which, I wonder how Xian is doing. Probably going smoothly, right? An explosion echoed from afar, and Ale whipped his head around. His eyes widened in shock. After seeing the scene, he couldn't help but mutter, what's happening? It was Xian. He gripped his trusty companion's sword. His face twisted in a smug grin, clearly pleased with his opponent. The strange creature before him had red tendrils flickering with flames across its body. Its grotesque face made the air around them oppressive. Interesting. You're the first one who's been able to withstand it. It pointed a finger at Xian, its head's eyes bulging as it warned. Too bad. You'll be the last. The tendrils flared with light as its body lunged, the glow targeting Xian where he stood. You were already at a disadvantage and couldn't hold out much longer. You raised your longsword to block the light arrows fired by the unfamiliar monster. Damn it, here it comes again, he used that move once more. In that instant, you sensed something. A flicker of thought crossed your mind, your brow furrowing slightly as you opened your mouth to speak. Right, if the thought space could accelerate my thinking, that would be like freezing time outside. In other words, after a few seconds of deep contemplation, your body dodged the light arrows aimed at your original position, cutting off its escape route. With a faint smile, you evaded the attack. A soft blue glow flickered around Xian as he murmured to summon his allies. With the plan forming, he relied on Jingxi's speed if they coordinated perfectly. Where did she even come from? Xian leapt onto her back and charged straight at the monster. Moving swiftly, he calculated their trajectory. It seemed he had mastered the alchemical beast's evasion techniques. Blue light weaved between the crimson beams fired by the monster. The creature grew furious. No matter how hard it tried, its attacks kept missing. How could such relentless firepower fail to hit them? Jingxi and Xian closed in on it together. And the monster panicked, turning to face them. The longsword hummed in protest as the crystal spirit resisted Xian's overuse of its power. Wait, stranger. This ability is useful, but you can't use it too often. Hearing that, you didn't feel any better. Your expression shifted, voice laced with shock. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Your body still moved as you'd intended, but it was clear overuse had caused it to spiral out of control. What's happening? Why is it disobeying? You were a step too slow. Mephisto spotted your weakness and seized the opportunity to counterattack. The technique was devastating, a single strike could send an opponent flying. Xian landed on the ground as the crystal spirit began explaining your actions. What in the world is going on? Perhaps your body hasn't adapted to the thought space for long periods yet. The creature still hovered in the air, taunting its opponents. To be honest, your fighting style doesn't resemble a mindless beast at all. It reminds me of someone I once knew. That mocking and arrogant tone of yours, it's just like that guy. But you're no match for me. Then, Mephisto began casting a new trick, preparing to strike you with a dazzling red orb of light, declaring confidently, your life ends here. Despite his injuries, Song'an's stubborn expression refused to yield, taunting his opponent. Seems like anything useful comes at a steep price. Maybe save it for next time. The crimson light flickered, tracing a long arc, proof of his fury. The massive surge of power rushed toward Song'an's position, bathing the entire area in red. A clear display of its overwhelming force. Ale suddenly appeared from nowhere, mocking Mephisto's recent display. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. He landed and called out the monster's bluff. Last I checked, I won that fight.
The moment Mephisto saw him, his confidence faltered. Song-in, spotting his savior, immediately stood up to discuss the dire situation with him.
Ale, you're just in time. This guy is a nightmare to deal with.
Mid-conversation, he didn't notice Ale's shift in expression. Suddenly, a sword was drawn. The blade pressed against Song-in's neck as he stared in shock at the sudden betrayal.
An ally turned enemy in an instant.
Before he could react, Ale's icy voice cut through. Is your goal to kill the Spider Queen?
Now's not the time for this, and I never said that.
The blade begins to cut into his flesh, and he bites his lip gently.
Ale's expression shows no hint of jest. He furrows his brow slightly, pressing further on the earlier question, but Cian deliberately avoids answering.
I need a precise answer from you. Is your ultimate goal to kill the Spider Queen? Cian clenches his jaw, staring at the man before him, his face devoid of joy. Frowning as he wonders why his actions are so strange.
Surrounding smoke and dust swirl, making the scene even more chaotic.
What's wrong with this old geezer?
But to stop the Origin Essence's plan, killing the Spider Queen is a must.
His shoulders suddenly feel lighter as the sword is withdrawn from his neck. With effort, he manages to speak. Yes, I did consider killing the Spider Queen, because... He seems to have anticipated this. Facing Cian's surprise, Ale replies coldly, the extraterrestrial fleet will wipe out all life on Earth.
That's right, isn't it? You even know that. Mephistopheles is furious, clearly provoked. They're deliberately drawing its attention with their attacks. Are you treating me like I'm invisible?
Ale remains engrossed in conversation with Cian, completely oblivious to the power surging behind him, continuing as if nothing were amiss. The Spider Queen's core is deeply intertwined with this world. Earlier, the Spider Queen's injuries caused this world's level restriction to drop to Death Star tier.
The two continue their discussion as if no one else exists, utterly ignoring Mephistopheles' storm of rage.
It's hard to imagine what changes this world will undergo if the Spider Queen dies. He begins to feel puzzled, images from earlier flashing through his mind.
His tension eases slightly, though his lips remain tightly pressed.
If that's the case, the 10,000 Realms world might merge into another world, much like the Ghost Shadow world did. The two join forces to intervene while resuming their unfinished conversation. The crowd frowns amid the smoke and the gravity of the situation. Killing the Spider Queen could indeed lead to this world's destruction. Cian seems to realize something and suddenly turns, flashing a playful, adorable expression.
Ale's doing this just to tease him.
Just now, I was lecturing you about the severity of this world.
Why not just say it outright? After all, you're an outsider. What if you don't care about this world's survival?
Your discussion with Ale is nearly over, but it seems someone wants to disrupt this conversation, forcing you to pause and deal with them first.
Agreed?
Ale smirks. The first thing she does when meeting an old rival is to tease about past grudges.
Mephisto dodges the awkward topic, saying, how many years has it been since we last fought? Who even remembers those things? The opponent strikes first, and he doesn't hold back, immediately countering.
Yet the other keeps taunting him relentlessly about how embarrassing his past defeat was. Well, you'll lose just as badly this time. Last time, you were sent crying back to Mother Earth. He narrows his eyes at the opponent, his voice dropping low.
With that look,
the other understands his intent, excitement flashing across their face. They're eager to fight again. The battle begins in earnest, with the monster and Ale unleashing their techniques in a chaotic flurry. Mephisto launches a fierce assault, his tendrils elongating and lunging toward Ale's position. He chuckles, watching the opponents move, reminiscing about their past battles. It's been so long. Seeing this technique again brings back memories. Unwilling to yield, several arms materialize out of thin air, blocking all 6 of the opponent's strikes. With a cold gaze, he murmurs under his breath the moment the opponent attacks.
Now.
That nostalgic moment feels like it spans 1,000 years. Their memories are sharp, recalling every detail of each other's moves.
Just like before, except this time, we have allies.
Cian and the mirror, along with the soul-sealing crystal sword, fire a blue beam straight into the sky. Even he's impressed. They had this plan all along.
You grin confidently and give the order.
Mirror, use that technique. She understands immediately, responding with a coded reply.
That one. Cian leaps gracefully, her movements polished from countless repetitions, soaring into the air.
The longsword slashes downward as she and the mirror raise their arms to the heavens, unleashing the technique, a dual crescent moon counter.
The blue beam follows through, cleaving the target in two.
Mephisto's 6 tentacles.
With a blue arm, that guy was sent flying by the attack.
Seizing the chance, someone leapt from the shadows, sword in hand. Pressing it against the center of Mephisto's body, aiming to cleave him in two.
Though he was knocked away, it didn't dampen his spirits.
The moment he struck, he excitedly declared, "White Scale Squad, you missed one."
Jing-Z immediately lunged forward, jaws wide open, ready to bite Mephisto.
That guy sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. His eyes widening as he took in the smoke-filled scene. She pounced swiftly, sinking her teeth into Mephisto's body. Xian charged forward with his sword, his eyes shifting as a grin spread across his face, the kill within reach.
Meanwhile, Aolai sprinted over with his sword, scowling at the shout. "What's all the racket?"
"Some kind of shadow clone," he bellowed. The two slashed from above and below, sending the monster's head flying into the sky. He turned and warned Jing-Z, "Jing-Z, spit that out. This thing made a pact with a beast.
Eat it, and you might get hurt."
She obediently spat out the body. Perhaps due to their long separation, the two grew closer, bridging the distance of their time apart.
"Kid, you've improved."
If he knew where I'd been lately, he wouldn't be surprised. After speaking, Xian pressed his lips together, while Aolai grinned playfully.
"Seriously, are you copying my fighting style?" Xian shot back. "In the end, who'd want to copy your indestructible act?"
The monster's head flew far away, landing who knows where, but its cursing voice still echoed, "Ugh, I got hit."
A hand reached out from nowhere, grabbing its head.
Its eyes flickered with panic. Realizing the other's ruthlessness, the creature quickly averted its gaze and apologized, "Sorry to disappoint you."
A voice from behind Aolai shattered their celebratory mood. "Didn't expect to meet again so soon."
Solaris appeared behind them, his eyes filled with displeasure at what had just transpired.
"I told you, Aolai. Are you still siding with these intruders?"
His brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with the same anger as before.
He pointed directly at where the two stood, shouting, "Even you, Aolai, would betray us for these outsiders?
But you've killed your own people, Solaris.
How many more of your kin must die before you're satisfied?
Your rage is written all over your face, traitor." A crimson gaze flickered unsteadily as a violent gust kicked up, swirling dust forcing Xian and Aori to shield their eyes.
Solaris was no ordinary opponent.
The two struggled to defend themselves while searching for an opening. Her spiritual power and oppressive aura were overwhelming. After listening, Aori stood still, frowning in disapproval of her actions. He seemed powerless against such behavior.
"Stop this. Solaris, violence won't solve anything. If this continues, the entire universe will be destroyed because of you."
She removed her robe, revealing a tall, sharply defined figure. Her features became clearly visible.
"Do you even know what you're saying? The ones destroying the universe are the invaders." Aori was left speechless.
Solaris glared, her voice like shards of ice with every word.
"Weren't we once comrades, wearing the same uniform and fighting on the same side?" Solaris's expression darkened slightly. She was clearly no ordinary foe.
Her words alone were enough to fill the air with the stench of bloodshed. Back then, you never hesitated even if your target was a child.
You'd stop at nothing to complete your mission.
She began her psychological assault, mocking and taunting to break his spirit and achieve her goal.
"Do you remember how many outsiders died by your hand?"
"If I recall correctly, they used to call you the sun-soaked drunkard."
Xian was stunned by Solaris's revelation, his face twisting in shock. "Wait, does that mean Aori was once part of the cursed sect?"
A beam of light illuminated his face, casting the silhouette of a lonely, regretful figure across his back.
"Life has its joys and sorrows, just as the moon waxes and wanes. The moon has its phases." Aori's eyes burned with unspoken fury. Even the silent have their reasons to speak.
"In the past, I followed the radiance of the crimson sun, believing its gentleness was the key to ending the war." He, too, removed his robe, his brow furrowing deeper. "But now, I seek the light of the crescent moon at dusk. I believe the path of the hidden moon is the hope for our people's future."
"Yes, I betrayed."
He would never betray his faith, nor would he betray this crumbling world.
He quietly stepped back, leaving the task to Xian to handle the little girl.
He had already decided to fight Solaris to the end.
"Xian, I'm leaving that little girl to you." "No problem, right?" Unconvinced, Xian asked with a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Wait, what are you planning to do?"
His sturdy back straightened slightly, his gaze turning somewhat unsettling.
His blue eyes flickered as he warned, "The situation is more complicated than you think.
This time, just do as the adults say." A sly smile tugged at his lips as he raised his chin arrogantly, teasing Xian, "Consider this a little trust for a junior like you. Be a little more forgiving of juniors like you." Ally returned to face his true opponent, a small spirit beast named Wood Spirit perched on his head, wearing a smirk.
"Wood Spirit, we've been swamped today, haven't we?" Amid the gloomy atmosphere, Solaris's face took on a pensive look.
Her brow furrowed slightly as she gazed downward with a gentle expression, lost in memories, her lips curling into a nostalgic smile. She stood in the center of a city shrouded in thick smoke.
With an air of arrogance, Solaris reminisced, speaking to Wood Spirit. Perched on Alai's head, Wood Spirit bristled at her words, recalling the past. We once made a pact together, didn't we? Above Solaris's head, a crimson spatial gate crackled with sparks as a flame imp emerged, appearing smug at the summons. Come forth, flame imp. The moment the flame imp appeared in Solaris's hand, it was enveloped in crimson spiritual energy. Ada glanced at the flame imp and explained, the Wood Spirit above ground and the flame imp below. They are spirit beasts of the same origin. Long ago, in the depths of a verdant forest, 5 small creatures gathered on a stone slab. As pure as untainted souls. Through trials and tribulations, those once pure beings transformed into what they are today. Over time, their primordial spiritual essence gradually diverged. From then on, kindred spirit beasts became wood spirits and flame imps. Now, both Solaris and Aulai's expressions darkened as they locked eyes with sharp gazes. Aulai spoke in a cold tone. Just like you and me, Ada replied with a faint chuckle. At this point, there's no going back to the way things were. Solaris continues to radiate terrifying spiritual power. A's sword is engulfed in raging flames, and with a mighty shout, the fire surges forward. Oriai is not to be outdone. His sword emits a gust of wind and a blue glow, enveloping him completely. Oriai assumes a battle stance and unleashes his wind technique. Solaris charges forward swiftly. A smirks, reaching out as if to seize him. At the same time, Oriai rushes in. His expression is solemn, ready to engage. The moment their swords clash, a dazzling light erupts. 2 forces explode, forming a massive pillar of energy that scatters in all directions. Everything seems to be blown away, smoke swirling around the two. Almo's eyes widen in excitement, while the other remains expressionless, cold as ice. Both shout in unison, their divine avatars manifesting. No sooner are the words spoken than the Wood Spirit Avatar and Flame Demon Avatar emerge from the smoke with imposing presence. 4 additional arms suddenly extend from the Flame Demon Avatar's back. Both the Wood Spirit Avatar and Flame Demon Avatar grow 4 arms each, preparing for battle. Below, the fight rages on as both swing their swords backward. The Wood Spirit Avatar and Flame Demon Avatar collide violently, both pushing against each other with 6 arms. Below, the two shift to close combat, with Solaris shoving Oriai while saying, Oriai, I assume you've already met Lise, haven't you? Even your own disciple doesn't stand by you. What exactly are you holding on to? Blocking the attack, he retorts, don't drag that girl into this to provoke me. The mere thought of Asmondan and Lise infuriates Solaris, and he roars. You claimed you wanted peace between our people and the Celestials. But all it brought was suffering and harm to our kin. Do you truly believe the Celestials will ever accept coexistence with us? His gaze sharp as a blade, he replies coldly, one day, they will. Amid the fierce battle, Xian has already slipped away, thinking to himself, now is the time. I must rescue Chi-Chi quickly. He runs to a red pillar of light, where Chi-Chi is imprisoned. He points at the pillar and shouts, Jingzi, smash this barrier now. No sooner are the words spoken than she transforms into a stream of water, crashing violently into the pillar. Jingzi charged at the steel, triggering a violent tremor that sent water splashing and mist swirling. The mist, stirred by the impact, was being absorbed into Lan Chi's body. It glanced at him and said, Master, just because I'm a weapon doesn't mean you should make me ram things headfirst. Seeing the attack fail, its pupils dilated, and its brow furrowed. This steel is even harder than a human skull. At that moment, Chi-Chi slowly opened her eyes inside the steel. She looked around in panic, floating in the water-filled steel, and thought frantically. Ha? What's going on? Chi-Chi peered outward and asked, where am I? And who is that person? Xian approached, and upon seeing clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Xian, how did you end up here? He stepped closer to the crimson steel and said to Lan Chi, this steel is too tough. We'll need another way to break it. Xian smiled calmly, reassuring the panicked Chi-Chi, don't worry. I'll get you out. Hearing this, she seemed to calm down slightly. He rushed toward the steel, pointing his finger, and commanded, Jingzi, grow larger. He lowered his hand, aiming directly at where Chi-Chi was trapped, his expression grave. And gritted his teeth, crush it. Upon hearing the order, it opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp iron teeth, and lunged at the glowing steel. Just then, Solaris was locked in battle with Ao Rue. Seeing Jingzi clamp onto the red steel, her movements faltered for a moment. Her eyes and smile radiated a dangerous aura as she realized the deception and said, so that's it. You're trying to stop me. Ao Rue commanded her flame demon spirit body to release spiritual energy, forming a massive energy orb, and declared arrogantly, how naive. Ao Rue frowned and responded calmly, Solaris. You have no idea what's really going on here. He also ordered a spirit body to condense a massive energy orb, preparing to counter Ao Rue. Ao Rue stated confidently, your plan was flawed from the start.
The two spirit bodies fired their energy orbs simultaneously, and the collision of the two powerful forces triggered a blinding quake, illuminating the entire area. The intense light was closing in on one of the spirit bodies. Overwhelmed by the terrifying energy, one spirit body began to falter, completely suppressed by the flame demon spirit body. Ori is pinned down by that terrifying energy, shielding her eyes from the intense light, and groans in discomfort. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. Then, an explosion of energy from the demon flame avatar blasts everything away, even the red stone tablet, flung aside by the thorns, isn't spared. All that remains is a scene shrouded in dust, the air thick with the white smoke of colliding energies.
Everyone is knocked to the ground.
Only Solaris and the demon flame avatar stand tall, one hand on her hip, arrogantly surveying the chaos.
Ori, stop getting in my way.
As the smoke clears, the demon flame avatar shrinks back into the tiny demon flame, floating above Solaris's palm as she steps closer to Ori and the others. With a frown of irritation, she continues, lecturing as she walks. If you don't fight back, you'll lose everything.
Don't you understand that yet?
Your tattered safety suit is in ruins, and you collapse onto the ground, utterly spent, leaning against Thorn.
Your face twisted in pain, eyes unfocused, you weakly ask Ori, why does this grand altar feel like it's dealing with an old man?
Ori slowly rises from the smoke, his feet resting on the restored wood spirit, which gazes up at him with concern. Despite his battered face, he smiles gently, his weary eyes replying, "You'll understand when you have a girlfriend." By the time Solaris reaches them, they've regained some strength. Barely standing as Thorn steadies himself beside Ori. "So, by your logic, she's your ex-girlfriend," he says, struggling to stay upright. Leaning on his sword for support, he answers, "Well, that's what she thinks. She was the one who broke up with me, after all." Despite the dire situation and his injuries, you manage a faint smile, glancing at Ori as you tease. "Even at a time like this, you're still talking nonsense." Hearing you, Ori shoots you a look, a hint of disdain on his face,
and replies smoothly, "This is called mature adult strategy."
After their banter, Ori snaps back to reality, noticing Solaris looming before them, her presence overwhelming, the last wisps of smoke lingering. "Mez asks you, and now, the two of us can't even take her on." You reply, exhausted and frustrated, "This must be what a matriarchal society feels like." Suddenly, a cold voice cuts in from a blue-robed, white-haired man, "Blow it up." After those cryptic words, a deafening explosion rings out from the sky, successfully drawing Solaris's attention below. Ori, seeing reinforcements arrive, turns to you with a relieved but puzzled look, "Who's that? Is this the backup you called for?" Xian, on the contrary, shrank back in fear and replied, "Why do you think I'm some kind of playboy?" When she looked up and saw the scene caused by that man, her expression darkened instantly. Frowning, her eyes filled with disgust as she said gravely, "Looks like trouble has arrived." A massive crystal ice block fell from the sky, landing right in the middle of Solaris. The impact caused a minor earthquake, with fierce winds and dust swirling everywhere. The moment he saw the ice block, he couldn't help but glance sideways and think, "This is ice crystal." The temperature around them dropped as well. A pair of ironclad feet stepped out from the ice crystal, and the scattered mist forced him to shield his eyes with his hand. As the mist slowly cleared, Solaris lowered his arm, eager to see who had arrived. The moment he saw the man's face, Solaris immediately frowned in displeasure, muttering under his breath, "TCH." Stepping out of the crystal ice block was Jing Song, each step causing the temperature to plummet and sending a chill into the air. His hands still carried the lingering power from breaking the ice. With a cold expression and furrowed brows, Jing Song said disapprovingly, "You still haven't kicked the habit of living underground. This place is so hard to find a decent way to go." Jing Chang's figure appeared, with ethereal mist and a majestic azure dragon looming behind him as he calmed it.
"No, you've done well, abyssal azure dragon."
Seeing Jing Chong before him, his expression shifted to one of surprise and unease. He thought to himself, "It's grandfather." And the sacred beast had evolved. As the man turned around, his eyes gleamed with a dangerous intent, ice crystal shards floating around him as the corners of his mouth curled upward. Ori watched Jing Chang's grand entrance and finally spoke up to greet him, drawing his attention.
"You're here?" He looked at Ori and replied, "Ori, how many years has it been since we last met?"
Ori stepped closer, and Jing Chong turned to face him.
As he approached, Ori teased, "You little brat, so you still remember to come find me?" Both raised their hands, ready to high-five in greeting. As they slapped hands with force, Ori pressed, "Being the clan leader isn't enough? Now you're going back to get married and have kids?"
"You've got some nerve," he shot back without hesitation, "looks like the old man. You're still alive, and you really think time means nothing. You haven't changed at all, Aule." Frost Dragon's gaze lowered, looking at the tiny Xian and Jingzi on the ground. When Xian met its eyes, he seemed slightly confused.
Frost Dragon's eyes gleamed with affection. Noticing this, Jingzi asked sadly, "Master, do you think I'm too weak?"
Xian was surprised by the question and turned to him, replying, "Of course not."
"Why would you say that?" Those spiritual beasts appeared one by one, their postures proud.
But as Jingzi recalled the scene, he looked melancholic.
"I'm supposed to be a descendant of this bloodline. Yet here I am, still just a fish." Seeing his friend like this, Xian didn't know what to say.
Lost in thought, Jingzi continued, "And I've been stuck at the Silver Realm,
holding my master back from breaking through. I used to have so much potential." Hearing this, Xian's grip tightened.
Suddenly, he tapped Jingzi's head, making him shed a few tears as he snapped angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Then Xian grabbed his face firmly, preventing him from escaping, and said loudly, "Listen to me." Xian gradually calmed down and comforted him gently, "You don't have to blame yourself. And don't lose heart just because you haven't evolved into a dragon." Still trapped in his insecurities, Jingzi muttered, "But it's embarrassing."
Xian's bright eyes and sincere expression made him pause. "Think about it."
Xian squeezed his cheeks playfully, catching him off guard, then explained,
"Maybe you were meant to evolve into a dragon.
But the reality is, an accident kept you from becoming who you wanted to be.
Yet you never gave up, did you?" As Xian reminded him, memories of his past flashed like a film, with Xian recounting his achievements.
"Even when fate exploited our weaknesses, we never surrendered.
With our own hands, we defeated the strong.
Think about it, with just bronze and silver realm strength.
How many diamond realm experts have we taken down?" Finally, Xian's expression softened, his tone gentler as he affirmed,
"Achieving all this while bound by limitations, you've already done something incredible."
Xian pressed his face against Jingzi's, both of them laughing happily. But Xian didn't forget to add,
"I know you just care about what others think.
But let me tell you, they don't understand anything."
Xian let go of Jingzi's face and looked up at the sky resolutely, saying, "Those self-righteous people. Though correct in my ways, I only knew how to ride the clouds and roam freely, unaware of the long and perilous road ahead. The memories of us standing side by side, our twin swords merging into one, cutting down every foe. Just as you said, turning a broken body into raging flames, and shackles into blades, we severed countless injustices and chains, endless oppression and arrogance." With that, you turned to look at it, your face lit up with a radiant smile, adding, "How could you ever feel ashamed of this?" Your sincere gaze, the smile at the corner of your lips, and your words of approval felt like a pact sealed with me. It was my honor. Your earlier words and actions moved Jingzi deeply. Her eyes shone brightly as she gazed at you and called out, "Master." Returning to Jing Chong and Frost Dragon, his gaze was sharp and resolute, his presence overwhelming as he raised his hand and commanded Frost Dragon, attack."
Frost Dragon immediately obeyed, gradually exhaling a mist as cold as ice, shimmering blue.
As it soared into the air and released the mist, the vapor slowly condensed into massive crystalline ice blocks. Solaris swiftly channeled the power of flames, erecting a fire shield to block Frost Dragon's assault, his expression calm and composed. Facing the power displayed by Frost Dragon and Jing Chong, he chuckled lightly, intrigued, "Not bad at all." Mina Solaris' eyes burned with crimson flames, her hands gripping her sword hilt tightly, laughing with exhilaration, though she still felt it wasn't enough. Jing Chang's expression suddenly turned grave as he spoke solemnly, "Her spiritual energy is surging, something's wrong." After a brief assessment, Aurelio spoke up. Jing Chong turned to him, demanding, "She's lost her mind, what do you mean by that?" He frowned, gritting his teeth, "This is an over-limit resonance." Albrecht observed the woman unleashing her power while explaining, "Over-limit resonance fuses the tamer and their spirit beast's souls into one. For both the spirit beast and the tamer, this is an excruciating ordeal." Solaris' spirit beast erupted with unprecedented power, its golden radiance blinding, exuding a formidable aura. Albrecht explained, "But it also drastically enhances the tamer and spirit beast's abilities. This is over-limit manifestation." Solaris activated over-limit manifestation, her eyes turned snowy white, her pupils burning with an unmatched competitive spirit. Her hands glowed red like flames, her entire body enveloped in a layer of surging energy. Ada's spirit beast power gradually coalesces, a mighty golden force slowly rising. With a sudden palm strike to the ground, it lets out a deafening roar, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave. The earth begins to crack, debris flying everywhere as the ground trembles violently. Everyone present immediately senses the danger in the air. From deep underground, molten lava surges forth like a ravenous beast, as if ready to consume everything. Albri shouts urgently. Lava erupts from beneath the earth. Seeing the dire situation, Jingsong immediately raises his hands, his eyes fearless. With a forceful strike to the ground, his icy power instantly spreads through the air. He forms massive blocks of ice, encasing himself to fend off the scorching lava. After observing for a moment, Jingsong says casually, "That should hold for now." Chilled by his icy aura, Albri shivers uncontrollably, hugging himself and muttering, "This guy is freezing." Seeing this, Jingsong quickly apologizes. Frost Dragon silently watches the situation from behind its master.
leaning forward slightly, its eyes gleaming with a cold light.
Jing Song raises his arm, sensing with 2 fingers before saying, "That's right, primordial frost dragon."
They've shown their hand, it's time we go all out.
Clenching his fists, his hands begin to glow with a unique blue light as he channels his power. Frost Dragon suddenly vanishes into a wisp of white smoke, while a faint mist appears around Jing Song's hands.
He shouts, "Primordial Frost Dragon, Spirit Weapon Manifest." In an instant, a dazzling blue longsword appears in Jing Song's grasp, radiating an extraordinary presence.
Gripping the sword tightly, his sturdy frame adopts a solid stance, his gaze unwavering. The sword is exquisitely crafted, every detail reflecting ingenuity, its jade green blade a mirror of its master's resolve. Jing Song smirks, excitedly saying to Frost Abyss, "Of course, you've been waiting for this, haven't you?"
Solaris's red and Jing Song's blue intertwine, painting a breathtaking scene.
Seeing her charge toward him, he stands fearless, declaring, "Then let her witness the roar of the deep-sea dragon." On the other side, Solaris's eyes blaze with crimson flames as she sweeps her arms back and roars, "You won't survive this." Jing Song assumes a battle stance, his eyes sharp and focused. The two stand like fire and ice, their red and blue forces clashing without harmony. Even a touch of green can create a striking scene. Solaris and Jing Chong both swing their swords, launching deadly strikes at each other. A massive pillar of light, dozens of meters tall, erupts, causing an intense aftershock.
Aulay looks around, pondering to herself. She wonders how Xian is doing over there. He turns his head and asks in a low voice, "Hey, kid, you over there?" Xian, holding the mirror, suddenly senses something odd. "Mirror, what's wrong?"
The mirror gradually fades, turning into a wisp of green smoke that rises and forms a small vortex in the air, astonishing everyone.
The vortex emits a beautiful blue glow, surrounded by a powerful force.
Just as his master finishes speaking, he only has time to shout, "Mirror!" A brand new mirror appears in the form of a beautiful silver-haired girl, her eyes closed.
She looks different from before, seemingly having developed more curves.
Aulay and Xian witness the scene and are momentarily stunned.
"Xian, this is the mirror."
Albrami twitches at the corner of his eye and says, "I feel like calling her mirror isn't quite right in this situation."
She stares at herself in shock and stammers, "Master, what's happening to me?"
After looking her over, Xian says, "So, the mirror in front of me has turned into a girl." Xian's mind struggles to process this, while the mirror hastily explains why she feels like a brother has turned into a sister.
"Turned into a girl? I've always been a girl."
Jing Chong slashes his sword into the ground, forming a massive ice barrier to block Solaris' attack. After assessing the situation, he senses danger and mutters, "Darn it, we're both Diamond Realm, why do I feel like I'm in trouble?"
Solaris roars triumphantly, "Outsiders, how long have you even known beast taming techniques?"
"We were the first beings on this land to master beast taming."
With a casual wave of his hand, his spirit beast releases an overwhelming aura. Sensing Jing Chang's predicament, Xian grows worried, "This isn't good, old man." Before you could add anything, you were startled by a sudden surge of bluish-purple energy rushing forward, its resolute tone as if saying, "Leave it to me." A silent void quietly emerged, so still, yet eerily unsettling. A boy with an indistinct face appeared, sighing inwardly at how unbearably cold this place was. His tall figure approached the doorway, as if assessing something. It's baffling how that guy thinks his commands are a mess, yet he's a master of precision. The door swung open, blinding light obscuring everything behind it. But for the sake of progress today, this small sacrifice was worth it. Two figures stood face to face, their identities unclear, yet the pressure between them was terrifying. "Let's talk, there's really nothing else to discuss." A burly, barely clothed man sat alone in the corner, and upon hearing the question, he simply continued from where he left off, "Who are you, really?"